Hachette Audio presents The Hallmarked Man, written by Robert Galbraith, read by Robert Glenister. To Sean and Nadine Harris, who gave me back what I thought I'd lost forever. I had dipped in life's struggle and out again, bought specks of it here, there, easy to see. When I found my swan and the cure was plain. The dull turned bright as I caught your white on my bosom. You saved me. Saved in vain if you ruined yourself, and all through me. Robert Browning, The Worst of It. Part 1. Concerning the mines themselves, he was not called upon for an opinion. All he had to do was to follow the veins and win the ore in paying quantities. John Oxenham, A Maid of the Silver Sea. Chapter 1. Oh, often have I washed and dressed, and what's to show for all my pain? Let me lie abed and rest. 10,000 times I've done my best, and all's to do again. A. E. Housman, Poem 11, Last Poems. The windscreen wipers had been working their hardest ever since the BMW had entered the county of Kent, their soporific swish and clunk aggravating Cormoran Strike's exhaustion as he stared out through thick rain, which had turned the deserted road ahead to gleaming jet. Shortly after he'd boarded the sleeper train from Cornwall to London the previous evening, his detective partner's boyfriend, who Strike always referred to inside his head as Ryan fucking Murphy, had called to say that Robin had come down with a high fever and sore throat, and would therefore be unable to accompany Strike on today's visit to their newest prospective client. Everything about this call had annoyed Strike, and an awareness that he was being unjust, because this was the first time in 6 years Robin had taken a sick day, and if she had a temperature of 104 and a swollen throat, it was perfectly reasonable for her to ask her boyfriend to call on her behalf, deepened rather than alleviated his grumpiness. He'd been counting on Robin driving him to Kent in her old Land Rover, and the prospect of several hours in her company had been the only point in favour of keeping this appointment. A mixture of professionalism and masochism had stopped him cancelling, so after a quick shower and a change of clothes at his attic flat in Denmark Street, he'd set out for the village of Temple Ewell in Kent. Having to drive himself wasn't only depressing, but also physically painful. The hamstring in the leg, on which a prosthesis had replaced the calf, ankle and foot, was tight and throbbing, because his sojourn in Cornwall had involved a lot of heavy lifting. 10 days previously, he dashed down to Truro because his elderly uncle had suffered his second stroke. Strike's sister, Lucy, had been helping Ted pack up for his imminent removal to a nursing home in London, when, in her words, his face went funny and he couldn't answer me. Ted had died 12 hours after Strike had arrived at the hospital, his niece and nephew holding his hands. Strike and Lucy had then proceeded to their uncle's home in St. Mawes, which had been left to them jointly, to arrange and attend the funeral, and to make decisions about the house's contents. Predictably, Lucy had been horrified by her brother's suggestion that they might hire professionals to empty the place once they'd removed those sentimental items the family wanted to keep. She couldn't bear the idea of strangers touching any of it. The old Tupperware once used for picnics on the beach, their uncle's threadbare gardening trousers, the jar of spare buttons kept carefully by their late aunt, some of them belonging to dresses long since donated to jumble sales. Feeling guilty that Lucy had had to cope with Ted's final lapse from consciousness alone, Strike acceded to her wishes, remaining in St. Mawes to lug boxes, nearly all of which were labelled Lucy, out of the house into a rented van, to throw rubbish into a hired skip, and take regular breaks, in which he administered tea and comfort to his sister, whose eyes had been constantly red from dust and weeping. Lucy believed the stress of Ted's removal to a nursing home had brought on his fatal stroke, and Strike had had to force himself not to become impatient with her repeated bursts of self-recrimination, doing his utmost not to match her fractiousness with ill temper, not to snap, nor to become irritable when explaining that just because he didn't want to take more of the objects associated with the most stable parts of their childhood, it didn't mean he wasn't suffering as much as she was from the loss of the man who'd been his only true father figure. All Strike had taken for himself were Ted's Royal Military Police red beret, his ancient fishing hat, his old priest, a wooden cosh with which to finish off fish still fighting for life, and a handful of faded photos. These items were currently sitting in a shoebox inside the hold-all Strike hadn't yet had time to unpack. Mile by mile, with no company except the emotional hangover of the past 10 days and the aching of his hamstring, the dislike Strike had already taken towards today's prospective client mounted. Desimma Mullins had the kind of accent he associated with the many wealthy, wronged wives who'd come to his detective agency hoping to prove their husband's infidelity or criminality in hope of securing a better divorce settlement. On the evidence of their only phone conversation to date, she was melodramatic and entitled. She'd said she couldn't possibly visit Strike's office in Denmark Street, for reasons she'd disclose in person, and insisted that she was only prepared to discuss her problem face-to-face at her house in Kent. All she'd deigned to divulge so far was that she wanted something proven, and as Strike couldn't imagine any possible investigative scenario that didn't involve proving something, he wasn't particularly grateful for the pointer. In this unpropitious mood, he proceeded along Canterbury Road through a landscape of bare trees and sodden fields. At last, windscreen wipers still swishing and clunking, he turned up a narrow puddled track to the left, following a sign to Delamore Lodge. Chapter 2. I have lost him, for he does not come, and I sit stupidly. O heaven, break up this worse than anguish, this mad apathy, by any means or any messenger. Robert Browning, Bells and Pomegranates, No. 5, A Blot in the Scutcheon. The house to which Strike had driven wasn't what he'd been expecting. Far from being a country manor, Delamore Lodge was a small, run-down dwelling of dark stone that resembled an abandoned chapel, set in a wild garden that looked as though it hadn't been touched in years. As Strike parked, he noticed that one of the Gothic windows had several cracked panes, which had been covered from the inside with what looked like a black bin bag. Some of the roof tiles were missing. Viewed against an ominous November sky and through driving rain, Delamore Lodge was the kind of place local children might easily believe to be inhabited by a witch. Placing his fake foot carefully, because sodden leaves from a few bare trees had formed a slimy carpet on the uneven path, Strike approached the oak front door and knocked. It opened seconds later. Strike's mental image of Desimma Mullins as a well-groomed blonde in tailored tweed could hardly have been wider of the mark. He found himself facing a pale, dumpy woman whose long, straggly brown hair had greying roots and which looked as though it hadn't been cut in a long time. She was wearing black tracksuit bottoms and a thick black woolen poncho. In conjunction with the wild garden and the ramshackle house, her outfit made Strike wonder whether he was looking at an upper-class eccentric who turned her back on society to paint bad pictures or throw wonky pots. It was a type he failed to find endearing. "Miss Mullins?" "Yes. You're Cormoran?" "That's me," said Strike, noticing that she got his first name right. Most people said Cameron. "Could I see some ID?" Given how unlikely it was that a roving burglar had decided to turn up at her house by daylight in a BMW at exactly the same time she was expecting a detective she'd summoned into Kent, Strike resented having to stand in the downpour while fumbling in his pocket for his driving license. Once he'd shown it to her, she moved aside to let him enter a cramped hall, which seemed unusually full of umbrella stands and shoe racks, as though successive owners had added their own without removing the older ones. Strike, who'd endured too much squalor in his childhood, was unsympathetic to untidiness and dirtiness in those capable of tackling them, and his negative impression of this dowdy upper-class woman intensified. Possibly some of his disapproval showed in his expression, because Desimma said, "This used to be my great-aunt's house. It was tenanted until a few months ago, and they didn't look after the place. I'm going to do it up and sell it." There were, however, no signs of redecoration or renovation. The wallpaper in the hall had torn in places, and one of the overhead lamps was lacking a bulb. Strike followed Desimma into a poky kitchen, which had an old-fashioned range and worn flagstones that looked as though they'd been there hundreds of years. A wooden table was surrounded by mismatched chairs. Possibly, Strike thought, eyes on a red leather notebook lying on the table, his hostess was an aspiring poet. This, in his view, was a step down even from pottery. "Before we start," said Desimma, turning to look up at Strike, "I need you to promise me something." "Okay," said Strike. The light from the old-fashioned lamp hanging overhead didn't flatter her round, rather flat face. If better groomed, she might have attained a mild prettiness, but the overall impression was one of neglectful indifference to her appearance. She'd made no attempt to conceal her purple eye bags, or what looked like a nasty case of rosacea on both nose and cheeks. "You keep things confidential for clients, don't you?" "There is a standard contract," said Strike, unsure what he was being asked. "Yes, I know there'd be a contract. That's not what I mean. I don't want anyone to know where I'm living." "I can't see why I'd need—" "I want an assurance you won't tell anyone where I am." "Okay," said Strike again. He suspected it might not take much for Desimma Mullins to start shouting or, and after the last 10 days he'd find this even less palatable, crying. "All right, then," she said. "Do you want coffee?" "That'd be great, thanks." "You can sit down." She proceeded to the range, on which a pewter pot was sitting. The chair creaked under Strike's weight, the rain drummed on the intact windows, and the black bin bag stuck over the cracked panes with gaffer tape rustled in the wind. Apart from themselves, the house seemed to be deserted. Strike noticed that Desimma's poncho was stained in places, as though she'd been wearing it for days. The back of her hair was also matted in places. Watching her make heavy work of brewing coffee, opening and closing cupboards as though she kept forgetting where things were, and muttering under her breath, Strike's opinion of her shifted again. There were 3 kinds of people he was unusually good at identifying on short acquaintance: liars, addicts, and the mentally ill. He had a hunch Desimma Mullins might belong in the 3rd category, and while this might excuse her ill-kempt appearance, it made him no keener to take her case. At last, she carried 2 mugs of coffee and a jug of milk over to the table, then, for no obvious reason, sat down extremely slowly, as though she thought she might do herself an injury by hitting the chair too hard. "So," said Strike, pulling out his notebook and pen, more eager than ever to get this interview over with, "you said on the phone you want something proven, one way or another." "Yes, but I need to say something else first." "Okay," said Strike, for the 3rd time, and he tried to look receptive. "I wanted you because I know you're the best," said Desimma Mullins, "but I was in 2 minds about hiring you, because we know people in common." "Really?" "Yes. My brother's Valentine Lancaster. I know you don't like each other much." This information came as such a surprise that Strike was temporarily lost for words. Valentine, whom he'd met infrequently and always reluctantly over a certain period of his life, was a good-looking, floppy-haired, extravagantly dressed man who worked as a stylist for various arty, glossy magazines. He'd also been one of the closest friends of the late Charlotte Campbell, Strike's sometime fiancée, who'd died by suicide a few months previously. "So, Mullins is my married name, from when I was in my 20s. "Ah," said Strike. "Right." Could she be telling the truth? He couldn't remember Valentine mentioning a sister, but then Strike had always paid as little attention as possible to anything Valentine said. If they were indeed brother and sister, Strike had rarely met a pair of siblings who resembled each other less, although in some ways that might add credence to Desimma's story. It would have been perfectly in character for Valentine to hush up this squat, grubby-looking woman, because he was a man who placed a very high premium on looks and stylishness. "It's especially important you don't tell Valentine where I am, or anything else I might ask you to keep private," said Desimma. "Okay," said Strike, for the 4th time. "And you know Sacha Lagarde, too, don't you?" Now starting to feel as though some personal devil had decided to devote its day to kicking him repeatedly in the balls, because Sacha was Charlotte's half-brother, Strike said, "You related to him too, are you?" "No," said Desimma, "but he's involved in what I want you to investigate. I never really knew Charlotte Campbell, though. I only met her a couple of times." Some might have considered her flat tone insensitive, given Charlotte's recent death in a blood-filled bathtub, but as Strike was more than happy to dispense with prurient questions or faux sympathy, he said, "Right, well, why don't you explain what it is you want me to do?" "I need you to find out who her body was," said Desimma, eyeing him with a mixture of wariness and defiance. "A body?" repeated Strike. "Yes. You probably read about it in the papers. It was the man they found in the vault of a silver shop in June." 5 months previously, Strike had been almost entirely focused on a complex case the agency had been investigating, and had had little attention to spare for much else. But he remembered this news story, which had generated a short but intense burst of media coverage. "Right," he said. "If it's the one I'm thinking of," though God knew why he was saying this, because how many men were found dead in silver vaults on average per month in London? "The police identified him quite quickly." "No, they didn't," said Desimma, her tone brooking no contradiction. "I thought," said Strike, though what he really meant was, as I accurately recall, "he turned out to be a convicted thief." "No," said Desimma, shaking her head. "He wasn't that thief. Not definitely." "I'm pretty sure that's what I read," said Strike, tugging his phone out of his pocket. He was hopeful now he'd be able to get out of here within 10 minutes, because she was giving him a cast-iron reason for refusing a case he definitely didn't want. "Yeah, see here," said Strike, having typed a few words into Google. "The dead man who posed as salesman William Wright during his 2 weeks' employment at Ramsay Silver has now been identified as convicted armed robber Jason Knowles, 28, of Haringey." "It wasn't definite," insisted Desimma. "I know a policeman, and he told me so." "Which policeman is this?" asked Strike, who had prior experience of those who asserted imaginary ties to the police to justify their lunatic theories. "Sir Daniel Gale. He's a retired commissioner. His daughter works for me. I asked her whether I could talk to Sir Daniel, and he spoke to some people, then told me the police never got DNA confirmation. They never proved it was that Knowles man, not beyond doubt." "What's your interest in finding out who the man was?" asked Strike. "I just need to know," said Desimma. Her voice was trembling. I need to know." Strike drank some coffee to give himself thinking time. Odd features of the case of the body in the vault came back to him. The body had been naked and heavily mutilated, which had naturally fanned the flames of press interest before the victim had been revealed as a violent criminal, at which point public sympathy and interest had dwindled considerably. Knowles, the press reported, had so severely beaten the female cashier at a building society he'd previously robbed that she'd been left with a fractured skull and seizures. In fact, there'd been general agreement that, however nasty his end, Jason Knowles had probably had it coming. "Are you worried the man was someone you know?" Strike asked. "Yes, I think—" "No," said Desimma, suddenly passionate, tears appearing in her eyes. "I know it was him, and I need proof, because I need proof. I just need somebody to prove it." "Who, exactly?" "He was someone very close to me, and he matched the body exactly, and it all fits. The silver and him being murdered, and he disappeared at the same time. It was him. I know it was." The lonely house, the tearful woman. Strike felt as though he'd been plunged back into the situation he'd left in Cornwall, but with far stranger overtones. Unable to think of anything else to do, he flicked open his notebook. "All right. What similarities are there between the body and the man you know?" "I've written it all down," said Desimma at once, reaching for the red notebook, and she flicked to the back of what was revealed to be a weekly diary, where Strike saw several densely written pages. "My friend was 26. The press said the body was of a man in his mid-20s to mid-30s. William Wright was left-handed. So was my friend. The body was blood group A positive. That's the same. 5 feet 6 or 7, that matches. Wright was interviewed for the job on the 19th of May. I didn't see my friend that day. Wright moved into a rented room on May the 21st. That fits because my friend was moving out of his house that weekend. I wanted him to bring all his things to my place, but he wouldn't. I didn't understand where he was putting it all. It must have been this rented room." Having tried and failed to think of a more tactful way of posing his next question, Strike said, "And why would your friend have changed his name and gone to work in a silver shop?" "Because it's complicated." "Have you reported him missing?" "Yes, of course. But the police aren't helping. They just took his aunt's word for it that—" She broke off, then said in a higher-pitched voice, "Look, I know it was him. I know it was, all right?" Strike, Robin and their subcontractors had a name for the kind of people who'd emailed and phoned their office in increasing numbers as the agency's profile grew, desperate to tell the detectives that they were being spied on by domestic appliances, that satanic rings were being run out of Westminster, or that they were in relationships with celebrities who were unaccountably withholding their affections due to malign forces. Gatesheads. The distinguishing characteristics of a Gateshead were an irrational belief, a dislike of common-sense questions, and an inability to contemplate alternative explanations for their dilemmas. The woman sitting opposite Strike was currently presenting a classic set of symptoms. "You said Sir Daniel Gale's daughter works for you," Strike said, hoping to unravel the problem by tugging on a different thread. "What exactly—" "I've got a restaurant," said Desimma. "The Happy Carrot on Sloane Street. She's my maitre d'." Strike happened to know the restaurant in question, which, in spite of the name, wasn't a vegan cafe, but a very well-reviewed and expensive eatery, offering organically produced food, to which Strike had recently tailed an unfaithful commercial pilot and his mistress. Unless Desimma was lying about being Valentine's sister, she came from money. The Loncasters were a very wealthy family, and Desimma and Valentine's father, whom Strike had never met, but about whom he knew far more than he'd ever wanted to, owned one of the most expensive private members' clubs in London. Trying yet another tack, he asked, "How well did you know the man you think was the body in the vault?" "Very well," said Desimma. To Strike's consternation, something now stirred beneath Desimma's poncho, as though her breasts had developed independent motion. Then, making Strike jump, an ear-splitting screech echoed through the kitchen. "Oh, God!" said Desimma in panic, scrambling to her feet. "I hoped he'd sleep." She now struggled out of her poncho, which caused her fine hair to stand up in the static, to reveal a very small baby strapped to her in a fleecy sling. You mustn't tell anyone about him, Desimma told Strike frantically over the baby's squalling. You mustn't tell anyone I've got a baby. Strike's disconcerted expression appeared to trigger still more panic in Desimma. He's mine. I can show you the birth certificate. I had him 3 weeks ago, but nobody knows about him, and you mustn't tell them. Robin had chosen a fine fucking day to get a sore throat, thought Strike, as Desimma tried and failed to extricate herself from the harness attaching the screaming baby to her. Finally, and mostly because he wanted the noise to stop, he went to her aid, successfully prizing apart a clasp in which part of the poncho had become entangled. Thank you. I think he's hungry. I'm feeding him myself. I'll leave you to it, said Strike at once, more than happy to go and sit in his car if that was what it took not to have to watch. No, if you'll just turn your back. He willingly did as he was bidden, turning to stare through the window not covered with a bin bag. The baby's screams dwindled. Strike heard the scraping of chair legs and a small whimper of pain from Desimma. He tried not to visualize what was happening behind him, and hoped to God she wasn't one of those women who'd happily bare their breasts in front of strangers. At last, after what felt much longer than a couple of minutes, she said in a shaky voice, "It's all right. You can turn round." Desimma had pulled the poncho back over herself, and the baby was once more hidden from view. As Strike sat down again, Desimma said tremulously, "Please, you can't tell anyone I've got him. Nobody knows, except the people at the hospital." While he'd thought she was living here alone, Strike had been agreeable to keeping her secrets, notwithstanding his suspicion that she wasn't in perfect mental health. She'd given no indication of suicidality, and she had family. If she wanted to hide out at her miserable inherited house, it wasn't any of his business. However, Strike didn't want the burden of being the only person who knew this baby existed outside the hospital. "Haven't you got a—" He struggled to think of someone whose responsibility women who'd just given birth might be. "A health visitor, or—" "I don't need one. You can't tell anyone about Lion. I need a guarantee." Strike, who was fairly sure she'd just told him her son's name was Lion, which didn't strengthen his reliance on her mental health, said, "Why don't you want anyone to know you've got a child?" Desimma burst into tears. When it became clear she wasn't going to stop any time soon, Strike looked around for kitchen roll, saw none, so pushed himself back into a standing position and limped off in search of toilet roll. The small bathroom off the hall had an old-fashioned chain-operated cistern and a dead spider plant on the windowsill. He took the entire roll off its holder, returned to the kitchen, and set it in front of the weeping Desimma, who sobbed her thanks and groped one-handed for a few sheets. Strike sat back down in front of his open notebook. "This man you think was killed in the vault," said Strike. "Is he your baby's father?" Desimma began to sob even more loudly, pressing toilet roll to her eyes. Strike took this as a yes. "He hasn't left me." She'd already told Strike her friend was 26, and Strike judged her own age to be nearing 40. Strike's own mother had married a man 17 years younger than herself, at whose hands Strike remained convinced, though the jury hadn't agreed, she died. Jeff Whittaker had married Leda Strike for the money he'd believed she had, and had been furious to discover that it was tied up in ways that meant he couldn't touch it. In consequence, Cormoran Strike wasn't very well disposed to much younger men who attached themselves to wealthy older women. "Everyone says he's left me," sobbed Desimma. "Valentine, he was vile about me and Rupe from the start. He actually said to me, 'You'd better not get knocked up by him.' He actually said that, and I was already pregnant. He was glad when Rupe disappeared, and my father said Rupe was only after my money. It isn't true. When we met, it was instant, like nothing I've ever felt before. It was as though I'd always known him, and Rupert felt exactly the same. He told me so. We had this incredible connection. It was as though we recognized each other, as though we'd known each other. Don't say in a previous life. In a previous life. His name's Rupert, is it? Was Strike's only response, picking up his pen again. Yes. Rupert Fleetwood. Desimma was struggling to pull herself together, and after a few gulps said, Rupert Peter Bernard Christian Fleetwood. He was born on March the 8th, 1990, and he grew up in Zurich. Is he Swiss? No. His aunt married a Swiss man, and when Rupert was 2, his parents took him there for a visit, and his mum and dad went skiing, and there was an avalanche, and they were killed. So he was raised there by his aunt and uncle. But he hated it in Zurich. He had a really unhappy childhood. He just wanted to get back to the UK, and finally he got to London, and then Sasha's Rupert's cousin, suggested he try for a job at my father's club, because Daddy's Rupert's godfather. And so that's how we met. I was splitting my time between Daddy's club and my own place, because Daddy's previous chef was fired. The news that Rupert was the cousin of Sacha Lagarde, who was an acclaimed actor and exceptionally good-looking, added weight to Strike's suspicion that Rupert Fleetwood had been interested in Desimma's money rather than herself. If he resembled Sacha, he could probably have taken his pick of younger, more glamorous women. How long were you and Rupert in a relationship? A year. Did Fleetwood know you were pregnant? Yes, and he was delighted. He was so happy, sobbed Desimma. But he was having some problems, and he's proud. He wanted to fix things himself. But he'd never have left me for good. We were so in love. Nobody understands. You mentioned him moving out of his house. You weren't living together. Obviously we were going to, eventually. But he had things he needed to sort out first. He was trying to protect me. Protect you from what? He had someone after him. Someone dangerous. Who was that? A drug dealer. And my father had called the police on him. Why did your father call the police? Because Rupert taken. But I still think he had a right to it, said Desimma shrilly. A right to what? A neth. A what? Said Strike, looking up. He'd never heard of such a thing. It's a big silver table ornament, said Desimma, sketching an object some 2 feet square in the air with her free arm. 17th century, in the shape of a ship. It used to belong to Rupert's parents. Daddy and Peter Fleetwood used to play backgammon and bet, and one night they were drunk. Daddy went and won this neth from Peter. So Rupert thought he had a right to it because it had once been his parents'. No. Look, right after Daddy won it from Peter, Peter and Veronica died. So you'd think he'd have given the neth back to Rupert. If not when he was a child, then when he needed money so badly. But he didn't. His own godson. How could he call the police on him? Because he'd nicked his bloody silver, was Strike's unsympathetic thought. But aloud he said, he had a drug dealer after him too. Yes, but that was all Zach's fault. Who's Zach? Rupert's housemate. He got mixed up in drugs, in coke, and there was this proper real gangster after him, because Zach hadn't paid what he'd promised or something. And Zach ran for it. His parents got him a job out in Kenya, and Rupert got stuck with Zach's rent and security deposit, and then this awful dealer was pursuing Rupert for payment of Zach's debt, threatening him. Do you know what the drug dealer's name was? They called him Dredge. I don't know his real name. He was literally threatening to kill Rupert unless he got his money, because he thought Rupert was rich, like Zach. But he's not. There's hardly anything left in his trust fund. He could barely cover all the outstanding bills Zach left him with. because his aunt and uncle used nearly all the money left by Rup's parents to send him to a boarding school near Zurich he loathed. And then my father sacked him from Dino's, and that's why he took the Neff, because he was desperate. I wanted to help him out financially, but he refused, because he knew people were saying he was only with me for my money. Strike strongly suspected there were things he wasn't being told. Fleetwood seemed to have had no scruples about brazen theft, so it seemed unlikely he'd refused a loan or a gift of money from his girlfriend. Strike thought it far more likely that the young man had shown a token reluctance to let Desimma help him pay off the dealer, trying to maintain the fiction that he loved her for herself, and assuming that she'd continue to press the offer. When she'd taken him at his word, he turned to other ways of cashing in on the wealthy Loncasters. "Okay," said Strike, turning a page in his notebook. "When's the last time you saw Rupert?" "On Sunday the 15th of May, said Desimma thickly, groping again for the red diary. "I cooked him dinner. He was really worried about Dredge coming for him and about being unemployed with the baby coming. So you see, don't you?" said Desimma, her eyes imploring. "He must have taken the Neff to that shop, Ramsay Silver, and they agreed to take it, but they couldn't let him have the money until they'd found a buyer. And then Ramsay Silver had a vacancy, and Rupert took it, just to have some money coming in. He'll have thought, once the Neff was sold, he could get Dredge off his back and stop being William Wright and come back to me. But then Dredge must have tracked him down and killed him." This was the first time Strike had ever met somebody who wanted an assurance their loved one was dead rather than alive. This, he supposed, was the most extreme manifestation of a phenomenon with which he was only too familiar. A woman absolutely refusing to accept that her partner wasn't what she thought him. "When did you last hear from Rupert?" "On the 22nd of May. We talked on the phone. He was moving out of his house that weekend, so we didn't talk for long. We... Sobs overcame her once more. Strike drank more of his now cool coffee. At last, Desimma said, "We argued. I wanted Rupert to just give the Neff back to Daddy, but he refused, which wasn't like him. He wasn't usually like that at all. He just told me it was his and he was keeping it. So you see," her voice rose to a wail, "it's my fault. What happened is my fault. He went to Ramsay Silver. He thought he had nobody on his side. He was desperate. And then he was killed. His phone's dead. His social media stopped. I went to the police. I was frantic with worry, and they didn't get back to me for weeks. And in the end they told me Rup's in New York, which is just ridiculous. He's not. I know he's not." "Why do the police think he's in New York?" "They took his aunt's word for it. She claims Rupert rang her on the 25th of May and told her he got a job there. But that's ridiculous. He doesn't know anyone in New York. What would he do there?" "What's Rupert's aunt's name?" "Angelica Warner. She's an awful woman. Rupert hates her. That's what's so ridiculous. He wouldn't tell Angelica anything." "Have you spoken to Mrs. Warner yourself?" "Yes. But she just shouted, 'He's in America,' and told me to stop pestering her. Rupert, well, he hadn't told her we were together. She hates my father or something." "What about Rupert's other relatives, friends?" "Nobody's seen him since the 22nd of May. Sasha won't even take my calls anymore. All he said was, 'If Angelica says he's in New York, that's where he is.' Nobody's taking this seriously. Rupert's friend Albi says he thinks Rupert went away to get his head together, but even Albi's stopped answering my calls now. Sasha won't talk to me. Valentine's been so vicious about it all, I came down here to have the baby in peace. I need Lion to know his daddy only went away to try and fix things, and he never meant to leave us for good. I've got to prove it. And then I'll be able to give Rupert a proper funeral, and at least we'll have a grave to visit. I can't go on like this. I need you to prove it was Rupert in that vault," wailed Desimma Mullins, her eyes as pink and swollen as a piglet's, her thief of a boyfriend's baby hidden beneath her dirty poncho. Chapter 3. Too suddenly thou tellest such a loss. Matthew Arnold, Merope, A Tragedy. Robin Ellicott had lied to her detective partner about having a sore throat and a high fever. In fact, she was currently lying in a hospital bed on a morphine drip, determined that as few people as possible should know why she was there. The previous afternoon, Robin had been crossing the concourse of Victoria Station in pursuit of a surveillance target when she'd suddenly felt as though a red-hot knife had pierced her lower right side. Her knees had buckled, and she'd vomited. A pair of middle-aged women had hurried to her assistance, and, muttering in panic about burst appendixes, had hailed a station attendant. In a remarkably short period of time, Robin had been gurneyed out of the station to a waiting ambulance. She had a hazy memory of the paramedics' faces, of more searing pain, and the bumping of the trolley as she was sped into the hospital, then of the icy ultrasound wand on her belly, and the anaesthetist's masked face. Her next clear memory was of waking up, being told that she'd suffered an ectopic pregnancy, and that her fallopian tube had burst. Robin had phoned her boyfriend, CID officer Ryan Murphy, as soon as she'd been able to reach her mobile, but he was too far across London to have any realistic chance of reaching her before evening visiting time had ended. She'd begged Murphy, who was horrified by what had happened, to call Strike with the excuse of the fever and sore throat, and tell him she wouldn't be able to drive him into Kent. Robin had also impressed upon her boyfriend that her parents weren't on any account to know what had happened. The very last thing Robin needed right now was her mother hovering over her and blaming what had happened on Robin's job, which she was sure, however unfairly, to do. The shock of her sudden hospitalization, and the reason for it, had been such that 24 hours later, Robin still felt as though she'd slipped through some kind of portal into a reality that wasn't her own. She'd barely slept the previous night, due to the low moans of an elderly woman in the next bed. That morning, Robin had been wheeled into a newly vacant single room, for which she was grateful, though without being entirely sure what she'd done to deserve it, except that one of the older nurses on duty seemed to pity her for having had no visitors. Groggy though she was, from the combination of sleeplessness and morphine, Robin had spent a lot of the morning trying to retrace events in her head, to work out when the contraceptive failure must have happened, given the likely date of conception given by her surgeon. She now thought she'd worked out when the mistake must have been made, and she dreaded having to talk to Murphy about it when he arrived in the afternoon. Most of all, she felt a vast sense of self-recrimination for not having managed her own body better, for having, as she saw it, brought this avoidable catastrophe upon herself. She was lying watching a murmuration of starlings twirl across the leaden sky outside her window when her mobile rang. She picked it up and saw her mother was calling. Unable to face the conversation, she let it ring. Linda gave up at exactly the moment the door of Robin's room opened. She looked around to see the broad, genial face of her surgeon, Mr. Butler. "Good afternoon," he said, smiling. "Hello," said Robin. "How are we feeling?" he asked, taking her chart from the end of the bed and casting an eye over it. "Fine," said Robin, as Mr. Butler pulled up a chair and sat down. "No pain?" "No," said Robin. "Good. Well now, did you know you were pregnant?" "No," said Robin. Not wanting to seem stupid, she said, I had to come off the pill for a bit, but we've been using condoms. I suppose one of them must have split, and we didn't notice. A shock, then, said Mr. Butler. It was, yes, said Robin, with polite understatement. Well, as I told you yesterday, we had no choice but to remove the ruptured tube. It's very fortunate you got here so quickly, because it could have been life-threatening. But I'm afraid there's an issue you might not have been aware of, said Mr. Butler, no longer smiling. What's that? Asked Robin. We found significant scarring on the fallopian tube we removed. We had a quick look at the other one, and it's exactly the same. Oh, said Robin. Have you ever had a diagnosis of pelvic inflammatory disease? No, said Robin. To your knowledge, have you ever had chlamydia? The dart of dread was blunted by the morphine, but Robin felt it nonetheless. Yes, when I was 19, but they gave me antibiotics. Right, said Mr. Butler, nodding slowly. Well, by the looks of it, the antibiotics didn't work. It can happen. Did you continue to have symptoms? Not really, said Robin. There had been some pain, certainly, in the months following the rape that had ended her university career, but she told herself it was psychosomatic. The last thing she'd wanted at the time were any more intimate physical examinations. No, I thought it had gone. Well, the symptoms are variable, but they can be easy to miss. Can you remember when you were next given antibiotics? I think maybe a year later, she said, struggling to remember. I got strep throat. I was given more then. Right, well, that lot probably did the trick, because there's no current infection. Unfortunately, though, you've been left with quite a lot of damage. I think it's very unlikely you'll be able to conceive naturally, I'm afraid. Robin simply looked at him. Possibly he thought she hadn't understood, because he continued, The embryo couldn't get past the scarring, you see, which is why it implanted in the tube and ruptured it. And, as I say, the other side's just as bad. Right, said Robin. How old are you? He asked, looking back at her chart. 32, said Robin. Well, there's nothing wrong with the ovaries. If you're planning on children, though, I'd consider freezing your eggs sooner rather than later. Your best chance would be IVF. Okay, said Robin. And you should be very careful with contraception going forwards. There's a significant chance the same thing could happen in the remaining tube if you conceive accidentally again. I'll be careful, said Robin. Good. Mr. Butler got to his feet and replaced Robin's chart at the end of the bed. We're going to keep you another night, but assuming you're going on well, I think you'll be able to go home tomorrow. Great, said Robin. Thank you. The surgeon left. Robin turned to look out of the window again, but the starlings had gone. The pewter-coloured sky was empty. Her mind was blank. She couldn't have said what she was feeling. She was simply numb. She ought to have gone back on the pill, of course, after being forced to stop taking it during the 4 months she'd recently spent undercover in a cult where all contraception had been banned. The repercussions of Robin's stay with the United Humanitarian Church were still playing out in the newspapers and on TV. Investigators had finished recovering all the bodies buried in unmarked graves on the land where the cult had first started. Its originators, a couple called the Waces, were in custody, along with the upper echelons of the UHC's management, and attempts were being made to trace many trafficked babies. Celebrity supporters were trying to backtrack with various degrees of success. A famous novelist was currently in hiding, while a young actress had been dropped from her new film after she was revealed to be one of the cult leader's spirit wives. The role the Strike and Ellicott Detective Agency had played in bringing down the cult had been minimized by both police and the agency itself. Robin had given a full, detailed statement of all she'd witnessed at Chapman Farm to the police, but to her immense relief, she'd been told she wouldn't be required to give evidence in court. Emboldened by the public exposure of the UHC's regime of faked supernatural events, hard labour and brainwashing, hundreds of former members were continuing to come forwards to give their accounts. For decades, the UHC had wielded its money and power to silence all critics. Now, it seemed that every few days there was another television or online interview with someone else the cult had harmed. A mere 2 months after Chapman Farm had been raided, the first memoir of an ex-member appeared and shot immediately to the top of the bestseller charts. All of this should have been gratifying to Robin, and she was indeed deeply relieved that the so-called church appeared to have been dealt a mortal blow. But she found the endless news coverage far more traumatizing than she'd expected. She'd rather not have been reminded about the retreat rooms, where cult members demonstrated their spiritual purity by having unprotected sex with anyone who wanted it. She'd have liked to expunge from her mind all memories of the five-sided temple where she'd been almost drowned. She'd have been delighted never again to see the pictures of the dark woods that kept being shown in the papers. And of course, it was impossible to completely extinguish all trace of the agency's role in bringing down the cult. While there were enough sordid details of what had gone on at Chapman Farm to keep journalists busy for months, and nobody except those very closest to the investigation knew the specifics of what Robin had gone through, there had been press calls to the agency's office, and her name and that of the agency had been mentioned in some of the coverage. An enterprising young tabloid reporter had tried to badger Robin into comment as she came and went from Denmark Street, until he was literally chased off by one of the agency's subcontractors, Midge, who advised the man, "Get the fuck out of it. She's got nothing to fucking tell you, you fucking prick." Robin worked steadily through all of this, determined not to admit to anyone how fragile she felt about it all. By her own choice, there'd only been a 1-week break to decompress after those months of non-stop high-stress work, but she hadn't wanted to add extra hormones to what she privately acknowledged to herself was a very shaky state of mind. So her pills had remained in her dressing-table drawer for the time being, although she'd looked up the efficacy of condoms before deciding to rely on them for a while. She hadn't left everything to chance, and they were 98% effective if used correctly. If used correctly. Robin's mobile rang again. She stretched out a hand, picked it up, and saw Strike's number. Glancing towards the glass panel in the door, in case another medic was about to walk in, and glad of a chance to think about something other than her fallopian tubes, she decided to risk it, and answered. Chapter 4. It should be objection sufficient to exclude any man from the Society of Masons that he is not disinterested and generous both in his acts and in his opinions of men and his constructions of their conduct. Albert Pike, Liturgy of the Ancient and Accepted Scottish Rite of Freemasonry. "Hi," said Strike. "How's the throat? Can you talk? If not, I'll email you later." "I can talk," said Robin. Her voice was slightly hoarse, because the hospital room was so warm, which was helpful to her cover story. "I'm really sorry I couldn't drive you. Where are you?" "Parked outside a pub called the Fox," said Strike, watching the rain splattering on his windscreen. "I've just left Desimma Mullins." "How was she?" "There is no single-word answer for that," said Strike. "I want your opinion." He described the interview he'd just had, outlining Desimma's theory that her boyfriend had been the body found in the vault of a silver shop in Holborn. "Oh, God," said Robin, when Strike had finished speaking. "Poor woman. So we're supposed to track down Rupert Fleetwood for her?" "Nope," said Strike. "What?" "She's very clear about the fact that she doesn't want him found alive. Any time I came close to hinting he might just have buggered off because of all the trouble he got himself into, she had another meltdown. We're in proper Gateshead territory. It's identify that body or nothing." "Tell me about this murder at the silver shop," Robin said. She'd been undercover at the cult without access to news in June, and this was the first she'd heard of it. Salesman calling himself William Wright was hired to work at Ramsay Silver, which he did until he was found dead in the vault 2 weeks later. Police theory is he went back with accomplices by night to rob the place, but a fight broke out and he was killed. I remember thinking the story was a bit off when I read it. "How was it off?" asked Robin. "Well, speed tends to be the essential component of a heist, doesn't it? If they were slick enough to get into the vault, you'd think they'd be smart enough not to have a punch-up mid-job. But a load of valuable silver was nicked the night he was killed, so it's hard to see what other explanation fits other than a burglary that turned into accidental killing. Before they identified the corpse, the story got a lot of coverage because the body was badly mutilated. The police seem to think that was done to prevent identification, and the shop deals in Masonic stuff and is right beside the Master Lodge of All England or something. Conspiracy theories. By the lorry load. But once the papers found out it wasn't a Masonic ritual killing, they lost interest. And the dead man was definitely this thief. "Well," said Strike reluctantly, "Mullins claims the idea of the body wasn't definite, and she might possibly be right, because I've just had a look, and in all the news reports where the bloke in charge of the investigation is quoted directly, he says he's 99% certain it's Jason Knowles, but then appeals for more information. I've had a quick Google, and I can't find anything more definite since. No DNA is now confirmed. We have proven beyond doubt. And I haven't caught the killers or found the silver either. And the retired police commissioner Desimma claims to know, Sir Daniel Gale, is real. But none of that means Fleetwood was in the vault. She's tried to construct a story around the fact that he had this bit of old silver to sell. But for her theory to be right, this drug dealer who was threatening to kill Fleetwood if he didn't pay off his housemate's debts would have had to track him down to the shop where he was pretending to be right, get in there by night with a couple of mates, open up the vault, murder Fleetwood, who's conveniently there alone at 1 a.m, carve up the body, remove this haul of silver, reset the alarm on the vault, leave the shop, and lock it up behind him without leaving any trace of his presence. Then scarp her with a large sack full of Masonic candlesticks or whatever was taken. And I think you'll agree that if he managed all that, the man wouldn't have needed his money back, because he'd be a fucking genie." Robin's laugh was cut short by a small exclamation of pain, because she'd experienced a sharp twinge in the operation site. "You all right?" said Strike. "Yes, just my throat." "Personally, I think Auntie in Switzerland pulled some strings to get him away from his cradle-snatching girlfriend, and he's exactly where she says he is, New York." "What do you mean, cradle-snatching?" "Desimma's 38. I just Googled her." "We've investigated enough men with wives 20 years younger than themselves, haven't we?" said Robin, a little coolly. Too late, Strike remembered that he didn't want to suggest to Robin that there was anything wrong with age gaps between romantic partners. "I'm only... She's not the kind of 38-year-old I can see your average 26-year-old going for." "Well, if he's really in New York, it shouldn't be too hard to prove." "Except that she doesn't want us to prove it. She'd literally rather believe he's dead than that he left her. She's called the baby lion," Strike added inconsequentially. "As in Aslan," said Robin, smiling. She knew perfectly well how ludicrous Strike would find the name Lion. "Yeah." "A lot of posh people call their kids strange things," said Robin. "As do nutters," said Strike. "Anyway, I'm calling for your opinion because I don't think it's ethical to take her money." "No, but it sounds as though she'll just try and hire someone else." "Oh, she will," said Strike. "And it's the sort of case where you could bleed the client dry if you were unscrupulous." There was a short silence, during which Robin stared at the ceiling of her hospital room, and Strike watched his exhaled vapour unfurl across the rain-spattered windscreen. "I think," said Strike at last, "I'll tap a couple of police contacts and find out just how certain they are the body was Noel's. If it's become 100% certainty since the news reports, I'll tell Desimma free of charge it wasn't Fleetwood, and then maybe she'll face up to reality." "And if it's still 99%? asked Robin, checking the time on her phone, because visiting hour was fast approaching. "Well," said Strike, whose Google search on Desimma had confirmed that she was exactly who she claimed to be, "I'd say we could investigate just to put paid to her delusions, because at least we wouldn't string her along. But in the interests of full disclosure, I should say that she and Fleetwood are both connected to people I hoped never to speak to again." "Who?" "Valentine Lancaster and Sacha Lagarde." "Sacha Lagarde the actor?" said Robin. "Why did—" "Oh." The realization had been a little delayed by the morphine. "Yeah," said Strike. "Sacha's Rupert Fleetwood's cousin, and Valentine Desimma's brother, who was one of Charlotte's best friends." Immediately, both Strike and Robin thought about the last time Strike's late fiancée had been mentioned between them, which had been over a month previously, on the day Strike had told Robin that Charlotte had been certain he was in love with his detective partner. In spite of the morphine, Robin now felt a strange mixture of anticipation and panic. Strike had opened his mouth to speak again, when Robin suddenly said, "Strike, I'm really sorry, I'm going to have to go." Without waiting for his response, she hung up. Chapter 5. "But oh my man, the house is fallen, that none can build again." A. Houseman, Poem 18, Last Poems. Robin had just seen visitors passing the glass panel in the door of her room, and sure enough, here was her boyfriend, tall, handsome, wearing a look of extreme anxiety and holding a bunch of red roses, several magazines, and a large box of Maltesers. "Christ, Robin," muttered Murphy, taking in the drip and the hospital gown. "It's fine," said Robin. "I'm fine." Murphy set down his gifts and bent to hug her very gently. "I'm fine," Robin repeated, although even the simple act of raising her arms to hug him back caused her some pain. Murphy dragged a chair to her bedside. "Tell me what the doctor said." To Robin's alarm, a hard ball seemed suddenly to have lodged itself in her throat. She hadn't cried since being admitted to hospital, and she didn't want to cry now. But having to say out loud the things the surgeon had just told her was going to make what had happened real, rather than a strange interlude she could half convince herself was a nightmare. She managed to tell Murphy the substance of what she'd been told without shedding any tears, hating how dirty and ashamed it made her feel to talk about the infection she hadn't realized was quietly destroying her fallopian tubes. By the time she'd finished talking, he had his face in his hands. "Fuck," he muttered. "It must have... the condom must have split." "Yes," said Robin. "Or come off, or something." He looked up at her. "You think it happened that night we rowed?" "It was that night," said Robin, her throat constricted. "From the dates, that's the only night it could have happened." "You still think I was drunk?" he asked in a low voice. "No, of course I don't," said Robin quickly. "I know it was an accident." Murphy had arrived late at Robin's flat on the night in question, on edge, his manner brusque. He'd been dealing, and was still dealing, with a dreadful case at work. A 6-year-old boy had been shot dead, and his 9-year-old brother blinded when caught in the crossfire of what was believed to be a gang shooting in East London. The Met had no leads, and the press were being highly critical of the way the investigation was being conducted. Murphy hadn't been rough during sex on the night in question, so much as clumsy. When he'd withdrawn from her, she'd asked whether the condom was intact, because she'd had misgivings, and he'd said, "Yeah, it's fine. I'm checking. It's fine," in a voice that was definitely slurred. When she'd asked, tentatively, whether he'd been drinking, Murphy, a recovered alcoholic, had blown up as Robin had never known him to do before. If his voice wasn't razor-sharp, he shouted, pulling his clothes back on, it was because he was fucking exhausted. What was she playing at, asking him if he was back on the booze? Was a man not allowed to be tired? He then walked out. 45 minutes later, he'd returned, full of contrition, and made an abject apology. Her question, he'd said, had reminded him of his ex-wife, who'd apparently refused to believe he was capable of sobriety, even when he was on the wagon. His explanation had been perfectly cogent. There'd been no smell of alcohol on him, and Robin had felt ashamed. Her boyfriend had been nothing but understanding and supportive after she'd ended the undercover job that had left her physically drained and emotionally spent. And she felt immensely guilty that she'd failed to extend similar consideration to him when he was going through work difficulties of his own. Robin had now had 24 hours alone in hospital to reflect on the fact that she ought to have gone to get the morning after pill following that night, but she'd assumed her worries about the condom had been as baseless as her suspicion that Murphy had been drinking. In any case, she'd needed to be up early for a surveillance job. Thank God her mother would never need to know that she'd prioritized an investigation over her own health. Thank God nobody would ever need to know. "I thought the thing was intact," muttered Murphy. "I swear I did." "I know," said Robin, reaching for his hand. "This is on both of us. I should have gone for the morning after pill. It was really stupid not to. But I'm going to restart the pill because, as I say, the surgeon said there's a high chance." Her voice broke. Murphy made to hug her again, but Robin held him off. "Sorry, I'm just sore." He passed her some tissues, then clasped her hand again. "Thank you for my flowers. They're lovely," said Robin, blowing her nose. "When will they let you come home?" "Tomorrow," said Robin. "Shit, that quickly?" "What, you wanted a longer break from me?" said Robin, forcing herself to smile. "No, but I'm supposed to be... I could see if I can get time off." "Ryan, it's fine. I'll get a taxi back. It was keyhole surgery, it's not a big deal. I haven't even got an overnight bag to carry." "But you'll need help at home. Let me call your parents." "No," said Robin firmly. "I can't stand them coming down here and fussing over me again. I can't, Ryan. Promise you won't tell them." "Okay," he said uneasily. "But I still think—" "I'll order takeaways and lie on the sofa and watch TV," said Robin. "I don't need anyone else. Apart from you," she added, obviously. Chapter 6. Grief for the loss of those we love is natural and proper. But we lament not only the death of a friend and benefactor, but also the loss of the true word, of which we are deprived by his death, and which we have henceforth to seek for until it is recovered. Albert Pike, Liturgy of the Ancient and Accepted Rite of Scottish Freemasonry. As it was Saturday, Denmark Street was full of shoppers when Strike arrived back there that afternoon. As he limped past the familiar guitar shops and record stores, even more tired, sore and depressed than when he'd left them that morning, the opening chords of House of the Rising Sun issued from an open door. In spite of his low mood, this caused Strike a brief moment of amusement. The owner of that particular shop had once told him he slapped an extra £100 on the price of any guitar bought by someone who played the riff in front of him. He climbed the metal stairs with difficulty, let himself into his deserted place of work, made himself a mug of creosote-coloured tea, then took a pile of files through to the inner office because he wanted to catch up on what he'd missed during the 10 days he'd spent in Cornwall. However, before opening these, he turned again to Google and scrolled slowly down through the search results, pausing on a picture of Desimma in a white chef's coat and hat, which belonged to the website for the Happy Carrot. Here, she looked far younger and fairly pretty, with her hair swept back in a shining bun and a dimpled smile. In a spirit of masochism, he then Googled Valentine Lancaster, which resulted in myriad images of Charlotte and Valentine together, falling out of clubs, attending launch parties and opening nights. Charlotte darkly beautiful, Valentine foppishly dressed, and both of them either beaming or bellowing with laughter. Charlotte and Valentine hadn't been just friends. To their great amusement, they'd been step-siblings during their childhood. For 2 acrimonious and explosive years, Charlotte's mother Tara had been married to Dino, Valentine's father, although their respective children had never lived under the same roof, because Valentine, and presumably Desimma, had been spirited off to Los Angeles by their own mother, who'd rebounded onto a composer of film scores. In the days when Strike had known her, Tara had often held forth when drunk on "that fucking bastard Lancaster." Strike had often suspected that the friendship Charlotte struck up with Valentine in adulthood had been at least partly in defiance of the mother she loathed, although it was undeniable that Charlotte and Valentine had also had much in common. A waspish sense of humour, a love of cocaine, an endless quest for distraction and drama, and a detestation of all that was worthy and dull. Looking at these pictures was the reverse of cheering. But Strike kept scrolling, pausing on a picture of Charlotte flanked by Valentine and her half-brother, the actor Sacha Lagarde, who strongly resembled her, except that he had vivid blue eyes instead of Charlotte's hazel-flecked green. Lagarde was the product of Tara's third and longest marriage, to a lord who owned a stately home called Heatherly House. Strike couldn't remember Sacha ever talking about a younger cousin in Switzerland, though this wasn't much of a surprise. When Strike had known him, Sacha's conversation had generally turned on himself. Strike next searched for Rupert Fleetwood, and soon found an Instagram account on which there'd been no activity since May. There were only a few selfies on Rupert's page, and they showed him to be far from the junior Sacha Strike had imagined. Fleetwood was an ordinary-looking young man, whose face would never have graced a magazine cover. He was pale, fair-haired, broad-shouldered and short-necked, with a very round face that put Strike in mind of an Edam cheese, minus the wax rind. One of the selfies showed Rupert and Desimma standing in some unidentified park, both of them muffled against what looked like a chilly spring day, taken on March the 8th of the previous year. Neither of the couple had arranged themselves to best advantage before it was taken. Desimma was windblown, a strand of dark hair in her eyes, her cheeks pink with cold, but with no stress rosacea or eye bags. Rupert was red-nosed, and his short neck wasn't flattered by his turtleneck. Strike was, however, forced to acknowledge that their ages didn't look too far apart here. Rupert had captioned the picture with the words in Italian, "Buon compleanno a me," happy birthday to me, and anime gemelli, soulmates. Other than this one lapse into Italian, there was no indication on Rupert's Instagram page of multilingualism, and no allusion to his Swiss upbringing. The bulk of his posts comprised photographs of London. No Swiss names appeared beneath his posts, which did indeed suggest he hadn't much enjoyed growing up on the continent, and had severed all ties. There were a couple of old family pictures on the account, including a photograph of Rupert with his parents, posted on the anniversary of their death. Baby Rupert was sitting happily in the arms of his glamorous mother, Veronica, whose thin eyebrows and choppy bob pronounced her to have given birth in the 90s. Her husband, Peter, narrow-faced and handsome, looked good-natured and vaguely bohemian. Further back still was another family picture on which Strike paused. This picture showed a chubby Rupert, aged around 12 or 13, standing with his Uncle Ned, Charlotte's second stepfather, in front of gigantic, many-pillared Heberley House. Like his famous actor son, Ned Legard had piercing blue eyes. Doubly certain he didn't want Desimma's case, Strike closed down the Instagram account and spent the next couple of hours familiarizing himself with developments in the agency's existing investigations. He was still reading when he heard a knock on the outer glass door. Swearing under his breath, because he supposed somebody had come to the wrong door, Strike heaved himself up. "Hi," said Kim Cochran, the agency's latest hire, when Strike opened up. "I was hoping you'd be back." Kim, who'd left the Metropolitan Police a year previously, had worked for a rival detective agency until it had gone out of business. She was pertly pretty, always well-groomed, and with her short brunette hair and alert brown eyes, reminded Strike of a small bird. "I've got news on Plug," she said. "Oh, right," said Strike, wondering why she couldn't have texted it rather than turning up in person. "Come through." The nickname Plug derived from its owner's resemblance to the character in the Bash Street Kids comic strip. He was, by common agreement, the ugliest man the agency had ever been hired to investigate, having very large ears, a pronounced overbite, buck teeth, and an uncoordinated lankiness. Aside from boasting a multitude of past criminal misdemeanors, mostly involving soft drugs and petty theft, Plug was also the lone parent of a scrawny teenage son who looked perpetually downtrodden and miserable. Father and son had recently vacated their cramped flat in Haringey and moved, uninvited, into the Camberwell house of Plug's mother, who had rapidly advancing Alzheimer's. According to Plug's well-to-do uncle, who'd hired the detective agency, Plug was not only verbally abusive to the old lady, he was gradually draining her of her life savings, and nobody in the family had yet found a legal way of stopping Plug helping himself to his mother's money, or dislodging him from her home. The aim in hiring private detectives was to find something for which Plug could be arrested. The Plug case made a change from the run-of-the-mill adultery cases the agency undertook for wealthy clients. It was pleasant, all felt, to be trying to stop an undeniable villain and protect a fragile old lady. Unfortunately, Plug hadn't yet been detected in any criminal activity whatsoever. "He's just met a guy at Tufnell Park Station," said Kim, "and handed over a big wad of cash. I got video." She held out her phone, and there, sure enough, was the astoundingly ugly Plug, passing over what looked like a roll of £50 notes to a man with many hand tattoos. "What's weird is, he didn't get anything back," said Kim. "I was hoping to see drugs or something." "Yeah," said Strike, watching the video. Having handed over the money in furtive fashion, Plug simply turned and slouched away. "Might be payment for services rendered, of course," said Kim. "What did he do after this?" "Went back to his mum's. Deb's taken over, so I suppose." Kim yawned. "Sorry. We'll find out whether Plug gets any funny deliveries this evening." She stretched, raising her arms to the sky and arching her back. Strike looked quickly back at the rota. She was wearing a snugly fitting black sweater. "Stiff," she said, dropping her arms back to her sides. "Too many hours in the car this week. Got any fun weekend plans?" "Work," said Strike, eyes on the rota. "Going to have to cover some of Robin's stuff now she's off sick." "I'm happy to do some of it if you like," said Kim. "I haven't got much on this weekend." "That's good of you," said Strike, looking back at her. "It's a bit tricky otherwise because Barclay's away tomorrow and Monday." "I like to keep busy. How was Cornwall?" "It was, you know," said Strike, eyes back on the rota. "Was he old, your uncle?" "Nearly 80.
"Still, never easy when they go."
"No," said Strike.
"And you had to drive out to that Mullins woman as soon as you got back, too. How was she, by the way?"
"Fine," said Strike, trying to inject a note of finality into his voice. Kim took the hint and stood up. She was good at taking the hint. "I'll be off then. Email me the hours you need me this weekend, and I'll be there." "Thanks," said Strike. "Appreciate it." Kim left. After another 20 minutes fiddling with the rotor, his eyes itching with tiredness, Strike locked up the office and headed upstairs to his attic flat to make himself a solitary dinner. He did his best to ignore the mounting pain in his hamstring while cooking himself a steak and vegetables, but his deepening depression was harder to dismiss. After sitting down at his small formica table, his thoughts moved to the dilemma that had been dominating his thoughts for many months now, latterly becoming acute, and in no way diminished by his miserable interlude in Cornwall. He discussed the matter with nobody, because he wanted neither advice nor comfort. Indeed, as far as he was concerned, there had been quite enough unwelcome interest in the subject already. When a man is forced to recognize that, in spite of his best efforts to prevent it happening, he's fallen in love with the woman with whom he's built a thriving business and who he considers his best friend, when that woman has been in a stable, happy relationship with another man for over a year, when the first man knows he risks both business and friendship if he makes an open avowal of his feelings, yet has decided he doesn't want to live with the knowledge that he might have had what he wanted if only he'd spoken, then that man must determine how, when, and where the long-resisted discussion is to take place. Strike had been mulling over this problem ever since he'd made his first sober attempt to breach the barriers he himself had erected between himself and Robin Ellicott, by telling her that Charlotte had been certain he was in love with his business partner, and had mentioned the fact in her suicide note. For the umpteenth time, as he sat eating his solitary meal, Strike recalled Robin's reaction when he'd uttered these words. Stunned, perhaps described it best. Stunned, and then flustered. The conversation had been cut short by the appearance at the office of Ryan fucking Murphy. The next time Strike and Robin had come face to face, there had been a definite tinge of self-consciousness on Robin's part that hadn't been there before. Such behaviour was, of course, open to widely divergent interpretations. Perhaps it showed he had grounds for hope. Strike had been alert in the days following his oblique admission for any uptick in the frequency of Robin's mentions of Murphy, or references to how happy she was with the CID officer, because these would surely be the obvious way to warn Strike that further mention of the word love between them would be unwelcome. But he detected no such increase. On the other hand, she'd made no attempt to return to the conversation, even obliquely or in jest. Some time since, when tallying up promising signs, he'd reminded himself that embarrassment didn't necessarily denote revulsion, that Robin had once uttered the words, "I don't want to lose you," and that she'd freely told him he, too, was her best friend. He recalled her wedding day, when she'd run out on her first dance to follow and hug him. Yet in his darker moments, he relived those fatal, drunken few seconds outside the Ritz, a little over 2 years previously, when he'd moved to kiss her and seen a clear refusal in her expression. He was 8 years older than Murphy, and while he knew, without vanity, that he was very attractive to certain kinds of women, on the available evidence, he wasn't physically what Robin liked. Both her current boyfriend and her ex-husband, Matthew fucking Cunliffe, had been slim, fit, classically handsome men, whereas Strike resembled a broken-nosed Beethoven, and was still, in spite of intermittently strenuous efforts, over a stone off his ideal weight, which in itself had to be calculated to accommodate the loss of half his leg. And Robin had hung up as soon as he'd mentioned Charlotte today. Why? Because she feared hearing again that Charlotte had thought him in love with her? Because she wanted to shut down any further discussion of the subject? His steak finished, and feeling, if anything, worse, Strike went to the hold-all he'd brought back from Cornwall and extracted the shoebox containing Ted's 2 old hats, the leather-bound fisherman's cosh, and the photographs Strike had removed from the familiar, now mournfully empty house. He hadn't cried at Ted's funeral, in spite of the invisible, weighty slab that had lain on his chest throughout. His uncle had become increasingly frail and confused after the death of his wife 2 years previously. But even as Strike had nodded at the bromides delivered by well-wishers at the crowded wake, perhaps it was for the best. He never wanted to be a burden. It's what he would have wanted going quickly. He'd found it hard to disguise a latent antagonism. They all appeared to have forgotten who Ted really was. Not the shambling figure who'd got lost one morning on the beach he'd once known better than his own face, but the hero of Strike's youth, his model of a man. Strike had been brought closest to tears when, in a welcome interlude at the bar with his oldest friend, Dave Polwarth, the latter had raised a pint of Cornish ale to the ceiling and said, "Proper man, Ted." Proper man was a Polwarthism with many connotations. To be a proper man meant to be a strong man, an outdoors man, but also a man of principle. It meant lack of bombast, a repudiation of shallowness, and a core of quiet self-belief. It meant being slow to anger, but firm in conviction. Polwarth, like Strike, had had to take his male role models where he could find them, because neither had a father who qualified as proper, and both boys had found in Edward Nancarrow a man worthy of admiration and emulation, whose approval meant more than any schoolteacher's star, and whose rebukes spurred a desire to do better, to work harder, to earn back Ted's good opinion. Now Strike took out the old pictures and examined them, one by one, pausing on the oldest one of all, which was black and white. It showed a large, swarthy, crudely handsome man with dark curly hair, exactly like Strike's, standing with his back to the sea, his enormous hand on the shoulder of Ted the boy, whose face was pinched with anxiety. Trevik Nancarrow, Strike's Cornish grandfather, had died before Strike was born, and given what he knew about the man, Strike had no sense of loss. Hard-drinking and powerfully built, Trevik had passed for a solid member of the community outside the family home. Within it, according to his children, he'd been pure terror. Trevik's long-suffering wife had died young, leaving him in sole charge of 2 children, born 14 years apart. Ted, who'd been 16, and Peggy, Strike's mother, who'd been only 2, the same age Rupert Fleetwood had been, it now occurred to Strike, when both his parents disappeared beneath a deadly mass of thundering snow. Trevik's mother had offered the fetching little Peggy a home. As capricious and mean-spirited as her hard-drinking son, the old woman had had no time for Ted. Teenage boys were messy and loud, and their place was with their father, whereas Peggy, the old woman insisted, loved and needed her granny, who took pride in dressing her and looking after her mane of long dark hair. Ted had told Strike much later that he'd known if he'd stayed in his father's house beyond the age of 18, murder would have been done, and it was a toss-up which of them would be killer and which the victim. National service had saved the young man, and having no desire to return to St. Maur's while his father lived, Ted, to Trevik's disgust, had remained in the army, foregoing the sea and the rugged coastline he loved for the military police, returning only when news reached him of his father's premature death. Ted had then married the local girl with whom he'd corresponded for 7 years. It was Ted who'd broken the pattern of hard-drinking violence that had plagued the Nancarrow men through generations. Ted's wife had had no need to fear his fists, and his surrogate children had known firmness, but never brutality. Ted had embodied the virtues, hitherto almost unknown in that family, of steadiness, sobriety, and fair play, whereas Peggy, who at 18 had seized her first chance of escaping her draconian grandmother and run away with a youth who'd come to Truro with the fair, had rechristened herself Leda, and carried chaos with her wherever she went, until her death in a squalid squat in London. Staring at Ted and Trevick, Strike found himself wishing the strong, capable storehouse of sense he'd just lost could be here with him tonight. Ted had always had a way of putting into words things the unsettled and often angry teenage Strike had recognized as true, even if he hadn't yet lived long enough to test Ted's words for himself. "There's no pride in having what you never worked for," had been one of Ted's well-worn maxims. Strike was prepared to put in the work with Robin, but the weeks that had elapsed since he'd seen the look of shock on her face had afforded few opportunities to advance his own cause. It wasn't only that, until the hiring of Kim, the agency had been overstretched covering its cases. Strike could also tell that Robin was finding the onslaught of press coverage about the UHC hard to handle. She seemed jumpier and more anxious than usual, yet had snapped at him when he'd mooted the idea of her taking more time off. He'd several times cut one of the subcontractors short when they'd wanted to tell Robin gleefully about a further UHC arrest, in the expectation that she'd be as happy about it as they were. For weeks now, Strike had daily postponed the declaration he wanted to make, because he feared that dumping his feelings on Robin right now would be selfish. Then Ted's death had forced Strike away from London, and now this virus of Robin's was prolonging their separation, and no doubt affording Murphy endless opportunities to play the considerate boyfriend. While he hadn't yet heard any concrete indications, Strike feared that Murphy might be planning a proposal. Murphy and Robin's relationship appeared to be as strong as ever, and both were clearly of a marrying disposition, given that each of them already had an ex-spouse. Robin was in her 30s, and might even be thinking of children. She'd seemed ambivalent on that subject the only time it had ever been mentioned between her and Strike, but that had been a while ago, before she'd met her handsome CID officer. After their last big case, and Robin's long and traumatic spell under cover, she might well feel now was the time to take a career break. These fears added urgency to Strike's predicament. He needed to speak up before Murphy went ring shopping or Robin announced she'd be needing maternity leave. "Never let the other chap change your game plan," Ted had once told Strike, though they'd been speaking of boxing rather than romance. "Stick to your own and play to your strengths." And what were Strike's strengths in this particular case? Undoubtedly the agency that he and Robin had built together, which he was almost certain meant as much to her as it did to him. Their work offered opportunities, although lately not enough of them, to spend a lot of time together. So many missed chances, thought Strike bitterly. Overnight stays, shared meals, and long car journeys, and he, like the stupid prick he was, had prided himself on not letting his attraction overmaster him. And what was the upshot? He was sitting here alone with the dregs of a pint and a throbbing leg, while Murphy was probably at Robin's flat, racking up points by bringing flowers and heating up soup. Bored by his own misery, he got to his feet again and washed his dinner things. Brooding would do no good whatsoever. What was needed was decisive action. It seemed to Strike that the wraith of Edward Nancarrow nodded approvingly at this conclusion. So having finished the washing up, he replaced the photographs and 2 hats in the shoebox, and then, after a second's deliberation, placed the old fisherman's priest on the windowsill, the only ornament, if it could be so called, he'd ever put on display. Chapter 7. Dully at the leaden sky, staring and with idle eye, measuring the listless plain, I began to think again. A. Houseman, 31, Hellgate, Last Poems. Robin was discharged from hospital on Sunday morning, with advice to take paracetamol and ibuprofen as needed, refrain from strenuous exercise, and resume normal activities only after a further 3 days' rest. She'd slept badly again, not because of noise this time, but because she dreamed, repeatedly, that she was back in the box into which she'd been locked overnight at Chapman Farm. These nightmares had plagued her over the last couple of months, but she told nobody about them, nor about the waves of panic that slid over her unpredictably, especially in crowded spaces, nor about the fact that unless Murphy was spending the night with her, she slept with her bedside lamp on. Robin knew what happened when she told people she was struggling mentally. They told her to stop doing her job. Strike had once or twice suggested her taking more leave after those intense months under cover, but Robin didn't want a holiday. She wanted to be busy, to bury herself in investigation, to fill up her restless mind with other people's problems. She took a taxi back to her flat with a thudding pain in her lower right side that painkillers had dulled without removing. In spite of what she told Murphy, whose gang shooting case was keeping him at work, about being fine alone, Robin felt weepy and infuriated with herself for being so.
Get a grip. This was nothing. Think of Strike, with half his leg blown off. You'll be fine once you get home.
But she'd been back inside her flat barely 10 minutes when the man upstairs turned on music which, as usual, was very loud. Robin listened to the pulsing bass line, too sore and tired to go upstairs and ask him to turn it down, but feeling more strongly than ever that she'd like to cry. Instead, she went to fetch her laptop. She just opened it when her mobile rang, and she saw her mother's number again. Mentally bracing herself, Robin answered.
"Hi, Mom. Sorry I didn't call you back yesterday," she said, before Linda could ask. "I was working."
"I thought you must be," said Linda, whose voice sounded thickened.
"Is everything okay?"
"I just wanted to let you know. We had to put Roundtree down."
"Oh, no," said Robin. "Oh, Mom, I'm sorry."
The family's chocolate Labrador had been old, but Robin had loved him. She felt the still unshed tears of the last few days sting her eyes. Linda, meanwhile, was clearly crying. "We had to," she said in a muffled voice. "It was his liver. There was nothing they could do. Better for him to go quickly."
"Yes, of course it was," said Robin. "But I'll really miss him. How's Dad?"
"He wants another one. He's already looking at puppies online. I don't know, though. Dogs are such a tie, and there'll never be another Roundtree." They spoke for a further 20 minutes, Robin mentioning none of her own troubles. When at last Linda had rung off, Robin turned back to her laptop, now doubly eager to bury herself in anything that would keep her mind busy. She Googled Silver Vault murder, then scrolled downwards. As she quickly saw, there'd been 4 distinct phases to the news coverage of the Silver Vault murder, all of it happening over a month in the summer, while Robin had been completely isolated from the outside world at Chapman Farm. In the immediate aftermath of the discovery of William Wright's body, words like naked, dismembered, mutilated, and Masonic had featured in 100 lurid headlines. From one of these, Robin learned that the discoverer of the handless, eyeless corpse had been the silver shop's owner, Kenneth Ramsay.
"It was the most appalling shock, as you can imagine. I genuinely thought I was going to have a heart attack. The body on the floor, all the Murdoch silver gone. We can't understand how it happened, let alone why. Wright didn't have keys or codes, he shouldn't have been able to get into the shop that night, and he definitely didn't know how to open the vault." Robin clicked on a related article to discover what the Murdoch silver might be. Priceless Masonic treasures, recently bought at auction, were stolen from the vault in which William Wright was murdered. These were part of the collection of A. H. Murdoch, a Scottish-born explorer and Freemason who discovered the second-largest silver mine in Peru in 1827. Murdoch amassed the biggest, most important collection of Masonic artifacts in the world, some commissioned from silver from his own mine, others collected over many years. These included the ceremonial dagger of John Skene, the first Freemason ever to emigrate to America. The articles stopped short of suggesting that William Wright had been murdered as part of some Masonic plot, though plenty of reports nudged up against the exciting possibility. Murdered in the shadow of Freemasons' Hall, the imposing meeting place of over 1,000 Masonic lodges. The Murdoch silver holds great significance for those who practice the secretive craft of Freemasonry. The next phase of press coverage had been triggered by the discovery that there had been no such person as William Wright, whose name, CV, and personal details had been found to be fake. The possibility of Masonic involvement was now deemed to have grown stronger. Masonic murder. Who was slain victim? Police continue to appeal for information on the salesman posing as William Wright of Doncaster, who was stripped and dismembered in the vault of a Masonic silver shop. Several notable Freemasons have borne the surname Wright, including Sir Almroth Wright, bacteriologist, and author Dudley Wright. Grainy images of Wright, taken from Ramsay Silver's internal security camera, had been released to the press, but they were of such poor quality that Wright could have been almost any bearded, bespectacled man. His shape was the most distinctive thing about him, because, while quite short, he was well proportioned with broad shoulders. The blurry nature of the pictures seemed to have added to the mysterious aura around the murder. During this second phase of the reporting, police announced that they'd had many leads about Wright's possible identity and were following them all up. The next wave of news stories, which was by far the most excitable, began when the police released more still photographs, this time from CCTV cameras close to the silver shop at night, which appeared to show William Wright and 3 other men heading towards the shop in the early hours of Saturday, the 18th of June. These pictures were also fairly indistinct, although one of the men was definitely short and sported a beard. The tabloids now became feverish with excitement, and while the broadsheets reported the wildly spiraling stories of Masonic ritual killing only to urge caution in believing them, they nevertheless devoted multiple paragraphs to the theories. Online sleuths have been quick to point out that the murder of William Wright has strange echoes of the legend of Hiram Abiff, the mythical Grand Master of the stonemasons, who was entrusted with the building of King Solomon's temple, including a secret vault to house the Ark of the Covenant. Abiff possessed knowledge of a secret word, a symbol of divine wisdom. 3 lesser masons, Jubella, Jubello, and Jubellum, wished to gain knowledge of the word and threatened Abiff, who refused to give it up, and was therefore murdered inside the temple by the 3 tools sacred to Freemasons: the gauge, the square, and the gavel. Ornate versions of these were among the objects stolen from the Ramsay silver vault, where the body of Wright was found. Robin glanced through excitable reader comments, some of whom had spotted still more Masonic features in the killing of William Wright. The severing of the body's hands is an allusion to the dismembered hands of the mysteries that unlock the Temple of Wisdom. The surrounding silver might well have been an allusion to the scripture reading in the 3rd degree, or ever the silver cord be loosed. I've heard the letter G was carved into Wright's back, obvious reference to the only surviving letter of Hiram's secret word. But then had come Phase 4, which proved horribly anticlimactic. The police had announced that William Wright had in fact been Jason Knowles, 28, of Haringey. Knowles had previously served 6 years for the burglary of a building society in Lewis in 2010, and his mugshot showed a broad-shouldered, thick-necked, well-muscled man with a narrow freckled face and a slightly manic glare. An article in the Times concluded,
Given the widespread speculation on social media about a so-called Masonic killing, which has been amplified by some sections of the press, I'd like to confirm that we have no reason to believe that Knowles's death was in any way associated with, inspired by, or committed by Freemasons, nor does the proximity of the United Grand Lodge have any bearing on the case whatsoever, said DCI Malcolm Truman, who has led the investigation. We are now as certain as we can be that Knowles and his killer, or killers, were motivated by nothing but financial gain, and we continue to appeal for information about the murder and the objects stolen from the Ramsay silver vault. Robin wasn't surprised to see that this dampening news hadn't entirely extinguished the hopes of those reluctant to give up the possibility that the killing had been a deliberate reenactment of the murder of Hiram Abiff. Sean Coolidge. The guy was murdered while stealing Masonic items from a Masonic shop in the shadow of the United Grand Lodge of England, but sure, no Masons were involved. Peter Mickelson, if you're ever murdered in the veg aisle at Tesco's, will know a cucumber did it. Floozy Susie, ha 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 ha. Debbie Palzer, lol. This comment has been removed as it violated our community standards policy. Jane Burnett, all that nonsense about Freemasons, and it was a common or garden burglary. Skanky Doodle, how many common or garden burglaries end with a thief left behind with his eyes pulled out and his hands cut off? Why was nothing taken from the shop except Mason stuff, and why was the body naked and killed in a ritual manner? Jane Burnett, as the daughter and wife of Freemasons, I can assure you that there are no ritual killings involved. Freemasons raise many millions for charity every year, yet are routinely stigmatized by ignorant people such as yourself. This comment has been removed as it violated our community standards policy. Jeff Grayling. Security at that shop must have been piss poor if the guy could crack the vault after working there for 2 weeks. Paul Everly was just thinking that exact thing, either lacks security or inside job. Starbanger. My comment has now been removed by the moderator twice. There is something bloody fishy here. The chief investigator Malcolm Truman is a Freemason, member of Winston Churchill Lodge 7502, Holborn. Robin's phone rang. She hoped it would be Strike, but it was Kim Cochran. "Hi," said Kim briskly, sounding as though she was in a car. "Just a quick one. Did Plug look like he was heading for a train when you lost him on Friday? Or could he have been meeting someone?" "Possibly meeting someone," said Robin. She'd had the presence of mind to text Kim after she'd come round from surgery, pretending to have confused Plug with another man in the bustle. "He was heading towards Cafe Nero when I lost him." "I'd have thought it was impossible to mistake anyone else for Plug," said Kim, with a little laugh. "It was very crowded," said Robin. "Must have been. I'm only asking because I saw him handing over cash to a guy at Tufnell Park yesterday," said Kim. "I'm following him up the A12 right now. Strike asked me to do your shift this morning." "Right," said Robin, and then, with an effort, "Well, thanks for covering for me." "He's pretty depressed, poor guy." "Who is?" "Strike, after Cornwall. He was telling me all about it." "Oh," said Robin. "Right. Good to know about Victoria, anyway," said Kim. "You get back to your lemsip." She hung up, leaving Robin staring, eyes narrowed, at her phone. Robin had been telling herself that Kim Cochran was a good hire ever since the latter had joined the agency. Kim's work was exemplary, and she had good police contacts, because she'd worked for the Met for 8 years before becoming a private detective. However, the more contact Robin had with Kim, the less she liked her. This was largely due to the marked mismatch in the way Kim treated the two people whose names were engraved on the agency's glass door. Kim laughed longer and harder at Strike's jokes than anyone else, and treated his ideas and opinions with deference. To Robin, Kim was casual, even dismissive.
She'd already made a jocular sideswipe at the fact that Robin, alone of the detective team, had no police or military background, hinting that Robin's main worth to the investigative team was that she was sleeping with a CID officer, then laughing loudly, "I'm kidding," when Barclay had retorted, "When's the last time you brought down an entire fucking cult?" Robin set aside her laptop and headed for the kitchen. She didn't want to think about Kim Cochran, but as she made herself tea and toast, because toast didn't necessitate reaching up for dinner plates or bending down for saucepans, her unruly thoughts returned to something that shouldn't have annoyed her at all. Kim asking Midge, who'd passed the information on to Robin, what Strike's relationship status was. When a woman has spent a period of years asking herself whether she's fallen in love with a man she considers her best friend, when she's sacrificed a marriage and financial security for the business they've built together, when, after finding out that that same best friend is secretly sleeping with another woman, she's forced to admit to herself that she has indeed fallen in love with him, then the only thing to do is to fall out of love as quickly and as cleanly as possible, and this Robin had made every effort to do. Unlike Strike, she didn't particularly want to spend the rest of her non-working life living alone in a Spartan flat with a succession of short-lived affairs to break up the monotony, so she'd done what had been urged upon her by their mutual friend Ilsa Herbert and accepted Ryan Murphy's offer of a drink. Over a year after that first date, Robin really did think, no, she knew, that she loved Murphy. The events of the last few days had certainly left her shell-shocked and destabilized, but that would pass. Murphy was kind, intelligent, and very good-looking. Yes, there'd been a conversation 2 months previously in which Strike had hinted. Standing beside the toaster, Robin told herself she wasn't going to start deconstructing that conversation again, because she didn't need any more complications, pain, or stress in her life. She was with Murphy, and Strike could do what he liked, although if what he liked was responding to Kim's flirtation, "He's pretty depressed, poor guy. He was telling me all about it." She pitied his taste, and that was all there was to it. Robin took her tea and toast back to her laptop, while Stitches by Shawn Mendes blasted through her sitting-room ceiling. As she sat down, her mobile rang again, and this time it was Strike. "Hi," he said. "How are you feeling?" "Bit better," said Robin. "How are you?" "Fine. Sitting in a BMW watching Arsehole's ex-wife having lunch with another woman." "You need to stop calling him Arsehole," said Robin, half amused, half exasperated. "Especially in public. Pat thinks we should use Mr. A." "Pat doesn't have to give him weekly updates," said Strike. The client in question was a South African cricketer who believed his ex-wife was having an affair with a married tabloid journalist, and that this accounted for the recent stream of unflattering, though true, stories about the cricketer's past in that particular paper. Strike happened to know the journalist in question. His name was Dominic Culpepper, and the agency had occasionally done jobs for him in the days before they could afford to pick and choose their clients. "I wanted a word about the Mullins case, if you've got time," said Strike. "Yes, go on." "I've tried every police contact I've got to see if they know anything about the body in the vault, but no dice. Wardle, Leybourne. I even tried Anstis. None of them were anywhere near the case, and they don't know anyone who worked on it. Couldn't try Vanessa Requenzi, could you?" "I can, but she's on maternity leave." "Shit," said Strike. "Might ask Kim if she knows anyone." "I could ask Ryan," Robin suggested, "although he's kind of snowed under at work just now," she added, when Strike didn't say anything. "He's on that gang case where those 2 young brothers got shot." "Nasty," said Strike, though without much sympathy. "Well, unless we can get a friendly copper to give us some inside info, I think this is a dead end. We can't tell Desimma it definitely wasn't Fleetwood unless we know what forensics said." "I'll try Ryan."
said Robin. "I've also called one of Fleetwood's friends, a bloke called Albi Simpson White," said Strike. "He's a waiter at Desimma's father's club, Dino's, but isn't available to talk."
"Dino's?" said Robin. "That private member's place with a restaurant at the back."
"That's the one."
"I looked into taking Mum there for her 60th. The average cost per person for lunch is £400.
£400 for lunch?
It's got 3 Michelin stars.
I'm not spending 400 fucking quid on lunch unless you're chucking in the table and chairs."
Robin laughed, but stopped quickly because it hurt. "I haven't asked how it was in Cornwall."
"What? Oh, as you'd expect," said Strike.
"Non-stop crying from Lucy. She's taken virtually the entire contents of the house back to Bromley with her, which I doubt Greg'll be happy about. Funeral was packed. I wish— Shit, gotta go. Mrs. A's on the move." Strike hung up, leaving Robin wondering what he wished. In the absence of anything else to distract her, the disquiet she'd been trying to suppress ever since her talk with the surgeon intensified. After staring for a further minute at the name of the Masonic Lodge to which DCI Truman allegedly belonged, Robin moved her cursor back up to the top of her laptop screen and reluctantly typed in egg freezing. Chapter 8. It is the saddest of all sights upon this earth, that of a man lazy and luxurious. He is the faithless steward that embezzles what God has given him in trust. Albert Pike, Morals and Dogma of the Ancient and Accepted Scottish Rite of Freemasonry. The ex-wife of the cricketer Strike called Arsehole, and Pat, Mr. A, was driving in the direction of her flat in Chelsea. While her social circle overlapped with that of Dominic Culpepper, she and the journalist had shown no signs so far of being anything other than nodding acquaintances. Strike had pitched to their cricketer client the idea of looking more closely at other people close to him to discover the source of leaks to Dominic Culpepper's paper, but Arsehole, living right up to his name, as Barclay had put it, had sneered at this suggestion, remaining insistent that the agency keep watching his ex-wife. So Strike drove on through the steadily fading sunlight to Glebe Place, where the gorgeous ex-model parked her Mercedes S-Class and entered the townhouse she'd received as part of her divorce settlement. Strike parked his BMW, then settled back to watch the woman's front door. Judging it safe to assume that, at a bare minimum, she was changing her clothes to go out again, he took out his mobile and found the number Desimma had given him for Rupert Fleetwood's Aunt Angelica in Zurich. The European dialing tone sounded long and shrill in his ear, and after a few seconds was replaced by an upper-class voice. "Warner?"
"Mrs. Angelica Warner?"
"Speaking."
"My name's Cormoran Strike, and I'm a private detective. I was given your contact details by—"
"You're what? What did you say you are?" He got as far as private detective a second time, at which some sort of explosion seemed to happen at the end of the line. "What is this? What is this? Is this that Desimma again, or whatever her damn name is?"
"I was hoping to ask you about your nephew, Rup—"
"This is intolerable. First the police, then you."
"You've spoken to the police, Hap."
"Who does she think she is, sending people to badger me?"
"I understand she's your nephew's girlfriend," said Strike.
"I've looked her up. I know who she is," said Rupert's aunt. "What he thought he was doing, getting involved with the daughter of that ghastly man."
"You don't like Dino Lancaster?"
"It's immaterial whether I like him or not, and she's old enough to be his mother. Well, not quite. He was after her money, and I suppose he didn't get enough of it. That's why he left her. Tell her that. Tell her that from me," shouted Mrs. Warner, nee Fleetwood. "He just wants an easy life, doesn't want to work."
"Desimma told me you think Rupert's in New—"
"He is in New York. I told him he needed to get a proper job, and he did. And about bloody time, too.
He's a grown man and he needs to sort out his own messes. Would you happen to have contact If he hasn't given her his contact details, it's because he doesn't want her to have them. But you're confident he's in America, are you? You've heard from him since the 25th of It's none of your business whether I've heard from him or not. It's outrageous. Sending people to pester me like this, outrageous. Desimma's simply concerned about Rupert, and she'd like to be reassured The police are satisfied as to his whereabouts, so I'll thank Miss Lancaster to stop pestering me. Passing my phone number out. You haven't got any concerns about Rupert's safety, personally. Why should I have? Why should I have? I hear he was being threatened before he went away, said Strike. If he got involved with drugs, I've got no sympathy for him. Nothing to do with me, I told him. I'm not giving you money, so don't ask. Rupert wanted you to help him out, did he? I'm not paying off drug debts. I haven't got money to pour down the drain. You're aware that he was being threatened. I don't doubt he was being threatened. He ought to choose his friends more carefully, oughtn't he? As far as you're aware, that's all I've got to say. Goodbye. The line went dead. Chapter 9. If you would have me better for your love, revert no more to these sad themes. Robert Browning, Paracelsus. At 8 o'clock that evening, Robin's doorbell sounded. "Hi," said Murphy's voice over the intercom. "I've got chips." "Oh, wonderful, I'm starving," said Robin, and she buzzed him inside. "Fuck's sake," were Murphy's first words after stepping over the threshold and kissing Robin hello. He was glaring at the ceiling, through which the upstairs neighbour's music was still pounding. "Want me to go up there and tell him to knock it off?" "There's no point," said Robin. "He turns it down for 20 minutes, and it starts creeping up again. He thinks people won't notice as long as he does it gradually. Twat. Sit down. We only need knives and forks. I've brought drinks." "Ryan, this is lovely, thank you," said Robin 5 minutes later, once both were eating their fish and chips off their laps, a can of zero-alcohol beer and a Diet Coke on the coffee table. "How are things at work?" "Same," said Murphy, clearly disinclined to go into the complexities of the gang shooting case. "How are you feeling?" "A lot better," said Robin, who hoped that if she said it often enough, she'd start believing it. They ate without talking for a few minutes, until Robin said, "Listen, do you know anything about a murder that happened while I was at Chapman Farm? The one they thought was Masonic?" "What, the body in the silver shop?" "Exactly." "Yeah, an armed robber got bumped off," said Murphy, through a mouthful of cod. He swallowed. "Alternatively, a male prostitute got murdered by the shop owner, who panicked and chucked the body in the vault because he couldn't think what else to do with it." "Was that an actual theory?" said Robin, freezing with a chip halfway to her mouth. "Probably a joke. You know what it's like. The dead guy was naked and fake tanned." "You know someone who was on the case?" "Yeah? Why?" "Strike met a woman yesterday who's convinced the man in the vault was really her boyfriend." "She the type to date armed robbers?" "I wouldn't think so. She's quite posh, I think. Her boyfriend was a waiter, a posh waiter. We're trying to find out for her whether it was ever confirmed beyond doubt that the man in the vault really was that armed robber." "As far as I know, they're happy with the ID," said Murphy. 100% happy." "Dunno," said Murphy. "Why? Strike fancies showing up the Met again, does he?" "What?" Murphy reached for his no-alcohol beer and took a swig. "People have lost their careers after Strike's come meddling, you know." "Who?" said Robin sharply. "Roy Carver, you mean? Strike tried to give him the solution and he wouldn't listen. And if you're going to blame the agency for solving things the police didn't, you should be blaming me too." Murphy ate a few more chips before saying, "The coppers who keep feeding Strike information aren't winning many friends at work, I can tell you that. Eric Wardle ought to think about that next time he accepts a free curry."
"We've given Wardle plenty of stuff in return," said Robin. "It's been a two-way street, you know." She refrained from pointing out that Strike had handed Murphy the kudos of arresting a killer just a couple of months previously, and that the agency had given Murphy material assistance in another case. She couldn't help suspecting that the continuing coverage of the successful investigation of the UHC versus Murphy's so far unsuccessful attempts to catch the shooter of the two young boys was exacerbating her boyfriend's resentment. They ate for a few more minutes, the only sound the pounding of the bass from upstairs. "Sorry," said Murphy abruptly. "Just not enjoying all the slagging off we're getting in the press." He drained his can of beer and said, "How's that Cormoran woman settling in?" "Well," said Robin. "Too well. She had quite a rep at work, I hear." Robin really wasn't in any mood to hear what a wonderful detective Kim had been, so she changed the subject to US President-elect Donald Trump's latest public pronouncements on the subject of whether or not he'd pursue the imprisonment of his defeated opponent, Hillary Clinton. There was one thing to be said for Trump's shock election triumph, thought Robin. It always gave you something to talk about if you wanted to avoid other, trickier subjects. After they'd finished eating, Murphy took the cutlery through to the kitchen and washed them up, instructing Robin to remain where she was, then returned with coffees. Seeing his tentative expression as he sat down again, Robin felt a prickle of dread. "So, how are you feeling about—" "I told you, a lot better. I'll definitely be good to go back to work on Wednesday." "I didn't mean physically." Robin, who'd known exactly what Murphy had meant, said, "Well, I'm glad to be out of hospital, obviously. Mum just called me, by the way. They had to put Roundtree down. His liver packed up." "Shit," said Murphy. "I'm sorry." Robin, who'd mentioned Roundtree's death purely to change the subject, found herself temporarily unable to speak. Her throat had contracted, and she was afraid she was going to cry, not least because she could tell Murphy wasn't going to be deflected from what he really wanted to talk about. "Can't we discuss it?" he said quietly. "Discuss what?" Robin said with difficulty. "What the doctor said." "I told you, I've restarted the pill." "No, not that. About freezing your eggs." "I haven't thought about it," said Robin. "Don't you think it might be a good idea? To be on the safe side?" "What safe side?" said Robin, her voice suddenly ragged. "I've looked up what it involves. You have to be pumped full of hormones and go under a general anaesthetic, and sometimes you have to do it multiple times if they don't get enough eggs, or they aren't viable." "Why wouldn't they be viable? You're only 32. Shocked by her own anger, Robin was avoiding eye contact again. "Don't cry." "I feel like you're blaming me," said Murphy. "I'm not blaming you, You're talking about egg freezing as though it's nipping down to the shops. It isn't. It's invasive and time-intensive. I might need time off work." "Can you not forget about work for 2 minutes? That's rich coming from you. You've been working round the clock lately." "I'm sorry I've left you alone today. Do you think I wanted to? You were the one who didn't want your parents to know." "This isn't about being left alone. I'm fine on my own. I'm just pointing out it's apparently okay for you to put work first, but not me." "That's different. I've got to do what I do." "Someone put a gun to your head and made you join the police, did they?" "Come on. You know what I mean." "Yes. That my work's so trivial it doesn't matter if I don't turn it." "I never said it was trivial." "You want me to forget about work. Well, I don't want to forget about it. I happen to love my work, and I'm also damn good at it," Robin added, in a shaking voice. "Bloody hell, I know you are. I'm just asking you to put yourself first for a bit." "No. You're asking me to put my eggs first. My eggs and I are not the same thing." A silence followed. "I'm trying to tell you," said Murphy at last, "that if you want to do the egg thing, I'd support you through it. I'd be with you. What do you mean, with me? Will you have to be prodded and poked and fiddled about with, Ryan? Will you have to have things inserted inside you and swallow drugs and suffer any pain or discomfort at all? No, said Murphy, looking unnerved. We've never talked about children, said Robin. You've never even asked if I want them. I assumed you like kids. Your niece, your godkids. I do like 'em. I love 'em, of course I do. That's not the... Look, said Robin, still fighting tears she was determined not to shed. This isn't the way I ever wanted to have this conversation. But if you're asking, I don't know whether I want kids of my own, okay? But even if I don't, it wasn't easy having that surgeon tell me, out of the blue, that fucking rapist did this to me and... No! Murphy, who'd risen to hug her, recoiled. I'm sorry, said Robin. I'm still sore. I'm sorry. Don't apologise. Murphy dropped to his knees beside the sofa and reached for her hand instead. What can I do? He said humbly. Stop bitching about my work and strike and the agency, said Robin angrily, wiping her eyes on her sleeve. I've had enough of that from Matthew and my bloody mother. Nobody's trying to show anyone up. We're just trying to find out whether we can help that woman. She's just given birth to her boyfriend's baby and doesn't know where he's gone. It must be awful. I'll stop bitching, said Murphy quietly. I was being a dick. What can I do to make you feel better? Name it. Ice cream? Weekend in Paris? A reluctant laugh escaped Robin. Dog, do you want a puppy? Ryan, you sound like you're trying to lure me into a van. He laughed, and Robin did too, even though it hurt. Come on, I'm serious, he said. Anything, name it. Anything? That's what I said. Okay, said Robin, taking a deep breath. Find out how certain the police are that it was the armed robber in that vault. Murphy sat back on his heels, his expression so strangely blank that Robin said, Sorry, forget it. I don't want you to do anything. It's not that, said Murphy. He rubbed a hand across his face. The woman I know who's on the case. I had a drunken grope with her about 6 years ago. Oh, said Robin. No sex. Lizzie had just left. I was shit-faced. It happened down the pub. Right, said Robin. Murphy sighed. I could ask her if it's really that important to you. She knows I've got a girlfriend now. She does? Yeah, said Murphy. Because every time I run across her, she makes it clear she wouldn't mind a replay. So I mention you a fair bit. But if it's that important to you, I could try and get her talking. Robin hesitated. She was aware of a need to word what she said next extremely carefully, but also dimly aware that what she currently felt wasn't what many women would feel, faced with the prospect of their highly eligible boyfriend seeking out a woman with whom he'd previously had an amorous encounter, drunk or not. Well, I trust you, she said slowly. But I don't love the idea of some woman trying to lure you away. She said the right thing. Murphy looked happier at that. His fingers tightened on hers. I'll see what I can do. Thank you, said Robin, returning the pressure. Do you only love me for my intel? No, said Robin. I also like the chips, and quite a lot of other stuff. He pulled her into a hug, and this time Robin didn't fend him off. The realization that she wanted the information, even if it meant Murphy having to buy drinks for a woman who clearly fancied him, was slightly disconcerting. But given how many other things she had to worry about at the moment, there was no need to start analyzing that as well. Chapter 10.
A brotherly affection and kindness should govern us in all our intercourse and relations with our brethren. Albert Pike, Morals and Dogma of the Ancient and Accepted Scottish Rite of Freemasonry. Strike called a team meeting on Wednesday morning because the ex-wife of the cricketer Pat preferred to call Mr. A had boarded a plane to the Canary Islands. Plug was at his mother's house in Camberwell, over which Midge was keeping watch. Strike was keen to brainstorm, with particular emphasis on getting rid of Mr. A as soon as possible. He arrived at the glass door of the office at 9 o'clock to find it unlocked and office manager Pat Chauncey already at her desk. 68 years old, simian of face, and with unconvincingly boot-black hair, Pat had, as was her invariable practice, an e-cigarette clamped firmly between her teeth.
"Happy birthday," she croaked, in a baritone that often led to her being misidentified as Strike on the phone.
"Oh," he said, "yeah. Thanks." He hadn't forgotten his birthday. He'd just hoped the rest of the agency would. He didn't want an early morning tea party with candles and present opening, and he didn't particularly want to remind Robin that he was 42. However, a large envelope and a sizable cube-shaped present, wrapped in blue, was sitting on Pat's desk, and, glancing towards the kitchen area, he saw an old cake tin decorated with pictures of Princess Diana that definitely didn't belong to the office.
"A woman called Desimma Mullins called," said Pat. "She wants to know when you'll be getting a contract to her."
"When I've decided whether we're taking her case," said Strike, heading towards the kettle.
"And Mr. A left a message last night. He wants an update."
"Fuck's sake." The glass door opened again. Strike turned and saw Robin.
"Morning,"
she said, smiling. "You look remarkably good for someone who's just got off their sick bed."
"Yeah, well, that's blusher and concealer for you," said Robin, with unfeigned cheerfulness. She felt significantly better than she had at the weekend, and much happier for being back in the office. "Happy birthday, by the way." She headed a little awkwardly towards Strike to give him a hug and a kiss on the cheek, which he accepted gladly. "And I got you this," said Robin, pulling a weighty wrapped package out of her tote bag, which made the operation site twinge, and handing it to him. "That one," she said, indicating the large present on Pat's desk, "is from all of us. You can open mine now. It isn't very imaginative." She didn't say that she'd had to ask Murphy to buy it while she was temporarily housebound, which was why it was fairly impersonal. Strike unwrapped the box and found a bottle of what had once been his favourite whiskey. Robin wasn't to know. It now reminded him of his dead ex-fiancée. So he said, "Fantastic. Thanks very much." "So, why are we having a team meeting?" "Opportunity," said Strike. "Mrs. A's away, Midge is on plug, but she's going to dial in, and 2 times—" "You're kidding me," said Robin, freezing in the act of hanging up her jacket. 2 times is back." "Morning," said Kim, entering the office before Strike could answer. "Happy birthday, Cormoran." "Cheers," said Strike, now heading for the cupboard where they kept the fold-up plastic chairs. "I haven't agreed to take 2 times on yet," he told Robin over his shoulder. "Until we've made a firm decision on Desimma Mullins, I don't know whether we'll have room for him." "I should have something soon on how certain they are that body was Noel's," Kim informed Strike confidently. "I've tapped a couple of contacts. People are being weirdly cagey about it, though. The lead investigator, Malcolm Truman, has been suspended."
"Has he?"
said Robin. "Why?"
The glass door opened again. "Mornin'," said Glaswegian Barclay. Tall, beaky-nosed, and prematurely grey-haired, he, like Strike, was ex-military. "Oh, yeah," he added, spotting the package on Pat's desk. "Happy birthday." "Cheers," said Strike again. "Told Robin about 2 times yet?" asked Barclay. "Who's 2 times?"
said Kim. "Guy who likes being cheated on," said Barclay. "He pays people to catch his girlfriends in the act." "Ah, cuckolding fetish," said Kim with authority. "Who's the lucky woman this time?" Robin asked Strike. "His wife." "Oh, my God! Someone married him." "We've all made mistakes," said Kim. "Admittedly, I never married one of mine." She laughed. Robin, the sole divorcee among the detectives present, felt the rise of an increasingly familiar antagonism, but told herself that Kim meant no offence. When Shah, who was shorter than both his male colleagues, and so good-looking he was generally selected to sweet-talk female witnesses or suspects, had arrived, Pat dialed in Midge Greenstreet on FaceTime. "Happy birthday, Cormoran," said Midge, who had short, slicked-back dark hair, clear grey eyes, and was currently sitting in her car. "What are you now, 45? "2, said Strike. 42. "Right, shall we? Have you opened our present yet?" asked Midge. "You're not easy to buy for," said Pat, now heaving the large package off her desk and holding it out to Strike. "We went for something practical." Strike opened the package and was relieved to find nothing that would need to be tried on in front of them all. Nothing pointless he'd have to keep in his flat out of politeness, but a bulk order of his favourite vape juice. "Enough nicotine to kill a bull," said Strike. "That's great. Genuinely. Thanks very much." "Right, better start with Plug, in case Midge needs to get going. What's he up to?" Strike asked the on-screen Midge. "He's been shouting at his poor old mum again, the bastard. I could hear him from the street, but he hasn't been—" "I've told Cormoran this already," said Kim, talking over Midge. "On Sunday." "All right, if I finish what I was saying," said the on-screen Midge crossly. "Sorry," said Kim, eyebrows raised. "Go on." "Hasn't been out," Midge finished, glowering. "Right," said Kim, with a little laugh. "Well, on Sunday he drove to Ipswich, where he met up with another couple of blokes in the pub. One of them was noting things down in a kind of ledger. I got photos of number plates, and I'm going to ask a Met mate to run them through the files." "Good work, that could help," said Strike. And Robin, remembering Murphy's "she had quite a rep at work," tried, without success, not to feel resentful. "But we haven't got the manpower to start tailing a bunch of Plug's mates unless we can get rid of arse—" He caught Pat's glare. "Mr. A. Speaking of whom, she's nae shaggin' fucking Culpepper," said Barclay. "If he wants to stop shit appearing about him in the papers, he could try not being an arsehole." "Yeah, but the stuff in the papers is about his past arseholery," said Shah, "and if it's not coming from his ex, who's leaking it?" A 15-minute discussion ensued about the people Mr. A and his ex-wife routinely met. Robin's mobile buzzed while this conversation was still going on. Murphy had texted her. "I've got what you wanted, but it's a lot more sensitive than I realised." Robin texted back. "Ryan, thank you so much. Would it be okay for Strike to hear what you've got as well as me?" Having ticked Mr. A off the list of things to discuss, Strike moved on to Desimma Mullins. While he gave the others an overview of the current position, omitting mention of Desimma's baby, Kim reiterated her hope that one of her police contacts might be prepared to share the DNA findings on the body in the Silver Shop vault. Robin waited on tenterhooks for Murphy's response, which was slow coming. The detectives had already discussed various expense-related matters, the subcontractors' upcoming Christmas and New Year leave requirements, and agreed a couple of job swaps before at last it appeared. "Yep, okay, but we'll do it face-to-face and nobody else can know I've given you anything. It's properly sensitive." Robin looked up. Pat was removing a homemade iced cake from the tin decorated with pictures of Princess Diana. E-cigarette clamped firmly between her teeth, she stuck 2 candles in it, a large 4 and a 2. "Wasn't going to put the lot on," she told Strike, carrying it over to the desk. "Fire hazard." Strike did his best to look appreciative while Happy Birthday was being sung. Noticing the forced nature of Strike's smile, Robin started to laugh before the song was finished, noting with gratitude that laughter no longer caused her much pain. Strike, unwillingly amused by Robin's amusement, found himself genuinely grinning by the time Pat instructed him to blow out his candles. "Did you make a wish?" asked Kim archly, as Pat began cutting everyone's slices. Strike, who didn't answer. "Strike, could I have a quick word after this about Desimma Mullins?" asked Robin. "Yeah, definitely," said Strike, accepting a bit of chocolate sponge from Pat. "I've got a couple of things to tell you as well." Robin took secret satisfaction at the sight of a flicker of annoyance on Kim's face. Chapter 11. If two lives join, there is oft a scar. They are one and one, with a shadowy third. Robert Browning, By the Fireside. Once the subcontractors had finished their cake and departed for their various jobs, Strike and Robin moved into the inner office, where the window was misted with fine rain. As Robin closed the door on Pat, Strike said, "Midge hasn't exactly been a ray of sunshine lately." "Kim talked over her," Robin pointed out. "I don't just mean that. She's been in a foul mood all this week." "She and Tasha aren't doing so well," said Robin, who'd heard the full story of Midge's relationship troubles the last time she and Midge handed over surveillance on Mrs. A. "Tasha's away filming, and Midge thinks she might be up to something with her leading man." Strike made an indeterminate noise. His subcontractors' difficult love lives were of minimal interest to him. His own was giving him quite enough grief. "Ryan's managed to get some information for us on the body in the vault," Robin continued. "He knows someone who was on the case." "Ah," said Strike. "Great." He didn't like having to be obliged to Murphy for it, but information was still information. "I know it's your birthday, so you've probably got plans," Robin went on. "But if you were free to come over to my place tonight, you could hear what he's got directly from him. He doesn't want to text it. Apparently it's very sensitive." "Yeah, I could do that," said Strike, whose plans for the evening had comprised lying on his bed drinking beer while watching Arsenal play Paris Saint-Germain in the Champions League, which wasn't what he told Lucy, who thought he was being taken out to dinner by his friends Nick and Ilsa. Robin picked up a photo lying on the desk. "Is this what you wanted to show me?" "No, but you should see it anyway," said Strike. "That's Rupert Fleetwood." While Robin was examining Rupert Fleetwood's round face and broad shoulders, and his waiter's uniform of burgundy bow tie and waistcoat, Strike said, "I called Shanker last night to see if he's heard of a big-time coke dealer who might go by the name of Dredge." Shanker, as Robin knew, was the name of a career criminal Strike had known since the age of 17. She had a fondness for him Strike felt was at least partially ill-advised. "And?" asked Robin. "He knew who I was talking about. Fleetwood's idiot housemate definitely tangled with the wrong bloke. I've asked Shanker to have a sniff around for me. Find out whether this Dredge might have bumped off any ex-public schoolboys lately. Usual rates," Strike added. Friends though they were, Shanker wasn't a man who performed services for free. "Well, that's good," said Robin. "I read your email about Rupert's aunt, by the way. She doesn't sound exactly cosy." "Old school dragon," said Strike. "Zero affection or concern. Mind you, we don't know the backstory. Maybe he robbed her blind before leaving Switzerland for England." "But she said he's in New York." "Yeah, but refused to tell me whether she's heard from him since the 25th of May. Must admit,
I can't help wondering how hard the police would look for a man whose next of kin insists he's not missing. Desimma isn't married to him, and they weren't living together, so she hasn't got much standing in terms of triggering a search.
I had a look through all the news coverage of the murder while I was off, said Robin. People talking about the Masonic legend of Hiram Abiff. Had you ever heard of him?
Oh, yeah, said Strike. Most skilful artificer of Solomon's Temple, murdered for refusing to divulge the Master Mason's secrets. I will keep a worthy brother Master Mason's secrets inviolable, when communicated to and received by me as such, murder and treason accepted, he intoned.
Robin stared at him.
What?
Said Strike. You're never a Freemason.
Course I'm bloody not, said Strike with a snort.
Well, I might not know. It's a secret society, isn't it?
The society with secrets, that's the line. No, a mate of mine in the military was one, Graham Hardacre. I used to call him Hiram occasionally for piss-taking purposes. Mind you, he only joined up to get a hot meal.
What?
His wife doesn't cook. They live off sandwiches. Masonic dinners were a way he could legitimately get hold of some steak.
Couldn't he learn to cook?
If that's ever occurred to him, he'll have dismissed it as the product of a diseased mind. He's a funny bloke, Hardy, in both the odd and ha-ha senses. Good investigator, though.
As he said it, Strike remembered that Hardacre had sent him an email several months previously, which he, busy with both work and personal matters, had neglected to answer. Their paths had diverged dramatically since Strike had left the army for a London-based life, while Hardacre remained in the Special Investigation Branch of the Royal Military Police. Hardacre had done Strike a couple of favours in the early days of the agency, but it now occurred to Strike that they hadn't met face-to-face for 5 years.
Well, it'll be interesting to hear from Murphy how much truth there was in the Abiff rumours, said Strike.
Why do men do it?
Asked Robin. What, murder people?
No. Why are they so keen on closed societies with rituals and things? Women don't go in for that kind of thing as much.
Dunno, said Strike.
But after a few seconds' thought, he added,
Think we might like the hierarchical thing more than you do, and we tend to need a reason to meet. Go out and do something or watch something together. We don't hang around in each other's houses a lot, unless there are women involved. So Freemasonry's like five-a-side football. Except that there is not as much emphasis on funny handshakes in five-a-side football, and you don't often hear players asking each other how old their grandmothers are.
What?
Said Robin, utterly confused. It's how Masons ask each other what lodge they belong to. The lodges are all numbered. How old's your grandmother? 2053.
Did Hardacre tell you all this?
Some of it. You can look most of it up. From what I gleaned from Hardacre, you're supposed to help out the needy, with an emphasis on fellow Masons, and generally be a model citizen. And you've got your duty of admonishment.
What's that?
No public exposure. Just a quiet, brotherly word in the ear.
Would that extend to something criminal? Asked Robin, curiously.
Murder and treason accepted, quoted Strike. There are bits of it that aren't for public consumption. Hardacre wouldn't tell me the big stuff.
Robin checked her watch, then said reluctantly, because she was interested in the conversation, "I better go. I'm taking over from Midge for a couple of hours. Does 7 tonight suit you? I'll order some pizza or something."
"Yeah, great," said Strike. "See you then."
Robin headed off, leaving Strike to wonder what an evening spent in her and Murphy's company was going to be like, because it would be the first time he'd ever been with them alone as a couple. Possibly, he thought, he'd be able to find a way to make Murphy look like a prick. On this undoubtedly puerile but satisfying thought, he turned back to his computer to type out an update
for Mr. A. Chapter 12. We are all of us, though not all equally, mistaken. Albert Pike, The Liturgy of the Ancient and Accepted Scottish Rite of Freemasonry. Only after Robin had left the Denmark Street office did a certain trepidation about the forthcoming evening creep over her. She was well aware that her detective partner and her boyfriend, who'd been reasonably friendly before she and Murphy began their relationship, were now antagonistic to each other. Murphy had more than once revealed his suspicion of Robin and Strike's friendship, and she'd finally succeeded in shutting that down by telling her boyfriend that Strike was in a relationship with a lawyer, even though it was untrue. Strike's brief affair with Bijou Watkins had ended before she told Murphy about it. Robin hadn't corrected the story since, as it continued to serve her purpose. She completely understood why Murphy was uptight about her closeness to Strike, because his ex-wife had left him for a male friend, but she didn't need more unnecessary displays of jealousy, having had quite enough of those from her ex-husband. The reasons for Strike's antipathy towards Murphy were more mysterious to Robin, but she had a suspicion it was because he was afraid he was going to lose his business partner to marriage and children. If that was indeed his concern, Robin found it both insulting and infuriating, because she'd surely proven her commitment to the job and the agency 10 times over by now. Of course, there was another possible explanation for Strike's attitude, but she wasn't going to think about that. Except that she did think about it more often than she wanted to admit. I told Amelia exactly what Charlotte wrote. She knew I was in love with you. Stop it, Robin told herself firmly, while tidying her sitting room at 6 o'clock that evening. She resented feeling apprehensive and hated her ill-disciplined brain for returning yet again to the conversation in which Strike had lobbed his bombshell, then walked nonchalantly away. He's not in love with you. He was just being an annoying sod. She wiped the coffee table a little more energetically than was required, as though to defy the slight throbbing of her operation site, and reminded herself that she was happy with Murphy. Her jangled nerves weren't helped when she turned on the news for distraction and saw a picture of Jonathan Wace, cult leader, staring back at her. She turned the TV off again. She'd hoped Murphy would be there at 6:30 and in situ when Strike arrived, but he was 25 minutes late. Just as she was thinking that Murphy would have only himself to blame if Strike got there ahead of him, her boyfriend knocked on her front door carrying a water bottle, his gym bag over his shoulder, looking flushed. "Bloke downstairs let me in. Sorry I'm late. Did an hour at the gym, but when I came out some tosser had blocked me in the car park. Had to wait for him to come out." "It's fine," said Robin, greeting him with a kiss and a hug, glad to know he'd been doing some exercise. Hopefully it had brought down his stress levels, which, given the ongoing drubbing his team was getting in the press for failing to catch the shooter of the 2 young boys, remained high. "I'm so grateful for this, Ryan. I really am." "Yeah, well, you didn't want the weekend in Paris." "He not here yet?" "No, but he will be any minute," said Robin. "I've ordered pizzas." She was trying to show Murphy she was making no special effort for her detective partner, and had dressed in jeans and an old sweatshirt for that reason. "You've warned Strike, haven't you, that this is sent—" The doorbell rang again. Robin buzzed Strike in, and a few minutes later he and Murphy were shaking hands and exchanging what almost qualified as smiles. Strike handed Robin a bottle of red wine, for which she thanked him, heading into the kitchen to get glasses. The doorbell then rang for a 3rd time. "I'll get it," Murphy called to Robin, and while he was buzzing in the pizza delivery man, Strike took off his coat and hung it up, glancing around Robin's sitting room, noting Murphy's gym bag lying nonchalantly outside the bedroom door. The flat was mostly unchanged since the last time Strike had been here, when he'd been sleeping over,
though unfortunately only on the sofa bed. He wondered whether Murphy knew that. He noticed that the plant he'd given Robin as a housewarming gift was flourishing, but to his displeasure, one of the photographs on the mantelpiece was now of Robin and Murphy, arms around each other, in front of what looked ominously like Robin's family home in Yorkshire. When Murphy had tipped the delivery man and passed the pizzas to Robin in the kitchen, he returned to Strike, who was still standing in the middle of the room, and said quietly, "What I've got is highly confidential. If anyone finds out I've passed it on, I'll be up to my neck in shit. My contact shouldn't have said as much as she did, so it'll be her neck on the line too, if anything gets blabbed." "I don't blab," Strike assured him. "Robin wanted this. That's why I've done it." As it was hardly likely Strike thought Murphy had gone digging for information for love of him, Strike wasn't entirely sure why he was being told this. "Anyway," said Murphy, and he gestured curtly towards the three-piece suite. Strike sat down in an armchair, and Murphy on the sofa. Robin, who could hear the uncomfortable silence, wished she'd thought to put on music, and sped up her assembling of plates, napkins, and glasses. "How are things going with the lawyer?" Murphy asked Strike. "What lawyer?" said Strike. Out of sight, Robin experienced a lift drop in her stomach. "Thought you were going out with a lawyer, Bijou or something?" "Oh," said Strike. "Yeah, it's going well." Robin hurried back into the room, slightly flushed, holding pizza, plates and napkins, and avoiding looking at Strike. "Shall we get going then?" she said, before sitting down on the sofa beside Murphy. The latter reached for his notebook. "Just been telling Strike, this can't go any further." "It won't, Ryan, I promise," said Robin, pouring Strike wine. "Right, well." Murphy picked up his notebook as Strike helped himself to pizza. "You'll know the basics. Guy calling himself William Wright got himself a job at this shop in Holborn, Ramsay Silver. Worked there 2 weeks. On the third Monday, the shop owner opened up the vault, found Wright's mutilated body and none of the valuable silver they put in there on Friday. Cops soon found out there was no such person as William Wright. No records for him under the name and birth date given, and the references he'd given at interview were fake. The antique shop he claimed to have worked for in Doncaster had never heard of him. Both referees' numbers turned out to be burner phones. A member of the public came forward to say Wright had lived downstairs from him in Newham. Wright had only been there a month, paid cash for the deposit, and the people who shared the house only knew him as William Wright from Doncaster. Murphy took a sip from his water bottle, which led Strike, who was making notes, to a new realization that water bottles carried around after exercise were an obnoxious affectation. Murphy turned a page in his notebook and continued. The last verified sighting of Wright alive was on Friday the 17th of June. He's on the shop's interior security camera nearly all day Friday. "Nearly," said Strike. "He was sent out for one errand in the late afternoon, but he came back and remained in the shop until 6. At 6:10, he was caught on camera entering Covent Garden tube station. There's CCTV footage of 4 men entering Wild Court in the early hours of Saturday morning, which is the street Ramsay Silver's on, close to the time they know the shop was opened up again. The presumption is that it was Wright and 3 associates. The interior security camera footage shows somebody entering the shop around 1 a.m. in the dark. They crossed the floor and turned off the camera. Wright's believed to have been killed shortly afterwards by one or more of the men accompanying him. Forensics say he'd been dead around 48 hours when he was found." "Wright was definitely killed in the vault, was he?" asked Strike. "Not somewhere else and shoved in the vault later?" "No. It definitely happened in a vault," said Murphy. The splash patterns from the blood were unfakeable, according to forensics. There was also a partial footprint that had clearly been made while the blood was still liquid. "Have you got details on the footprint?" asked Strike. "Thought you were trying to identify the body, not catch the killers."
"IDing the killers would help identify the body," said Strike, matching stony glare with stony glare. "As you'll realise in a minute, you'd be very ill-advised to try tracking down these particular killers," said Murphy. He returned to his notes. "The security camera was switched back on around 3 a.m. The alarm was reset. Had they disabled it when they entered the shop?" asked Strike. I don't know," admitted Murphy, looking down at his notes. "I assume so. Anyway, the shop wasn't opened again till Monday morning." He took another sip of water, then said, "External CCTV footage shows only individuals or pairs in the vicinity of Wild Court in the aftermath of the robbery, so the three thieves clearly split up." "Were they carrying the stolen silver?" said Robin. "My contact didn't have a lot to say about that. Maybe they shoved it in backpacks. They think one of them got into a getaway car that arrived on Wild Street around the right time, but the nearest camera was out of commission. According to my source, a car with fake plates and a lone driver had passed an earlier camera shortly after 3 a.m. When it passed the next couple of cameras, there were 2 people in it." "What make was the car?" asked Strike. "Contact didn't say," said Murphy, not bothering to look up this time. "As I say, Saturday the shop was closed, so the body lay undisturbed until Monday, when the owner opened up the vault." "The body was mutilated, right?" said Strike. "Yeah, but the people working there recognised it as right from hair, height, build, etc. DNA from the body matched DNA found in the shop, including hair in the U-bend of the sink. The corpse had been dressed in something weird, but my contact wouldn't tell me what. I got the impression it was done to send a message, maybe to humiliate him." Murphy took another swig of water, then said, "The next bit is what you can't talk about." "We won't," Robin assured him. "It explains why there's been no absolute confirmation Wright was really Jason Knowles. But if you talk, Ryan, we won't." "All right," said Murphy, and he continued. "Jason Knowles was very well connected, underworld-wise. Most of his family are cons, and his uncle's a serious player. Knowles himself wasn't a big fish, though, just a thief. The National Crime Agencies had a plainclothes plant in Knowles' uncle's circle for the past 6 months, because the uncle was dealing guns. The NCA guy heard the same story from 2 separate sources. Jason was lured into an ambush in the belief he and his killers were doing a job together, and his body had been left unidentifiable. The rumour was his uncle personally gave the order to kill him, suspecting he was the one leaking info to the police." "Jesus," said Robin quietly. "Everything about the silver job fitted. Corpse matched Knowles in height and build, and when the cops showed the photograph of Knowles to the people working at the shop, they thought it was him. They said they couldn't be 100% because Wright had a beard, which Knowles didn't in his pictures, nor did Knowles wear glasses, as Wright did, nor was Knowles usually fake-tanned. Wright's hair was darker than Knowles's as well, but the corpse's hair was found to be dyed. Knowles had also been boasting that his next job would be all over the papers, and the silver that was stolen was historically important." "Fingerprints?" said Strike. "That was a problem. Knowles's must have been on record." "They were, but the body's hands were missing, which obviously implies the killer knew the fingerprints would identify the body." "Weren't Wright's prints all over the shop?" "The assistants wear gloves to handle all the silver and open the glass cabinets, and unfortunately the cleaner did a very thorough job on the shop, the staff area and the toilet on Monday morning, right before the body was found." "Who's the cleaner?" asked Strike. Murphy flipped over a page. "Bloke called Todd." "Male cleaner," said Strike. "Men can clean, I've heard," said Robin. "Thought that was an urban myth," said Strike. Acting as though he hadn't heard this exchange, Murphy continued,
The NCA plant was obviously going to be in danger if the Met started pursuing DNA identification of Knowles. So the NCA asked the Met to fudge it, keep appealing for information until they'd wrapped up the gun trafficking case and Knowles' relatives could be safely tested. Unfortunately, the guy in charge of the vault case, Malcolm Truman, then went rogue and announced the Met was certain the body was Knowles.
The fuck did he do that for?
Asked Strike, genuinely perplexed. Journalists were running with the Freemasonry angle, and Truman didn't want to look like a bloke who didn't have any leads. My source says he's an arrogant tit who didn't want to look clueless in the press. He was suspended after he talked. The team working the case tried to undo the damage, but the papers lost interest once they heard Wright had been a crim, and the Freemasonry angle was bullshit. Bottom line, said Murphy, William Wright was Jason Knowles, but they can't prove it yet. Murphy now set down his water and reached for a slice of pizza.
I take it the people who worked at the shop are in the clear?
Asked Strike.
Yeah, they all had rock-solid alibis, said Murphy, through a mouthful of pizza. Todd the cleaner was playing cards into the small hours with a regular poker group, who confirmed he was with them. The manager, name of Pamela, spent the weekend in Grantham, attending a family wedding, set off at 8 on Friday evening. The owner, Ramsay, is a part-time carer for his wife. They had friends staying over the weekend, who confirmed he only left the house for a pub lunch with them on Saturday. The three ate in silence for a minute. Robin wanted to ask Strike what he thought, but didn't want to do so in front of Murphy. Strike, meanwhile, was musing on the fact that the CID man clearly didn't want the agency to take this case, and even though he'd been averse to taking it himself until this moment, Strike suddenly wondered whether he wasn't being offered a spectacular opportunity to drive a wedge between Robin and her boyfriend. "You mentioned other possible contenders for Wright," Robin said to Murphy.
"Yeah, there were a couple," said Murphy.
He picked up his notebook again and turned a page.
Nearly all of them were ruled out. There were 2 blokes who couldn't be excluded because they couldn't get DNA. One was called Tyler Powell. His grandmother called the helpline. Apparently he got himself into some kind of trouble at home in the Midlands and told Gran he got himself a job down south. He was the right height and in the right age range, but there's no other reason to suppose it was him.
"Couldn't they swab the grandmother to check the DNA?" asked Strike.
Powell's adopted. "Who was the other possibility?" asked Robin.
"Man called Niall Semple. He's been in the press because he was an ex-paratrooper with mental health problems who vanished from his house in Scotland and cut all contact. Again, no blood relatives. They just cremated his mother when he disappeared. His wife contacted the police. He was the right height and blood group, but otherwise, nothing to say it was him."
"And nobody thought Wright might be Rupert Fleetwood?" asked Robin.
"My source only mentioned Powell and Semple," said Murphy.
"And that male prostitute thing?" said Robin.
"What's this?" said Strike, looking up from his notebook. "Just a bad joke that snowballed," said Murphy. "The body was naked. That's where it started."
"This might be an odd question," said Robin, "but was anything carved onto the body's back?"
"How the fuck do you know about that?" said Murphy sharply.
"I saw it online," said Robin, nettled by his tone, especially in front of Strike. "Someone commenting on the story said he had the letter G carved onto him."
"My contact told me it was a hallmark." Murphy closed his notebook. "And that's all I've got."
"Well, thanks, Ryan," said Robin.
So now what?" said Murphy. He was looking at Strike rather than Robin. "We wanted to find out whether the Met had a definite ID," said Strike. "And now we know. They don't." "You can't go fucking around with the Knowles family," said Murphy. "Not intending to. We haven't got forensic labs. We can't analyse DNA. So you won't be taking the case."
said Murphy. "Robin and I will have to discuss that," said Strike. "Does anyone want more—" Robin began. "It's Knowles," said Murphy, glaring at Strike. "You'd just be stringing this woman along, pretending there's a chance it's her toy boy." "I don't know about that," said Strike, deliberately calm. Let Robin watch Murphy getting aggressive and trying to dictate what the agency investigated. "There are a lot of similarities between Rupert Fleetwood and the body. He had good reasons for wanting to lie low for a while, and he had a valuable bit of silver to sell." Robin, who knew perfectly well Strike didn't believe Rupert Fleetwood had been William Wright, assumed he was saying this because he'd been as aggravated by Murphy's dictatorial tone as she was. "Anyway," said Strike, setting down his plate and getting to his feet, "I'd better get going." "Already?" said Robin, disconcerted. "There's more pizza. And pudding." "I'm meeting Bijou," said Strike, looking Robin straight in the eye. Though she'd have given anything not to, Robin felt herself turn red. "Thanks, though," Strike added, looking down at the clearly fuming Murphy. "This has been extremely helpful." Chapter 13. And then the sudden slights, long secrecies, the plot's inscrutable, deep telegraphs, long-planned chance meetings, hazards of a look. Does she know? Does she not know? Robert Browning, in a balcony. The work rota was so arranged that Strike and Robin didn't meet again until Friday, which was cold and cloudless. Central London was now fully decked in its Christmas finery, and 11 o'clock found Robin in Mount Street in Belgravia, standing beneath one of the extravagant banners of silver lights that stretched across the road, pretending to be talking on her phone, while the ex-wife of their professional cricketer client shopped in Balenciaga. Though she was gloved and coated, the chill nipped at every exposed bit of Robin's skin. She felt low and tired, because she was still not sleeping well. Strike's visit had left an uncomfortable undercurrent in its wake. Murphy had returned to the subject of the body in the vault the following morning, outlining the dangers of provoking a man who'd already ordered his own nephew killed, and reminding Robin, yet again, that more people than Strike would be put in danger if Lyndon Knowles came to believe he was being investigated for Jason's death. Robin had tried very hard not to sound defensive or angry as she reiterated that neither she nor Strike had any intention of going near Jason's uncle, and assured him that the secret of the plain-clothes man was completely safe with them. She might have said far more. She might have reminded Murphy that she stood in no need of lectures on the dangers of tangling with career criminals, because she and Strike had already come up against a criminal family every bit as sociopathic as Lyndon Knowles's appeared to be. She might even have said aloud the thing that both of them knew, which was that everything Murphy was saying was coloured by his dislike of her partner. She'd refrained, though. She didn't want an argument. Robin would ordinarily have texted Strike to ask what he thought about taking Desimma's case, but lurking embarrassment at having been caught out in the lie about Bijou Watkins prevented her doing so. Now she stood staring across the road at a motif carved in stone over the windows of Balenciaga. It was either a tree or a sheaf of corn. Possibly she was being influenced by the Masonic symbolism she'd been reading up on during her tube journey that morning. The sheaf of corn, she now knew, represented bounty and charity to Freemasons. Hearing her name, Robin started and looked round. Strike was walking towards her. She'd been expecting to hand over to Shah, and then only in an hour's time. Pretending to finish her call, Robin slipped her phone back into her pocket. "Plug's heading for Ipswich again," was Strike's first words. "Christ knows what he's up to there. Anyway, Shah's tailing him, and he told me you were here." "You're early,"
said Robin. "I'm still on her for another hour." "I know. I wanted to talk over the Silver Vault case in person. I've just had Desimma Mullins on the phone again."
"Hang on," said Robin, eyes on the door of Balenciaga. "Mrs. A is on the move." The brunette, who was wearing a long black coat of faux fur and very high-heeled boots, had emerged from the shop carrying a large shopping bag, and now sauntered on up the street. Robin and Strike set off on the opposite pavement, keeping pace with her, though 20 yards behind. "What did you tell Desimma?" asked Robin. "The truth," said Strike. "Leaving out the plain-clothes bloke, obviously. I said the circumstantial evidence points strongly towards it being Jason Knowles, but that there's no absolute confirmation yet that it's him." "And what did she say?" said Robin. "She begged me to try and prove who Wright was," said Strike. "So what do you think?" "I thought you didn't want the job."
"I'm not going to lie," said Strike. "I'm getting interested in that body." But this, of course, wasn't the whole truth. Since realizing how little Murphy wanted them to investigate the corpse in the vault, Strike had come to see how many opportunities this case offered with regard to the furtherance of his plans regarding Robin. Given the sensitivity around the undercover NCA agent, Strike had a perfect excuse to insist he and Robin did the bulk of this case together, excluding the subcontractors. The need for confidentiality would justify regular closed meetings between the two of them, and, as a bonus, they might need to visit the hometowns of the other candidates for William Wright, so as to rule them out. That would mean long car trips, plenty of joint interviews and debriefs, and with luck, overnight stays. He even had an excellent excuse to bring up Charlotte's suicide note again, when outlining why Sacha Legard and Valentine Lancaster might not be keen on talking to him. Strike didn't doubt that some would call him cynical, but that didn't trouble him in the slightest. After all, he fully intended to give Desimma Mullins value for money, and if they managed to prove that Fleetwood hadn't been the man in the vault, their client would have the resolution she needed. The brunette on the other side of the road entered a jeweller's. Strike and Robin turned automatically to look into a window opposite, watching the reflected shop front. "But," said Strike, "if investigating is going to cause trouble between you and Murphy, we'll pass." Caught off guard, Robin looked up at him. "Even if it did, that's not a good reason not to take it," she said, without thinking. "Interesting," thought Strike. But aloud he said, "Well, that'd be my view in your position, but some might say that's why I'm still single. You haven't asked me how my date with Bijou went," he added, looking down at her. "Oh, God, I'm sorry about that," said Robin, blushing. I forgot to tell Ryan you'd stop seeing her. You didn't have to." "Doesn't bother me," said Strike. "She makes a far better imaginary girlfriend than she did a real one. Not," he added, "that she was ever a girlfriend." "What would you call her, then?" said Robin, thoroughly taken aback by the turn the conversation had taken. Strike's usual form was resolute tight-lippedness about his private life. "A misguided exercise in distraction and instant gratification that's cured me of the practice." "That was quick," Strike added, as Mr. A's ex-wife emerged from the jeweller's opposite. "Nothing she fancied," said Robin, as they turned to walk after her. "I think she's Christmas shopping." "Christ, don't remind me," groaned Strike. "I fucking hate it. I'd pay $1,000 for someone to do it for me." "Where are you spending Christmas?" Robin asked. For the first time in 6 years, both partners would be free over the holidays. "Lucy's," said Strike. "I couldn't get out of it, not right after Ted dying. I've got to go to the Christmas Eve party with all the neighbours, too. I'd rather eat my own fucking feet. What are you up to?" "Ryan and I are going to Mum and Dad's. I'm dreading that too, to be honest," said Robin. "Really?" said Strike. Why?
I don't know, sighed Robin. It's just families, isn't it? The house is going to be packed.
But there was so much she couldn't say. There would be 2 pregnant women in the house, her sister-in-law Jenny and her brother Martin's girlfriend. None of the family knew about Robin's recent hospitalization, but she didn't doubt there'd be a lot of baby and pregnancy talk, and she was afraid Murphy might use that as an excuse to start talking about egg freezing again.
I'd like to stay in London and do my own thing, but it feels as though you're not allowed to do that unless you've got kids.
You're not allowed even then, said Strike. Joan would have been mortally offended if Lucy and Greg hadn't turned up every year with her great-nephews. Ahead, their target threw back a mane of professionally blow-dried hair as she walked. So, said Strike, do we take the case? It's your call.
Well, from all you've said, if we don't do it, she'll just hire someone else.
I agree. And we won't string her along.
No, agreed Robin. And I must admit, I'm getting interested in that body too.
But as I say, if it'll cause you trouble,
call her back and tell her we'll do it, said Robin.
You sure?
Definitely, said Robin.
I'll ring her now, said Strike, drawing out his mobile.
Robin listened to Strike's side of the call, feeling particularly warm towards him, appreciative of his consideration with regard to Murphy, and grateful that he'd passed off her lie about Bijou Watkins as a joke.
Right, I'll get that contract to you, Strike was saying. Right, yeah. No problem at all. Our pleasure. He hung up. Very grateful, he said. More tears.
The 2 partners walked on in silence, Strike thoroughly satisfied with his last 10 minutes' work. He'd just made an excellent start in establishing that he was no longer interested in casual affairs by saying what he had about Bijou Watkins, and Robin had agreed to the investigation in spite of her boyfriend's clear disapproval. No matter the risks, no matter the possible fallout, he now intended to seize the first auspicious moment to tell her what he felt. And if no such opportunity arose, naturally, he'd engineer one. There's no pride in having what you never worked for. Never let the other chap change your game plan. Stick to your own, and play to your strengths. Part 2. Sometimes the deepest minds prove the best in the end. And as long as there's anybody to pay for it, I suppose you go on digging. John Oxenham, A Maid of the Silver Sea. Chapter 14. You have taken the first step over its threshold, the first step toward the inner sanctuary and heart of the temple. You are in the path that leads up the slope of the mountain of truth. Albert Pike. Morals and Dogma of the Liturgy of the Ancient and Accepted Scottish Rite of Freemasonry. "Where are you?" was Strike's opening words on the 2nd of December when Robin answered his call. "On the A40, said Robin, who was having to speak loudly because she was in her decrepit Land Rover, which didn't have Bluetooth. "Mrs. A's staying near Stroud. I'm taking over from Midge." "Kim'll do, Stroud," said Strike. "I've just got off a call from the owner of Ramsay Silver. I didn't expect him to be so keen to talk to us. He nearly bit my hand off. He wants to know if we can go along there today at 1. "Okay, great," said Robin, who was considerably more interested in seeing the site of William Wright's murder than she was in staring at a deserted croquet lawn from behind a hedge. "I'll come back. Meet you outside Freemasons' Hall at 12:30. So, Robin turned Londonwards again. The chilly day was overcast, but from time to time the sun slid out from behind clouds, revealing the dirt on the windscreen she'd been first too busy and then too recently operated on to clean. The ancient Land Rover had developed a mysterious rattle in the past few days,
which Robin hadn't yet managed to trace to its source. Its MOT was imminent, and she had a strong feeling that this time it might not scrape through. The prospect of visiting Ramsay Silver had raised her mood, which happened to require some lifting, because, prior to Strike's call, she'd been brooding about a couple of recent conversations she'd had with Murphy. Her boyfriend hadn't said so explicitly, but Robin could tell he was angry about the agency taking the silver vault case, even though she'd claimed they were trying to find Rupert Fleetwood, rather than identify the body. Then, the previous evening, Murphy had been complaining over the phone about his own unsatisfactory neighbour, whose slamming doors and shouting matches with her teenage children were a constant bar to relaxation, when he'd suddenly said, "You know, if we bought a place together, we could get away from all these wankers." At these words, Robin had felt something very like panic. However, feeling guilty about the way she'd lied about the silver vault case, she felt she owed him. "Yes, I suppose we could," she said. "Don't be too enthusiastic." She'd laughed nervously. "No, it's definitely an idea." Ever since the call had ended, Robin had been trying to argue herself out of an increase in anxiety. She loved Murphy, didn't she? Yes, she really knew she did. And most women would be delighted to know that the man they loved, and who loved them, wanted to make this kind of commitment, wouldn't they? And didn't it make sense to find a better place together, without rowdy neighbours? But when Robin thought about cohabitation, the image that presented itself was of the third and last home she'd shared with her ex-husband. Robin knew it had been a lovely house in an 18th-century terrace that had been built for shipwrights and sea captains, but she couldn't picture it in any detail now. What she mostly remembered was the leaden feeling of constriction and misery in which she'd spent too many of the days she'd lived there. But that was Matthew. Ryan's not Matthew. Murphy's unexpected suggestion that they move in together had come just an hour after Robin had opened a letter from her GP, which had been lying on a doormat when she'd got home late after hours of surveillance. The doctor wanted her to make an appointment for a checkup after her recent hospitalization. She hadn't told Murphy about this. She didn't want to go. She didn't see what the point was. She had all the information she needed already, and she felt well, and the operation site had healed, so what could the GP do or say that was of any benefit to her? Before Strike had called, thoughts of egg freezing had been tangling themselves in her complicated feelings about house hunting, and she had a sense, not for the first time, that she wasn't like other women, that she wanted different things and was prepared to bear different hardships, and she couldn't help remembering Strike's words. "That'd be my view in your position, but some might say that's why I'm still single." As Robin got out of the Land Rover on Great Queen Street an hour and a half later, a corpulent, balding passer-by said cheerfully, "Don't see many of that age still on the roads." "No," Robin agreed. "It's on its last legs." She watched the man turn into the huge Art Deco building of pale grey stone beside which she'd parked. She'd never seen Freemasons' Hall before. Had she thought about it, she might have expected those entering to require, if not a secret password, then at least a membership card. But a sign beside the glass doors proclaimed that there was a cafe inside, a museum open to the public, and guided tours. Strike was standing on the corner ahead, collar turned up against the chilly day, vaping while staring up at the building's front, and Robin walked towards him feeling far better for having something to think about other than her personal predicaments, and much more cheerful for seeing her work partner. "Impressive building," said Robin when she reached him. "It is," agreed Strike. From this angle, Freemasons' Hall looked as though it had been constructed like an isosceles triangle, except that at the point where the two long sides converged, it had been squared off, presenting a relatively narrow but very tall and grand frontage, comprising columns, a square clock, and a tower. Albi, Vide tace, said Strike, reading an inscription high above them. See, hear, be silent.
Any chance of walking a bit? Robin asked, hands deep in her pockets. The Land Rover's heating was non-existent, and the day near freezing.
Yeah, that's why I wanted to meet early, get a feel for the area.
So they set off along Great Queen Street, with the massive stone hall to their right.
I think Ramsay's keen to meet us because he's hoping we'll find his stolen silver, said Strike. He's had a hell of a run of bad luck in the last couple of years. His adult son and only child died in a jet ski accident on holiday 18 months ago.
Oh, no,
said Robin. And then his wife had a massive stroke. She's still incapacitated. She was the one managing the shop because Kenneth works at some financial services place up the road. I heard the whole story this morning. I think he was trying to get me as emotionally invested as possible in finding the silver.
Well, if his wife needs medical care and can't work...
Not blaming him. Just giving you a heads up. Because I think he'll be most forthcoming if we pretend we're as interested in the robbery as in the body. He told me they had a slight increase in custom after the murder, but it was mostly gawkers, rather than people wanting to buy Masonic medals.
Strike was scanning the street as they walked for CCTV cameras, and for side streets and lay-bys where silver could be divided between gang members unobserved, but it was a populous area that would be well lit by night, and Strike doubted the felons could have counted on the absence of passers-by even then.
Can't see our killers/thieves making their getaway in this direction, said Strike. No, I think the police are right. The silver went in that getaway car in Wild Street.
Robin had an unbidden mental image of Murphy's expression, could he have heard Strike, as Murphy would undoubtedly see it, deigning to agree with the police's conclusions. They turned right into Kingsway, a broader and even busier street. Canned Christmas music drifted out from a shop as they passed, and both felt that undertow of sadness from which Christmas in adulthood is rarely free. Robin wishing she felt as straightforwardly happy at the prospect of her trip home as she would have done when she first moved to London. Strike suddenly visited by thoughts of Ted, Joan, and the empty house in Cornwall, which had just gone up for sale.
The shop's up an alleyway to the right, he said. Wouldn't have said it's a great location, but given the proximity to Freemasons' Hall, they must get some Masonic trade. He checked his watch. Bit early, but we might as well head there now.
So they turned up an unlovely lane, which had a line of plastic bins on one side. The silver shop, which sat at the join of the red brick Connaught rooms and the pale grey stone of Freemasons' Hall, looked dingy and old-fashioned. Medallions and ceremonial chains lay on black velvet in the window. Somebody had draped red fairy lights around these items in a lacklustre tribute to the season. The black awning bore silver lettering, which read, Ramsay Silver, Masonic insignia, silverware, and rarities. As Strike pushed open the door, a bell tinkled, and he noted that neither of the two locks were of a much higher grade than those of the average house. The first sound they heard, drowning out the Christmas carol playing over hidden speakers, was the gabbling voice of a man in his 50s who was standing at a desk with a silver bowl in his white-gloved hands, talking to a customer. Pity you weren't in last year, if you like Art Nouveau, because we had 2 jewels in, designed by Alphonse Mucha. Very special. Ah, said the man eagerly, becoming aware of the newcomers. Mr. Strike?
Yes, said the detective.
With you in a tick, said Kenneth Ramsay. His suit hung loosely on him, as though he'd lost a lot of weight in a relatively short space of time. The little hair he retained was silver and curly, which, combined with a strangely innocent-looking pink and white face that looked as though it never needed shaving, gave him the appearance of an aging cherub. Turning back to his customer, who was a tall man in a cashmere overcoat, Ramsay said, "Something else you might like, if it's Art Nouveau you fancy."
"I really just want the bowl," said the customer, who had his wallet out.
"Sure. Tell you what we've got, though, and they would go very nicely with this. Pair of 1926 candlesticks came out at Aitchison's Haven Lodge in Scotland. They'd make a lovely
"No, thank you," said the customer firmly.
"Right, ha! No problem. We'll get this wrap for you, then. Laura, wrap this for me, please."
A sulky-looking young woman in glasses, who was returning various other bits of silver to their shelf, slouched over to the desk and began plying sellotape and bubble wrap.
"Wonderful choice. A really fabulous piece. Lovely scroll work. Are you a collector? Would you like gift wrapping? Got ribbons somewhere, haven't we, Laura? Got any good Christmas plans? Staying in town? Would you like to join our mailing list? Well worth it. You'll be given early notice if anything special."
"Just the bowl," said the customer, no longer troubling to be polite.
Robin was looking around at the cramped and cluttered shop floor. The right and left walls bore racks of ceremonial swords and shelves laden with silver. Taller items, such as urns and ornamental centerpieces, stood on tables, while snuff-boxes and jewellery were displayed in glass cabinets. Masonic symbols, now becoming familiar to Robin, were everywhere. Eyes in triangles, sheafs of corn, beehives, coffins, and skulls. The back wall broke the monotony of the sea of silver, because it displayed many antique aprons and sashes embroidered in gold, and Robin's eye lingered on an apron embroidered with a bloody severed head held up by a single hand. Strike, too, was making a covert survey of the shop, though concentrating on security rather than silverware. Beside the street door was a keypad for the alarm, which looked as though it had been installed at least a decade earlier. A small camera, which also looked many years out of date, was positioned over a slightly warped black door behind the desk. When at last the customer's purchase had been put into its black and silver bag, Ramsay trotted to the street door to open it, and in the absence of his voice, they could hear the Christmas carol playing over the speakers. "I saw 3 ships come sailing in, on Christmas Day, on Christmas Day." The customer, one of whose eyes was hypertrophic and staring up at the ceiling, scanned Strike and Robin superciliously with the other as he went out of the shop. Ramsay inclined his head as the man passed, like a footman. Once the door had thudded shut, Ramsay stripped off his white gloves and strode to Strike to wring his hand, his demeanour no less frenetic than it had been with his customer. "When you called this morning, I thought, at long bloody last. Ray of hope, it really was. Ray of hope. I've been reading up on you. Couldn't have asked for... I've been at my wit's end, to be honest. You might be the godsend I've been hoping for."
"This is Robin Ellicott, my partner," said Strike.
How do you do?" said Ramsay. His eyes dropped from Robin's face to her breasts and moved back again as he shook her hand in turn. "Lovely. I mean, what would you like to do first? Look around, or—"
"Yes, let's look around," said Strike.
"Right, yes. Laura, you can take lunch now," Ramsay called to the sulky sales assistant. She disappeared through the door behind the desk, coming back a minute later with her coat and handbag, and left, setting the bell tinkling again. "So," said Ramsay, spreading his hands wide, "this is the shop floor, obviously. Ha! I'll show you the vault. This way." And what was in those ships, all 3, on Christmas Day, on Christmas Day? Ramsay led them to the black door behind the desk. Strike, by far the largest of the 3, moving carefully so as not to topple any urns off their tables. "As you can see," said Ramsay, pausing to point up at the camera over the door leading to the vault, "state-of-the-art security. Camera covering the shop and another one over the door outside. Alarm. Iron blinds over the windows at night. And down here—" It took him 2 attempts to open the black door, which fitted poorly into its frame. On the second shove it opened to reveal a narrow flight of stairs leading down to the basement. "We've got the vault." He flicked a light switch and illuminated both a stairway and a cramped basement area. The steep wooden stairs creaked as the threesome descended. The small space below smelled slightly of mould and looked as though it had been fitted out on the cheap many years previously. The steel door facing them had a second keypad beside it and a wheel handle. To the right was a door that stood ajar to reveal a cramped toilet, and to their left was a sink, some laminate cupboards bearing mugs and a kettle, and a couple of wall pegs. "We'll look away," said Strike, as Ramsay moved to tap in the code on the keypad.
"Oh," said Ramsay distractedly. "Yes, thank you."
When the door had audibly swung open, Strike and Robin turned back to see the place where William Wright had died. The vault, illuminated by a single bare light bulb hanging from the low ceiling, was high enough for an average-sized man, if not Strike, to stand upright in, and deep enough to accommodate a man of the same height lying down. The walls were of brick and lined with currently bare shelves. The vault contained nothing except 5 crates of varying sizes, all stamped with the name Gibson's, which Strike knew to be a minor auction house. He took out his notebook. "Those," said Ramsay, pointing, "are the crates the Murdoch silver came in, all stolen," he said, staring around at the shelves, "and I'd never even seen it."
"Really?"
"Yes, it was supposed to arrive on Friday at lunchtime. I came here to receive it," said Ramsay, as though the silver had been a visiting potentate. "But Gibson's had lots of deliveries that day, so it was delayed, and I had to go back to work. Pamela called later to say it had arrived."
"Pamela is—"
"Pamela Bullen Driscoll, my sister-in-law, my wife's sister. She was helping us out at the time, with Rachel being so ill. Gone back to her own business now."
"You had house guests over the weekend, didn't you?" asked Strike.
"That's right, and I couldn't leave Rachel alone with them, so I didn't come in over the weekend."
"But you were here on Monday morning when the theft was discovered?"
"Oh, yes, because I wanted to see John O'Clair myself."
"Who's he?"
"Very important silver collector," said Ramsay. "Very wealthy. He'd asked me to put the Murdoch silver aside for him to view before we offered it to anyone else. That's why Pamela never took it out of the vault, just unpacked it and put it on the shelves. I came down here, opened the door, and it was all gone. And Wright, well, Knowles," said Ramsay, pointing at the floor, "was there, face down. His hands were missing. I couldn't believe what I was seeing. It didn't look real."
"Face down, you say?" said Strike, who was making notes.
"That's right, and there was dried blood around the head and—"
Ramsay swallowed, looking sick. "News reports said he was naked," said Strike.
"Yes, he was, except— yes, he was naked."
"I heard a hallmark was carved into the body's back."
"How do you know about that?" Ramsay gasped, staring up at Strike.
"It was mentioned in a news story," lied the detective.
"Oh, I didn't think they were going to give that out. Yes, it was the Salem Cross, the Murdoch hallmark."
Strike made a note, then said, "And the body was naked except for—"
DCI Truman told me not to talk about that."
"Really?" said Strike, looking down at Ramsay.
"Well, you see, they tried to make the killing look— Truman said it would mean more trouble for me. I saw his point. Considerate of him. I liked Truman. He was the only one who seemed interested in getting our silver back. But then he was taken off the case. We weren't told why. Nobody told us anything. I'm a big supporter of the police. Very difficult job. But I haven't been at all impressed with the lot we've had handling this business," said Ramsay resentfully. "Not since Truman left."
"Was the corpse wearing something Masonic?"
Robin watched Ramsay's weakening faith in the police do battle with his desire to assist the detectives he seemed to see as a last hope. "Yes," said Ramsay weakly at last. "A Masonic sash. I can't remember which one. When they turned him over, I wasn't concentrating on the sash. The eyes and ears had been— Pamela screamed."
Ramsay's voice faded away. "All right, "I think we've seen enough down here," said Strike. "Would you mind if I use your bathroom?"
"No, of course not," said Ramsay, closing the vault door with what looked like relief. "Shall we?" Ramsay said to Robin, who smiled, and the two of them climbed the stairs again. Once they'd disappeared, Strike, who had no need whatsoever of the bathroom, advanced on the keypad beside the safe to examine it more closely. Upstairs, Ramsay beckoned Robin to one of the two chairs facing his desk, on which a computer sat. "Truman said it would be playing into the killer's hands to talk up the sash and the hallmark," he said, sitting down opposite her. "It was obvious misdirection. He knew people can be silly about the Masons." Unsurprisingly, being asked to describe the body seemed to have upset Ramsay. "I don't know whether your partner told you," he added, as he fiddled with his cufflinks, "but it's been a very difficult time for my wife and me, dreadful, actually. And then to lose all the Murdoch silver when we weren't insured. We've had a horrible couple of years. Everything's been just hellish. Actually, it's been hellish." "I'm so sorry," said Robin, remembering the jet ski and the dead son. Ramsay blinked rapidly. With no aim other than distracting him a little, Robin looked towards the nearest glass cabinet, which was full of small silver trinkets, and said, "You've got some lovely things." "Oh, yes," said Ramsay, brightening, "and very affordable." To Robin's consternation, he jumped to his feet again, pulled his white gloves back on, and proceeded to unlock the cabinet. "Nice little pocket watch," he said, holding it out to her in his cotton-covered palm. "Sterling, not plate. Triangular, of course. Masonic symbols instead of numbers, you see. More of a man's piece, of course," he said, when Robin showed no sign of enthusiasm. "For the ladies, you'll like this." He picked up a small silver orb charm and flicked a catch, so that it transformed into a jointed cross. "Nice, eh?" he said. "And again, you've got your Masonic symbols hidden inside." "Very pretty," said Robin. "You should drop a hint to—" Ramsay's eyes flickered to her bare ring finger. "Or just treat yourself, for Christmas." To Robin's relief, Strike now reappeared, his face somewhat contorted. The stairs were steep, and his stump still complaining, post-Cornwall. "I could do you a good deal," said Ramsay, smiling anxiously at Robin. "Maybe another time," she said, embarrassed. Ramsay locked up the cabinet with obvious reluctance, returned to his seat behind the desk, and rummaged in the desk drawer for a glossy auction catalogue. "I've circled everything I bought," he told Strike, as the latter sat down next to Robin, "so you know what you're looking for." "Great," said Strike, taking the catalogue. The cover read, "The A.H. Murdoch Collection," and featured a sword and a large silver ship on wheels. "Would that be a Neff?" asked Strike. "Ah, you know your silver," said Ramsay eagerly. "Yes, she was commissioned by Murdoch out of silver from his own mine, second largest in Peru, discovered in 1827, and modelled on the Carolina Merchant, the ship that took the first ever Freemason to America. We were all delighted his great-grandson wanted to hold the auction here in London, rather than in the US." Ramsay now launched unstoppably into an explanation of the significance of the Murdoch silver, speaking with the peculiar tone-deaf intensity of the monomaniac. "Murdoch, of course, was Inspector General of the Louisiana jurisdiction, largest, most valuable collection of Masonic silver in the world. Gadrooned borders, superb 19th century mall, bright cut engraving." "We can keep this, can we?" interrupted Strike, stemming the flow of words by raising his voice. "Oh, yes, I've got another copy." "Are you on the square yourself?" asked Strike. "Oh, yes," said Ramsay. "You?" "'Fraid not." "Ah, I thought being ex-military. One of our best customers is a colonel in the light infantry. My wife's father was a Mason, too. She's a Bullen by birth. Bullen & Co. Very old silver firm. They're down in the London silver vaults. Been going 127 years. "Wow," said Robin, to whom the job of being impressed by interviewees usually fell.
But when her father retired a couple of years ago, he handed the business over to my sister-in-law and her husband. His choice, of course, up to him, said Kenneth sniffily. We'd hoped, but long story short, Pamela and Geoffrey and Rachel and I worked out a deal, and we took the Masonic stock. Bullen and Co. had a small sideline in Masonic artifacts, nothing on our scale, of course, and we opened this place.
What kind of business was here before you took over?
A jeweller's, said Ramsay. So the place was already set up for us, really. Very convenient.
You changed all the codes when you took the place over, though, said Strike.
Oh, yes, of course, said Ramsay, before pointing at the catalogue in Strike's hands and reverting to his favourite subject. I got all the most important Murdoch pieces, made an offer before the auction, and it was accepted. Put a few noses out of joint, as a matter of fact. There were a lot of collectors who were very interested, waiting to bid.
Let's talk about William Wright, said Strike.
Of course, anything you need to know, ask away, said Ramsay, but he pressed on before Strike could speak. Our security's really top-notch, as you can see, but Knowles was a professional, wasn't he?
Did you interview him for the job? Asked Strike.
Yes, with Pamela, and she liked him at the time, whatever she said afterwards. She was the one who'd been saying we needed someone else, because she wasn't up to lifting the heavier stuff, especially taking it up and down the stairs. None of us are getting any younger, and she's got problems with her eyes.
What sort of problems? Asked Strike.
She had that laser eye surgery, and it didn't work. She's had a lot of trouble since, so we advertised.
Did you have many applicants? Asked Strike.
Not many. Young people have unrealistic expectations of salaries these days, very unrealistic, said Ramsay, bristling slightly. But Wright seemed ideal. Short, but a strong lad. Our security chap had resigned a couple of months previously, you see, so I thought Wright could cover both bases, as it were. He did jiu-jitsu.
Was he given the alarm and vault codes when he started here? Keys?
Oh, no, said Ramsay. No, of course not, absolutely not.
Did you see much of him yourself?
Not really. I'd pop in here at lunch sometimes, see how things were going. No, it was really just Pamela. Oh, and Jim, coming in to clean 2 mornings a week. He's been with us since the start, a couple of years now.
This would be Jim Todd, asked Strike.
Ramsay didn't question how Strike knew his cleaner's surname, but said, That's right, lovely man. Fell on hard times, so we helped him out with a job. He cleans for a few different businesses.
So it would have been Pamela who had most to do with William Wright?
Yes, and Jim would have seen a bit of him too, more than me. As I say, I've been very busy, but it was important to keep the shop going. It's our baby, you know, and—
Ramsay's voice broke, and Robin, thinking again of the dead son, said,
This must all have been incredibly difficult for you.
It has,
said Ramsay hoarsely. Yes, it has. His gaze roved, apparently absent-mindedly, back to Robin's chest. She folded her arms, and he looked hastily away.
So, William Wright was on your security footage all that Friday, the 17th of June, said Strike, his tone less sympathetic than Robin's. He'd noticed the ogling.
Yes. We've always got the camera on in case of shoplifters. The police took that footage away after the burglary. Or, no, maybe it's still on here, said Ramsay, peering dimly at the computer. But I wouldn't know how to— Could I have a look? Asked Robin. We've got a similar camera feed in our office. I might be able to find it. Yes, of course, said Ramsay. Password, he muttered, and after a couple of attempts he succeeded in entering it correctly, then ceded his chair to Robin.
I understand Wright left the shop for a while that Friday, said Strike.
Yes, very briefly in the afternoon, said Ramsay, taking Robin's vacated seat. Stupid thing. The delivery driver mixed up 2 crates. Sent the Oriental Lodge centrepiece. You'll see it in the catalogue. Magnificent, it really is. To Bullen and Co. by mistake, and delivered some of the things they'd bought to us. Pamela realised what had happened and sent right out to Bullen's to get it back. Embarrassing for Pamela, actually, said Ramsay, his face growing a little pinker. If that hadn't happened, we wouldn't have known she and her husband had bid on some of the Murdoch collection. We had a gentleman's agreement that Bullen & Co. wouldn't set themselves up in competition with us. We were to concentrate on Masonic silver.
And Wright brought this centrepiece back, did he? Said Strike.
Yes, in a taxi. He wasn't gone long. The silver vaults are only just up the road.
I think, said Robin, her eyes on the computer monitor, I might be able to download the relevant camera footage. Would you be comfortable with us taking a copy, Mr. Ramsay?
Yes, of course, said Ramsay.
Would you have phone numbers for Pamela Bullen Driscoll and Jim Todd? Strike asked. Ramsay gave them. Strike now brought out the photograph of Rupert Fleetwood that Desimma had given him. In your opinion, is there any possibility that William Wright was this man? Ramsay glanced down at Rupert Fleetwood.
Oh, no, he said. No. What is he, a waiter? Wright wore glasses and had a beard. He was dark.
Disregarding the outfit, said Strike, and trying to picture this man with a beard and dyed hair.
No, repeated Ramsay, who seemed annoyed. No, he doesn't look at all like Knowles.
Strike took the picture back. Did the police show you pictures of two men called Niall Semple and Tyler Powell?
Yes, but it wasn't them, it was Knowles, said Ramsay, now almost agitated. I'm certain it was Knowles.
Okay, said Strike, making a note. Did anyone offer you a different neff for sale around the time Wright came to work here?
A different neff? Said Ramsay, confused. No, the Carolina Merchant's the only one we've ever had in stock. We don't deal in ornamental objects that aren't Masonic.
Right, said Strike, making another note. And is there anything you remember about Wright that seemed odd or distinctive?
No, not at all. As I say, I didn't really. Oh, but there were the things he searched for. The police found that out.
Things he searched for?
Yes. He'd looked things up on this computer, said Ramsay, nodding at the monitor on the desk. The police went all through the what-have-you, and they found he'd been looking at some odd things.
They found his search history?
Yes, exactly. He wasn't supposed to be on that computer at all. It's only there for website orders in our client database. I said to Pamela, what was he doing messing around on the computer? She said it must have been when she went out for lunch. You know, a lot of this is down to Pamela's carelessness, said Ramsay, in a sudden burst of temper. We were supposed to be so grateful for her help, but she was the one who left early on Friday, which meant Wright could close the door without setting the alarm.
Really? Said Robin, who just successfully cut, copied and emailed the relevant portion of camera footage to the agency's address.
Why did Pamela leave early? It was a private matter, said Ramsay, looking uncomfortable. But even so, damn careless of her.
What had Wright been doing online, do you know? Asked Strike.
He'd been looking up things about Freemasons, and he'd been on some website that was all about clearing your name and escaping prison and things like that.
It'd be very helpful if you could remember the details of that website, said Strike. Kenneth screwed up his cherubic face.
It was called something like Innocent and Accused. People complaining they'd been framed or blamed for things they hadn't done, and advising each other how to get out of it. Some really nasty stuff on there, advocating vigilantism. Some of them. How to get their own back.
Can you remember what the website looked like? A logo or colours?
Had a sort of eye for an eye logo, said Ramsay. 2 hands each holding an eye.
And there's nothing else you can tell us about Wright, said Strike. Accent, mention of home life, interests.
Well, he wouldn't tell the truth about anything like that, would he? Said Ramsay, sounding frustrated. He was a criminal. He was playing a part. Oh, he added suddenly. But there was the email. We think Wright sent a strange email from here. He used the Ramsay Silver email address.
Who was the email sent to? Asked Strike.
A man called Osgood.
Did you tell the police about this?
Oh, yes. Pamela found it after we'd realized Wright had been using the PC. The police questioned us about it, but none of us had sent the email. We were all baffled. We'd never heard of the man. But I dare say Osgood was one of Knowles's criminal associates. Possibly he was letting him know he'd managed to infiltrate the shop. "Would you mind us taking a copy of the email?" asked Strike.
"No, of course not. It's still on there,"
Ramsay told Robin, who found it without much difficulty and forwarded it to both her own and Strike's accounts. "I know you need to get back to your office," Strike said to Ramsay. "So, last question. Would you happen to have the address Roy was living at?"
"I didn't keep his CV," said Ramsay, "but I do remember the street. St. George's Avenue, Newham. I thought that was a good omen when I saw it. St. George."
"Would you happen to remember the house number?"
"No, I'm afraid not. Maybe directory inquiries."
"Well, thanks for meeting us," said Strike. "It's been very helpful." He got to his feet, holding the catalogue Ramsay had given him.
"If you have any more questions, don't hesitate to call me," said Ramsay, as he too stood up. Now that Strike and Robin were about to leave, he once again seemed eager and a little pathetic. "Here, take my card. Whatever you need." They shook hands again. As Ramsay bustled ahead to open the door for the detectives, Dean Martin's voice crooned over the shop speakers. "Silver bells, it's Christmas time in the city."
Chapter 15. The deed a man may do on the spur of the moment, when his brain is on fire, is not so readily done when it has to be thought about. John Oxenham, A Maid of the Silver Sea. Strike glanced up at the camera over the street door as he and Robin emerged into the chilly afternoon. Strike suspected it was inactive because it had a noticeable crack in the lens. This, he assumed, was the reason there'd been no pictures in the press of the killers entering the shop. "Let's have a look at Wild Street," he said, and they headed onwards, away from Kingsway, onto a much quieter road without shops or cafes. "Yeah, they must have brought the silver here," said Strike, looking up and down the street, "and bunged it in the getaway car. There's a pub up there," he added, pointing back towards the place where they'd met. "Fancy some food?" "Great," said Robin. "What was Ramsay trying to flog you when I came upstairs?" asked Strike as they walked.
First a triangular pocket watch, and then a charm that was a ball that turned into a cross marked with hidden Masonic symbols when you opened it. I could have been persuaded into buying that one."
"Never had you pegged as a pushover for salesman?"
"I'm not, but it was pretty and—"
"You felt sorry for him?"
"I did,"
Robin admitted.
"Yes."
"You haven't got enough money to go round trying to save idiots from bankruptcy."
"Idiot's a bit harsh."
"He's an idiot," said Strike implacably. "I'm sorry for his personal misfortunes, but state-of-the-art security, my arse, it's about as lax as it could be without leaving the bloody doors and windows open. He would have punched in the code for the vault right in front of us if I hadn't stopped him. He didn't insure this silver he'd paid a mint for. He hires an untrained security guy on the cheap. He didn't check rights references properly. Never upgraded the alarm or the camera after buying the place. The lock's on the front door.
I know all that. But he's lost his son, his wife's seriously ill. People don't always make the best decisions when they're under a lot of stress.
People who are already in trouble are the very people who can't afford to get careless," said Strike sententiously.
He didn't notice Robin's slightly clouded expression, and wouldn't have understood its significance if he had. He had no idea how much of Robin's free time was currently spent castigating herself for what she now saw as a cavalier disregard for warning signs at the ages of both 19 and 32. "What were you up to, pretending to need the bathroom?" she asked.
"Wanted to have a shufty at that staff area. It wouldn't take much to guess which 6 digits open the vault, because the keys are worn. All you'd have to do is memorize the pattern made by whoever was punching in the code. The sink and bog are clean, so Todd doesn't seem to have been acting in an unusual manner when he scrubbed the staff area before the police turned up. The cupboards under the sink are full of silver polish and Dettol. You're thinking collusion? First thing you got to ask when there's a burglary like this. Todd wiped the place clean of prints, and Pamela left early on the day of the killing, leaving Wright to shut up. Any standard set of skeleton keys would open up the latch lock on that door, as long as the mortise hadn't been locked. Makes you think. That said, Strike continued, the Prince of Wales pub now in sight, they all seem to have very solid alibis, so it could have just been sloppiness. If this Pamela was worried about her knees and her eyes going up and down the stairs, she might have given Wright the vault code so he could lug stuff in and out of it for her, and not wanted to admit it to Ramsay or the police. After you. Robin walked through the door Strike was holding open for her, into the large, crowded and noisy pub, which had wooden floorboards, tiled pillars, and a good deal of red and gold tinsel hanging from the ceiling. "I'll get the drinks in," said Strike. "What do you want?" "Orange juice, please." "Have some reading material," said Strike, handing her the catalogue Ramsay had given him. He headed for the bar, already weighing the non-investigative possibilities offered by this apparently casual lunch, while the oblivious Robin sat down at a table beside the window and flicked through the catalogue. The introduction explained that the museum-quality objects on sale had all been purchased or commissioned by A.H. Murdoch, 19th-century American explorer, industrialist, and Grand Master Freemason. The Murdoch hallmark had been used as a backdrop to several of the pages. It was a curious symbol, a slanted cross with additional bars. Kenneth Ramsay had circled in Sharpie everything he'd bought, and by examining estimated prices, Robin worked out that he'd have had to pay a minimum of £150,000 to get the pieces removed from the auction. His business seemed to be far from flourishing, so she wondered how on earth he'd managed this. A.H. Murdoch's collection wasn't entirely Masonic. Here and there were bits of silver that were merely ornamental, but Ramsay hadn't bid on any of these. Instead, he'd obtained a selection of objects whose use was mysterious to Robin. What, for instance, was a setting maul? To her, it resembled a plunger, having a handle of polished oak and a cone-shaped piece of solid silver at the end, intricately engraved with 8-pointed stars. There were many trowels and set squares, and multiple jewels, which to Robin's eye were medals with elaborate designs, including a 2-headed eagle on a Teutonic cross. When Strike returned to the table with the drinks and 2 menus, he found Robin looking at the picture of an ornate silver centrepiece, which, according to the catalogue, measured nearly 3.5 feet in height. "Estimate £60,000 to £80,000, Robin read out of the catalogue, turning it so that Strike could see it. "Fuck's sake," said Strike, staring at the thing, which he found exceptionally ugly. "That's the Oriental centrepiece which went to Bullen & Co. by mistake," said Robin, turning the catalogue back towards herself to examine at the profusion of symbols that embellished the object. Jacob's ladder, acacia tree, the all-seeing eye, the blazing star. Been boning up on Masonic symbolism? Yes. It's strange, though. It's an eyesore, is what it is, said Strike, looking at the upside-down centrepiece. Not this. The theft. It's not like stealing cash or diamonds, which you could sell easily. The thieves can't have been intending to melt the silver down, because its value is in its form, and this centrepiece alone must be massively heavy. Which is why I think it must have all gone in the getaway car in Wild Street. Why anyone wanted a pile of Masonic crap, though? Robin thought of the Spartan attic in which Strike lived, devoid of almost anything of sentimental or decorative value. I think you might underestimate how obsessive people can get about objects, not being a things person yourself. A things person? Are there any physical objects you're really attached to? Yeah, my prosthetic leg. Aha, you know what I mean. It's not just the size and weight of them, said Robin, now turning the pages of the catalogue. They're all publicly linked to Wright's murder. Do you think whoever stole them has just stashed them in a cellar somewhere, and they go down every night to gloat over it all? Good question, said Strike. He took a sip of his beer, then said, Another good question is, why would Lyndon Knowles want a pile of Masonic silver? Maybe he knew a buyer who wouldn't care how it was obtained, said Robin doubtfully. Does that smell right to you? A gangster who deals in guns suddenly turning high-class fence? Not really, Robin admitted.
And if he'd wanted the stuff for himself, which I think is highly unlikely, why tie his nephew's murder to it?
It is odd, admitted Robin. And why kill Knowles in the vault? Wouldn't it have been simpler to
shoot him in the back of the head in the car on the way to a fake robbery, then dump the body? You're right, it would. What do you want to eat?
Soup, said Robin. I'm not that hungry.
Strike, who was very definitely hungry, set back off for the bar, where he ordered soup for Robin and fish and chips for himself. When he returned to the table, Robin handed him her mobile, on which she'd brought up the email to the man called Osgood, allegedly sent by William Wright. Ramsay Silver, re. Something You Should Know, to Osgood at goodtunes.co.uk. Dear Mr. Osgood, brackets Oz, close brackets, I can help you with something that I know has been a problem for you, if you would be happy to meet me.
Sent a week before Wright was killed, Strike noted. No guarantee it was Wright who sent it, of course.
If he didn't, it's odd nobody at the shop admitted to doing it, said Robin, taking her phone back.
True, said Strike. But if the police thought this Osgood bloke had any bearing on the murder and theft, I'd have expected it to be in the press. We'll try and contact him, though.
It's weird how quickly press interest died, isn't it? Said Robin. Once they heard it was Knowles, nobody seems to have cared any more that his hands had been chopped off and his eyes gouged out.
Standard operating procedure, isn't it?
What do you mean?
Let violent young men polish each other off. Who cares?
But this was a really nasty killing. To do that to a body. If it had happened to a woman.
Glad you said that, not me.
Why?
Not fashionable. To say men are seen as disposable in certain contexts.
I'm not saying he was disposable.
I know you're not. But there wasn't a tenth of the interest there would have been if he'd been a woman, even if she'd had a record. And you're right. This was bloody sadistic, said Strike. Proper butchery.
I'm just saying, if it had been a woman, there'd have been salacious interest because she was naked.
True, said Strike. But men don't tug at the public's heartstrings the way women and kids do. I'm not saying women have it easy, Strike added, preemptively defending himself against an accusation he seemed to hear hovering in the wings of the conversation. But there are far more men sleeping rough, and they get a lot less press traction when they go missing. I'm not saying women have it easy, he emphasized, just stating facts. Look at those two blokes they couldn't exclude on DNA. Semple got a bit of interest because he's an injured veteran, but Powell got fuck all. I've had a quick look for him, and not a whisper about him in the press.
I found some stuff, said Robin, rummaging in her bag.
Seriously?
Said Strike, surprised. Yes, here. Robin handed Strike a couple of sheets of paper on which she'd printed out some photographs she'd found on Instagram, and which she'd been intending to put in the office file when she got a chance. All had been enlarged from group shots in which Tyler Powell had been tagged. He was a powerfully built young man with overlarge ears, a slightly lopsided face, and mouse-brown hair. In one of the photos, he was wearing an England football strip. I'm 99% sure he's the right Powell. The photos were posted by people in Ironbridge.
That's up Birmingham way, right? asked Strike.
Exactly, said Robin. Strike was pleased Tyler Powell hadn't lived nearer to London. A trip to Ironbridge might just provide those hours of uninterrupted time with Robin he wanted. Look at the back of the second page, said Robin. I printed out some of the comments beneath the last picture. Strike did as he was told. Lola Johns. Can't stand looking at that bastard Powell after what he did. Riley Miley. Ugh, can't you crop TP out? Aisha. Why are we still looking at pics of that shithead? Ponzi 2. Chloe Griff, take these down. Nobody want to see that fucker.
Seems to have made himself unpopular, said Strike, turning the page over to look at Powell's picture again. He didn't look much of a villain, but Strike well remembered a young private in the Rifle Corps who'd resembled a choir boy and been convicted of rape in Cyprus. I haven't found any social media for Powell yet, said Robin, but I'll keep trying. "OK," said Strike. "And I'll ask Hardy if he can find out anything on Niall Semple for me." Their food now arrived. Strike ate a couple of chips, then said, "You know, I wouldn't mind knowing whether DCI Truman ever rolls his trousers up when he's not paddling." "What?" "You have to roll up your trouser leg during initiation into the Freemasons. Prove you're unshackled, a free man." "I don't think the Freemasons killed Wright," Strike said, as Robin opened her mouth to speak. "But Truman wanting to hush up the sash and the hallmark on the body's back makes you think, as does the fact that he fell over himself to rule out the Freemasonry connection to the press. Somebody said online that Truman is a Mason. It was in the comments on one of the news stories. They even gave his lodge." "Did they now?" "But that's the kind of thing people would say, isn't it? I've been looking at some of the conspiracy theories about Masons, and people can't make up their minds whether they're a front for Jewish world domination or affiliated with Ku Klux Klan." "There was a good bit of Freemasonry in the army when I was still in," said Strike. "Hardy used to take the piss out of me for saying it influenced promotions. His shtick was, Masonry's a man's private affair. Nobody'd let it spill over into his day-to-day life, but I witnessed people cozying up to a known Grand Master at mess dinners. Freemasonry used to be rife in the police as well. Coppers and serious criminals belonging to the same lodges. Remember Duncan Hanrahan?" "No," said Robin. "Freemason and ex-copper turned crook. Tried to do a bit of bribery through his Masonic connections on the force. Might see what I can turn up on DCI Truman," said Strike, making a note to that effect. "Is that necessary?" said Robin. Strike looked up. His partner was suddenly looking tense, and Strike guessed instantly that she was worried about her boyfriend's reaction, should he learn that the agency had turned its attention on one of his fellow policemen. This situation, Strike knew, wanted playing very carefully. He raised his eyebrows. "You don't think it's relevant if Truman had a personal motive for rushing out the idea of Knowles?" "I just can't see how Truman being a Mason will get us any nearer to identifying Wright," said Robin. She had indeed suddenly become conscious of the possible ramifications of this light-hearted conversation. She'd already fibbed to Murphy by telling him they were trying to find Rupert Fleetwood rather than attempting to double-check the Met's identification of Knowles. What would he say if he found out they were staking out Masonic lodges for signs of a senior policeman entering and leaving? "I'd say it's fairly relevant to our investigation if the lead copper let personal loyalties override his professional duty," said Strike. "What if he suppressed information because it was convenient to identify Wright as Knowles? What was the name of Truman's alleged lodge? Can you remember?" "No," said Robin truthfully, though she was further rattled by the personal loyalties comment. She didn't like this feeling of divided allegiances, which she'd never experienced before during a case. Deciding to temporarily back off Truman and the Masons, better by far for Murphy to be the one pissing Robin off rather than him, Strike ate a few more chips, then said, "Well, we should have a look for this website Wright visited, for people who've been wrongly accused. But it's a bloody odd thing for Knowles to have done. Career criminals like him don't usually need internet strangers to tell them how to cover their arses." "No," agreed Robin, "but it might fit Rupert Fleetwood. Maybe he was looking for advice on how to convince the police he hadn't really stolen that neff." "He marched upstairs in the club in broad daylight to nick it, then admitted to his girlfriend he had it and refused to give it back, which isn't the behaviour of a man keen on covering his tracks. If you ask me, nicking that neff was about more than money. Fleetwood was sending a giant fuck you to Dino Lancaster. Lancaster's his godfather. Fleetwood probably assumed he could slack off at work because of the family connection, then had a hissy fit when he realised he couldn't. The whole thing smacks of arrogance and entitlement." "Nice that you're keeping an open mind about him," said Robin dryly. "I don't like grifters and leeches," said Strike. "But okay, for the sake of argument, say it was Fleetwood in the vault. He's gone to ground at Ramsay Silver to evade his various problems and responsibilities, intending to flog his neph to Kenneth Ramsay, who's just lied to us about being offered it. Why would he then use the work computer to find out how to worm his way out of a theft charge? He'd successfully disappeared from view and found a possible buyer for the goods. You'd think he'd be ordering champagne online, not asking for advice. Robin now looked even more troubled. "What's the matter?" said Strike.
We aren't doing something immoral, taking this case, are we?"
"Shit. I thought we'd agreed we'd do it to put Desimma's mind at rest," said Strike.
"But if we really don't think it was Fleetwood, if there's not the slightest chance—"
"There's always a slight chance," said Strike, backtracking shamelessly. "We haven't promised Desimma we'll prove it was Fleetwood in the vault. We'll be giving her closure if we prove it was someone else."
Until she starts imagining Rupert was the victim of another unsolved murder.
"If her delusion survives us proving Fleetwood wasn't William Wright, I'm happy to be the bastard who tells her she's in the grip of a morbid fixation."
"You don't think it might be kinder to do that right now?"
"Look, there are similarities between Wright and Fleetwood. Height, build, blood type, left-handed. Fleetwood disappears, Wright appears, the silver thing. Actually, on the subject of Fleetwood, would you mind taking over trying to persuade Rupert's friend, Albi Simpson White, to talk to one of us? He's still refusing to come to the phone whenever I call Dino's. Woman's voice, less frightening."
"Okay," said Robin, writing herself a reminder.
"I've also emailed Fleetwood's drug-dealing ex-housemate, Zacharias Lorimer, but no response so far. I'll give him a few more days because I'm not wasting money calling Kenya if he's just going to tell me to piss off. Haven't tried Sasha Lagarde and Valentine Longcaster yet. Probably have to send Sasha a message through his agent."
"What's he like?" asked Robin, who'd been unable to suppress a small frisson at the mention of Charlotte's Oscar-nominated half-brother.
"Like someone who'd benefit hugely from being punched in the face. Strike, you haven't met him."
"What's wrong with him?"
"His whole life's been laid out for him on a golden platter. Everything he wanted from birth. His parents worship the ground he walked on, and he takes it for granted everyone else feels the same."
"And that clearly really pisses you off."
"No, well," Strike conceded, "a bit. Doesn't mean I want him dead."
"God above, I should hope not," said Robin, half amused, half shocked. "Do you usually want people you dislike dead?"
"Some of them," said Strike, thinking of Jeff Whittaker, his mother's second husband. "If I heard Mitch Patterson had dropped dead in the dock, I'd probably celebrate with a pint. Rather see him in the clink, though."
Until a few months previously, ex-policeman Mitch Patterson had headed up the rival detective agency for which Kim Cochran had been working. There had never been any love lost between Patterson and Strike, and in the course of attempting to bring down Strike and Robin's business, Patterson had found himself arrested for the illegal bugging of a top barrister's office. "The trial starts next week," said Robin.
"I know. I'm looking forward to that more than Christmas. You know, thinking about it," Strike said, feigning a sudden thought, "if anyone's going to talk to Sasha Lagarde, it might have to be you."
"Why? You're the one who knows him."
"Yeah, that's the problem. I assume he knows what Charlotte's suicide note said, which means he won't be very well disposed to me at the moment. Although, come to think of it, that probably extends to you, too."
Robin felt a hot explosion in the pit of her stomach. She didn't know whether panic or pleasure predominated, but she was afraid she was going red. Strike noted the blush and waited to see whether Robin ignored what had just been said, or responded to it for the first time. Looking down at her soup, she said, "Sasha can't blame you for what she wrote in that note. The papers said she'd taken a load of drink and drugs."
"She knew exactly what she was saying. She'd said it all to me before, sober."
This was news to Robin. Before she could muster a response, Strike's mobile rang, and Robin seized the opportunity to get away from the table by muttering, "Need the loo."
Annoyed by the interruption, which he considered extremely ill-timed, Strike answered his phone. "Hi," said Midge. "I'm just letting you know, Kim and I have swapped jobs this evening. She'll do the Dorchester with you." "Why?" said Strike, frowning. "She thinks Plug clocked her yesterday, so she'd rather he doesn't see her again today." "Okay," said Strike. "Thanks for letting me know." He hung up, still annoyed. He'd hoped to do the Dorchester job with Robin. Sitting in the bar, both of them dressed up to infiltrate a charity ball, might have been exactly the right setting for the declaration he intended to make. But unfortunately, Robin was due the night off. Meanwhile, an agitated Robin was inside a cubicle in the ladies', asking herself what the hell Strike was playing at, bringing up Charlotte's suicide note again. Knowing her work partner as well as she did, two possibilities occurred to her. Either he was making straightforward statements of fact, untinged with embarrassment, referring to the note purely because it might indeed colour Charlotte's half-brother's attitude to him and Robin. Or what? Was he trying to tell her indirectly that he did have deeper feelings for her than he'd ever admitted before? Was he pushing to see what she felt in turn? Or was it safe to play this game now she was with Murphy? Was his aim to undermine her relationship because it suited him better to keep her single, meaning the threat of her leaving the agency receded? With mounting annoyance, Robin asked herself why, if Strike had something to say, it had to be couched in these plausibly deniable terms, out of the mouth of a dead woman. What was she supposed to say in a crowded pub in the middle of a job? Was Charlotte right? Are you in love with me? If Strike did indeed feel anything approximating love for her, he'd had countless opportunities to say so, hadn't he? She'd suffered on account of her own feelings for him far more than she wanted to admit to herself nowadays. Had he hinted at such feelings 2 years previously, everything might have been different. Or would it? As Robin knew from long, close contact with him, Strike didn't do committed relationships. A few months was all she'd ever known him manage, and Robin was now old enough and wise enough to know she'd never be the kind of person who wanted casual sex or short flings. It was important to remember that whenever her ill-disciplined thoughts drifted towards Cormoran Strike. She thought of Murphy, who didn't play games, who said outright what he felt for her, who had no problem talking about a future with her, and didn't bail on relationships at the first hint of trouble, who wasn't, in short, an infuriating sod who messed with your feelings to further a confused, but probably self-interested, agenda. It was pointless, not to mention masochistic, to dwell on how she'd felt when she'd hugged Strike on her wedding day, or when they'd looked into each other's eyes on the pavement outside the Ritz, and she'd known he was about to kiss her, or when she'd groped for his hand in the bed they'd shared after she'd fled Chapman Farm. There was a loud knock on the door of the cubicle in which Robin was sitting, and she jumped. "Is anyone in there?" said an angry voice. "Yes," said Robin. And she hastily pulled up her pants and flushed the toilet. Back at the table, Strike was still eating chips when Robin's mobile, which she'd left lying face up on the table, received a text. Being good at reading things upside down, Strike didn't need to touch the phone to see. "Ryan, we could probably afford something like this. www.rightmove.co.uk. Fuck. "How's your fish?" said Robin, sitting back down opposite him. She glanced at her phone, then put it back in her bag without answering the text. "Pretty good," said Strike. This indication that Murphy and Robin appeared to be thinking of moving in together had come as a significant blow to Strike. Furthermore, he sensed from Robin's tone that continuing to milk Charlotte's suicide note would be inadvisable just now. Reluctant to abandon the field completely, however, he said, "You've told Murphy we're taking Desimma's case?" "Yes," said Robin. "How'd he take it?" "Fine," said Robin shortly. Strike retreated, but only to marginally safer ground. "I'll email Sacha Lagarde to see if he's prepared to meet one or other of us." Whether because the conversation had veered back within orbit of Charlotte's suicide note or not, Robin now glanced at her watch.
"I better get going. I'm supposed to be in Camberwell in 40 minutes.
"Okay," said Strike, as she gathered up her things. "But let's try and get out to St. George's Avenue and talk to Wright's housemates soon. Probably have to be both of us, or it'll take all day to find the right house, given we haven't got the number."
"Fine," said Robin again, now brisk. "Let me know when."
Chapter 16. This wild girl, whom I recognise scarce more than you do in her fancy fit, eccentric speech and variable mirth, not very wise perhaps and somewhat bold, yet suitable, the whole night's work being strange, may still be right. Robert Browning, In a Balcony. Strike returned to the office in a far worse mood than he'd left it. It might be the height of hypocrisy for him to feel aggrieved that Robin, as he saw it, had hidden the fact that she was house-hunting with Murphy. How much had he concealed about his own private life throughout their friendship? But this in no way lessened his resentment. Stick to the game plan. He went into the inner office, opened the rota, and identified Monday as the best day for him and Robin to visit St. George's Avenue together, blocking out enough time not only to identify William Wright's former residence and, hopefully, interrogate his neighbours, but also to have another drink with Robin, ostensibly to debrief. Having made the necessary adjustments, Strike turned his attention to Niall Semple, the ex-paratrooper who'd now been missing for 6 months. As Strike had told Robin, there'd been a light smattering of press about Semple when he disappeared, though interest seemed to have died fairly quickly. Strike now opened an article he hadn't yet read, in which Semple's wife, Jade, pleaded for information on her husband's whereabouts. The story contained 3 pictures, one of a clean-shaven Semple in the dress uniform of a paratrooper, the second of the Semple's wedding day, and the third, the last known sighting of him at a cash point in Camden. Thick of neck, with high cheekbones, Semple was a handsome man with short blonde hair and bright blue eyes, who resembled the physical type most often cast as a young Nazi in films, although his smile was engaging in the clean-shaven picture. However, in the photograph of his wedding, he was wearing a full beard, a most unusual choice for a soldier in the British Army, and looked stern rather than happy. His wife, Jade, resembled an over-painted doll. Strike wasn't a fan of the fashion for thickly penciled, angular eyebrows, which Jade had embraced wholeheartedly. Her thick hair, which was dyed a bluish-black, was pulled back in a semi-beehive, with locks left loose over her shoulders, and the bodice of her wedding dress was partly sheer and had been constructed to make the most of her cleavage. She looked small, even standing beside Semple, who, according to the article, was 5'7". Strike didn't find Jade Semple attractive, but he could imagine that to men who liked that sort of thing, who enjoyed feeling large and masculine beside girlish women of tiny proportions, she'd be something of a catch. The last picture of Semple, at the cash point in Camden on June the 4th of the previous year, showed a scruffy man with an unkempt beard, who rather incongruously was holding a metal briefcase. Strike squinted at the hand gripping the briefcase. Either Semple was wearing a heavy metal watch, or he'd handcuffed it to himself. He skim-read the article and learned that Semple had undergone brain surgery in 2014 and subsequently been discharged from the army, unfit for service. He disappeared from his family home in Crieff, Scotland, on the 27th of May, days after his mother's funeral.
"I'm desperate," says Jade Semple. "I'm so worried I can't sleep or eat. I just want Niall to get in touch, and if anybody's seen him, to please call the helpline. I'm really scared he's living rough or in some kind of bad situation."
Strike sat back in his computer chair, thinking not so much about what the article contained, but what it didn't. The lack of detail on the incident that had left Semple so severely injured it had ended his military career was particularly interesting to him. He opened Facebook, found Jade Semple's account easily enough, and scrolled back to the date her husband had disappeared. A clutch of photos from the 26th of May, All featured a fancy dress party. Jade was an identical twin. He couldn't tell whether she was the one dressed as Princess Peach from the Nintendo franchise, or the one dressed as Rosalina. There was no sign of her husband in any of the party photos. From that day onwards, Jade had posted only requests for information on her missing husband and links to news stories about his disappearance. The very last picture posted showed Jade holding a small orange puffball of a puppy, captioned, #new fur baby. Strike sent Jade a private message explaining who he was, that he'd been hired to look into the body found in the silver vault, and giving her his mobile number. He then opened email and began searching for the message he'd received months previously from his former SIB colleague and friend, Graham Hardacre, which he'd neglected to acknowledge or answer. He'd just found it when a text from Kim arrived. "Where do you want to meet this evening? K. Kiss." Strike noticed the casually attached kiss and didn't much like it. He texted back, "Outside Dorchester, 7. He'd only just sent this when his mobile rang with a call from Barclay. "There's something up," said the Scot in a low voice, before Strike could speak. "Plug's visiting some kind of compound with 2 men. "What do you mean, compound?" "Waste ground, high fences, sheds. We're a good way north of Ipswich, middle of nowhere. I can hear guard dogs." "There's something up," repeated Barclay. "If I stick around till after dark, I might be able to get in there." "What about the dogs?" "I'll change out of my sausage trousers." "OK, but for fuck's sake don't get caught. Last time Midge trespassed on private land, she got chased off by a bloke with a riding whip." "Aye, but that was the aristocracy," said Barclay. "The look of this lot, it'll be knives." "We haven't got health insurance, Barclay." "Ach, I used to drink in Barlanach in the 90s, said Barclay. "No evening complete without a bit of light stabbing. Talk later." When Barclay had hung up, Strike returned to his email to Hardacre, over which he took some care, remembering to ask after Hardacre's wife and 2 sons, whose names he managed, with a significant degree of effort, to recall. At 5:30, he locked up the office and went upstairs to shower, eat a sandwich and change, prior to heading out to the Dorchester. His bad mood was worsened by the fact that he considered the evening's activities, infiltrating a gala dinner in benefit of a children's charity, entirely pointless. Mrs. A was to be in attendance, and the client was insistent that his wife should be kept under surveillance there, even though Dominic Culpepper was currently in Lancashire. Mr. A thought his ex might talk about shagging him when she's got her guard down. Showered and changed into his dinner suit, Strike debated whether to walk to the Dorchester in the interests of counterbalancing his earlier fish and chips, or get a cab, because his leg was still aching, and compromised by setting out on foot and waiting for a cab to present itself, which happened on Shaftesbury Avenue. The night was chilly, and the combination of London's gaudy Christmas illuminations and the cheery end-of-working-week revellers thronging the dark pavements seemed to mock Strike's mood. As the cab slowed in front of the Dorchester, which was decorated with much greenery and thousands of twinkling ruby-red lights, he saw Kim Cochrane standing alone beside the steps, in a clinging crimson dress, high-necked and long-sleeved, through which her nipples were clearly visible. She was very obviously braless. He got out of the cab and paid the male driver, who understandably was staring at Kim rather than at the large, bent-nosed man shoving fivers into his outstretched palm. "Evening," said Strike, when he reached Kim. "Wow, you brush up well," said Kim, smiling. "Likewise," said Strike, out of politeness. Many other men in black tie were making their way through the twin revolving doors at the front of the hotel, accompanied by thickly made-up women in silk and sequins. As Kim moved ahead of Strike to enter via the revolving door, he saw that the dress was backless. It revealed a long expanse of smooth skin and a single mole slightly to the right of her spine. "There's a place up there we can sit for a bit," said Kim, pointing up the long marble-floored lobby.
and I've wrecked the bathroom the women at the event will be using, so I'll make sure I'm in and out of it regularly, in case she lets anything slip during girl talk. God, I could use a drink. I've had a very weird couple of hours.
Yeah, said Strike, as they reached the seating area. Why's that?
First of all, get this. I got a call from Farah Navabi.
Strike was immediately interested. Farah Navabi was an extremely good-looking, though not particularly competent detective who'd been employed by his sometime nemesis, Mitch Patterson. What did she want?
To hire me. She's starting her own agency.
The fuck she's going to manage that? She planted the effing bug for Patterson. She's going to be doing time right along with him.
She's confident she won't, said Kim. You don't know Farah like I do. That woman could wriggle her way out of anything. God, I could use a drink.
So what did you say? Asked Strike.
Told her to get stuffed, obviously. I'm happy where I am and... Oh, here she comes, Kim added in an undertone.
Strike glanced around. Mrs. A was walking towards the ballroom doors, the same fake fur coat she'd been wearing in Mount Street, hanging open to reveal a floor-length, sequined purple gown. She was accompanied by a blonde, wearing a corseted gold dress so tight Strike wasn't sure how her internal organs could still be in their rightful places.
I'll go and see if anything interesting's being said at the coat check, said Kim,
getting up to follow the women. I'll be in the bar, said Strike, getting to his feet. Mrs. A ought not to see him sitting there alone. They weren't going to be able to follow her into the gala dinner, of course, but Strike knew from similar jobs that once food had been consumed, and as long as you were appropriately attired and carried yourself with a right degree of casual entitlement, these events were very easy to gatecrash. After years of tailing the well-heeled, Strike was familiar with the layout of most of London's five-star hotels, so turned left at the end of the lobby. The Dorchester's bar was decorated in gold and green with Art Deco touches, and was bestrewn with more Christmas foliage and fairy lights. He was informed by the man at the door, who emphasized Strike's good fortune, that they could squeeze him in at the bar itself. Having ordered a double whiskey, Strike had just pulled out his phone to kill time when it rang in his hand. "Strike?"
"Yeah,"
said a female voice so loud that Strike winced and held the phone away from his ear.
"It's Jade Semple."
Her estuary accent was so strong, she pronounced her surname Sempor.
"Niall's wife. You've wrote to me on Facebook."
"Ah, yes," said Strike. "Thanks for getting—"
"How do I know you're who you say you are?"
She was throwing her voice as though speaking to him from the bottom of a well, and Strike was reminded of Bijou Watkins, who'd been similarly loud. "We can switch to FaceTime if you'd like. I could screenshot my driving licence." He heard a male voice speak in the background and knew he was on speakerphone. "Not hard to fake a driving licence," the man said. "Or we could meet face-to-face," said Strike. The phone now seemed to change hands, because the man spoke next at full volume. "Who's hired ye?" "I can't disclose that, I'm a newspaper," said the man confidently. "Told you, babe." The line went dead. Strike immediately saved Jade Semple's mobile number, which she'd incautiously failed to hide.
"Nothing interesting at the coat check?" said a voice in Strike's ear. "Oh, good, we're drinking. Vodka tonic, please," Kim told the barman. "They're all sitting down for dinner," she informed Strike. Kim's drink arrived at the same time as the man beside Strike got up off his bar stool, and she got onto it instead.
"Whoops," she said, with yet another laugh, as her dress snagged on her heel, tugging it down at the back, leaving Strike with good reason to suppose she wasn't wearing anything at all underneath it. She downed several gulps of her drink before saying,
"God, I needed that. Anyway, get this. Right after Navabi called me, I had my ex turn up at my front door. I was wearing this," she said, gesturing down at the dress, "so obviously he thought I was off meeting someone new. Nice big row, obviously. He's such a fool. We split up," she went on, although Strike hadn't asked, "because he got made redundant, and that became his entire personality, being jobless. I'm not even kidding. "Hi, I'm Ray. I don't work."
She laughed again. Strike didn't think she was drunk, but there was a slightly frenetic air about her that recalled Kenneth Ramsay, jabbering desperately in an effort to sell what wasn't wanted. Strike had no desire whatsoever to hear about Kim's private life, but protracted silence might provoke questions about his mood he didn't want. So he asked, "What did he do?"
"Work for a hospital trust," said Kim. "And now it's all, you left me when I was at my lowest. I mean, there are other jobs, Ray. Just grow a pair and send out your bloody CV."
Oh, dear God, look at her. Kim's eyes were following the reflection in the mirror over the bar of a tall, willowy woman who clearly had a lot of cosmetic work done to her face. Strike was reminded of Charlotte's mother, Tara, whose picture, the last time he'd seen one, had shown extensive overuse of fillers.
"Why do they do it?" Kim asked. "What's the point? Look at her neck and her hands. You're not fooling anyone. Would you?"
she asked Strike, smirking. "What, have plastic surgery?" asked Strike, knowing full well what she meant.
"No,"
said Kim, laughing as she nudged him.
"You know."
All he had to do, Strike thought grimly, was get through the next couple of hours. He ordered another drink, so Kim did too. She gabbled on, and though Strike paid as little attention as he could, and his responses were perfunctory, he unwillingly learned far more than he'd ever wanted to about his newest subcontractor. Ray, she told him, had been the husband of a friend also on the force. Well, ex-friend now, obviously. Their relationship had been the main trigger for Kim leaving the Met. It's all politics anyway. I'd had enough. She'd also had 2 long, complicated affairs in her 20s, both with married policemen. Strike found it strange, to put it mildly, that she was telling him all these things unbidden, although she seemed to assume that he took her tales as sophisticated and exciting, rather than tawdry.
Wanted kids, which I don't, so that was the end of that.
Judy Garland was singing Have Yourself a Merry Little Christmas over hidden speakers. Strike's thoughts drifted back to Robin. A good long road trip to Scotland to interview Jade Semple would mean an overnight stay 400 miles away from Murphy, which was exactly the kind of situation he'd been hoping this case would provide. He had to put pressure on Jade Semple. Robin and Murphy might be viewing the house he'd seen on Robin's phone at this very moment. What if there was a ring-shaped Christmas present in Murphy's gym bag?
"Literally offered me money to stay. Can you imagine? Money!"
"Someday soon we all will be together, if the fates allow."
"Glad to be working over Christmas, to be honest. I'll go and check whether we can get in there yet," said Kim.
And she slid off the bar stool and walked back off towards the ballroom, her rear view attracting plenty of attention from men in the bar. Strike ordered a 3rd whiskey, picked up his phone again, and, in search of distraction, opened the website Truth About Freemasons and began to read answers to the many questions people had come onto the website to ask. GI-67. Can Jewish people be Masons? Stolkin. Yes, Masons can be any religion, although Catholics aren't allowed to join by their own church. Austin H. Is it true Freemasons protect each other? Gareb 7. In a brotherly sense, yes. If you're thinking of concealing crimes, no. That's the Mafia.
"Doors are open,"
said Kim's voice in Strike's ear.
"She's pissed and dancing."
Strike paid the barman and followed Kim back out into the lobby. As they approached the double doors into the ballroom, Kim slid her hand under Strike's arm, chattering and laughing, and they passed into the gala without challenge. Tall vases full of white flowers and crystal icicles stood on the circular tables. Uniformed waiters and waitresses were winding through the party, clearing away empty bottles. The dance floor was crowded, but Strike spotted Mrs. A on its edge, dancing face to face with the woman in the gold dress, to shout out to my ex.
"How fucking appropriate is that?"
said Kim jubilantly, already gyrating to the music.
"Shall we dance?"
"Not my forte," said Strike. Leg.
"Okay, I'll go it alone,"
said Kim, and she sashayed away from him towards Mrs. A and her friend, affording him another look at that long, bare expanse of back. "What," said a frigid voice beside Strike, "are you doing here?" Strike looked down to see a pale, petite brunette with large dark eyes who was wearing a strapless black dress. "Oh, fuck. Friend invited me. Good cause," said Strike. "Bullshit," said the Honourable Nina Lascelles. He'd slept with her twice, 6 years previously. She was pretty enough, but that wasn't why he'd done it. She'd simply helped him gain important evidence in a case. It had seemed rude at the time not to have sex with her, because she'd clearly wanted it. But their awkward, if minimal, history was far from the only reason to deplore Nina's presence here tonight. Nina happened to be the cousin of Dominic Culpepper, the journalist Mr. A suspected his ex-wife of sleeping with, and Nina had clearly drunk enough cheap champagne to make her disinhibited. With a view to keeping the conversation civilized, Strike asked, "Who are you here with?" "My fiancé," she said. "Ah," said Strike. "Congratulations. Which one's he?" Nina pointed at a large blonde man staggering around on the dance floor beside Mrs. A. "Nice moves," said Strike. Nina didn't smile. "What are you really doing here?" "I just told you," said Strike. "Kids. Good call. You're here after someone." "I'm a donor. The charity helped out my godson." "Oh," said Nina. She clearly imagined even Strike wouldn't lie about having a seriously ill godson. "Right. Sorry." He wanted to walk away, but thought it inadvisable to do it in any way she'd consider rude. Why the fuck hadn't he just said thank you, or sent her flowers 6 years ago? "Shout out to my ex." "Dominic's pissed off at you," Nina shouted up at him. "He says you've got $2,000 for him. You'll only give tips to Fergus Robertson these days." "Would you say Robertson's grander than Dominic?" asked Strike. Robertson was a short, balding Scottish journalist of working-class origins, whereas Nina's showbiz reporter cousin was ex-public school. When Nina's expression remained icy, Strike said, knowing full well he wasn't, "Dominic here?" "No," said Nina. "Is that your date?" she asked, watching Kim dancing virtually back-to-back with Mrs. A. "Yeah," said Strike. "Huh," said Nina, with a faint sneer. She took a clumsy swig of wine. Shout out to my ex had ended. Mrs. A and her friend staggered, laughing off the dance floor, and headed for what Strike assumed would prove to be the powder room. Kim followed. "What's her name?" asked Nina, her eyes following Kim. "Linda," said Strike, off the top of his head, then wondered why the hell the first name to spring to his lips was that of Robin's mother, who detested him. "Is she a detective too?" "No, she works in a shop." "Sure she does," sneered Nina. "People do work in shops," said Strike. "Not everyone works in publishing or PR." "I know that, thank you," snapped Nina, taking another gulp of wine. Strike wished he still had a drink, and wished even more that Nina would sod off. Didn't she want to dance with her fiancé, who was now staggering around to rock-a-bye? "Still at Roper Chard?" he asked. "Yes," she said. "Actually," she added, with a slightly snide laugh, "if they knew I was talking to you, they'd want me to offer a deal on your memoir." "There won't be a memoir," said Strike. "I didn't think so," snorted Nina. "Not a truthful one, anyway." Strike's ego wasn't sufficiently enlarged to believe that this degree of anger could be accounted for by a very brief liaison 6 years previously. "What's that mean?" he asked. "It means," said Nina, "you really fucked up a friend of mine's life." "How did I do that?" asked Strike. "Never mind," spat Nina. Strike spotted Kim wending her way back towards him. "Linda," said Strike, before Kim could speak, "this is Nina. Nina, Linda." "Hi," said Kim brightly. How do you know Cormoran? We fucked twice a few years ago, said Nina, leaving Strike to deplore the tendency of the upper classes to call a spade a spade. Oh, said Kim, without a flicker of discomposure. He's good, isn't he? Speaking of which, Corm, I'd rather be doing that. Let's go. She linked her arm through Strike's. Night, said Strike to Nina, as he and Kim walked away. Kim unlinked her arm from his, just as Strike was about to pull away. Got her, bang to rights, she told Strike, and held out her mobile to show him the photo she'd just taken. Two women, one in purple, the other in gold, were closely entwined in a passionate kiss, leaning up against a tiled bathroom wall. The woman in gold is Lady Violet, said Kim triumphantly. Dominic Culpepper's wife. Chapter 17. Yea, and not only have we not explored that wide and various world, the heart of others, but even our own heart, that narrow world bounded in our own breast we hardly know, of our own actions dimly trace the causes. Whether a natural obscureness hiding that region in perpetual cloud, or our own want of effort be the bar. Matthew Arnold, Merope, A Tragedy. Strike called Robin on Saturday morning to give her 2 bits of news, neither of them particularly welcome. Barclay was arrested last night. Shit, said Robin, freezing with a mug of coffee halfway to her mouth. Yeah, he got taken by surprise by 2 men who found him trying to get inside that bloody compound Plug was visiting, north of Ipswich. Barclay managed to get onto the roof of a building from which, allegedly, there have been thefts of agricultural tools. So he's been fucking fingerprinted, and the police are going to recognise him if he goes sneaking around there again. What did he say he was doing? Said he climbed on the roof for a bet, pretended to be pissed. Against her will, because it would be highly inconvenient if Barclay ended up in court, Robin laughed. Glad someone finds it funny, said Strike. Could he see anything from the roof before he got dragged off it? No. He said the place was in total darkness, but there are dogs. That's what tipped off the blokes who dragged him down, the guard dogs barking. Hope to fuck he's not charged. But in slightly better news, Kim's cracked Mr. A's case, Strike went on. Having explained about the taking of the photograph in the Dorchester bathroom, he said, So, you can take tomorrow off. Great, said Robin, trying to sound enthusiastic, while imagining Kim's smug self-satisfaction. Delighted to learn that Robin had an unexpected day free, Murphy suggested lunch at the Prospect of Whitby, which she'd never visited before. It was the oldest of all the pubs that sat along the Thames, with wood-panelled walls and model ships on the window-sills. The pair of them ate outside on the deck, watching the great river roll past, Robin well wrapped up against the cold. The peaceful interlude reminded Robin how well she and Murphy got on when neither of them was exhausted or stressed. With a glass of wine inside her, she concurred with more enthusiasm than she'd shown previously that they should start house hunting in earnest, a decision made far easier because Robin's upstairs neighbour had thrown a party on Friday that had meant she'd had barely an hour's sleep. There was to be a viewing the following day of the terraced house in Wanstead, for which Murphy had already sent Robin the details, and they agreed over lunch that they'd go, just to get our eye in, as Murphy put it. They further agreed that no properties would be viewed in Clapham, Ealing or Deptford, where Robin had lived with her ex-husband, or in Barnet, where Murphy had lived with his ex-wife. Murphy was cheerful, conversation was easy, and Robin felt nothing but affection for her boyfriend. Yes, there were things she wasn't telling him, the GP's letter, still unacted upon, the visit to Ramsay Silver to view the place where William Wright had been murdered and mutilated, the fact that she'd be attempting to locate Wright's former residence the following day, but in the bracing chill, with the slight fuzziness given by the wine and the muddy Thames gliding past them, this didn't trouble Robin overmuch. Nobody was talking about eggs or their freezing. Neither of them mentioned Cormoran Strike. To complete her good day, She received a text from Strike while she was buying more drinks at the bar, informing her that Barclay had been released, with only a caution. "Great," she texted back. She hadn't told her CID boyfriend about Barclay's arrest, so when he asked why she looked so hazily happy on returning to the table, she said, "I'm with you," and was rewarded with a kiss. On Monday morning, which was cloudless and chilly, Robin set off for St. George's Avenue, Newham, in the still-rattling Land Rover. She'd been driving for 15 minutes when she received a call from Midge. "Hi," said Robin, having to shout over the Land Rover's engine and its rattle. "What's up?" "I've lost a bloody wodge of expense receipts," Midge said, sounding grumpy, "and Pat said to call you about it." "It doesn't matter," said Robin. "Just write up what you think you spent and we can match it all against your credit card statement. Are you okay?" she added, because Midge sounded immensely stressed, which she didn't think could be entirely receipt-related. "No," said Midge bluntly. "Tasha's not answering me fucking text, and Kim's doing me fucking head in. Can I ask you something?" "Go on," said Robin. "Is there something going on with Strike and Kim?" The receipts, Robin immediately realized, had been a pretext for Midge to call and ask this question. "What do you mean?" she asked, her heart rate suddenly accelerating. "Strike, Kim, shagging, because I've just met her at the office and she was banging on about Friday night." "Yeah, she did really well," said Robin automatically. "I'm not talking about the photo, although that was hardly difficult. They were groping each other right there in the open. No, she says she and Strike were discussing their exes all evening, and then he ran into one of them at the party. And Kim told this woman they were off to shag, and the way she was saying it— I know he's a player," said Midge, "but I didn't think he'd shit on his own doorstep, you know." "Nothing's going on," said Robin, hoping she was telling the truth. "Do you like her?" asked Midge baldly. "She's good at the job," said Robin. "It's not what I asked." "Midge!" "All right, fine," said Midge grumpily. She hung up. Robin continued driving. Would Strike sleep with Kim? Had he? Surely not. No, he couldn't have done. He wouldn't, as Midge had put it, shit on his own doorstep. If there was one thing that Strike put first, above everything, it was the agency. So he'd run into an ex at the Dorchester. Well, it couldn't have been Charlotte. A nasty mental image intruded of that beautiful face seen through bloody water. Maybe Chiara, the model. Ellen, the radio presenter. Lorelei, owner of a vintage clothing store. Madeline, the jewellery designer. Bijou, the lawyer. Robin drove on towards Newham, her thoughts dwelling on the succession of gorgeous women who'd been briefly entangled with Cormoran Strike, and she was angry at herself for ruminating on Midge's words, and angry, too, at her detective partner, though she'd have found it hard to justify that emotion if interrogated. Strike wasn't proven to have done anything wrong. He wouldn't have slept with Kim. God, she hoped he hadn't. She arrived in St. George's Avenue at 11 o'clock and parked. As she was getting out of the Land Rover, Strike's BMW passed her. "Morning," he said, when they met on the pavement between their respective cars. "Just been talking to Shaw. He's going to have a go at that compound this afternoon. Try and get in the front, posing as a vet who's been called out and mistaken the address." "Great," said Robin, trying to dispel thoughts of Kim and the gala. "So, we're looking for a place with multiple bells, right?" "Yeah," said Strike, wondering whether he was imagining a slight aloofness in Robin's manner. "All right, why don't you go that way? I'll go this, and we can call each other if we find a likely house." So the partners split up, Strike walking up the street, and Robin down. Chapter 18. They had none of them cared much for this man. He was not a man to make close friends. But death had given him a new dignity among them. John Oxenham, a maid of the Silver Sea. St. George's Avenue wasn't a particularly long street. Strike passed short terraces and a couple of squat, square blocks of flats, but a few minutes after he and Robin had parted, Strike's eye fell upon a house he considered promising. Tall, narrow, shabby, its bins overflowing and with 4 bells on a dirty panel beside the main door. He phoned Robin. "Think I found it." "Already?" said Robin, who was standing outside a primary school at the other end of the street. "It's not far from where we parked." So Robin headed back up the street and found Strike standing at the top of a flight of filthy steps. He pressed each of the 4 doorbells in turn, but no responding voice issued from the intercom. Strike glanced at the only window on the ground floor. The thin curtains, which had come partially off their rail, had been drawn together against the light with a plastic hair claw. A rangy-looking man with a long beard was walking past on the other side of the road. He stared at Strike and Robin as he passed, but carried on. Then Robin spotted a pale, overweight woman wearing leggings and a sweatshirt heading down the street, carrying a bulging plastic shopping bag in one hand and holding the hand of a small boy eating a chocolate bar with the other. The mother's hair was dark and greasy, and she had tattoos on her hands and neck. Robin had a strong presentiment that mother and child lived in the building they were trying to enter, and sure enough, she stopped at the foot of the steps, staring up at the 2 detectives. "Morning," said Strike. "Don't know whether you can help us." "What do you want?" the woman said suspiciously, climbing slowly up towards them. Strike could smell the stale cannabis on her clothes. "Is this where William Wright used to live?" asked Strike. "Yeah," she said suspiciously. "Why?" Strike pulled a card out of his pocket and showed it to her. "My name's Cormoran Strike, and this is my partner, Robin Ellicott. We're private detectives." The woman took Strike's card and stared at it. An expression of dawning comprehension spread over her face, and when she looked up again, she seemed slightly awed. "Are you him who done that church and got that strangler?" "She did the church," said Strike, indicating Robin. "I got the strangler." "Ha!" said the woman, looking from one to the other. It was clear that she considered herself in the presence of celebrity, and Strike reflected that here he was seeing the flip side of the inconveniences of becoming newsworthy, the lure to potential witnesses of reflected glory. "We've been hired to find out anything we can about Wright," he said, now pulling his wallet out of his pocket. The woman's eyes followed it greedily as he extracted 3 tenors. "I thought they knew who Wright was," she said. "Maybe," said Strike. "Maybe not. Anything you tell us would be in strictest confidence. We've got nothing to do with the police," he added, in indirect acknowledgement of the strong smell of weed hanging in the crisp winter air. She chewed her lip, thinking. "Yeah," she said at last. "All right." She plucked the banknotes out of Strike's hand, then unlocked the front door, while her son peered up at them with the blank, wary stare of small children. The foursome stepped over a mess of flyers lying inside the front door that nobody had bothered to pick up. The overhead light bulb was out, the uncarpeted floor was of grimy stone, and there was a mingled smell of damp and cooking. The woman opened a door on the right and led them into her home. What must once have been a drawing room had been converted into a cramped bedsit, which smelled strongly of cannabis and body odour. Much of the floor was cluttered with bowls used as ashtrays, empty cigarette packets, and other less readily identifiable bits of detritus. In one corner of the room stood an aged cooker and a fridge. Evidently occupants were supposed to wash up in the dirty sink, visible through the door to a cramped bathroom. There was a double bed, a cot, a television standing precariously on a cardboard box, a small sofa currently occupied by 2 bulging black bin bags, and a chest of drawers, on top of which were 2 mugs growing mould, and a slightly crumpled letter headed H.M. Courts and Tribunal Service. Strike was instantly and unpleasantly transported back to those parts of his childhood spent with his mother. Even the man with long greasy hair, who was lying face down in the double bed, seemed familiar. The latter jerked awake as his partner closed the door. "Huh?" he said groggily, turning a swollen-eyed face towards them. "The fuck?" he repeated in dazed alarm, looking up at Strike, who, even in civilian clothes, conveyed an air of officialdom to those primed to detect it. "He's Cormoran Strike, the private detective," said the woman, with dim excitement. "Him what caught that Shanker well ripper, and done that church, and—" She'd forgotten Robin's name already. "Robin Ellicott," supplied Robin. "Yeah," said the woman. "They want to talk about William Wright. They're not pleased, as." Strike, who had considerable expertise in this area, recognized in the sleepy man the signs of a fully committed pothead, slothful speech, dazed effect, and a slight, though in this instance not unreasonable, paranoia. "Yeah, but the fuck," said Daz again, weakly. "I've got nothing fucking on, Mandy." Mandy cackled, tugged a pair of jeans out of one of the black bin bags, and chucked them at her boyfriend. "Put 'em on under the duvet," she instructed him, now heaving both bin bags off the sofa. "Gonna go to the laundrette later," she informed the detectives. Her son ran to pick up a Spider-Man action figure which had been dislodged from between the sofa cushions. "Cancel put us here," Mandy informed Strike and Robin. "Shithole, innit? You can sit down," she said, pointing at the sofa. It was extremely dirty, but the two detectives did as invited, forced to sit so close that their arms and thighs touched. Mandy perched on the end of the bed. Daz, now hidden beneath the duvet, was wriggling into his jeans. "They don't think William was that Jason thing," Mandy informed the undulating lump beneath the bedclothes. "I never thought he was," she said proudly. "Yeah, you did," came Daz's muffled voice from under the duvet. Their son was now rummaging through Mandy's bag of shopping. "No, Clint," said Mandy sharply. "Fuck's sake." Clint began to cry. "Oh, all right," she said, relenting instantly. She pulled out a pack of chocolate biscuits, ripped them open with her teeth, and handed him one. "Don't blame me when the dentist wants to take him all out," she added, pulling out a packet of Mayfair cigarettes for herself and unwrapping them. "Is it okay if we take notes?" Robin asked. "Yeah, go on," said Mandy, looking rather excited. "I'll do it," muttered Strike to Robin, pulling out his own notebook. He thought Robin might appear less threatening to Daz, whose head had just re-emerged from beneath the duvet. "So, you didn't think Wright was Jason Knowles, Mandy?" asked Robin. "You did," said Daz, before his girlfriend could answer. "When it was on the news, you said, fuck, he was on the run. I was the one what said his voice was off. He went from Doncaster," Daz informed Robin. "I had a mate from Doncaster." "You think he was putting the accent on?" asked Robin. "Yeah," said Daz. "Could he have been Scottish?" she said, thinking of Niall Semple. "Dunno," said Daz. "Maybe." "Could he have been upper class and trying to sound working class?" Robin asked, thinking of Rupert Fleetwood. "Maybe," said Daz again. "I seen him out there," said Mandy, who seemed to want to reclaim the detective's attention, and she pointed towards the hall. "Seen him the day he arrived." "Did he have much stuff with him?" asked Robin. "Just a suitcase," said Mandy. She bent down, retrieved a lighter from beside a sock on the floor, and lit her cigarette. "Which room did he have?" asked Robin. "One above this," said Mandy, pointing at the ceiling. "'S'even worse, half the size. Mind, there was only one of him." "Were you the people who identified William from the pictures in the press?" "Nah, that was Hussein," said Mandy, exhaling smoke. "He's moved out now, him and his wife and daughter. They was in the rooms on the top." "Do you know their surname?" asked Robin. "Where they went?" "Mohammed, their surname was. Syrian. Dunno where they went. Their little girl was in a wheelchair. They got council housing fast because of being shoved up top here. Maybe if I shoved Clint in a wheelchair, we'd get an house and all," said Mandy bitterly. Daz got out of bed, bare-chested and footed, and switched on the kettle standing on top of the fridge. He was somehow both skinny but also soft-looking, a small white paunch hanging over his jeans. A large tattoo on his back showed the Roman numerals for 4 and 20. "Did you see much of Wright?" asked Robin. "Bit, yeah. Thought he was weird, didn't we?" Mandy said to Daz. "Yeah," said Daz with a snigger. "Looked like one of them on Guess Who." "What? Oh, the children's game," said Robin, after a few seconds' confusion. "Yeah," said Daz, who was now looking for tea bags, "with his beard and his glasses. If he'd had an hat, and he was fucking orange, fake tan, and he worked out. Seen him getting fucking heavy boxes delivered, and I said, 'What's that then?' And he said, 'Weights. Got 'em off eBay, really pleased with himself, carrying them upstairs. We could hear him thumping around up there." Strike was taking rapid notes. Clint, who'd already consumed his first biscuit, helped himself surreptitiously to a second from the packet on the bed behind his mother. "We sort of laughed at him," said Mandy, "'cause he told me people might come round looking for him, and if they did, we should say he weren't there. Thought he was bigging himself up. But then look what happened," she said, with an air of dim surprise. "Did he say who might come looking for him?" asked Robin. "Nah." "He said people, did he? Plural. He said someone, and then he said, or he might send someone." "Making out the mob was after him," said Daz, with a chortle. Turning to face them holding his tea, which he'd made in a mug bearing a cartoon picture of a penis captioned Mr. Bellend, he said, "Know what I thought we was? Strippergram. Fake tan and fucking abs. I said to Man, he's a fucking strippergram, and he don't want to admit it." "Clint, don't do that," said Mandy sharply. Her son was trying to pull a plate off the top of the chest of drawers. When he showed signs of grizzling, she distracted him with a third biscuit. Daz, who was idly scratching his belly, said, "He come down here one time, right?" "Did he? Why?" asked Robin. "Wanted to buy a bit of dope. We was having a takeaway, and he had a bit with us." "Can you remember anything you talked about?" "He said his girlfriend was going to join him, come and live with him upstairs." "Did he tell you his girlfriend's name?" asked Robin. "Nah," said Daz. "Rita, was it?" said Mandy vaguely. "Oh, yeah, maybe," said Daz, although Robin had the impression he couldn't remember. "And the gun thing," he said to Mandy. "Remember?" "What gun thing was this?" asked Robin, while Strike's pen sped up. "We was watching John Wick while we was having a Chinese," said Daz, "and he said someone weren't holding their fucking gun properly, trying to be the hard man, see?" "No, that Rita thing," said Mandy, frowning. "That was when he was proper fucking stoned. Rita Linda or something. Asked if we knew her, remember?" she said to Daz. "He asked if you knew someone called Rita Linda," said Robin. "Yeah. Was it Rita Linda? I think he said... Didn't he say he knew what happened to her?" she said, appealing to her boyfriend again. "And didn't he say we'd see it on the news?" "Dunno," said Daz, still scratching his navel. "It was something like Rita Linda." Mandy ran the names together. "Rita Linda. Ritalin, said Daz. "Ha ha 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 ha." "He said he knew what happened to Rita Linda," said Robin, "and it would be on the news." "Yeah, something like. And he dropped his doob tube, remember, Daz? And he told you it was a fucking blood sample, like you was going to nick it off him." "I don't understand, sorry," said Robin. "He dropped what?" "His doob tube. You know, where you keep your stash. fell out of his pocket when he stood up. Daz went to pick it up for him, and Wright grabs it away, and Daz says, "All right, I wasn't going to fucking take it." And Wright says, "Wouldn't be no use to you, it's my blood sample." Mandy cackled. "Blood sample? Was it fuck?" "Did he say why he was carrying a blood sample around with him?" asked Robin. "Yeah, said he was going to hand it in at the doctor's, and then he left." "You saw the tube clearly, did you? It was definitely full of cannabis." "Yeah," said Mandy. "But then, must have been. He thought Daz was going to nick his blow, or why'd he be so weird about it?" "He was a bit of a fucking weirdo," said Daz. "Mind, when it come out on the news, I says to Mand, that's what the fucking Mason thing was. He asked me what I thought of the Masons. Sounded like he was thinking of joining," said Daz, now idly examining half a joint left in an ashtray on top of the fridge. "Fucking Masons," he said, with a guffaw. "But when you heard he'd been killed in a Masonic shop—" "Yeah, I knew why he'd asked. Fucking Masons," Daz said again, no longer smiling. "It's not funny, really, is it?" he said, as though everyone else had been laughing. "Can you remember anything else he said?" asked Robin. "Like where he'd come from? Anything about his family?" "Nah," said Daz. "Don't think so," said Mandy regretfully. "I don't think... Nah." "Did he ever have visitors that you can remember?" asked Robin. "Yeah, a girl and some dickhead in sunglasses. But he wasn't here then, was he?" Mandy asked Daz. "I wasn't here either," said Daz. "Oh, yeah," said Mandy, and she smirked. "I forgot." "Wright had visitors when he wasn't in?" asked Robin. "Yeah," said Mandy. "It was after he was killed. Nah," she corrected herself. "The girl was before. The bloke was after. I only realised later. Told you, didn't I?" she said to Daz, who nodded. "Can you tell me about them?" asked Robin, "starting with the girl." "She come like the evening before he was killed." "You sure of the date? Friday the 17th of June. Mandy looked alarmed at being asked to be so precise, but then said, "Yeah, it was then, 'cause that weekend, when all what happened to me and him," she pointed at Daz, "we'd had a row, and I told him to get out, and when I heard someone open the front door in the evening, I thought it was Daz come back, so I opened our door, and I see her." "She let herself in?" "Yeah, she had a key," said Mandy. "She looked foreign, like maybe Pakistani, but light. Black hair, really long, and wearing a pink top with flowers on it," she added, and she looked pleased to have remembered it. "And she was carrying a suitcase." Beside Robin, Strike's pen was moving ever faster. "And I says to her, 'You moving in?' 'Cause of Wright saying his girlfriend was going to move in with him. And she says, 'Just visiting.' And she didn't say in English, and she went upstairs, and about an hour later, she come back down, 'cause I was looking out of the window." "Looking for me?" said Daz smugly. "No, I wasn't," snapped Mandy. "I was just looking out the window. She come down, and she could hardly carry the suitcase now, and she heaves it into the boot of a car, and off she goes." "What can you remember about the car?" "Silver-coloured," said Mandy. "Look new." "Can you remember a make?" "Nah," said Mandy. "And then, really early next day, like 5 in the morning, I hears the front door again." "Couldn't sleep," Daz said smugly. "Missing me." "Missing you, my arse," said Mandy loftily. "But I thought it was going to be Daz this time, so I got up and I opened our door and I seen this guy with curly hair going up the stairs, and he had an empty suitcase and all. And he looked back at me when I come out into the hall, and he was wearing sunglasses indoors. He looked a real twat." "Was he black, white?" "White. So I come back in here, and I gets back into bed, and about 10 minutes later there's this, like, huge bang on the stairs, and I thinks, what the hell's going on? And I gets back up, and opens the door, and this twat in the sunglasses has dropped the suitcase down 'em. And I says, 'Make more racket, why don't you?' And he didn't say nothing, just dragged the suitcase out the door and slammed it. And I went to look through the window again, and he got in the car, and off he went." "When you say the car, you mean the same one the girl had been driving earlier?" "Looked like it. Yeah, I think it must have been her driving, 'cause he put the suitcase on the back seat and got in the front passenger seat." "And you're sure both the man and the girl had been in Wright's room?" "Yeah, I could hear 'em walking across our ceiling, and I asked Hussein later, 'Did you see either of them people?' And he said nah. And then on a Monday, it was on the news Wright had been killed, and I said to Daz, 'I come back Saturday evening,'" Daz informed Strike and Robin. "She'd suffered enough." "Fuck off," said Mandy vaguely. "No. So I says to Daz, 'That was weird, those two going in and out his room.'" "I'm only asking this for our information," Robin said, "not because we're going to pass anything on. Did you tell the police any of this?" Daz gave a little hut of laughter. "Nah," said Mandy, showing her brown teeth as she grinned. "Just said we didn't really know him." Daz, of course, was dealing pot, and possibly other drugs. Strike and Robin had both registered the Ritalin joke, just as they'd noticed the court summons lying on top of the chest of drawers. Robin could well imagine that Daz and Mandy's dominant emotions on finding police in the house would have been panic and a firm disinclination for letting them enter this squalid room. Robin asked a few more questions, but Mandy had no information to give about either the couple's clothing or age. The woman, she said, looked young and the man older, but the hall, she reminded Robin, was quite dark. "Did either of you ever see inside Wright's room?" Robin asked. Both shook their heads. "Before we go," said Strike, reaching into his coat pocket, "could I show you some pictures?" He pulled out his phone and laid it on his knee as he sorted the pictures of Niall Semple, Tyler Powell, and Rupert Fleetwood. While he was doing this, the screen of his mobile lit up, and Robin saw a text from Kim and the words in capitals, "So sexy." Next second, Strike's large hairy-backed hand had covered it, and he'd returned the phone to his inner pocket, leaving Robin to feel as though ice cubes had just dropped into her stomach. "Could you tell me whether any of these men could have been Wright?" Strike said, getting up to hand the pictures to Mandy. Daz, his half-joint now lit, moved to the end of the bed and sat down beside Mandy to look. "What's he wearing?" was Mandy's only comment, as she surveyed Rupert Fleetwood in his waiter's bow tie. "Handsome," she said appreciatively, when she turned to Niall Semple's picture. "Looks like Thor." "Does he fuck?" sneered Daz, scratching his small, flabby belly again. "His ears," sniggered Mandy, when she reached Tyler Powell. "But," she said, looking at Powell, "it could have been him, you know, with his ears covered, with his hair." "Really?" said Strike. "Nah," said Daz. "Could have been," said Mandy. "How sure are you?" said Strike. "Out of 10. Mandy looked as alarmed as she'd been when asked to agree to a firm date earlier. 5, she said. "But he was a bit like him, too," said Mandy, now holding up Rupert Fleetwood's picture with an air of wanting to cover all her bases. "Right," said Strike, taking the photos back again. "Well, you've been very helpful, thanks," he said. "For the record, what did you think when you saw Noel's picture?" "We never thought it was him," said Mandy. "You did," Daz contradicted her. "You said when it come out, 'Fuck, he was for real. He was on the run.'" "I never," said Mandy crossly. "Is there anything else you can remember about Wright?" asked Robin. But Mandy and Daz had given all they had to give. However, even Daz seemed slightly reluctant to let the detectives go. Their visit had been an unusual, mildly exciting interlude. Robin wanted to get out into clean air again, but she felt a pang of guilt at leaving the family where they were, especially as Mandy began talking about housing when it became clear that Strike and Robin were really leaving.
"We've been on the waiting list for a council house for a year," she said, walking them to the front door. "That's awful," said Robin.
Strike reached into his pocket again and took out a further £20. "For your trouble," he said. "Buy Clint something for Christmas."
"Oh, cheers,"
said Mandy, now far happier to see them depart. The door closed behind Strike and Robin as they walked down the steps.
"That was nice,"
said Robin. "Just hope it doesn't all go on weed. Fancy a debrief? There's a pub up."
"Could we do it tomorrow?"
said Robin.
"I've actually got to get going just now."
"Oh," said Strike. "Right."
"I've got a load of paperwork to file at the office, and I don't want to put it off because I'm going to view a house later," said Robin.
"Right," said Strike again.
Fuck.
Strike walked slowly back towards his BMW, pulling his mobile out of his pocket as he went. Another text from Kim had followed the one he'd glimpsed inside.
"OMG, sorry, that wasn't meant for you."
He scrolled up to the previous text.
"He looked so sexy in his dinner jacket."
Chapter 19. We, for a certainty, are not the first, have sat in taverns while the tempest hurled their hopeful plans to emptiness, and cursed whatever brute and blackguard made the world. A. E. Houseman, Poem 9, Last Poems. "So," said Murphy, setting a glass of tonic water and a packet of crisps in front of Robin 6 hours later, "that was a waste of bloody time."
"I know,"
said Robin. They were sitting in the corner of a loud and noisy pub, situated close to the small terraced house in Wanstead they'd just viewed. Having spent an hour in Mandy and Daz's bedsit that morning, Robin would have expected anything to look good by comparison, but she doubted the 3 bedrooms, separate lounge and kitchen had been decorated or restored in 30 years. Robin and Murphy had trailed around the place in the wake of a middle-aged couple who appeared to be looking at the house as an investment opportunity. Renovate, sell, and reap a fat profit. Murphy had only 10 minutes to spare before he needed to set off back to work. He hadn't told Robin exactly what was happening on his gang shooting case, or what he'd be doing this evening, had arrived late for the house viewing, and been almost monosyllabic throughout. He kept checking his phone.
"Are you okay?"
Robin asked tentatively. "Yeah," said Murphy. He took a sip of his zero-alcohol beer, then said, "The mother's given a big interview to the Mail." Robin knew him to be referring to the woman who'd lost one child and whose other was now blinded in the gang shooting.
"Probably be online soon." "Oh, God, I'm sorry,"
said Robin.
"I'm just sick to the back fucking teeth of it all," muttered Murphy furiously. "We had the guy who was driving the car the shooter fired from in custody. We applied for an extension to keep questioning him, and it's been fucking refused."
"Why was it refused?"
"Because he's got a shit-hot piece of shit lawyer, that's why."
Robin could tell her boyfriend was in the state where neither sympathy nor further questions would be welcome. She took a sip of tonic water and opened her crisps. "How was your day?" said Murphy, with an obvious effort.
"Fine,"
said Robin, with forced brightness.
"What were you doing?"
"Trying to find Rupert Fleetwood. We didn't."
Murphy forced a smile.
5 minutes later, after finishing his drink, he said, "I'm going to have to go."
"Okay. I'm going to stay a bit longer. Might get more crisps."
Murphy kissed her and left. Robin had to admit to herself that it was a relief to see him disappear. Now she could let her face fall, relish the anonymity of this crowded, noisy pub, and try and address her own mood, which was a combination of anxious, miserable, and another emotion she didn't particularly want to identify. Aside from the depressing visit to the run-down property they'd just viewed, and the disquiet that had resulted from seeing that text to Strike from Kim, Robin was now weighed down by the knowledge that she and Strike were in possession of information the police had never been given. She'd assured Mandy and Daz they wouldn't share anything the couple had said, but of course, that had been a lie. She and Strike had an obligation to pass on important evidence to the people who ought to be dealing with it, because, whatever Murphy might think, they weren't in the business of trying to upstage or sideline the proper authorities. Robin had been inwardly debating whether she should tell her boyfriend about the man and woman who appeared to have taken things from William Wright's flat before and after he'd been murdered. But given his mood when he'd finally turned up at the terraced house, she decided against doing it this evening. Had she gone for a debrief drink with Strike, they could have discussed all of this, of course. So sexy. Staring at the tinsel-decked bar, Robin asked herself when she'd ever needed to send Strike a text with the words, "so sexy," in it. Unless she was reporting an overheard conversation, she couldn't imagine any circumstances under which she'd have done so, even after years of deepening friendship. At the very least, they suggested a hitherto unsuspected degree of familiarity and complicity between Kim and Strike. Her mobile screen lit up. Strike had texted her. How was the house? Though Robin didn't know it, Strike was also currently sitting alone in a pub, the Flying Horse, his favourite local. He too was feeling depressed, although at least he had the compensations of alcohol. It had taken him half an hour to decide on sending the 4-word text. He wanted to push her into admitting that she and Murphy were moving in together because, unwelcome though the announcement would be, no carefully targeted offensive action could be taken against a hidden enemy. Robin contemplated Strike's message for several minutes. Annoyed at him as she currently felt, she was vaguely touched that he'd bothered to ask. They were friends, after all. Best friends. Horrible, she texted back. Strike was very slightly cheered by this answer. At least cohabitation wasn't imminent. He began to type again. I think I found that website William Wright was looking at work. www.abusedandaccused.org. Robin pressed the link and was taken to a website headed by the logo Kenneth Ramsay had described. 2 stylized hands, each of them holding an eyeball. She scrolled slowly downwards. The website was clearly the very last resort of the desperate. Lawyers of the less reputable type posted advertisements there, trawling for those looking for compensation or appeals against convictions. Laymen were either profligate with free advice that strayed into the criminal, or had visited the site in a spirit of schadenfreude. Anon 9. I have been arrested drunk driving, but nobody give my Miranda rights. Does this mean I can appeal? Dogger. Miranda warnings are only given in the States, you twat. Austin H. My girlfriend's father spread rumours I done something really bad. How do I stop this? Do I need a lawyer? Kojak. I can sort that for you, no lawyers involved. Kibosh. Have been accused of inappropriate touching of work experience girl, suspended on full pay, would be grateful to hear of anyone else who has been subject of similar baseless accusation. Belter, nonce. C2J88, nonce. Jaff, nonce. Robin texted Strike back. It does look like WW was hiding or on the run from something. Yeah, I'm going to call Wardle about that couple who took stuff from Wright's flat, by the way. We can't sit on that. Robin relaxed somewhat. She wouldn't have to tell Murphy, and hopefully her boyfriend would never hear where Wardle had got the information. Strike, meanwhile, was interested in Robin's willingness to engage in a text conversation with him. This seemed to suggest she wasn't with Murphy right now. He sent another text. I've emailed that Osgood bloke. No response yet. Robin responded. No, well, he didn't seem very fond of unsolicited emails. Strike typed true, then sent a further text. Been wondering why a man would be carrying around a blood sample. That must have been a lie. I'd have thought so. Also been wondering whether the getaway car containing the Murdoch silver also contained a curly-haired man and a long-haired woman.
Yes.
Wouldn't mind pictures of the body. See whether there were defensive wounds. Don't want much, do you? Might get lucky on some of it. Kim says she's got an in.
A shard of red-hot resentment pierced Robin.
For God's sake, calm down. You need information, said a rational voice in her head. But it was no match for the angry self that wanted to type, "Why don't you just team up with bloody Kim on the case instead, if she's got so many ins?"
She lifted her glass to her lips, only to find it empty. Looking up, she realized that a group of women close by were throwing her unfriendly glances for hogging a table and texting, when she was neither drinking nor eating. Robin gathered up her things and left the pub. The night was freezing, the stars overhead glinting, remote and unfriendly. Once inside the Land Rover, Robin locked the door and turned back to her phone. While she'd been walking to the car, Strike had texted again. "What do you think of her, incidentally?" Robin stared at these words for a few seconds, before typing back, "Who, Kim?" "Yes." Unbeknownst to Robin, Strike was consciously trying to disarm what he feared might be a ticking bomb. He couldn't be sure that Robin had seen the "so sexy" text, and maybe it was vanity to imagine that she'd have been remotely concerned. But he didn't like the idea of what Kim might be saying behind his back, and after their evening at the Dorchester, he wouldn't put it past her to be hinting at a mutual attraction that didn't exist. Back in the Land Rover, Robin was afraid of taking too long to answer. "She's good at the job." Strike pondered this answer, scowling slightly. Was this diplomacy, or had Robin not noticed a trace of flirtatiousness in Kim's manner towards him? Or didn't she care? "What do you think of her personally?" Robin, who was now wondering whether she was being asked to give her seal of approval for Strike's affair, hesitated. She feared responding negatively because she didn't want Strike to realize. What? Then she saw the 3 dots that meant Strike was typing again, and waited. "Because she's starting to piss me off." Suddenly, the stars dimly visible through Robin's misty windscreen were winking benignly. She could be generous now. "She's good at the job, though." "It's just me who thinks she's bloody full of herself, then, is it?" No, thought Robin, feeling even more relieved than she had when Strike had said he'd tell Wardle about the couple who seemed to have stolen items from Wright's flat. It isn't. She considered telling Strike about Midge's question of that morning, but something held her back. The thought of Murphy was somehow tangled in with her reasons for not opening a conversation about Strike being fancied by Kim. Better, perhaps, not to go there at all. She's quite pleased with herself, but you can't say she hasn't anything to back it up. It was good work, getting that picture at the Dorchester. Have you shown it to Mr. A, by the way? Yeah, he's pleased. Just hope there's no fallout. What do you mean? I ran into someone at that dinner who knows me, cousin of Dominic Culpepper's. If A uses that picture to try and wreck Culpepper's marriage, it won't take Culpepper long to work out who was keeping watch over his wife and Mrs. A that night. The smile now faded off Robin's face. So whichever ex-girlfriend Strike had run into at the gala dinner was Dominic Culpepper's cousin. That didn't fit any of the former girlfriends she knew about. Exactly how many exes did Cormoran Strike have? Oblivious to the new hole he'd inadvertently dug for himself, Strike was typing again. I've been going through the footage from Ramsay Silver's interior camera this afternoon. Anything interesting? A couple of bits I wouldn't mind discussing. Have you had any luck on Tyler Powell? I tried calling his grandmother this afternoon. No answer. I think I've also found his parents, but no landline for them. The whole family's in Ironbridge. Odd that the grandmother called the helpline, not his mum or dad. Robin's fingers were becoming increasingly numb in the cold,
but she typed on. How did Dev get on at that Ipswich compound, by the way?
No dice. There was a kind of watchman who didn't seem to buy his story.
Strike, I'm going to have to go. I've got to drive home and I'm freezing.
No problem. We're both free Wednesday afternoon. We could review the Ramsay camera footage then.
Great, texted Robin. 9 miles away in the Flying Horse, Strike replaced his phone in his pocket and contemplated the bottles behind the bar, feeling morose. He needed to start his bloody Christmas shopping. His sister Lucy kept sending him anxious texts about the sale of Ted and Joan's house. There was bound to be a house out there somewhere that Robin and Murphy would like. Nevertheless, he thought, getting to his feet, he'd secured another afternoon alone with Robin. Given her house-hunting activities, every conversation from now on had to be considered in the light of an opportunity. Chapter 20. The when and where and how belong to me. 'Tis sad work, but I deal in such. Robert Browning, 2nd year, 1731, King Charles.
Why have we got a fish tank?
It was 9 o'clock on Wednesday morning, and Strike had just entered the office to find his office manager shoveling gravel into the bottom of an aquarium standing on a side table beside the sofa, where previously there had been a fake pot plant.
"Because nobody told me Tilly's nan was getting her one,"
said Pat, sourly, over the clatter of gravel.
"Tilly? One of my great-granddaughters," snapped Pat. "She wanted goldfish, it's her birthday. I bought the whole kit and caboodle, and then I find out her other nan's bought her the lot. I'll have to go out at lunch and get her something else."
"I assume you're planning on putting fish in it."
"Well, I'm not going to shove a cat in it,"
said Pat, irritably. Strike had no wish whatsoever to add the care of goldfish to his daily workload, but given Pat's current irascibility, he decided not to ask why she didn't just sell the aquarium on eBay. As he headed for the kettle, he placed a sheet of paper headed Hussein Muhammad on Pat's desk. He'd asked her to make a search of online records for the Syrian family who'd lived upstairs from William Wright and had a wheelchair-bound daughter.
"We've had a couple of funny phone calls,"
Pat told him, over the clatter of gravel.
"How funny?"
Pat set down her bag of gravel, crossed to the desk, and pressed a button on the phone. A reedy, petulant male voice said,
"This is Calvin Osgood. I'd be grateful if you call me back immediately and tell me what this is all about. And for the record, nobody calls me Oz."
The man dictated his mobile number and hung up.
"That's all right," Strike told Pat. "He's just a bloke who got a strange email from Ramsay Silver. I'll call him back after I've had a coffee. What's the other funny call?"
Pat pressed the answer machine button again. Low, guttural breathing issued from the speaker, followed by a male voice rasping,
"Leave it, and you won't get hurt."
"That it?" said Strike, turning to look at the machine as it beeped again.
"Bit non-specific."
"Yeah,"
said Pat. He could tell she was trying to hide an unease for which he couldn't blame her. They'd both been in the office when Pat had opened an explosive device. As Strike moved towards the kettle, he mentally reviewed the cases currently on the agency's books, wondering exactly what they were supposed to leave. 2 times had been taken on as a client again because, whatever his personal peculiarities, he always paid his bills on time. However, unless his fetish for unfaithful women had developed a strange new offshoot, 2 times would hardly be calling the office to tell them to stop tailing his wife. That left Plug and the Silver Vault case.
"It could be one of the blokes who dragged Barclay off the roof of that compound," he said. "Kim thought Plug might have clocked her the other day as well. I'll check."
"Is that a new shirt?"
said Pat, squinting at him.
Yeah," said Strike.
He'd put it on that morning because of his imminent tete-a-tete with Robin. Now he felt vaguely self-conscious, as though Pat had read his mind.
"Suits you,"
she said gruffly, and returned to her fish tank.
Once at the partner's desk, and fortified by half a mug of strong coffee, Strike called Kim. Her immediate response was a hitherto unexhibited, sharp defensiveness.
"Plug didn't really spot me. I was just being super careful," she said. "I thought there was a remote chance. Anyway, I was wigged up and wearing glasses. There's no way he could have traced me to this agency. I just thought it was best if I didn't follow him again too soon afterwards."
"Right," said Strike. He hadn't forgotten that the job swap in question had meant Kim got to accompany him to the Dorchester in a backless dress.
"It was probably Robin," said Kim. "She lost him, remember, at Victoria. He might have spotted her and deliberately shaken her off. She isn't as careful as she should be about disguises, given she's been in the press and—"
"Well, there's no guarantee it was anything to do with Plug," said Strike. "I'll let you get on." He hung up, drank some more coffee, then returned Calvin Osgood's call. Strike was halfway through explaining who he was and why he was calling, when Osgood interrupted in the thin, whiny voice Strike imagined a mosquito might have, should it be granted speech.
"I know who you are. You explained in your email. I haven't got anything to do with Ramsay Silver. I told the police all this. Somebody out there's pretending to be me. That's who this person must have thought they were emailing."
"You think your identity's been stolen?"
"I know it's been stolen. He's calling himself Calvin Osgood, music producer, which is who I am. Except I've never called myself Oz, and nor has anyone else. And he's linked my LinkedIn profile to his bloody Instagram page, so I've been getting emails to him on my professional account."
"Emails plural," said Strike, his mobile now pinned between shoulder and ear as he logged into LinkedIn and searched for Calvin Osgood, music producer. "What did they say?"
"Well, there was that one from Ramsay Silver talking about helping me with a problem, and some idiot asking if I was still interested in buying his van, and complete gibberish from a girl who couldn't write proper English, saying I'd played a prank on her cousin, and what had I done to her, or some such crap."
Strike had just found what he assumed was Osgood's genuine LinkedIn profile. It featured a man with a chubby, though not unhandsome face, who Strike judged to be in his mid-30s, but what interested him most was that Osgood had dark, curly hair. Skim-reading the page, Strike learned that Osgood produced incidental music for television shows, though not any that Strike had watched. "Did you keep these emails for Oz?"
"I deleted them," said Osgood, adding defensively, "I didn't know I was going to have the police and a private detective calling me about them, did I?"
"Could the deleted email still be in your email
"I emptied it. The police haven't been any help at all,"
Osgood continued, his reedy voice rising still higher.
"What am I going to be dragged into next?"
"This must all have been very difficult for you," said Strike, not particularly sincerely. He just found the Instagram page Osgood had described. The account purported to be that of Calvin Osgood, music producer. There was a link to the real Osgood's LinkedIn page to bolster the fake account's credibility, but Oz didn't feature in the Instagram pictures except for the occasional wisp of dark curly hair, the back of an equally curly head, or one lens of his mirrored sunglasses. In the absence of full-face shots, the small visible traces of the fake Osgood might plausibly have been photographs of the real producer. The images showed glamorous, intriguing settings. Infinity pools, long white beaches, fireworks in the Seychelles, mixing desks, photographs of well-known singers that appear to have been taken from the wings of the stage, and interior shots of private planes. The captions were short, giving little away, and tending towards brief hashtags. #highlife, #goldengig, #musicmagic. One showed a pair of tanned bare feet standing on a pair of scales that read 68 kilograms, with the caption, #target weight. "And those are the only emails you've had from people who think you and Instagram Oz are the same person, are they?" asked Strike. "The one from Ramsay Silver, the one about the van, and another one about some supposed prank."
"Yes," said Osgood, sounding still more defensive. "Why would I lie?"
Just checking, said Strike. Well, thanks for getting back to me. I was in Manchester, Osgood said, when that Wright person was killed, and I've already proved it to the police. Then I needn't trouble you any longer, said Strike. And having thanked Osgood again for his time, he rang off and began reverse-searching the images Oz had posted to Instagram. As Strike had suspected, all had been stolen and from other accounts, with portions of Oz's curly hair photoshopped in. Strike suspected the picture of the scales, showing a weight Strike would have had to lose at least a couple more limbs to achieve, was meant to explain the discrepancy in size between the real chubby-faced music producer on LinkedIn and his Instagram impersonator. Strike took out a fresh note card of the type he used to pin on the notice board and headed it Oz. Impersonates Calvin Osgood, music producer online. Set up fake Instagram account in January last year. Might have his own curly hair or wears curly wig when pretending to be Osgood. Someone at Ramsay Silver emailed Osgood/Oz offering help for unspecified problem. Was emailed about a van for sale. Was emailed in bad English about prank played on girl. Strike pinned this card beneath the various press clippings and notes relating to their 4 possible William Wrights, returned to his desk, and spent the rest of the morning dealing with paperwork unconnected to the Silver Vault case. He was still there, consuming a late lunch, when Midge arrived to file her most recent notes. Hearing her ask Pat, "Are we getting fish?" and Pat snapped answer, "No, turkeys. What's it look like?" Strike called Midge through to the inner office and asked whether she thought Plug had spotted her lately. "No," she said, with an unexpected degree of aggression. "Why? What's Kim been fucking saying now?" "She hasn't been saying anything," said Strike. He remembered Robin telling him Midge's romance might be on the rocks, but he didn't much appreciate her tone. "We've had an anonymous call to the office, and I wondered whether it could have been him or one of his mates." "Oh," said Midge, looking somewhat abashed. "Right, well, he did something fucking weird last night. Left his mum's at midnight, jumped in his van, and drove to an allotment up the road. He goes into the shed with a torch, stays 5 minutes, comes out, locks it up again and drives home. I waited till he was safe in the house, then went back to the allotment. Long story short, nearly bust me knee climbing over the fence, and there's something alive in there." "What, in the shed?" "Yeah, it's animal, not human. Unless they're deaf, I suppose. I said, 'Knock twice if you can hear me,' and nobody did. Whatever it is sounds big, but it wasn't moving a lot. The windows are blacked out and there's a massive chain and padlock on the door." Strike heard Pat's gruff, "Afternoon," in the outer office, and knew Robin must have arrived. He followed Midge into the outer office, where Robin was hanging up her coat, and Pat was making more coffee. "Oh, are we getting—" began Robin, looking at the fish tank, but Strike interrupted. "How was Mrs. Two Times?" "Dull," said Robin. "All she seems to do is shop and meet her girlfriends for lunch. I just handed over to Dev in Harvey Nichols." Strike, Robin noticed, was wearing a blue shirt she'd never seen before. "We've had a threatening phone call," he informed her. Pat played Robin the second of the 2 messages the agency had received overnight. "Leave it and you won't get hurt," Robin repeated. She'd once unwrapped a severed leg in this very office, so a non-specific whisper seemed fairly tame in comparison, but all the same, she didn't fancy further unwanted packages. "What's it?" "Christ knows." The 2 partners retired to the inner office. "Don't mention fish," Strike told her, as he closed the office door. "The tank was supposed to be a birthday present for her great-granddaughter, but a rival grandmother beat Pat to it." "Oh, I see," said Robin. "Well, they'll brighten the place up." "Yeah, be a real morale raiser. Fish carking it and Pat blaming me," said Strike. Robin laughed, then noticing a few additions to the notice board since she'd last examined it, moved closer to look at them. On the lower part of the board was Strike's new note about Oz, and beside it a card headed Wright, bearing a summary of the notes Strike had made about the man who'd lived for a month in St. George's Avenue and worked at Ramsay Silver for a fortnight. 5'6", blood group A+, left-handed, mid-20s, early 30s, fake tan, worked out, weights, dope smoker, has handled gun professionally, recreationally, faking accent, not from Doncaster, knows about Rita Linda. This will be / has been in papers. Girlfriend coming to live with him? Associate / enemies may include man with dark curly hair and light brown skinned. Long black-haired girl, possibly South Asian. These had keys to Wright's house and room. TBD. Call Jim Todd, Ramsay Silver Cleaner, 07335 854 042. Call Pamela Bullen Driscoll, Ramsay Silver Manager, 07194 241 267. At the very bottom of the board was a new photograph, showing a man with dark hair, a pronounced widow's peak, and a thick moustache. Beside this, Strike had written, TBC, DCI Malcolm Truman, allegedly member of Winston Churchill Lodge. Next meeting, Freemasons Hall, December 23rd, 1830. Evidently, Robin thought, with a slight sinking feeling, Strike had found the online allegation that Malcolm Truman was a Freemason. Her gaze moved back up the board to the new note about Oz. So that Osgood man's a victim of identity theft? She said. So he claims, said Strike. He's none too chuffed he's been dragged into a murder investigation. Hardly surprising. He claims he was in Manchester when Wright was killed. I'll check that out. But I suspect it's true and the police concluded he was irrelevant. Of course, the police weren't aware a man with curly hair entered Wright's room the morning after Wright was murdered. You think that might have been this Oz person? Gotta be a possibility, said Strike. But I'm keeping an open mind. Have you told Wardle about the curly-haired man and the South Asian girl? I have, yeah. And he's passed the information to the team handling the case. I've also contacted the cleaner and the shop manager, Jim Todd and Pamela Bullen Driscoll. Interesting responses. Really? Said Robin, sitting down as Pat entered the room holding 2 mugs of coffee, which she set down beside each partner. Cheers, Pat, said Strike.
Biscuit?
She asked. No thanks, trying to be good.
I won't either, said Robin. Christmas coming.
A biscuit won't hurt you, said Pat. You can close the door behind you, Pat, said Strike. The office manager left, now smirking. Go on, about Pamela and Todd, said Robin. Todd's happy to meet, but can't till the 19th. Pamela Bullen Driscoll all but told me to fuck off. Seriously? Very genteel, said Strike, and very cold. I've said all I've got to say to the police, Mr. Strike.
Oh, said Robin. I got your email about Jade Semple, by the way.
Yeah, another one who's not keen on talking to me. I've sent her screenshots of my bona fides and no response whatsoever. Maybe she's not as keen on finding her husband as she claimed to the press. There was a fairly shirty man with her when we spoke. But I've been all through the Ramsay Silver camera footage for the relevant days, said Strike. If you come round here, I'll show you the edited highlights. So Robin picked up her coffee and rolled her chair around to sit beside Strike, and he smelled a trace of the perfume he'd bought her. Right, he said, opening his notebook to a page on which were listed many different times, so he knew where to stop the footage. He pressed play and immediately fast-forward.
Oh dear, said Robin.
Yeah, said Strike.
The quality of the black-and-white film was very poor, the outlines of the cabinets, tables, and silverware in the empty shop fuzzy.
Knew that camera was a pile of shit. Right, said Strike, watching the minutes pass rapidly on the small digital clock in the corner of the screen. 20 to 9. Pamela Bullen Driscoll arrives. He pressed play. A boxy-looking woman appeared in silhouette behind the door's glass panel, her facial features indistinguishable. She entered, turned on the lights, then punched in a number on the keypad beside it to turn off the alarm. Strike pressed fast forward again. She opens the warp door to the basement on the third push, and we can deduce she was hanging up her bag and making herself a coffee, because she comes back upstairs minus handbag and plus mug. She raises the blinds, said Strike, as Robin watched Pamela wield a metal crank to do so. Note, by the way, that the right-hand one's damaged. It doesn't go fully to the bottom of the window. Another supposed bit of security Ramsay hasn't bothered to fix or replace. At 8:54, our murder victim arrives. That, he said, pressing play again, is William Wright. A suited man, as fuzzy and indistinct as Pamela, entered the shop. His dark beard covered a lot of his face, as did his glasses, which had thick frames that were visible even on this poor-quality film, and Robin was reminded of Daz's comment that Wright had looked like a character from Guess Who. Wright raised a hand in greeting to Pamela, who was now sitting at the desk. Strike pressed fast forward again. "Nothing interesting in the morning," he said, while Pamela and Wright moved around the shop floor in comically quick fashion. "Business is slow. 3 browsers, only one of whom buys anything. Him," said Strike, pointing at an elderly man zooming between glass cabinets. Strike pressed play again at 11:46, and they watched William Wright write a receipt for the old man. "Definitely left-handed," said Robin. "Exactly," said Strike, pressing fast forward again. Then, at 1:03, Kenneth Ramsay turns up. Sure enough, Ramsay appeared, recognizable to Robin because of his blur of silver hair. "Excited," said Strike, as the fast-forwarded Ramsay paced and gesticulated, exchanging comments with Pamela and Wright, because he thinks the Murdoch silver is about to arrive. The on-screen Ramsay left the shop 3 times to look up and down Wild Court, in hope of seeing the Gibsons' delivery van, but returned disappointed each time. "He hangs around till 2:14, said Strike, decides he can't stretch out his lunch hour any longer, and leaves. Then, at 3:15, the stuff finally shows up." He pressed play. A large delivery man in overalls appeared outside the door, which Wright opened. The man entered, pushing a sack truck loaded with 2 medium-sized crates and a smaller one. "Wright drags the first 3 crates off the trolley," said Strike, as Robin watched this happen on screen, "and goes outside to help the delivery man with the largest crate. They get it off the trolley together, dump it beside the others. Now, watch this. The delivery guy's saying he's not his job to carry the crates further than the shop floor." Pamela was now gesticulating. The delivery man was shaking his head. Pamela signed a document he offered her. The delivery man departed. Pamela headed once more for the basement. "She's gone to unlock the vault," said Strike. "Note that she doesn't do it in front of Wright." They watched Wright lift the smallest crate and stand waiting for Pamela to reappear. When she'd come back upstairs, Wright headed down to the basement, and Pamela made a call on her mobile. "We'll see the result of Pamela's call at 3:45, said Strike, pressing fast forward again. A blonde woman entered the shop and began darting between cabinets. In double-quick time, Wright lifted one of the medium-sized crates and hurried off towards the vault with it. The blonde customer spoke to Pamela, who donned white gloves to open a cabinet. While she was showing the customer indistinguishable small objects, Wright reappeared and took the 3rd crate down to the basement. At 15:47, yet another man appeared in the shop. He was balding, almost spherical in shape, wearing a backpack, and also appeared to be wearing overalls. Strike hit pause. "That's Jim Todd, the cleaner." "How do you know?" "Because when I spoke to him, he assumed I already knew he'd been summoned to the shop by Pamela, because Wright needed help getting the biggest crate down to the vault. Todd cleans for a local office on Friday afternoons, so he was in the vicinity. Pamela pressured him into leaving early and helping her out. "He doesn't look the heavy-lifting type," said Robin. "You'd be right about that," said Strike, pressing play again. "Watch." Wright, who'd just returned from the vault, joined Todd in lifting the largest crate, though Todd was clearly struggling to support the weight of it, and they edged, crab-like, towards the stairs to the vault, and disappeared. Pamela was still busy with the blonde customer. Strike pressed fast forward. Wright returned to the shop floor alone. "I think Todd's having a minor heart attack downstairs," said Strike. "Keep watching." The blonde customer was still making her choice of purchase, and Robin remembered the little silver orb charm she'd liked. Todd finally reappeared, massaging his chest. The blonde left the shop. Pamela descended the stairs to the vault alone. "This," said Strike, "will be when Pamela started prizing off crate lids and realized part of the deliveries got mixed up. She comes back upstairs." Pamela returned to the shop floor, holding unidentifiable objects in her arms. "The minor items Pamela bid on, that should have gone to Bullen & Co., said Robin. "You should be a detective," said Strike. "She finds a bag for the stuff, gives it to Wright, tells him to take it to Bullen & Co. He leaves. And now she makes another call." Strike pressed fast forward again. Pamela finished the call on her mobile, then had a conversation with Todd, who seemed, from his gestures, to be telling her he needed to be elsewhere. "Saying she still needs him," said Robin. "Yeah," said Strike, "because Wright won't be able to carry the centerpiece down into the vault alone once they've got it back from Bullen & Co." Pamela went back down to the vault, reappearing at 1642. She took something from her jacket pocket. "Watch closely," said Strike, hitting play again. "A text," said Robin, as the on-screen Pamela stared at whatever was in her hand. "I think so," said Strike. "Watch the body language." Pamela stood frozen for almost a minute before Todd spoke to her. She looked up at him. Another animated conversation followed, Pamela pointing at the vault, then making hand-chopping movements. "Laying down the law," said Strike. "He wants to go, but she wants him to stay to help Wright downstairs with the centerpiece once it arrives." Strike fast-forwarded yet again, stopping at 6 minutes past 5, when Pamela received yet another call on her mobile. With her mobile clamped to her ear, she pointed at Todd, who left through the front door. At 9 minutes past 5, both Wright and Todd reappeared, staggering under the weight of another large crate. "The Oriental centerpiece has been delivered to the correct buyer," said Strike, as the two men staggered out of sight through the door leading to the vault. Todd re-emerged from the basement, holding Pamela's shoulder bag. She snatched it from his hand, and talking to him over her shoulder, strode towards the street door. "And she leaves," said Strike, pressing pause again. "For a woman who was punctilious about security earlier," said Robin. "Exactly. She's buggered off, leaving two men in the shop who don't have codes or keys, or shouldn't have." Strike pressed play again. Jim Todd appeared to be having a coughing fit. "Is this where the heart attack happens?" asked Robin. "He survives, but I think the manual labour's taken its toll." He fast-forwarded until 5 to 6. Wright comes back upstairs. Todd leaves. "Hang on," said Robin, and Strike pressed pause again. "Wright's holding something, isn't he?" Strike rewound and pressed play. "He is," said Robin. "A bag or something. He's holding it to his chest." "Maybe," said Strike. The film was so grainy it was hard to tell. He puts down the blinds. The right-hand one still won't go to the bottom of the window. Turns off the light and leaves, slamming the door. Strike paused the footage again. "Thoughts?" he said.
The vault door could still be open. The front door hasn't been properly locked. The alarm isn't set.
You're good, said Strike.
Collusion between Wright and Pamela?
Gotta be a possibility.
Now, watch. Strike pressed fast forward yet again. The shop grew steadily darker as they watched. 10 p.m., 11 p.m., midnight, 1 a.m. A small amount of light penetrated through the sliver of window not covered by the broken blind. At 1:10 in the morning, Strike again pressed play. Somebody was opening the shop door. The darkness was such that what was happening was barely visible. A faint glint on the glass in the door, a shadow moving across the shop floor. The camera was switched off at 11 minutes past 1.
Keep watching, said Strike.
A second's blackness, then the clock restarted at 3:07. A shadow again crossed the shop floor in the opposite direction. The almost indistinguishable figure paused by the alarm. The door opened and closed, and they were gone. Robin picked up her lukewarm coffee, a nasty prickling sensation running up her spine. In the blank interlude on tape, a murder had happened, and she seemed to feel the eyes of the men on the cork board behind her, staring down on the pair, treating the matter as an interesting puzzle.
And that's all for the night of the murder, said Strike,
hitting fast forward again.
Literally nothing happens over the weekend. Shop's empty through Saturday, continues being empty on Sunday, then on Monday the 20th, we've got early opening. 8 o'clock in the morning, so Todd can clean before customers arrive.
They watched Pamela Bullen-Driscoll appear in silhouette again and unlock the front door. Todd followed her inside in his overalls. "Todd hasn't got a key," commented Robin. "She has to let him in."
"Correct."
Strike hit pause as Pamela was turning off the alarm.
Either she's forgotten she didn't set the alarm on Friday, or she expected someone else to have done it. She doesn't seem concerned or confused about it being reset.
"Why did the killer reset it?" asked Robin.
"Very good question," said Strike. "Resetting it makes it look as though the culprit was either somebody who worked at the shop or had a connection to one of them. On the other hand, it gave Todd a handy hour in which to wipe away as many fingerprints as he could," said Strike. "Now, watch."
Strike pressed play again. Todd disappeared down the stairs to the basement. Still in fast forward, they watched Pamela crank open the metal shutters. Todd reappeared, holding a bucket containing cleaning supplies, and began polishing the glass cabinets and desk.
9 o'clock comes, said Strike,
as the clock in the upper right-hand side of the screen ratcheted up the minutes.
"Right should be there, but isn't. Pamela makes a call. No answer."
Todd disappeared into basement.
"He's cleaning the staff kitchen area and bog. Pamela goes to look up and down the street for Wright, who's now 40 minutes late. She goes back to the desk, makes another phone call. No answer. And here's Kenneth Ramsay."
Robin watched Ramsay arrive. He disappeared down the stairs to the vault. Now Strike hit play again.
"So, out of sight, Ramsay's opened the vault door. I think he must have yelled out, because, watch."
Pamela moved hurriedly to the head of the stairs, looking down them.
Then she goes down too.
For 2 minutes the shop was empty. Then the front door opened, and a small bearded man in a dark suit entered.
"That," said Strike, pausing again, "is John O'Clair, the collector Ramsay thought he was going to flog the Murdoch silver to. I looked him up. Advertising millionaire."
Pamela emerged from the stairwell, staggered to the phone on the desk, and made a call.
"Calling the police." She collapses into a chair, presumably tells the confused O'Clair what they just found, and unsurprisingly, he buggers off.
On screen, the advertising mogul was backing towards the main door.
He opened it and exited at speed. Strike pressed pause. Rest isn't worth seeing. Police turn up and it's exactly what you'd expect. Door locked, Ramsay, Pamela and Todd corralled for questioning. Strike's mobile rang, and to his surprise, he saw his old friend Shanker's name. "What's up?" he asked.
"Want a word,"
said Shanker. "What about?"
"In person."
As Strike knew, Shanker was generally averse to long phone conversations. This was mostly because he preferred to do business in person, because it often took the form of beatings and stabbings. "When?" he asked.
"Soon, now,"
said Shanker. "Where are you?"
"Clapham Junction. You'll have to come to me. I've got to stay here, meeting the geezer."
Strike's gaze moved to the window. It was another wintry grey day. His leg was still sore, and he'd been counting on an afternoon with his partner, hoping, however over-optimistically, that he might get a chance to declare himself. But Shanker rarely got in touch without having something that was worth hearing. "All right," Strike said reluctantly. "Give me an hour."
"Folk and pub,"
said Shanker, and hung up.
"What does he want?"
asked Robin. "To meet," said Strike. "Now."
"Why?"
"Maybe he's found out Dredge the drug dealer did have Rupert Fleetwood murdered in the Silver Vault."
"So the case might be wrapped up by tea time,"
said Robin, conscious of a faint disappointment, because she too had been looking forward to an afternoon together. "I wouldn't bet on it," said Strike, hoping he was right. He needed this case.
"I like your shirt, by the way,"
Robin said.
"Is it new?"
"It is, yeah," said Strike. "Thanks." Feeling slightly more cheerful, he headed into the outer office to fetch his coat. Chapter 21. Yet my heart forebodes. Danger or death awaits thee on this field. Fain would I know thee safe and well. Matthew Arnold, Sohrab and Rustum, an episode. It took Strike 40 minutes to reach Clapham Junction station. By coincidence, the last time he'd been in this part of London, he'd been running surveillance on 2 times his first PA turned lover. The area had become progressively more upmarket over Strike's lifetime. He remembered Clapham Junction when it had been home to pawn shops and dodgy garages, turning over stolen cars. Now there was a Waitrose, wine bars, and brisk professionals bustling homewards to houses worth well over £1 million. He knew the pub Shanker had designated as their meeting place of old, but the Falcon too had been gentrified. Strike entered to find polished wood, a stained glass chandelier, and freshly upholstered leather benches. There was something reassuring about spotting Shanker sitting alone, scowling and compulsively clicking his fingers, thereby effortlessly repelling anyone who might consider sitting near him. Shanker's beard concealed the deep scar that ran from the middle of his upper lip towards his cheekbone, which, unshaven, would reveal a mouth dragged upwards in a permanent Elvis-style sneer. His closely cropped head and the tattoos that covered his hands and neck marked him as of a life apart from the polite newcomers to the area, who clustered around the bar, some of them throwing Shanker sideways glances with a mixture of fascination and trepidation. Shanker, as Strike well knew, was almost entirely amoral. A man raised in conditions most people in the developed world barely understood, where violence was a daily reality and the only law was self-interest. The place where he and Strike had bonded against all odds was in their mutual love of a deeply flawed woman who'd been Strike's biological and Shanker's adoptive mother. Leda, who'd scraped the teenage Shanker off the street after he'd been stabbed, and taken him home to the squat where she was living with her 2 children, had unwittingly forged a regard between the 2 teenagers that had survived a divergence of interests that should have been absolute, and they were occasionally useful to each other. Both would have been sorry to know the other was dead, But months, and sometimes years, had passed without contact, and it was highly unusual for Shanker to summon Strike to meet him, as he had today. "How are you doing?" said Strike, once he'd got himself a pint and sat down.
"I'm looking at 36 months unless me fucking lawyer pulls his head out of his arse," said Shanker, glowering.
"Yeah? What's the charge?" asked Strike, not bothering to act surprised. Shanker had been in and out of prison all his adult life.
"Obstruction of fucking justice, load of bollocks, and Elise has fucking chucked me out again."
"Sorry to hear that," said Strike. It was news to the detective that Shanker's girlfriend had already decided at least once already that her household would function better without Shanker in it, but it didn't come as much of a surprise. "How's Angel?" asked Strike, who knew Elisa's older daughter had had leukemia.
"Doing well,"
said Shanker. "That's good," said Strike.
"Yeah,"
said Shanker moodily.
"I love them kids. Fucking love her as well, fucking bitch."
He glugged some beer. "This what you wanted to talk about?" asked Strike. "Because I'm not much of a relationship counsellor."
"Nah," said Shanker. "I know what I'm going to do about fucking Elisa."
"Yeah? What?" said Strike. He stood ready to oppose any mooted plan of revenge or intimidation against a single mother whose eldest child had been seriously ill. But Shanker responded,
"Jewellery."
"Jewellery," repeated Strike.
"Got that tip off me old man before he went senile," said Shanker. "Women never say no to jewellery. Only useful thing he ever fucking told me. They don't chuck it, and then they think about you every time they fucking look at it."
"Wise counsel," said Strike.
"You can fucking smirk, but he had kids with about 10 different women."
"By giving them all jewellery?"
"Well, he had a 9-inch cock as well,"
said Shanker, and Strike laughed. "So, why am I here?" he asked. "Dredge the drug dealer?"
"Oh, yeah,"
said Shanker, as though he'd only just remembered this.
"Dredge ain't never killed that boy. He was just trying to put the frighteners on. The kid gave him a couple of grand in cash, so Dredge backed off."
"Wait, what?" said Strike.
"That kid," said Shanker impatiently. "Fleetfoot, the geezer you thought might be dead, he ain't. He gave Dredge a couple of grand to get him off his back, and Dredge let him off. Fleetthing wasn't the one what done the dirty on Dredge, was he? It was his mate, what fucked off to Africa."
"You're positive about this?" said Strike. "Rupert Fleetwood gave Dredge a couple of grand to leave him alone."
"Just said that, didn't I?"
"Right," said Strike. "Well, that's good to know."
"That's not why I wanted to meet you, though,"
said Shanker, lowering his voice.
"Really?"
asked Strike, puzzled. "Why am I here, then?"
"Doing you a favour."
Strike took a sip of beer, then waited, interested in what was coming next.
"You're digging where you shouldn't, Bunsen."
Strike looked at him, perplexed. "Meaning?"
"Meaning?"
Shanker lowered his voice.
"Body in silver shop."
Strike was momentarily struck dumb with surprise. He hadn't told Shanker anything about the body in the silver vault, only that he wanted to find out whether Fleetwood had come to harm at the hands of Dredge.
"How the hell do you know I'm investigating that?" "For me to know, innit?"
Strike stared at him, before saying, "Knowles?" Shanker raised his eyebrows. "It was Knowles," said Strike. Shanker said nothing. "Don't give me that inscrutable shit," said Strike impatiently.
"What's that?"
said Shanker, mildly interested. "That," said Strike, "raising your fucking eyebrows. For me to know." Bad temper though he appeared to be in, Shanker grinned.
"You want to leave it, Bunsen?"
Was it fucking Knowles? Shanker absent-mindedly clicked his fingers. At last, he spoke.
"No."
"It wasn't?"
"No."
"Knowles is still alive?"
"Course he's fucking not," said Shanker impatiently. "He was a narc, got what was coming to him, but he wasn't in no fucking silver shop."
Strike stared at him, There were many subjects on which he knew Shanker to be almost impressively ignorant. The geography of anywhere beyond Greater London, how taxation worked, who made laws. But his knowledge of organised crime in London was peerless. The non-specific warning left on the office phone now took on a slightly different aspect. "Why are you warning me off, if it wasn't Knowles? Linden doesn't want me digging into it?"
"Bunsen," said Shanker, lowering his voice and leaning forwards. "Linden thinks it's funny the pigs think that was Jason. Why would Linden put him in a fucking safe in a fucking silver shop? That's way more fucking trouble than he fucking deserved."
"That thought occurred to me," said Strike.
"Ain't got shit for brains then, have ya?" said Shanker.
"So where's Knowles now?"
"Gone to Barnaby's," said Shanker,
with a dark smile.
"The hell's Barnaby's?" "For me to know," repeated Shanker.
"If it wasn't Knowles, why am I getting this warning? Because Linden Knowles doesn't want me proving it wasn't his nephew?"
"Linden wouldn't give a shit either way," said Shanker, with a shrug. "Even if they found what's left of Jason, they couldn't pin it on him. That's the whole point of Barnaby's."
"Then why—"
"'Cause the bloke in the vault,"
Shanker dropped his voice again,
"was an hit."
"A hit?"
"Yeah," said Shanker. "And you don't want to start fucking with the geezer who put out the hit, all right?"
"You know who ordered it?"
"Know enough," said Shanker.
"Who is he?"
"Don't know him personally," said Shanker.
"You know the bloke who carried it out?"
"We go back a long way, Bunsen, but you keep your side of the street and I'll keep mine. Know what I'm saying?"
When Strike merely looked at him, Shanker said,
"Don't know him well. People in common."
"And?"
"He's gone to Grand. Smart for him."
"He's not usually smart."
"He's a nutter. Mouthy. Still, slick job," said Shanker, with professional appreciation. "Earned a packet for it, I hear."
"But he talked, or you wouldn't know he'd done it."
"Well, yeah, he's mouthy, like I said."
"So why was the guy in the vault killed?"
Shanker drained his glass, then said,
"I heard he thought he could make a fast buck and didn't fucking realise what he was up against."
"Double cross?" said Strike. "Blackmail?"
"Ain't stupid, are you, Bunsen?"
said Shanker, with a gleam of appreciation. "Want another drink?"
"Yeah, go on,"
said Shanker. Strike bought 2 more pints. There were gold baubles strung along the top of the bar. He'd been so absorbed in this conversation he hadn't noticed the Christmas music playing in the background. "Hither, page, and stand by me, if thou knowest it telling, yonder peasant, who is he, where and what his dwelling?" "How did you know I'm investigating?" Strike asked, after sitting down again.
"You was seen," said Shanker. "Seen where you shouldn't have been. And word got back, and the big shot what ordered the hit ain't happy you're sticking your fucking bugle in. That's all I know."
"Listen," said Strike. "If there's a second Linden Knowles after me, I need to know. This isn't just about me, this is Robin and the rest of the agency. What exactly am I looking at here?"
"Work it out," said Shanker. "Where it happened."
They looked at each other. When Shanker neither blinked nor laughed, Strike said, "You have to be kidding me. You think I'm going to be done in by the Freemasons?"
"You know your problem, Bunsen?" said Shanker, scowling. "You're fucking naive. You think because some geezer's got money and wears a fucking suit and he's never been done for nothing. I don't think that, but you think a man who's got a lot to lose and pays to get rid of some geezer who's got the goods on him and gets away with it is happy when he hears you're nosing around? You got a name now, Bunsen," said Shanker, not without a certain admiration.
"All right. You've told me this much. Tell me who this big shot Freemason is."
"Can't. Told ya. I don't know his name."
"You're not just assuming he was a Mason from where the body was found?"
"No," said Shanker, now growing impatient. "I'm telling you, he's a fucking Mason. The guy who done the hit, he said so. The big shot's a mason. He's got money to burn. He's got people to do his shit for him.
Shanker sipped his pint, while Strike recalled Mandy's words back in St. George's Avenue.
He said someone might come round looking for him, but then he said, or he might send someone.
You don't know the mason's name? Asked Strike.
I fucking told ya, no.
Do you know who the victim was?
No, I just know he had something on the mason, so he got rubbed out.
The hitman doesn't ever go by Oz, does he? Said Strike, taking a shot in the dark.
What, like the fucking wizard?
Yeah, said Strike.
Not that I ever heard.
Shanker's gaze swivelled right towards the door.
Time's up, Bunsen.
Strike looked around. A large man even more comprehensively tattooed than Shanker had just entered the pub. That's all you've got, said Strike.
It's all I got,
said Shanker, already raising a hand to alert the tattooed man in the doorway to his presence. All right, said Strike, getting to his feet. Thanks for the warning. He finished his pint at the bar, then left the Falcon without looking back at Shanker or his business associate. To his knowledge, Shanker had never intentionally misled him, preferring a straightforward, keep the fuck out of it, if Strike's question struck too close to home. Strike therefore had to take seriously the possibility that he and Robin had indeed stumbled unknowingly onto a crime that had lain undetected until they arrived on the scene to complicate matters. Strike turned his coat collar up against the cold, then stood for a few moments, vaping and mulling over what his next move should be. One particular thing his old friend had just said gave rise to an idea. Slipping his vape pen back into his coat pocket, Strike set off again, not for Denmark Street, but for Wild Court. Chapter 22. But chiefly the great and troublesome question of who? John Oxenham, a maid of the Silver Sea. Strike phoned Robin at home that evening to inform her that Rupert Fleetwood had somehow scraped together £2,000 to buy off the drug dealer with a grudge against his housemate, and to relay Shanker's warning about the body in the silver vault. Murphy was there for dinner, and Robin's flat was far too small for him not to be able to hear everything she was saying, unless she locked herself in the bathroom. As pretending to want a shower immediately after her work partner had called her might give her boyfriend well-justified grounds for suspicion, her responses to Strike were deliberately concise and gave no hint of what they were talking about. Fortunately for Robin, whose mind was racing post-call, Murphy asked no questions. He was very obviously low and tired, slumped on the sofa watching the news. Tuesday's Mail had run its double-page interview with the mother of the boys who'd been shot in the gang shooting, and this had been followed by stories in other papers today. For the first time, Robin, along with the rest of the newspaper-reading public, had learned that the bereaved mother's estranged boyfriend had been arrested initially, and this, it was alleged, had wasted valuable hours and days in which the true perpetrators had been able to cover their tracks. Once again, she sensed that Murphy would welcome neither sympathy nor questions, so she hadn't mentioned the Mail article, or any of the spin-offs, but it was impossible not to suspect that Murphy had personally been involved in some part of what now seemed to have been early mistakes in the case. Remembering again how kind and understanding he'd been in the aftermath of her long stay at Chapman Farm, not to mention his consideration since she'd been hospitalized, she wanted only to be supportive and give him a respite from his stress, and perhaps his guilt. They ate the ready-made lasagna Robin had heated up, and as both needed to be up very early the following morning, they were in bed by 9:30. They hadn't had sex since Robin had been released from hospital. But Murphy wrapped his arms around her in bed, kissed the top of her head and said, "I'm so fucking lucky to have you." "I'm lucky to have you, too," she said, kissing him back.
But after Murphy's breathing lengthened, and he rolled away from her asleep, Robin lay awake in the dark, ruminating on Strike's call and its possible ramifications. What she really wanted to do was to slide out of bed and call her detective partner back, but she didn't want to wake Murphy, so she stayed where she was, finally falling asleep to dream that she and Strike were standing in Ramsay's silver, which, for some mysterious reason, had been filled with cuddly toys instead of Masonic swords and aprons. By 9 the following morning, Robin was back in Camberwell, watching the house where Plug was living with his elderly mother. She'd glimpsed the old lady through a downstairs window, and her heart had ached with pity. She looked worried and seemed to be mumbling to herself. Then, 5 minutes after she arrived, Plug's 14-year-old son, who ought to have been at school, burst out of the house looking terrified and set off at a fast walk up the road. With a split second to decide whether she should keep watching the house or follow the boy, she chose the latter. Robin felt almost as sorry for Plug's son as she did for Plug's mother. Not only was the boy burdened with his father's ears and overbite, he seemed lonely, forlorn, and often looked scared. She could well imagine that being uprooted from Haringey to live with his grandmother with Alzheimer's and his verbally abusive father wasn't fun. The boy was walking very fast, every now and then breaking into a jog, and Robin had a hunch that whatever he was doing, it was on his father's orders. Robin soon had a dull stitch in her side, or perhaps she thought the operation site was aching. This reminded her of the letter from the GP she was still ignoring. She'd been tailing the boy for 15 minutes when her mobile rang. "You got a moment?" asked Strike. "Yes," said Robin, trying not to pant. "I'm following Plug Jr. on foot. Where are you?" "Liberty's," said Strike. And Robin immediately remembered her 30th birthday, on which Strike had taken her to the old London store to buy her perfume, before that fatal trip to the bar at the Ritz. "Mrs. Two Times is in the hairdresser's." "I didn't know Liberty's had a hairdresser's." "Nor did I. And now I'm stuck hanging around the woman's clothing department looking like a weirdo," said Strike, shifting to allow a group of women to examine rows of what, to him, were exceptionally ugly baggy dresses with large fluorescent flowers printed all over them. "It's Christmas," said Robin. "Pretend to be buying presents. Actually, buy some presents." "Not in here," said Strike. "Why not?" "I just can't." The music, the bewildering choice, the crowds, his total ignorance of what the women he had to buy for might want. He'd rather face root canal surgery. At least that would be quiet, and there'd be anaesthetic. "You look more natural hanging around in there if you've got shopping bags. Who are you buying for, women-wise?" "Lucy and Prudence. I wasn't going to get Prudence anything, but she's invited me to their Christmas party. I can't go, but that probably means she's got me something." "When did Mrs. Two Times start her hair appointment?" 5 minutes ago. "Then you've got 2.5 hours at least." "How do you know?" "Because she's got 2 different shades of highlights. That takes time." "I called," said Strike, "to discuss Shanker and that anonymous phone call to the office, which I'm inclined to take a bit more seriously now." "We can discuss Shanker while you go down to the ground floor," said Robin. "Why am I going to the ground floor?" said Strike, moving off nevertheless. "Handbags," said Robin, "and scarves, for Lucy and Prudence." "Pretty sure they'll both have a handbag and a scarf." "God, you're hopeless," said Robin. "I think Plug Jr. might be going to that same allotment his dad visited the other night," she added, eyes on the figure ahead of her. "Maybe the crocodile or whatever they're keeping in the sheds chewed its way out," said Strike. "I'm going outside so I can hear myself think and we can discuss Shanker." "All right," said Robin, "but afterwards—" "I'll buy something, yeah," said Strike with a sigh. He forged his way through the crowded stationery department and at last, with relief, reached the pavement and took out his vape pen. "So," said Strike, while Robin continued to stride along, the pain in her side becoming ever sharper,
I called Desimma and told her we're fairly sure Fleetwood shook off Dredge the drug dealer by giving him cash. She's not having it. Or more accurately, she thinks this proves he sold the neft to Kenneth Ramsay, but thinks Dredge killed him anyway, as a warning to Zacharias Lorimer. I've also called Wardle and told him our criminal contact is certain that Jason Knowles' body went to Barnaby's, whoever or whatever that is, and that Knowles wasn't the corpse in the Ramsay silver vault.
Great, said Robin, who'd been worrying about having information the police ought to have. Hopefully Murphy would never find out where this information had come from either. You didn't tell Shanker about the plain clothes?
Fuck's sake, of course not.
Sorry, said Robin quickly. Sorry, of course you didn't. I don't know why I... But she did know why she'd said it. She was consumed with paranoia about her boyfriend finding out that she and Strike were meddling in matters that didn't concern them. Plug Jr. had slowed down to take a call on his mobile, so Robin adjusted her pace accordingly. Her lower right side was now throbbing.
I really called about this hit business, said Strike, and the fact that whoever allegedly ordered it knows we're investigating, or knows I am. Shanker didn't mention you.
Where do you think you were spotted?
It's got to be Ramsay Silver or St. George's Avenue, said Strike.
An ornate clock was set high on an archway to his left, a mechanical St. George and the dragon above it, a legend in gold beneath it. No minute gone comes ever back again. Take heed, and see ye do nothing in vain. Back in Camberwell, Plug's son was unlocking the allotment gate, and Robin, with relief, had taken refuge beside a postbox.
This is getting bloody strange and murky, said Strike. If we accept the premise that a rich, powerful Freemason wanted a man who was blackmailing him dead, and blackmailing victims do tend to want their blackmailers dead, I can't see any earthly reason why the hit had to be carried out at Ramsay Silver. In fact, you'd think a murderous Freemason would want to keep the whole thing as far away from a Masonic silver shop as possible. And why the fuck he'd have given instructions that the corpse should be draped in a Masonic sash?
And if Wright really was the blackmailer of a wealthy Freemason, said Robin, watching Plug Jr. hurrying towards the padlock shed door, why would he go and work for another Freemason?
Well, exactly. The whole thing feels like something dreamed up by a conspiracy theorist. It's like the plot of a B-movie.
But Shanker's not a conspiracy theorist.
You say that,
said Strike slowly.
But get Shanker onto the subject of what powerful people in the law-abiding world get up to, and things get fantastical, fast. You'll never convince him that people who've achieved wealth and power legally aren't really crooks. And he's a firm believer in secret associations and hidden influence that people like him can't access. And I know, said Strike, guessing what Robin was about to say. Unfair advantages and old boys' networks exist, of course they do. But what Shanker believes goes way beyond that. If you told him the Prime Minister siphons off half the nation's taxes and puts them in his own bank account, Shanker would tell you you're a mug for not thinking he takes 3/4. At bottom, he thinks everyone's as bent as he is, and world leaders and billionaires just conspire with each other to get away with it.
He can't think everyone's bent, said Robin reasonably. He knows you.
He accepts that freaks of nature like me crop up from time to time, but he's more credulous than you might think once outside his area of expertise.
So you think Shanker's got hold of the wrong end of the stick? It's all rubbish?
He claims to know the actual killer. He says the guy's been mouthing off, pleased he got away with it. We've got to take that seriously. And there was that call to the office, too. It could have been a random nutter, but it might not have been.
Do you want to drop the case? Robin asked, and she was surprised how unhappy she felt at the thought of doing so.
No, said Strike. I'm getting more and more interested, but it's not just up to me. That's why I called.
Well, if Shanker's right, the risk was there already, wasn't it? Said Robin. Whoever killed Wright was never going to be happy we're investigating, were they?
I can't honestly see that we'd be in any less danger if we give up. It's not as if we can let them know we're backing off. In fact, it's far better to know they're onto us. We're forearmed.
That's exactly my thinking, said Strike. What's Plug Jr. up to now?
He's inside the shed. The pain in Robin's lower right side was still extremely sharp. For the first time, she thought she might make that appointment with her GP. Previous neglect of symptoms had led her directly into the mess she'd recently found herself in. The responsible thing was to get herself checked. Wanting distraction, she said, "Have you been following Patterson's case?"
"Yeah," said Strike. "Not exactly riveting so far, is it? I was hoping they'd just call him a cunt and give him 10 years.
Maybe it'll hot up once he's on the stand. Are you going to get back inside Liberty's and buy some presents?"
"Fine," Strike sighed,
and he returned inside the shop, to be met with a blast of hot air and Jingle Bell Rock.
"How am I supposed to know what scarves to buy?"
"Well," said Robin, her eyes still on the distant shed, "Prudence likes classic colours. Cream, navy blue, black. Nothing multicoloured or, hippie. And Lucy looks good in pastels, to go light, and nothing too dramatic or splashy."
"How do you know these things?"
said Strike, in honest amazement. "How do I know what looks nice on people?"
"All of it,"
said Strike, who was now standing in a bewildering array of scarves of different sizes and patterns,
remembering what colours Prudence wears.
"The same reason you remembered the legend of Hiram Abiff. Listen, I know you're not going to like this, but I think we ought to get the staff Christmas presents too."
"Fuck's sake," groaned Strike.
"It's good for morale," said Robin, "and we've got a really great team for once. We ought to be showing our appreciation."
"I'm not buying more scarves," said Strike firmly.
"You don't have to," said Robin. "I was thinking bottles of booze or gift tokens. And," she added, because she didn't doubt Strike was as clueless about what to buy her as he was about his sisters, "if you get me a scarf, I like blue and green."
"Too late. I've already chosen your present," said Strike. "I'm going to have to go. I can't hear a bloody thing. Speak to you later."
He hung up, leaving Robin in a state of mild surprise. Chapter 23. Then evils gather together. There wants not one of them all: wrath, envy, discord, strife. Sophocles, translated by A. E. Houseman, Oedipus Colonius. The substitution of 2 times for Mr. A meant that the agency was once again working at full capacity. Strike and Robin saw each other only in passing over the next few days, so informed each other by text and phone call that nobody they'd approached for further information on the Silver Vault case had responded. "It's Christmas," Robin reminded Strike on Monday. "People will be busy or visiting family." In spite of these frustrations, there were developments in 2 matters of mutual interest, both unrelated to the murder of William Wright. The first was a couple of days of high excitement in the Patterson case, which was being lavishly covered in the papers. On Tuesday, Farah Navabi took the stand and turned in a heart-rending, charismatic performance. Breaking down in sobs so that a solicitous judge asked whether she'd like a break to compose herself, the beautiful Navabi regaled the court with an account of how she'd been relentlessly bullied, intimidated, and sexually harassed by her boss, and revealed that she'd only undertaken the job of bugging the barrister's office because Patterson had made egregious threats of retaliation if she didn't do as she was told.
"I can't tell you how much I regret it," she sobbed. "Andrew Humboldt's a good man, and Mitch had me convinced he was a monster."
"Told ya," said Kim Cochran smugly, during what Strike made sure was a brief surveillance handover that evening. "She's rented premises in Belsize Park, and she's already snagged a ton of Patterson's clients." On Wednesday, Patterson, who was tall and broad-shouldered, with a deeply pitted and lined face, was pursued from car to court by paparazzi. His evidence, live-tweeted from court by several journalists,
became instantly meme-worthy for his barked repetition of the phrase, "wholly and completely untrue." By the time he was permitted to leave the witness stand, he'd said it 47 times, and nobody, with the possible exception of Patterson himself, was surprised when the following morning he was found guilty, with sentencing deferred to the new year. Strike would have enjoyed all this far more had he not discovered, on the news website where he'd been reading about Patterson's conviction, a supremely vicious piece about himself, written by Dominic Culpepper. Exactly as Strike had feared, Nina had clearly informed her cousin that it was Strike who'd been keeping his wife under surveillance at the Dorchester. Another paper had tried to run a piece a few months previously, asserting that Strike was as big a womanizer as his father, that he routinely had sex with clients, and had slept with a woman who was also in a relationship with the very barrister whom Mitch Patterson had bugged. That article had never been published because Charlotte, of all people, had not only resisted the invitation to screw Strike over in print, but had contacted those of Strike's girlfriends she knew to ensure that nobody talked. But the flimsy barricade Charlotte had erected had been swept away by Culpepper's rage and Nina's resentment. The journalist no longer needed quotes from the ex-lovers who'd declined to talk last time, because he had his cousin, Nina, who'd provided anonymous quotes with which Culpepper was able to bolster his portrait of a grubby, unscrupulous man who used women to obtain whatever he needed, bracketing Strike with Patterson as a libidinous parasitic scavenger, profiting from human misery and callously manipulating good-hearted people. Culpepper had also rehashed the story of Strike's conception, which had famously taken place on a beanbag at a druggy A-list party in 1974, and had even found someone else to speak on the record about the grubby antics of private detectives, Lord Oliver Branfoot. Strike had never met Branfoot, but he knew what the man looked and sounded like, because Branfoot was one of those public figures who managed to penetrate the mass mind like a noxious, invisible gas. Marlborough-educated, a scion of nobility, Branfoot was a large, untidy man, notable for an inability to pronounce his R's. Previously a Conservative MP, he now headed various charitable and political organisations and committees, was ever ready with a quote for the papers, sprinkled his conversation with Latin tags, and capitalised to the full on the English public's weakness for a toff who seemed ready to laugh at himself, having a fondness for appearing on political quiz shows, where he played to the hilt the part of genial, bumbling blue blood. While Strike didn't know exactly why Lord Oliver Branfoot should want to attach his name to the excoriation of a man he didn't know, he could think of one obvious reason why Branfoot might want to thunder in print that the private detective business ought to be far more stringently regulated. Strike had no illusions as to the likely trajectory of Dominic Culpepper's fury. This article, he suspected, was an opening shot in what was likely to become an ongoing vendetta. He was conscious of a strong desire to call Robin, because the sound of her voice usually made him feel better about whatever shit he was currently dealing with. But there was a possibility that she hadn't spotted the article yet, and it seemed the height of folly to draw her attention to it if she hadn't. But Robin had, of course, already seen Culpepper's attack on her partner, because she'd read the same online account of Patterson's conviction, and it had certainly given her food for thought as she sat at lunchtime in the bar of the Rosewood Hotel, watching Two Times' beautifully coiffed wife enjoying a cocktail with a female friend. Strike might have been very slightly heartened to know that Robin was by no means as horrified by the article's accusations and insinuations as Culpepper intended the reader to feel. Nobody had worked more closely with Cormoran Strike over the past 6.5 years than Robin Ellicott, and she was prepared to swear that whatever flaws Strike might possess, he'd never slept with, nor would he ever sleep with, a client, no matter that sundry divorced and divorcing women, she remembered in particular the alluring Miss Jones, had made their willingness to do so perfectly obvious. Robin had also noted that no ex-client was quoted, even anonymously, in the article. Nevertheless, some unknown woman who'd helped him with his case clearly had a serious grudge against Cormoran Strike, and this, Robin presumed, was Culpepper's cousin. The implication that Strike had seduced the unknown woman in pursuit of evidence wasn't, Robin had to admit, a pleasant thought, although it might be argued that she didn't have much right to condemn him, having allowed an important witness and potential suspect in a previous case to press her up against a pub wall and stick his tongue into her mouth. At this point in her musings, 2 texts arrived on her phone, almost back-to-back. The first was from Murphy, and contained a link to a new property for them to view. "This might be worth a look. I see Patterson's got what was coming to him. Have you read the thing on Strike? Kiss." Strike would have been delighted to know that Robin's immediate reaction to this message was annoyance at her boyfriend and protectiveness of her detective partner. Murphy had suffered himself from bad press of late, and he hadn't even been personally named, so Robin would have hoped he'd show some fellow feeling for another man being roughed up in print. Instead of answering the message or opening the link to what appeared to be another terraced house, this time in Wood Green, Robin opened the second text, which was from Strike himself. "2 times just called. He's about to join his missus and her friend for cocktails. You can stand down. He'll be with her for the rest of the day." Robin had just raised her hand for her bill when her mobile rang from an unfamiliar number, though she recognized the Ironbridge area code. She answered at once. "Hello? This is Robin Ellicott." "Hello?" said a tentative voice far too young to be Tyler Powell's grandmother. "Are you the one who's been calling my great-aunt?" "If your great-aunt's Dilys Powell, yes," said Robin. "Well, she's in the hospital," said the girl. "Oh, I'm sorry to hear that. You picked up my messages, did you?" "Yes," said the girl. "I'm feeding her cat." "Why do you want to—" "I wanted to talk to her about your cousin Tyler," said Robin. "He's not here," said the girl. "He left." "Yes, I know," said Robin. "Have you heard from him lately?" Robin could hear the scratching of a pen and surmised that the girl was either doodling or taking a note. "I don't like him," the girl said finally. "We don't talk." "Well, would you mind telling your great-aunt I've called and asking her to get in touch when she feels better?" said Robin. "All right," said the girl. "Thank you very much," said Robin. "Can I ask you But the girl had already hung up. 10 minutes later, the paunchy 2 times entered the bar wearing a much-creased suit, smiling broadly at his wife and her friend. Robin gathered up her bag and coat and left, making sure not to make eye contact with 2 times, who had a tendency to smirk whenever he spotted one of the detectives he'd paid to spy on whichever woman he was currently sleeping with. In the lobby of the hotel, Robin paused beside a large Christmas tree surrounded by silver models of fawns. On her way here, she'd registered her proximity to the London Silver Vaults. She took out her mobile and called Strike. "Hi. Listen, I'm 5 minutes' walk away from Bullen & Co. What do you think of me trying to interview Pamela Bullen-Driscoll?" "I think you'll be very lucky to get her to talk."
"Even so," said Robin, now heading out onto the street. "She's a key witness, and pressure's always easier to apply face-to-face."
"Suppose it's worth a try," said Strike, who assumed from Robin's friendly tone that she hadn't seen the online hatchet job on him. "Maybe she'll be more amenable to a woman. I'm heading to Ipswich in an hour or so, by the way."
"Why?"
"One of Plug's Ipswich mates has done a 2-year stretch for embezzlement, Kim found out. Thought I'd go and have a nose around for what he might be getting up to these days that involves Plug, a lot of cash, and a ledger."
"Okay," said Robin. "Well, I'll let you know how I get on with Pamela. You might be hearing back from me in 10 minutes. She hung up, checked the route on her phone, then headed off along High Holborn, turned into Chancery Lane, and finally entered Southampton Buildings. Chapter 24. You were informed in the Royal Arch degree that King Solomon builded a secret vault,
the approach to which was through 8 other vaults or apartments in succession, all underground, and to which a long and narrow passage led. Albert Pike, the ancient and accepted Scottish rite of Freemasonry. The Silver Vault's entrance was a discreet wooden door with a small glass awning. Robin was admitted after pressing a buzzer and found herself facing a uniformed security man who asked to search her bag. She then had to sign in at the desk and was instructed to descend 3 flights of stairs and take no photographs outside the individual shops. Intrigued, Robin proceeded down broad bare stone stairs, her footsteps echoing, and found herself in a space unlike any she'd seen before. A long, low-ceilinged, arched underground passageway stretched away from her, the walls on both sides lined with heavy steel vault doors. She set off along the corridor, noticing the regularly spaced cameras watching her from the ceiling, and looking left and right through the open doors at Aladdin's caves of dazzling, gleaming silver. The bright light in both passage and shops almost hurt her eyes, especially when reflected from thousands of brightly polished silver surfaces. Robin turned a corner and saw that the subterranean labyrinth extended far beyond the first corridor. Bullen & Co. lay in the second passage she entered. It was one of the larger shops, carpeted in bright blue, and a veritable sea of silver met her eyes. Shelves of platters, trays, boxes, urns, jugs and shields, and on sturdy mahogany tables, gigantic pieces, including candelabra, centerpieces covered in cherubs, and a huge neth representing a galleon in full sail. A woman Robin recognized instantly as Pamela Bullen Driscoll, because of her boxy back view, was speaking rapidly into the phone on a desk. "I've already told you, Geoffrey. I've told you. I simply don't care." Pamela seemed to sense someone behind her, because she turned and said, "I've got to go," and slammed down the receiver. Pamela had seen no need to change her style, because fashions had moved on around her. From her stiffly lacquered hair to her large gold earrings and necklace, her double-breasted, shoulder-padded black blazer to her frosted pink lipstick, Pamela had never left the 80s, even though succeeding decades had deepened lines around her mouth and across her forehead. While not overweight, she was square and short-waisted. A pair of gold reading glasses hung on a crystal-studded chain around her neck. "Can I help you?" "I hope so," said Robin, drawing a business card out of her bag. "My name's Robin Ellicott, and I'm from the Strike and Ellicott detective agent." "I've got nothing to say," said Pamela loudly. Recoiling, she bumped into a table laden with silver objects, and a fragile-looking horn cup in an elaborate silver casing fell to the ground. Pamela stood on it accidentally, and the horn shattered. She burst into tears. Robin rushed to assist Pamela, who was groping for the pieces in a manner that suggested drunkenness, taking multiple attempts to place her hand on each piece. "Please leave," sobbed Pamela, "and close the door behind you. I have nothing to say to you." Robin turned, walked back to the shop entrance, and did indeed close the door, but remained inside the fantastical silver storehouse, returning to Pamela to help her pick up all the bits of horn in silence. The shop owner seemed too distressed to care that Robin hadn't followed her orders. She stumbled to a small desk, grabbed a handful of tissues from a silver box, dropped into her chair, and cried. Robin laid the shards of horn on the desk, feeling guilty and trying to project sympathy. After almost a minute's weeping, Pamela said, "It's my eyes. I had that laser eye surgery, and I can't see properly. Blurry, double vision, awful headaches. I need my eyes," said Pamela hysterically. "And my husband." She didn't finish the sentence, but continued to weep, the already dark grey tissues becoming darker with specks of mascara. "Is there anywhere I could make you a tea or a coffee?" asked Robin. Pamela didn't answer,
So Robin decided to explore for herself. There was a small kiosk-like structure in the corner of the shop that contained a coffee machine and mugs. Robin made 2 coffees, added a lot of sweetener to Pamela's, then returned to the desk and sat down opposite her. Pamela sobbed for another minute, until she came to a hiccuping halt and reached for her mug. It took her 2 attempts to grasp the handle. She sipped the sweetened coffee, then whispered, "Thank you." "Can't they do anything for your eyes?" Robin asked, in genuine concern.
"I'm trying to find someone. They said it would clear up, and it hasn't."
"When was the operation?" asked Robin, surreptitiously turning her mobile to record in her bag.
"January. The headaches, but I can't stop work. It's my own business."
"It's an amazing shop," said Robin. "Bullen & Co. is a very old firm, isn't it?"
4 generations, hiccuped Pamela. "My great-grandfather started it, but there are no Bullens left now. I couldn't have children, and my nephew—"
She let out another sob.
"Oh, we've all been through a dreadful time."
Robin left a tactful pause before saying, "Mrs. Bullen-Driscoll, we really do need an expert opinion. We know nothing about silver, you see."
"You want to talk about silver?"
"Yes, if you wouldn't mind. It would help to understand why the Murdoch silver was so significant, and why someone would go to such lengths to steal it. Mr. Ramsay says—"
"Kenneth's a fool," said Pamela with sudden anger. "An idiot. I had no idea what he'd done. I'd have stopped him, but he didn't tell me, didn't tell my sister. He remortgaged their house, borrowed an exorbitant sum at a ludicrous rate of interest, cashed in all their shares. My sister knew nothing, until it was too late. Insanity. I could have told him his stupid scheme wouldn't work. He paid much more than the Murdoch silver was worth. Lunacy. He thought John O'Clair, he's a well-known collector, would come trotting along to his grotty little shop and give him $500,000 for it. Nobody in their right mind would have paid that much for the stuff. Kenneth's a fool, an absolute fool."
"You didn't think he'd make a profit on the collection, then?" asked Robin.
"Of course not," said Pamela impatiently. "The Murdoch collection's really only of interest to a narrow subset of people."
"You mean Masons?" asked Robin.
"Yes. Well, not necessarily only Masons."
The chance to talk about her specialist subject seemed to be soothing Pamela slightly.
A.H. Murdoch was quite a romantic figure, I suppose. One of those Victorian explorer types. Some of the pieces he collected had artistic merit on their own terms, but most of it, Skeen's dagger and the Oriental centrepiece, which quite frankly is a monstrosity.
"That's the piece that was delivered here by mistake, isn't it?" said Robin.
"Yes, enormous ugly thing, covered in Masonic symbols over 3 feet tall. I can't imagine who'd want it, frankly. I told Rachel 2 years ago when they bought the shop. 'You're making a mistake,' said Pamela, with a resurgence of anger. Everything from start to finish was misguided, but she wouldn't listen. Kenneth thinks it'll do very well. Kenneth knows the market. Kenneth knows people who'll queue up to buy. And, of course, they've been making a loss ever since they opened. The location's dreadful, and there simply isn't a demand for that kind of specialist shop, if they'd been content to sell online. But Rachel's always been silly about business. Neither of them had the first idea what they were doing. She was miffed our father put me in charge here, and Kenneth hates his day job and thought he was going to be able to give it up and talk Masonic silver all day, and neither of them have a clue about proper security. You'd think, with Rachel being a Bullen—" Pamela said this rather as someone might have done on declaring their sister a Mountbatten Windsor. "She'd realise what's needed. This," said Pamela, gesturing around at the silver vaults, "is the 4th most secure building in the world. There's never been a theft from the London silver vaults, ever. Stupid, baying that run-down place, thinking they could do everything on a shoestring. I tried to tell them, and then look what happened."
"It was very kind of you to go and help them out," said Robin.
"Well, I had to. After my nephew.
Tears welled in Pamela's eyes again.
And then my sister had her stroke. Of course, I tried to do what I could. Neither of them wanted to let the shop go. It's all we've got now. Naturally, I said I'd help.
John O'Clair did come in to view the collection at Ramsay Silver, didn't he?
Yes, snorted Pamela. But one doesn't get to be as rich as John O'Clair is by being a fool. I know John. I've sold him a few pieces over the years. He knew perfectly well Kenneth paid way over the real value of the silver. I knew John was coming in on the Monday to decide what he was going to take once Kenneth got desperate to claw something back. But of course, he never saw any of it because—
Awful losing it all like that, said Robin, who didn't want to introduce the subject of the body too early.
It was dreadful, said Pamela with a shudder. I had no idea anybody had been in the shop over the weekend. Wright didn't work Saturdays. Kenneth looks after Rachel at the weekends, and I couldn't be there because I was attending my cousin's wedding.
Presumably, said Robin, you and Mr. Ramsay were the only ones who knew the codes and had keys.
Yes. Well, I suppose Todd may have known where the camera controls were, but he shouldn't have known the alarm or the vault codes, and he definitely didn't have keys. Kenneth came rushing in after I'd arrived, frightened he'd missed John O'Clair, sneaking out of his office as usual. He's hanging by a thread at his day job. So he went down into the basement, and then he yelled out.
Pamela swallowed.
I called down. Are you all right, Kenneth? I thought he'd maybe slipped over, hurt himself. He didn't answer. I went to the top of the stairs. I said, Are you all right? And he still didn't answer. So I went down there. He could have stopped me seeing, said Pamela bitterly. He could have warned me. It was dreadful. I still have nightmares. Did Kenneth tell you about Wright's hands being missing and everything?
A little bit, said Robin. It must have been awful.
It was ghastly. And then John turned up. I'd just come back upstairs to call the police. I nearly passed out in front of John. I just said to the operator, There's a body, we found a body, and then I had to sit down. John left. I can't blame him. Who'd want to be mixed up in that? Then Kenneth came upstairs babbling, and Todd came up too. He'd seen, of course. He'd been cleaning the bathroom when Kenneth went down there. Horrible man, said Pamela, with another shudder. Horrible.
Jim Todd, you mean? Asked Robin.
Yes, I don't like him at all. I don't think he's trustworthy.
Really?
Something very sneaky about him. Kenneth has appalling judgment, said Pamela, becoming suddenly heated again. All the people Kenneth hired, he only cares if they're cheap.
Was Wright cheap? Robin asked.
Yes, and that's a perfect example of what I'm talking about, said Pamela in frustration. They were paying their first security chap next to nothing, so naturally he took the first job offer he got, and because they were losing money hand over fist, they didn't replace him. But I didn't want to be there alone when I went to help out. I couldn't manage carrying everything up and downstairs, and how Rachel was supposed to do it if she ever gets well enough. So Kenneth advertised for a sort of jack-of-all-trades, a salesman who could do heavy lifting and security.
He said there weren't many applicants, said Robin.
No, of course not. Not on the salary he was offering. There weren't many applicants. I've told him. I didn't think much of Wright's CV. Misspellings all over it.
Misspellings, repeated Robin.
Yes, and then he lied.
Wright did, said Robin.
No, Kenneth. He agreed we shouldn't interview Wright, then sneaked his email address onto the list, and I didn't realize until Wright turned up that Kenneth had hoodwinked me into offering the man an interview. And then, said Pamela furiously, he accused me of making the mistake, me of adding his email address to the list. A mistake.
That seems very unfair, said Robin, who was most interested in this information. How many people did you end up interviewing?
Just 3. Well, 2. One of them didn't turn up. The one I thought might be quite good. I suppose he had a better offer. So it was just Wright and this boy who was 17 and looked as though he couldn't fight his way out of a paper bag. So, of course, with the physical requirements, Wright was the only choice.
He claimed to be from Doncaster, didn't he? Said Robin. Did he have a Yorkshire accent?
I don't really know. He didn't sound very refined. Polite enough, said Pamela grudgingly, but I knew straight away he knew nothing about silver or antiques, whatever he'd said at interview. Not even a basic understanding. He asked me what the lion passant meant.
What does it mean? Asked Robin.
The lion passant, repeated Pamela, with slight disbelief at Robin's own lack of knowledge. The most basic, common British hallmark. It means the item is sterling silver, 0.925 purity. When I explained that to Wright, he said, "That's funny."
That's funny, repeated Robin. What was funny about it?
I've no idea, said Pamela. But afterwards, when we found out he was Knowles, I thought, I should have known, from the name William Wright. They're a well-known firm in Sheffield. They make silverware for hospitality. That'll be where Knowles got the idea. I felt so silly for not seeing it.
Mr. Ramsay says Wright used the work computer to look things up, said Robin.
Yes, he visited Truth About Freemasons or some such site. I suppose you could argue he was trying to learn, but there's no proper information on silverware on a site like that. Just conspiracy nonsense, and people going on there to discuss Masonic plots and Freemasons arguing with them. Nothing about Masonic objects.
Mr. Ramsay's given us the camera footage from the day the Murdoch silver arrived, but we haven't had a chance to look at it yet, Robin fibbed. Was it a normal kind of day?
Yes, said Pamela, but there was a slight wariness in her tone. Well, not with the Murdoch silver arriving, but otherwise it was normal.
Mr. Ramsay told us the silver arrived late, said Robin.
It did, yes. He's been sacked, the delivery man from Gibson's. I'd had dealings with him once before, name of Larry McGee. Careless, not at all the kind of person you trust with valuable deliveries. I'm not surprised Gibson's got rid of him.
The silver was meant to arrive at lunchtime, wasn't it?
Yes, but it didn't get there until 3:15, and then McGee refused to carry it down to the vault. Just dumped the crates in the middle of the shop, so I had to call Todd to come and help Wright lift it. Todd does Friday afternoons at an office on Kingsway that closes at lunchtime, so he was nearby.
And did anyone open the crates to check the silver? Asked Robin.
Yes, of course. I did myself. I'm very careful about security. I wasn't going to let those two handle valuable objects without me present. I opened the vault for them, and once they'd carried the crates inside and were back upstairs, I went down and took off the lids myself. That's when I opened the big crate and found McGee had delivered our things to Ramsay's, so I knew the Oriental centerpiece must be here. Wright went to fetch it from my husband.
For a second, Pamela looked as though she might cry again, but she took a deep breath, then said,
Afterwards, if you can believe it, after everything that had happened, Kenneth grumbled that I'd bought a few things from the collection for Mullins. Said I'd broken a gentleman's agreement. Absolute nonsense. Nothing we bought was Masonic, just a few nice bits of general silverware. I think Kenneth believes anything A.H. Murdoch touched is his, by divine right.
He's a personal fan of A.H. Murdoch, then, said Robin.
Oh, yes. Murdoch wrote books, you know. Kenneth's got all of them. He belongs to some grotty little lodge in Lewisham. Kenneth, not A.H. Murdoch. My father was a Mason too. That's why Bullen and Co. had a little sideline in Masonic goods while he was alive, but Daddy wasn't anywhere near as silly about it all as Kenneth.
So, once you'd put the Murdoch silver in the vault, it was a completely normal day? Asked Robin. You closed at the usual time and so forth. A fractional pause followed, in which Robin was certain Pamela was reminding herself that she was caught on camera.
I had to leave a little early. I had an awful headache, said Pamela. I'd had them ever since the laser surgery.
You got a text, didn't you? Said Robin casually, just before you left.
What? Said Pamela. Oh, yes.
Tears rose suddenly in Pamela's eyes again.
I don't want to talk about that. It had nothing to do with any of this, the Murdoch silver or Wright. I asked Todd to man the shop until Wright got back. Everything was quite safe, and then I went home.
Leaving untouched the question of how Wright and Todd were supposed to have locked the door, set the alarm, or opened the vault to place the centrepiece in it, Robin said, "I don't suppose there's any possibility of you giving us a clip of your own footage, just from when William Wright came here that Friday, to pick up the centrepiece?"
"Well, I don't see why not," said Pamela, still sniffing but turning to her keyboard. Coffee and sympathy appear to have softened her considerably, but you won't find it very helpful, I'm afraid. He's only visible for a few seconds.
When the segment of footage had been forwarded to her email, Robin said, "Would you mind looking at a picture for me?" She took a copy of Rupert Fleetwood's photo from her bag and held it out. "Our client would like to know whether this could have been William Wright." Pamela raised her reading glasses and peered at Rupert in his burgundy waiter's uniform. Robin could tell she was having difficulty focusing. When Pamela shook her head, her stiffly lacquered hair didn't move at all.
"No, definitely not."
"You were all agreed William Wright was Jason Knowles, weren't you?" said Robin. "Everyone who worked at the shop, I mean."
"Oh, yes," said Pamela. "Yes, it was definitely Knowles. Well, it made perfect sense. He'd spotted an opportunity. The security at Ramsay's."
"The cameras look very old," said Robin.
"Old?" said Pamela, with resurgent scorn. "Bullen & Co. replaced those models nigh on 20 years ago, and the outside one hasn't worked in all the time they've owned the shop. Kenneth never got round to fixing it. Thought just the sight of it would be a deterrent."
"Right," said Robin. As she returned Fleetwood's photo to her handbag, she said, "Mr. Ramsay mentioned a funny email that had been sent from the shop a week before the robbery, to a man named Calvin Osgood, saying they could help him with a problem."
"Yes, Wright sent it," said Pamela at once. "Well, it certainly wasn't me, and Kenneth didn't do it. Neither of us had ever heard of the man."
"What about Jim Todd?" asked Robin.
"He shouldn't have had the password to the computer," said Pamela. "I certainly never gave it to him."
"Mrs. Bullen Driscoll, this has been so helpful," said Robin warmly, getting to her feet. "I really do hope the problems with your eyes get better."
"Thank you,"
said Pamela, also standing up.
"You've been very kind."
10 minutes later, Robin was standing alone beside the entrance to Chancery Lane tube station, her mobile clamped to one ear, a finger in her other, and a broad smile on her face.
"Ellicott," said Strike's voice, audible even over the roar of the surrounding traffic, "you're a fucking marvel."
Chapter 25. "We'll all be rich before we die yet. Depends when we die," growled Tom, in which observation, obvious as it was, there was undoubtedly much truth. John Oxenham, A Maid of the Silver Sea. Strike's trip to Ipswich yielded a small amount of further information about the friend of Plug's whom Kim had identified as an ex-embezzler. According to a neighbour who'd emerged from her house with a red setter, and with whom Strike struck up a conversation by pretending to be a great dog lover, Plug's friend had been prosecuted under the Animal Cruelty Act and banned from keeping any domestic pet for 5 years. "Disgusting," the neighbour told Strike, scowling in the direction of the man's overgrown front garden. "I think you should get a lifetime ban on keeping pets if you're prosecuted for cruelty. What he did to that lurcher, I got no time for people who mistreat animals. They should have the same done back to them, if you ask me." While driving back to London that evening, Strike wondered whether animal cruelty formed any part of whatever business was driving Plug and his associates' discreet exchanges of cash. On arriving home, he made an anonymous call to the RSPCA, tipping off the animal welfare charity that a large animal or animals appeared to be incarcerated without fresh air or sunlight in Plug's padlock shed. That, he hoped, might flush out something interesting. As he left the office, he noticed that Pat's aquarium had now acquired 3 inhabitants, and stopped to look at them. These weren't goldfish as he recognized them. Indeed, one of them, which was black, appeared to him to be so misshapen He wondered whether it wasn't diseased, having what looked like a knobbly growth on its head, a lumpy body, and a distinctly waddling action. Propped against the base of the tank was a card on which was written in Pat's handwriting, "Do not feed, I've already done it," an instruction with which Strike was more than happy to comply. He left, turning out the light. His plan for the following day was to trace Larry McGee, the delivery man who'd been fired from Gibson's at some point after delivering the Murdoch silver. Strike set out for the auction house after breakfast, planning to pretend he didn't know McGee had been sacked, and hoping to wring details of his dismissal from whoever he could manage to talk to. A woman was standing on the corner of Denmark Street and Charing Cross Road as Strike approached it. Alert as he was for the possibility of journalistic interest after Culpepper's story, Strike eyed her as he drew nearer, but discounted the idea that she worked for the papers. She was a well-built young woman with white blonde hair extensions. As he drew nearer, he saw false eyelashes and plumped-up lips, and the figure revealed by the tightly belted coat showed evidence of cosmetic enhancement too, reminding him of Bijou Watkins, who'd also had large breast implants. The blonde bowed her head and hunched her shoulders as Strike passed her, but he suspected this was due less to any wish to preserve her incognito than a workaday wish not to be importuned by a random male, which he suspected might happen to her quite frequently. Half an hour later, Strike arrived at Gibson's auction house, which was situated in an elegant Edwardian building on Northumberland Avenue. Tasteful gold Christmas lights had been fixed around the edge of a large window, where a pair of abstract paintings were hung on almost invisible strings. A man as tall as Strike, who was wearing an immaculate black suit and had a goatee and a shaven head, stood guard outside the door. "Morning," said Strike, pulling a card out of his wallet and showing it to the security man. "I'm hoping to talk to Larry McGee." "You'll be lucky," said the man. "Why's that?" "He's dead, mate." The security man looked down at the card Strike had handed him and raised his eyebrows. "You that bloke what solved the Lula Landry thing?" "That's me," said Strike. "Was McGee still working here when he died?" "Nah," said the security man, who was now looking at Strike with curiosity. "He was sacked. Any chance I could talk to someone about that?" 5 minutes later, and slightly to Strike's surprise, because he'd anticipated a rebuff, he was led by the security man into a stark white office with another abstract painting hanging behind the uncluttered desk. Its occupant was a tall black woman in her 30s, who was dressed in a violet trouser suit and wore her hair in long spiral curls. The nameplate on her desk declared her name to be Diana Boadu, and her accent suggested a private education, though she displayed none of the superciliousness Strike might have expected from her stylish appearance and the beautifully appointed Edwardian building in which she worked. On the contrary, like the security man, Diana seemed intrigued, if not mildly excited, to be speaking to Cormoran Strike. "Why on earth are you interested in Larry McGee?" she asked, when Strike had accepted an offer of coffee, and a red-headed underling had been dispatched to make it. "He delivered the Murdoch silver," said Strike. "Oh," said Diana Boadu. "I see." "But I just found out he's dead." "Yes, I heard he died," said Diana, who didn't seem unduly saddened by the fact. "But that was after we fired him, months later," she added, as though afraid that Strike might get the impression the sacking had somehow killed McGee. "Any idea what he died of?" "Carter might know, our head of deliveries, but I think he's out on a job." "Would you be comfortable giving me Carter's contact details?" Strike's coffee arrived while Diana was dictating Carter's number. When Strike had thanked the redhead, he said, "Could I ask what McGee did to get himself sacked?" "I don't see why not," said Diana. Given your reputation." Strike thought fleetingly of the recent press article about his behaviour towards women. Apparently not everyone had read it. "You're discreet?" "Very," he assured her, drawing out his notebook.
Well, we suspected him of theft.
Really?
Yes. The first incident concerned a pair of 19th-century Staffordshire pottery spaniels, which disappeared between the warehouse and the purchaser. The buyer was a fairly absent-minded collector, and it took him a week to register that the spaniels hadn't been in the delivery, because he'd bid on so many lots. It was a tricky situation. They could have been stolen at the warehouse and never loaded into McGee's van, and, well, candidly, there's always a chance a buyer themselves is working a scam. We investigated, but we couldn't prove anything, so we gave McGee the benefit of the doubt and reimbursed the buyer out of our insurance.
McGee was alone on the delivery, was he?
Yes, said Diana. We usually send people out in pairs, but it was a particularly busy time, so he did this delivery alone. We think he spotted an opportunity.
How much were these pottery dog things worth?
£2,000 to £3,000, said Diana. Then, "Oh, that's Carter," she said in surprise. Strike looked around to see a fit-looking white man in his early 50s, looking through the glass panel of Diana's door, fist raised to knock. "Come in, Charlie," she called.
"Just wanted to tell you the Burne-Jones delivery's been postponed again," said Carter, opening the door and poking his head inside.
"Oh, for God's sake," said Diana crossly. "We aren't a storage unit. He bought it, he needs to take receipt of it."
"He was calling from Istanbul."
"Okay, fine," sighed Diana. "This is Cormoran Strike, Charlie. He's a—"
"Private detective, yeah," said Carter, sidling a little further into the room. "Bradley told me."
Strike surmised that Bradley was the security man. "He's here to talk about Larry McGee," said Diana. "Do you want to pull up a chair?" Carter did so with such alacrity that Strike suspected the message about the delayed delivery had been a pretext to find out what was going on in Diana's office. Carter looked ex-military or police. His thick grey hair was cut very short, his gaze was penetrating, and his royal blue overalls were neatly pressed. "I've just been explaining about those disappearing dogs," Diana said. Turning back to the detective, she said, "Anyway, last January the same thing happened on another delivery McGee made. This time it was a Kifwebe."
"A what?"
said Strike. If nothing else, the Silver Vault case was undoubtedly improving his vocabulary. First Nefs, now this. "It's a mask, produced by the Songye and Luba people. This was 1920s and especially fine, worth around 5,000. Again, it vanished between warehouse and purchaser, and, again, the client had bought several items in the same auction, so didn't immediately notice that one of the masks was missing. 2 incidents of easily portable objects disappearing from multiple lots delivered to the same buyer. McGee, the delivery driver on both."
"Is a hell of a coincidence," said Strike.
"Well, quite."
"You'd let him go out alone again, had you?"
"No," said Carter, before Diana could answer.
"He never went out alone again after the pottery dogs disappeared. There were 2 of them on the Kifwebe delivery, and the co-driver backed McGee up and said there hadn't been any opportunity for McGee to have pinched it. He was right gormless, that kid," said Carter, shaking his head. "Panicked and thought he'd be sacked if he admitted McGee had been alone with the mask. We had to let him go in the end. Nothing criminal, just dozy." "And you didn't involve the police?" Strike asked Diana.
"It's tricky," said Diana.
"You don't want a reputation for poor security."
"Well, exactly. The losses weren't huge, relatively speaking, but even so. We couldn't prove McGee had taken the mask, but after that, management asked Charlie to keep a log of every infraction, every instance of lateness or laziness. We just wanted to get rid of McGee."
"He'll have been background checked before he was hired, I suppose?"
Strike asked Carter.
"He will have been, yeah," said Carter, "but not by me. I inherited him from the last head of deliveries."
Turning to Diana, he said,
"Did you tell him about the pawn?"
"I hadn't got to that," said Diana.
"Porn?" said Strike. "McGee was watching it on his phone at work," said Carter. "Every 3 minutes, pretty much. Not bothered if anyone saw him, either. Or he wasn't till he got a verbal warning for doing it. No, he had quite a little fantasy life going, McGee, said Carter. In what way?
I hadn't got to that, said Diana.
Two of the younger lads he went on jobs with told me he was always going on about women and girls coming on to him.
Larry McGee thought girls were coming on to him, said Diana, with a scornful laugh.
Oh, yeah, said Carter. Drawn to him like flies round... all over him, he claimed.
Carter corrected himself quickly.
Teenager living opposite deliberately left her blinds up to undress in front of the window, that sort of thing. Girls sidling up to him asking him for cigarettes and flashing their knickers when they bent over. Anyway, he got his next warning for how he was behaving to the girls who visited the warehouse.
We've got storage facilities and garaging in Waterloo, Diana explained. That's where McGee was based most of the time. He was making off-colour jokes about what the younger girls were wearing and their sex lives. After we got 2 complaints, we started gearing up for a full disciplinary hearing. But then he handed us a cast-iron reason for firing him, so there was no need.
What was the final straw?
asked Strike.
Oh, he really messed up, said Carter, correcting himself smoothly for a second time. With a Murdoch silver delivery. He was with a co-driver as usual. They'd made a couple of drop-offs. Then he deliberately ditched the other guy, faked having a migraine, begged the guy to go get him some stuff for it out of Boots, and when the guy come back out, the van was gone.
Right, said Strike, who was now making rapid notes. When did you find out what had happened?
Dave called me immediately, said Carter.
What time did McGee take off in the van?
Round 12:30, said Carter.
So the Murdoch silver was still in the back?
Yeah.
When I heard that McGee had got rid of his co-driver, I personally called the buyer, Kenneth Ramsay, said Diana. He said the silver hadn't turned up at the shop at the appointed time. I was extremely worried. I asked him to call me back if and when McGee turned up. I didn't tell Ramsay what had happened, just that we were concerned about the delay. Anyway, he did call me back to say McGee had turned up just after 3. I was worried. I suspected that something would have gone missing again. It was another instance of a lot of items going to a single buyer, so the exact same conditions in which the mask and the dogs had disappeared. But Ramsay put me through to the woman who was in the shop, and she told me everything was there except that 2 lots had got mixed up. A centrepiece had gone to Bullen & Co., and some of Bullen & Co.'s items had gone to Ramsay Silver. I asked her to send photographs of everything she had there, and to contact me when the centrepiece was returned. I had to be sure we weren't looking at another theft, although, of all the lots, I couldn't see why McGee would have chosen that centrepiece to steal. It was incredibly recognisable, and pretty much impossible for anyone but a weightlifter to carry single-handedly.
And did she send you pictures?
Yes, she took photos of the items and sent them, and they were all present and correct, and called me later to say the centrepiece had arrived too. Everything was there. It was a huge relief.
She sent a picture of the centrepiece as well, did she?
Diana frowned, pulled out her iPhone and began scrolling. While she was doing this, Strike said to Carter,
"Did you ever find out what McGee had done between ditching the other bloke and delivering the Murdoch silver?" "He claimed he got lost," said Carter, "but he didn't expect to be believed. That was just something to say."
"What do you mean?"
"He came back to the warehouse after he'd finally delivered the stuff to Ramsay's. I called him straight into my office and asked what had happened. He claimed Dave was taking too much time in the chemist's, and he knew they were already late, so he thought he'd better get going, and then he got lost. He knew full well he was about to be sacked, didn't care, pleased about it if anything, smirked as he walked out." "Did you ever tell the police this?" "Yeah," said Carter, "but they took their time coming to see us. Some young copper turned up, just to tick a box, probably. I don't think they cared about what happened to the silver before it got to Ramsay's. Never heard anything back from him anyway." "You wouldn't happen to have a picture of Larry McGee, would you?" Strike asked Carter, who pulled his phone out of his overall pocket. "Probably got one on here," he muttered, and began searching.
"No,"
said Diana, who was still examining pictures on her own mobile. "The woman at Ramsay Silver never sent me a picture of the Oriental centerpiece, but she did text me to say it had arrived." "That's McGee," said Carter, holding his phone out to Strike. "Big guy in the middle. It was Hassan's stag." Strike looked down at a picture of a group of men in a pub. McGee, like Carter, had been in his 50s, tall, overweight, florid of face, with a droopy lower lip that gave him the look of a camel. The little hair remaining to him was grey. "Could I take a picture of this on my own phone?" "Feel free," said Carter. Strike did so, then flicked over a page in his notebook and asked, "Did anyone keep in touch with McGee after he was fired?" "Bradley saw a bit of him," said Carter. "Our security guy. He and McGee both lived in Hounslow, same local." "Would it be all right to have a quick word with Bradley?" Strike asked Diana. A few minutes later, Carter led the security guard into the office, the latter looking intrigued. "Yeah, I ran into him in the pub a couple of times," said Bradley, when asked about his post-sacking contact with McGee. "How soon after he was fired?" Bradley scratched his goatee. "First time it was the Saturday night after." "The day following the delivery," said Strike, "before the body and the theft were discovered on the Monday." "Yeah," said Bradley. "It was before all that was on the news. I just asked him why he ditched Dave and buggered off, and he talked a load of his usual Unlike Carter, Bradley was slow at finding a synonym for the word he decided not to use in front of Diana. After a tongue-tied pause, he substituted rubbish. "What did he say?" asked Strike. "Told me he'd been held up by an hot little blonde who lured him up a side alley," said Bradley with a smirk. "Christ's sake," muttered Carter with an eye roll. "I told him he was full of it," said Bradley. "He just laughed. Told me he wanted to leave Gibson's anyway, and he was going to be coming into a decent bit of cash soon, so it made no odds to him getting the Evo." "Any mention of where this cash was coming from?" "No," said Bradley. "I thought he meant a will or something. We didn't talk long. I never much liked him. He just lived up the road, so I sometimes ran into him." "Ever see him after that?" "Yeah, once. End of October, same pub. He'd really let himself go. Looked like he packed on a couple of stone. I asked if he'd had his windfall yet, and he bit my bloody head off. Said he'd never said he was going to be getting a windfall, and walked out. Next I heard, he'd been found dead in his flat after a neighbour complained about the smell. It was in the local paper." He continued in a self-consciously grave voice. "Sad way to go." "In the paper, was it?" said Strike, who was still writing. "Yeah, Hounslow Herald, natural causes. Always looked like he had heart disease. That sort of corned beef skin, you know. It's how me old man went." "Proper catch for a hot young blonde," said Carter, and Bradley sniggered. Chapter 26. Desist. The warrior part of you may, and it list, finding real falchions difficult to poise, fling them afar, and taste the cream of joys, by wielding such in fancy. Robert Browning, Sordello, Book the 5th. "But that's so weird," said Robin, on the phone to Strike half an hour later, while he was walking back to the office. "It is, yeah," said Strike, a finger in his free ear to block out the sounds of traffic. "Very weird." His leg was paining him again, but remembering Murphy's gym bag and water bottle, he was resisting the temptation to hail a cab. "McGee seems to have thought he was going to be paid enough to make it worth his while to sacrifice his job," said Strike. "But paid for what?" Robin, who was sitting in her Land Rover outside a house in Pimlico that Mrs. Two Times was visiting, didn't answer immediately. After a short silence, both partners spoke at once. "I was Go on," said Strike. "I was going to say I can only think of two possibilities," said Robin. "Either he was doing something completely unrelated to the silver delivery, Or he wanted to tamper with the silver in some way, but the silver wasn't tampered with. You say that, but something did go wrong with the delivery. The Oriental centerpiece didn't go where it was supposed to.
But it ended up in Ramsay's silver in the end. That seems such a pointless thing to do. Switch the addresses on 2 crates, if that's what he did.
Pamela never saw the centerpiece, though. She dashed out of the shop right after the crate was put in the basement, so she never had an opportunity to photograph it and send the pictures to Gibson's. We've got no proof it ever ended up there.
You think Wright stole it, on the way back from Bullen & Co.?
Can't see how he could have done. He couldn't have lifted it alone, and he arrived back at the shop bloody quickly for someone who'd have to have made a detour to deposit it with someone else.
But of all the pieces to steal, the centerpiece would be the very last one, surely.
That's exactly what the woman at the auction house just said to me.
Pamela told me it was virtually unsellable, even to Masons.
Robin's eyes were currently trained on the front door of the house where Mrs. Two Times was visiting a female friend. I assume, said Strike, breaking another short silence, the police decided McGee's detour's irrelevant, but I'd still like to know whether they talked to him. Might try and trace relatives, find out if he was ever interviewed. Wouldn't mind seeing the post-mortem results either.
Robin felt an increasingly familiar prickle of unease. Strike was, once again, checking back over the police's work, and she thought again of Murphy, and that note on the office board about DCI Malcolm Truman's alleged membership of a Masonic lodge.
Not sure I've ever had a case where so many senseless things seem to have happened, Strike continued. I can't see why McGee disappeared off the radar before delivering the silver, and I still can't fathom why Wright had to be bumped off in the vault.
We're definitely accepting what Shanker said, are we? This was a planned killing, not a fight that got out of hand.
Can't say for sure until we know exactly how Wright died, can we? If there were defensive marks and stab wounds to the front of his body, it still might have been a punch-up that got out of hand, but it still seems a bloody strange place for a fatal knife fight to break out. Like I said before, a heist is a quick in-out job. You get pissed off at someone during it, you wait until you're off the premises to thrash things out. I don't think we should neglect the Ramsay silver angle going forwards. It's all very well trying to fit different candidates to Wright, but I've got a feeling that when we find out why he was killed in the vault, we'll know who he was.
What happened to means before motive? Asked Robin, repeating back to Strike his own oft-quoted dictum.
This is means, said Strike. The motive could be anything. Rage, jealousy, he hadn't paid a debt. What I want to know is why Wright was killed there. We know he left Ramsay silver at 6, and we know he returned to the shop by night. It beggars belief that he turned up there by chance at 1 a.m. without realizing a large-scale robbery was about to take place, so that suggests Wright's a crook himself. Trouble is, with Knowles ruled out, the only current candidate for Wright we know had already committed theft is
Rupert Fleetwood, said Robin.
Exactly.
But you don't think Wright's Fleetwood?
I suppose, said Strike reluctantly, framed like this, he has to move up the suspect list a bit, with one proven theft of silver behind him. But there's a hell of a difference between him marching out of his godfather's club in broad daylight, staggering under the weight of that neff, and this meticulously planned robbery. Because you've got to give whoever did it that much credit. They've got clean away with it. No trace of the silver since, and no leads. But if the dead man's Fleetwood, I'd say it was particularly unwise for the gang to polish him off in the vault. Fleetwood was a well-connected upper-class young man, a famous actor's cousin, and when people like that get killed, you expect payback. I struggle to see how, with 3 other men in the vault, one of them wouldn't have stepped in to stop a fight between Fleetwood and his assailant, knowing what the potential consequences might be of leaving him dead on the floor.
I agree, said Robin. It doesn't add up.
But if Wright's killing was deliberate, planned murder, it seems even stranger than a spontaneous fight. Of all the places to polish someone off, the vault of a Masonic silver shop seems one of the stupidest. Ramsay's security might have been shit, but it was still a risky place to get into, and you're absolutely guaranteeing press interest.
Strike, I'm going to have to go. I think she's off shopping again, said Robin, watching Mrs. Two Times descend the steps of the house with her friend, and she ended the call, leaving Strike, whose stomach was now grumbling, to enter a supermarket to buy lunch. Murphy still in mind, he chose a salad rather than the large BLT he really wanted. The blonde he'd noticed earlier on the corner of Denmark Street had gone, but when Strike opened the street door to his office, he spotted a small white envelope that definitely hadn't been on the doormat when he'd left. On bending to pick it up, he saw the usual approximation of his own name printed in capitals, Cormoran Strike. The writing had an odd appearance, as though carefully formed between two horizontal lines, and Strike, who'd previously had reason to consult handwriting experts, suspected this had been done to eradicate any trace of individuality. On entering the office, he found Midge and Pat in conversation. They fell silent when he entered. Midge's eyes, he noticed, were bloodshot.
"Morning," he said, pretending he hadn't noticed. Walking past the goldfish, he closed the door of the inner office, sat down at the partner's desk, and opened the white envelope. Inside was a piece of paper on which were written 2 lines of what he recognized as pigpen cipher.
"The fuck?" he muttered, and had just turned on his computer to translate it when Pat knocked on the dividing door.
"There's a man ringing the buzzer. Says he wants to talk to you about Niall Semple."
"Really?" said Strike, thinking immediately of the man who'd advised Jade Semple not to speak to him on the phone. "Has he given a name?"
"No,"
said Pat, looking disgruntled.
"And he hasn't got an appointment."
She disapproved on principle of letting people in off the street without appointments. "Let him in." Strike got up, closed the wings of the notice board on which he'd pinned Semple's and the other possible Wright's pictures, and slid the cipher note out of sight beneath his keyboard. He then headed into the outer office in time to see Pat opening the glass door, Midge passing out of it, and a stranger walking in. He was a good-looking man in his late 50s, broad-shouldered, almost as tall as Strike, and wearing a dark blue suit the detective could tell was tailored. He had a thick head of short salt-and-pepper hair, a square jaw, and silver-framed glasses, and entered the office not exactly with an air of expecting to be saluted, but something close to it. Strike wasn't entirely surprised to see a smile of welcome replace Pat's scowl. She always had a soft spot for handsome men. "Mr. Strike," said the newcomer, in the kind of rich, upper-class voice Strike could imagine declaring a garden fete open. This definitely wasn't the man who'd called Jade Semple babe. "That's me. Ralph Lawrence." They shook hands. "Want a coffee?" asked Strike. "No, thanks. Pressed for time," said Lawrence. "I could do you a small one," said Pat. "All right," said Lawrence, with what Strike thought was a consciously charming smile. "A small one, then." "Come through," said Strike, standing back to let Lawrence pass. He noticed the sweeping gaze the man gave the 2 rooms as he moved through to the partner's desk, as though he was memorizing details. "We've got an acquaintance in common," Lawrence said, sitting down in Robin's chair as Strike closed the door. "Yeah?" said Strike. "Who's that?" "Angela Darwish." Strike's interest in his uninvited guest sharpened considerably. He and Robin had met Angela Darwish in the context of a previous case, which had involved a far-right terrorist group. Darwish had been working in conjunction with the Met, and had never disclosed either her precise job description or employer, but by the end of the investigation, Strike had known perfectly well she was MI5. That didn't mean Lawrence also worked for the security service, of course, but certain suspicions lurking in the back of Strike's mind about Niall Semple now took more solid form. "How can I help?" he asked, also sitting down. You're currently trying to identify the body found in the silver vault at Ramsay Silver, yes? In the absence of proof that he was speaking to a genuine MI5 operative, Strike answered with a question of his own. Did Semple's wife tip you off I want to interview her, or are you monitoring private messages on her Facebook page? Have you spoken to anyone other than Jade yet? Lawrence asked. Why'd you ask? Said Strike, who could play question for question all day. I think a man of your intelligence can probably guess why I'm asking, said Lawrence, with a faint smile. There was a knock on the dividing door, and Pat appeared, holding a tray. Childish as he knew it to be, Strike was nevertheless slightly irked that Pat had got out both the milk jug and the sugar bowl for their suave visitor. "Thank you very much," said Lawrence, smiling at the office manager, and Strike heard the gratification in Pat's gruff, "You're welcome." "Can I be candid?" said Lawrence, once Pat had closed the door again. "I don't know. Can you?" said Strike. He wasn't being combative just because he was hungry and had only a supermarket salad to look forward to, nor because of Lawrence's aura of easy assurance. Strike had met plenty of his ilk in the army. What Strike found offensive was the man's assumption that he had only to hint he was MI5 for Strike to accept this as fact. Strike considered that he was owed a little more respect, so sat back in his chair without returning Lawrence's smile and sipped from the chipped Arsenal mug Pat had deemed appropriate for her boss. "People better placed than you are already looking for Niall Semple," said Lawrence. "Yeah," said Strike. "My agency's got a 100% success rate in tracking people down we've tried to find, but if you locate him before we do, give us a shout." He'd half-hoped to wipe the smile off Lawrence's face with that, but no. "What do you know about Semple?" "Nobody's seen him alive since a corpse of his approximate height, weight, and age turned up in a vault in Holborn." "Who are you working for? A newspaper?" "If you are who you're hinting you are, you can always hack our computers and find out," said Strike. Lawrence's smile didn't flicker. The impression given was that he dealt with obstructive dolts like Strike too often to let them anger him. "Mr. Strike," he said, "Niall Semple wasn't the man in the silver vault. You have my personal guarantee on that." "Okay," said Strike. "Bung me the proof and we'll cross him off our list." "Unfortunately," said Lawrence, "I can't provide proof without breaking the Official Secrets Act." "Can't count him out then, can I?" said Strike, unimpressed by the hint that he might be endangering national security by identifying a body. Strike detected a certain chagrin in Lawrence that his appeal to Queen and country hadn't worked. Lawrence now glanced down at the place where Strike's prosthetic leg was concealed by the desk. "Herrick, yes?" he said, referring to the British military operation in Afghanistan. "Yeah," said Strike, knowing full well he was supposed to be flattered Lawrence knew this. "I understand you may have a certain fellow feeling for Semple, being ex-military yourself." "I don't need to have fellow feeling for a missing person to try and find out whether they're living or dead," said Strike. "It's my job." "You haven't got the resources we do. And yet with all your resources, you haven't found him." "You're fond of publicity, Mr. Strike, but publicity in this case could do harm." Strike knew he had the whip hand now. He could tell Lawrence regretted his descent into personal attack immediately, because the man said swiftly, "Look, we're on the same side. I want to find out whether Niall Semple's dead. You want to stop me finding out. Those are very different fucking sides. Shall I tell you what I think's going on here?" "Please do," said Lawrence, reaching for his coffee. "Worried by the possibility of a tabloid leak, now I'm looking for Semple, you've decided a quiet approach should be made to me to let the matter drop. The fact that high-level bureaucrats are trying to warn me off—" He saw Lawrence's eyelid flicker, and was pleased to see the man hadn't liked being described as a bureaucrat. Makes me think Semple might have been injured on an operation you don't want the public to know about. He's brain damaged and might be a liability. Bottom line, it'd suit you if he's dead, but you far rather it hadn't happened in a newsworthy way. For a moment, they looked, unblinking, into each other's eyes, Lawrence's pale blue into Strike's brown. "All right," said Lawrence, setting down his coffee and standing up. "Thanks for your time. Should you at any point wish to contact me, call that number." He took out a flat silver case and laid a thick white business card on the desk. "Goodbye." He left without a second handshake. Rather than walk him to the door, Strike picked up the card Lawrence had left and examined it, unimpressed. It bore only the man's name, which Strike wasn't necessarily accepting was his real one, and a mobile number. Strike opened the wings of the notice board and pinned the card beneath Semple's picture. Then he turned back to his PC, opened Facebook, and sent a new message to Semple's wife. "I'm not working for a newspaper. I'm just looking for a quick conversation." If Lawrence really was able to access Jade's private Facebook messages, Strike hoped he'd enjoy that one. Sitting back down at the desk and ignoring his salad, because he was already in a bad mood, Strike retrieved the cipher note he'd hidden under his keyboard and set to work, translating the message symbol by symbol. Within minutes, he'd produced a sentence in English written beneath the code. "The man in the safe was Dangerous Dick DeLion. I don't know who had him killed, but he is on TV." Chapter 27. The only difficulty was to decide how to look into it, what to do, and how. John Oxenham, A Maid of the Silver Sea. On Saturday morning, which was foggy and cold, Robin awoke, exhausted, in Murphy's flat in Wanstead. She'd have liked another couple of hours' sleep, because in spite of telling her boyfriend that she'd be coming to bed soon, and just needed to send another couple of emails, Robin had sat up in Murphy's sitting room until 2 o'clock, perusing the Facebook page of Calvin Osgood, the genuine music producer, and the Instagram page of Calvin Osgood, his impersonator. After making her way through a digital labyrinth of connections and dead ends, she'd reached a website for missing young people and been unable to go any further. She'd crept into bed so as not to wake Murphy, but her night had been restless and punctuated with nightmares about Chapman Farm. However, as she and Murphy had an appointment to view another house together, she rose, swollen-eyed but uncomplaining, at 8, dressed and ate breakfast, before setting out into the thick, chill mist. They were in Murphy's Toyota Avensis, because Robin had now taken her Land Rover to a garage for its MOT. Leaving it there, she'd felt not unlike a pet owner waiting to hear whether the vet could save her beloved animal. The car's rattle, which she still hadn't traced to its source, had grown louder. Murphy was in a better mood today. The Met had rearrested the driver of the car from which the shooting of the 2 young brothers was believed to have happened. Murphy now told her, with cautious confidence, "I think we'll get the bastards this time." The fog lay thickly on the road as they drove west to Wood Green, but the Avensis was warm and snug, and Robin thought of the old Land Rover, and tried to tell herself it mightn't be a bad idea to have a car with a working heater. Do They Know It's Christmas was playing on the radio, when Robin's mobile rang, and immediately connected to Bluetooth, revealing Strike's name. "Hi," she said, answering. "What's up?" "Got news, if you can talk." "Actually," said Robin, slightly panicked. She didn't want Strike to say anything that would reveal to Murphy what they were up to, and least of all did she want Strike to mention that they knew the body wasn't Jason Knowles. "Could I call you back? I'm on my way to see another house." "No problem," said Strike. "Speak later." Robin hung up. Do They Know It's Christmas came back over the speakers. "What aren't I allowed to hear?" said Murphy. "Don't be silly," said Robin. "I'm just tired. I can't be doing with a long work chat right now." They drove on through the fog, and after a while, Robin initiated a conversation about their imminent trip to Massam.
"See," she thought, "you're the one I'm taking home. You're the one I'm spending Christmas with."
"This looks all right," said Murphy enthusiastically, half an hour later, when they arrived in Moselle Avenue. The terraced houses were of red brick, and all of them looking in far better repair than the one they'd recently viewed in Wanstead. Robin had just got out of the car when her mobile rang again, and she recognised the same Ironbridge number she'd seen before. As she'd left yet another message for Dilys Powell the previous day, she said, "Ryan, I've got to take this. It's about Rupert Fleetwood. You go in. I'll be 5 minutes." "I'll wait for you." She wondered whether he thought it was Strike calling back.
"It's freezing. Go in and look interested. We don't want to miss the slot."
So Murphy headed across the road and was admitted to the house while Robin answered her call.
"Robin Ellicott."
"This is Dilys,"
said a cracked voice.
"Mrs. Dilys Powell," said Robin. "Tyler's grandmother."
"Yes,"
said the woman, who sounded suspicious and befuddled. "I'm very glad to hear from you, Mrs. Powell. I'm a private detective, and I was hoping to talk to you about your grandson."
"What? You called me?"
"Yes," said Robin, speaking slowly and clearly.
"Your great-niece told me you were in hospital."
"What?"
"I hope you're better now,"
said Robin loudly.
"Well, I'm home,"
mumbled Dilys Powell.
"I called because we heard you were worried Tyler might have been the man at the silver shop, the body in the vault. Has he turned up since you contacted the police?"
"No, he hasn't turned up," said Dilys Powell. "Not a word."
"What made you think he might have been the man at the silver shop, Mrs. Powell?"
"What?"
said Dilys Powell.
"Speak up. I can't hear you."
"Could I come and see you?" said Robin, raising her voice and enunciating clearly. "To talk about Tyler. I could come to Ironbridge."
"Took off," said Dilys Powell. "Told Griff where he was going. Never told me."
"Is Griff a friend of Tyler's?" asked Robin, now groping one-handed for her notebook.
"He's up the road. What you want?"
"To talk to you," said Robin, even more loudly and clearly. "About Tyler. Could I come to Ironbridge, maybe after Christmas?" There was a brief pause.
"Yeah, you can come."
"Thank you very much," said Robin. The front door of the house for sale had opened, and she saw Murphy watching her. "Could I call you back, Mrs. Powell, and we can arrange a date to meet?"
"Call me back. Yeah, all right."
Robin hung up, then hurried across the road. "Sorry," she said. "It was urgent." A chatty, pregnant woman of around Robin's age started showing them around the house, which was bandbox neat. Her husband was entertaining a toddler and an older girl in the sitting room. "They were going to go to the park, but it's so cold, and Nate's getting over a cough," the mother told Robin and Murphy, as they moved past the rest of the family to look at the small, sparklingly clean kitchen. "It's a lovely area, lovely neighbours. We've been so happy here. We just want a bit more space with another baby coming, and I'd like to be nearer my parents. Garden," she added, smiling, pointing towards the small, well-kept lawn outside the kitchen window. Upstairs, she moved aside to let them look into the box room, which held a bed with the name Nathan carved into the headboard, and had planes in primary colours painted on sky-blue walls. Murphy reached out for Robin's hand and squeezed it. She felt a slight clenching of her stomach, and unbidden into her mind came the thought, "I will never live in this house." "And this is Laura's, obviously," said the proud homeowner, beaming as they looked into a second, larger bedroom, decorated in white and bubblegum pink, "and ours." "Lovely," said Robin automatically, looking blankly at the yellow duvet cover and pine furniture. "And the bathroom. Spotless, with blue and white tiles. A nice house in every way, except that Robin had already made up her mind. The stairs were narrow, and Murphy released her hand to let her walk down first. As they were descending, the doorbell rang. "Whoops, I think that's the next lot early," said the homeowner. "Have you had a lot of interest?"
asked Murphy. "We have," said the woman, with a note of apology. "If you'd like to go into the garden and have a proper look." So Robin and Murphy exited through the back door to stand on the frosty lawn and breathe in the dank, sooty taste of the gradually lifting fog. "What do you think?" asked Murphy. "Nice," said Robin, who didn't want to find fault too quickly. "I bet you it goes for way over the asking price." "I was thinking that too," she said, feigning regret. "And parking could be tricky with 2 cars. Still, it is nice." Through the kitchen window, they saw a family of 4 looking around. "Want to have another look upstairs?" said Murphy. "There are good photos online. We could go and get a coffee, have a look at the area." "Good idea." So they headed back through the house, thanked the owners, and emerged again onto Moselle Avenue. As they were about to cross the road, Murphy's mobile rang. "Work," he said. "Sorry." He walked away up the street, answering the call only once he was out of earshot. Robin waited until he was 50 yards away before calling Strike back. "How was the house?" he asked. "Not great," said Robin, and she felt a sense of release in saying it, although she knew it wasn't the house she hadn't liked, but Murphy's squeeze of her hand. In consolation, hope, encouragement? "Tell me your news, because I've got some too." Strike told Robin about Ralph Lawrence's visit to the office the previous afternoon. "God above," said Robin, immensely relieved that she'd prevented Strike telling her all this over the car Bluetooth. "MI5 are warning us off." "Assuming he's telling the truth about who he is," said Strike. "MI6 would be involved initially, if Semple was regiment." "What regiment?" "The regiment," said Strike. "SAS, and if I had to bet, I'd say E Squadron." "What does that mean?" "Covert Ops, which explains why there were no details given in the press on how he got his brain injury. He was doing something the British public and the enemy aren't supposed to know about. Also explains his beard. Special Forces are the only ones who are allowed them. But I'm not worried about Lawrence." "You aren't?" "I think if he genuinely had evidence Semple wasn't the body in the vault, he'd have shared it. In the absence of proof, we're well within our rights to keep investigating." Robin said nothing, although she was once again imagining Murphy's expression if he could hear what Strike was saying. "Anyway," Strike continued, "I sent another message to Semple's wife, and I'm hoping to hear back from my SIB mate Hardy, who I've asked to dig out some intel on Semple for me. But that's not the only thing I had to tell you." Strike now described the note that had been pushed through the agency's door. When he'd finished, Robin said, "What the hell?" "Yeah," said Strike, "and I think I know who posted it. There was a woman standing at the end of the road when I left the office yesterday, and she didn't want me to see her face. Didn't think much of it at the time, but I think she was heading for our door to poke the note through the letterbox when she saw me coming out. When I passed her, she was trying to look like she was just waiting for someone. But it's an odd meeting place, a freezing cold corner in a street full of pubs and kebab shops." "Say the name again." "Dangerous Dick DeLion." "He sounds like a porn star." "I was going to say a cartoon character." "He's a porn star." "What?" "I've looked him up. He's a bona fide adult actor, and from the looks of the woman lurking in the street, she's in the industry too. What's more, if Dangerous Dick had any social media accounts, he's deleted them all. Obviously, that might mean a fresh start away from the porn industry, but it might not." Not entirely to Strike's surprise, 10 seconds of stunned silence from Robin ensued. "The note said, had him killed." "Yeah." "By someone on TV?" "So it seems."
"But wouldn't that—"
"Tie in with Shanker's story about a big shot with people to do his bidding? It would, yeah."
"And how does she know we're investigating the body?"
"That, to me, is far more interesting than the dimensions of Dangerous Dick DeLion, which you can look up for yourself if you're interested."
"And why write a note? She could have just emailed us anonymously."
"Maybe she doesn't want to leave a cyber footprint. She might think we employ computer whiz kids who can track her down. The note looked like she tried to make sure her handwriting wouldn't be identifiable, which might explain the cipher, although another name for Pigpen cipher is the Masonic cipher.
"You're kidding," said Robin, with a glance at Murphy, who still had his back to her.
"I don't know whether this is all bullshit or not," said Strike. "But going forwards, we take precautions. I want to know where you are at all times, and if it's a question of going to a badly lit or sparsely populated location, you don't go alone."
"And am I going to know where you are at all times?" asked Robin.
"If you want," said Strike. "But that's less important. I'm not looking to get hacked to death and dressed in the Masonic sash, but I respectfully suggest they'd find it harder to do that to me than to you. What's your news?"
"What?" said Robin. "Oh, yes, a few things. Tyler Powell's grandmother just called me back. She's been in hospital. She'd be happy to speak to me if I come to Ironbridge."
"Excellent," said Strike. "We might be able to pick Dillis and Semple's wife off in a single round trip."
"Okay, great," said Robin.
"And the other things?"
"Midge and Tasha have split up."
"Ah," said Strike. "I thought there was something going on. She looked like she was crying when I saw her at the office yesterday."
"Right, so try
not to be a bastard."
"I was going to say, try and cut her a bit of slack. But not being a bastard works too."
"Fair enough. Anything else?"
"Well, this might not help," said Robin, "but I did a deep dive on Facebook and Instagram last night, looking at the accounts of the real Osgood and Oz. And there's a girl—"
Murphy had turned back
and was now walking towards Robin. "Strike, I'll have to go," said Robin hastily. "I'll tell you the rest later. But this is all getting—"
"Yeah," said Strike. "It is." Chapter 28. I've my taste of truth, likewise my touch of falsehood. Robert Browning, Mr. Sludge, The Medium. At 1:45 on Monday afternoon, Strike headed out for Holborn to interview Jim Todd, the Ramsay silver cleaner. Having a pretext to call Robin, he did so, because maximising contact with her fell into the categories of both playing to his strengths and not letting Ryan Murphy change his game plan. "Hi," said Robin, answering on the second ring. "I've just found out why we can never get Rupert's friend Albi at Dino's. He hasn't worked there for 5 months. "Couldn't they just have bloody told us that?" said Strike.
Robin was also walking somewhere with heavy traffic, and he had his free forefinger in his opposite ear, so as to be able to hear her. "No, because according to the waitress I just waylaid in the street, they aren't allowed to give out information about stuff over the phone. She says Albi's gone to work at Harrods, so that's where I'm heading. Where are you?"
"Nearly at Leather Lane."
"Mucky Ricky's old place," said Robin, referring to an old gangster who'd been a suspect in a previous case.
"Exactly."
"Any particular reason for calling, or just checking the Masons haven't done me in yet?"
"Yeah, I've just heard back from my SIB mate Hardacre. Semple was definitely SAS, and was invalided out in 2015 following a traumatic brain injury that left him in a medically induced coma for 3 months. No details available, even to the military police, which makes me think he was definitely E Squadron."
"So Lawrence must be MI5.
"I think we have to accept that as a working assumption," said Strike. "To change the subject completely, what were you going to tell me on Saturday about Osgood's Facebook page?"
"Oh, yes," said Robin, who in her current state of sleep deprivation had forgotten she hadn't passed this information on, though she'd put it in the file. "Well, the same girl, she's called Sapphire, appears in the comments on both the real Osgood's Facebook page and fake Oz's Instagram page. I did some digging and I think I found her. Her name's Sapphire Neagle, and here's the thing. She's on a missing persons website. She stopped posting to social media in November and hasn't been seen since. I know that might be coincidence, but known online contact with a man who definitely isn't who he says he is suggestive," said Strike. "Well, exactly," said Robin. "I'm not saying she's with Oz or that he's done away with her, God forbid, but it's got to be a possibility. I was thinking of calling the charity to see what they can tell me. What do you think?"
"Can't hurt. We should touch a police contact, find out whether they know what happened to her as well. Incidentally, Did the Land Rover get through its MOT?
No, sighed Robin. They rang 10 minutes ago. They say it'd need more money spent on it than it'd be worth in scrap, she said, trying not to sound as sad as she felt. She had a sentimental attachment to the old car. She'd have found hard to explain to anyone who didn't know how much she associated it with her escape from her first husband, who'd never liked it, and with the career that meant so much to her.
You could charge part of a new one against the business, said Strike. Another Land Rover would be useful. It's good, having a car that works for the country as well, that doesn't stick out in rural areas. Give us options. Well, let me know how you get on in Harrods. Gotta go. I'm at Leather Lane.
Call finished. Strike proceeded down the narrow street lined with shops, fast food restaurants and market stalls, thinking about Robin's defunct Land Rover, now destined for the scrapyard. While not as attached to the car as Robin was, it seemed somehow to mark the end of an era, and it occurred to him that his Christmas present to Robin might need rethinking, in light of the news of the car's demise. The craft beer company, the pub Todd had chosen for this interview, stood on a corner, was decorated with hanging baskets and a 3-dimensional model of the Royal Standard over the door. Strike glanced up at the harp, the line rampant, and the 3 lines passant as he entered the wooden-floored space. Strike recognized Jim Todd, not by his face, because the quality of Ramsay's camera footage was so poor, but by his shape. The cleaner was sitting on a leather bench with a full pint on the table in front of him. Short and very rotund, Todd had small hands and feet, tiny blue eyes, a wide, thin-lipped mouth, and patches of fluffy greyish hair around his ears, though he was otherwise bald. He was wearing old trousers, a grubby-looking jacket, and his pinprick eyes were fixed on a young woman in a very short skirt who was standing by the bar.
"Cameron, is it?"
said Todd, when Strike joined him, half a pint of IPA in his hand.
Cormoran, but I answer to both, said Strike, taking the chair opposite. Thanks for meeting me, I appreciate it. This your local?
Kinda. I'm just up the road. Got a little room handy for me jobs. Me and a bunch of Pakistanis, packed in over a Lebanese restaurant.
Yeah, London housing's no joke, said Strike, pulling out his notebook. You clean for a few different businesses, right?
That's right.
All in the same area?
Holborn, Covent Garden, yeah. Word of mouth. I do a good job, said Todd,
still smiling, but with a faint suggestion of defiance.
Well, as I said on the phone, this is really just for background. How many hours a week do you do at Ramsay Silver?
Monday and Thursday mornings, regular, and a bit of overtime, polishing stock and stuff.
How long have you been there?
2 years now.
Did you answer an ad, or...
Another bloke I cleaned for mentioned me to Ken Ramsay, and Ken took me on.
Did you have a lot to do with William Wright?
Saw him a bit, yeah. But you mean Knowles, not Wright, don't you?
Said Todd, grinning more broadly, as though he'd caught Strike out.
The police still haven't got a firm ID, said Strike.
Thought they had.
No, said Strike. But you're confident it was Knowles, are you?
Oh, yeah, said Todd, still grinning. No, it was Knowles. We all agreed, me, Ken and Pamela.
Pamela's got difficulties with her sight, though, hasn't she?
What? Yeah, but she ain't blind.
Did the police show you any pictures other than Jason Knowles?
Showed us a couple, yeah, said Todd.
Can you remember the names of the men concerned?
One of them was a soldier.
Strike made a note before saying,
Was Knowles's picture a mugshot?
Yeah, said Todd, and answering the unasked question he said,
It weren't just that. He looked like Wright.
Wright was pretty well disguised from what I've seen on the shop security footage.
Well, yeah,
admitted Todd.
Looked like he was one of those men who can grow a thick beard, said Strike.
It was thick, yeah,
conceded Todd.
Some blokes can do that, can't they? Go from here.
Todd tapped a stubby forefinger at a point 2 inches beneath his eye.
To halfway down your neck. Pamela told him to tidy it up a bit, but Wright told me he had acne scarring, wanted to keep it hidden.
Really? Said Strike.
And he made another note before saying,
I've got a few pictures here, if you wouldn't mind having a look. I think you'll have seen at least one of them before. Sure enough, when Todd laid eyes on the pictures of Niall Semple, he said, "Yeah, that's him. That's the soldier." He passed over the picture of Tyler Powell with a slight shake of the head, but lingered, grinning again, over the photo of the man Strike had no choice but to call Dick DeLyon, until they found out his real name. In the least lewd picture of him Strike had managed to find online, DeLyon was shirtless. "What's he, a stripper?" "Not as far as I know," said Strike.
"Mind, he was that colour, right?"
"Fake tanned?"
"Yeah, could have been him, maybe."
Todd squinted, and Strike assumed he was trying to visualize the blonde Dick DeLyon with dark hair, a full beard, and glasses. DeLyon had brown eyes and very white teeth, although these had possibly been enhanced in the photograph.
"Could have been him,"
said Todd. "How sure are you, out of 10?
"Dunno, 5? But it could have been him. Right was a bit—"
Instead of finishing the sentence, Todd raised his right hand and let it hang limply from his wrist. "What?" said Strike. "Camp?"
"Poncy, yeah."
Todd turned from the picture of DeLyon to that of Rupert Fleetwood.
"Nah," he said. "Don't think so."
He handed the pictures back. "Did you have much to do with Wright at the shop?" Strike asked.
"A bit."
"Talk to him at all?"
"A bit,"
repeated Todd. "What was his accent like? Did he sound like he was from Doncaster?"
"Wouldn't know how that sounded,"
said Todd. "He couldn't have been Scottish and faking an English accent."
"Don't think so."
"Or trying to sound more working class than he was?"
"One of 'em's posh, is he?"
said Todd, gesturing towards Strike's pictures. Strike ignored the question. "What did you and Wright talk about?"
"Freemasons," said Todd promptly, grinning again. "He asked questions about 'em all the bloody time."
"Are you one?" asked Strike.
said Todd. "Not me, Gov."
He buried his face in his pint and drank a couple of inches before setting it down again. "Do you think he got interested in Freemasons after starting work at the shop, or was this something he'd been interested in before he was hired?"
"Dunno. He was definitely into it all, though. Went and looked round Freemasons' Hall in his lunch hour."
"Really?" said Strike.
"Oh, yeah. I was walking down Great Queen Street, just going to one of me other jobs, and I see Wright going in there. I says to him, next time I seen him, 'Find any sacrificial goats?'"
"And what did he say?"
"Said he wanted to see Temple 17.
"Why?"
"Dunno, he wouldn't say. Just said, I wanted to see it. After I found out he was Knowles, so I thought, Temple 17, my arse. He was up to something to do with the silver he was going to nick. They got a museum in there, in Freemasons' Hall, and a shop with books in it. I thought he was looking stuff up, trying to find out what it was all worth, that what's-it silver."
"Did you tell the police Wright had visited Freemasons' Hall?"
"Yeah, course," said Todd smugly.
"Did Wright ever tell you someone might come looking for him?"
"No," said Todd. "Opposite."
"What do you mean?"
"I thought there was a guy watching the shop. I seen him hanging around a few times. After I seen him the third time, I told Wright, keep an eye out for him. Big guy, same kind of size as you, just hanging around. But when I told him, Wright said he'd seen him and he worked at the Connaught Rooms, didn't give a toss. After, I thought, accomplice, wasn't it?"
"Did you tell Pamela or Kenneth about this man?"
"Didn't want to worry him. Anyway, it was Wright's job. He was supposed to be security."
"What about the police? Did you tell them about this guy?"
"Yeah, I think I did, yeah,"
said Todd, and he took another gulp of beer. "Did this man have dark curly hair?"
"What? No, straight hair. Who's got dark curly hair?"
Strike ignored this question too. "So, Wright never told you he was on the run or needed to go into hiding, or that he'd been wrongly accused of anything?"
"Like what?"
said Todd. "I don't know," said Strike. "But he visited a website called Abused and Accused on the Ramsay Silver computer."
"I know about that website. Police asked us about it,"
said Todd. He was no longer grinning.
"They'd asked me if I'd ever been on it. Course I hadn't. I never had the password to the fucking computer. It's on her if the silly tit was messing around on there.
What do you mean? Asked Strike.
'Cause she was out, wasn't she, Pamela? The day that bloody What's-it-Silver arrived, she pissed off early and all.
It'd be helpful if you could run me through what happened that afternoon, said Strike. You were at another job when the silver arrived, weren't you?
Yeah, I said to Pamela Thursday, I'll give you an hand if you need it. For overtime, he added, 'cause I knew one of the things was massive. Kenneth showed us it all in his catalogue. I said, I'll help if you need it.
Wouldn't a Gibson's man be expected to carry the silver downstairs?
You seen them stairs?
Said Todd. Ever since the mention of the abused and accused website, his manner had been prickly, and he was now scowling. I have, yeah, said Strike.
You think people who don't have to want to risk breaking their necks? I was there before when a delivery man wouldn't carry stuff down there. Health and safety, innit? I said to Pamela the first time, give me a tenner and I'll carry it down, 'cause that was before they got right.
Was the previous delivery man who wouldn't carry stuff down the stairs Larry McGee?
Oh?
Said Todd. He picked up his pint glass and drank again. McGee delivered the Murdoch silver.
Oh, no, I don't know. I never saw him, did I?
So you'd recognise Larry McGee?
No, said Todd. Who was he?
I just told you, the delivery man from Gibson's.
Never heard of him.
So when did Pamela phone you about the Murdoch silver? Can you remember?
Round 3. I had to wait till I could leave discreetly, 'cause I was at me other job.
So you got there when?
About half an hour later, and Writer got most of it down without me. It was just a big crate he needed me for. Me and him carried it down.
Did you go back to the Kingsway job after you put the crate in the vault?
No, because then Pamela yells upstairs there's been a mix-up, and she tells Wright to go and get the thing what had been delivered to her place, Bullen & Co. And she says to me, you'll have to stay and help him get it downstairs when he's got it. And I says, I gotta go. I thought this was going to be a 5-minute job. And she says, you gotta stay. And I didn't want her because of the other job, but she kinda, guilted me into it.
How did she do that? Asked Strike.
Ken and his wife and their son, their son died.
I do, yes, said Strike.
So yeah, I said I'd stay. He's a good guy, Ken. I didn't want to let him down. So Wright gets back and we carry the thing down to the vault, and Pamela says, Jim, bring up me handbag, and I did. And I think I'm done, but then Pamela tells me I got to stay in the shop till Wright comes back upstairs, 'cause he's down there, even the fucking candelabra or whatever it was out the box. And then she bogged off, and I'm left stuck there, manning the shop.
So you never saw what was in that last crate, the one that should have contained the Oriental centerpiece?
No. And then Wright comes back upstairs, and I says to him, I gotta go, I gotta finish my other job. And he says, how am I supposed to set the alarm and all the rest of it? And I said, that's not my problem. And I left. Faking, said Todd, wouldn't he? Saw his chance, leave the door unlocked, leave the safe door open. It's on her it happened.
Todd's interpretation might be open to question, but his account of what had actually taken place tallied exactly with what Strike had seen on the security footage. So he asked no further questions about Friday, but turned a page in his notebook. You weren't at Ramsay's Silver over the weekend?
No, I told you. I only do Mondays and Thursdays.
Did you have keys to the shop or the alarm code?
No, never.
The police will have asked you where you were on Friday night, I suppose.
Yeah, I was playing cards with 4 other blokes at my place, and they all told the police that, and there's CCTV on our corner showing I was back at me flat when...
I assumed the police would have asked you, said Strike. Can we talk about the Monday when the body and the theft were discovered? You were down in the basement when Kenneth opened the vault door, is that right?
Yeah, I've been cleaning the staff area downstairs. I was doing the bog at the time.
What can you remember about the discovery of the body?
I was in the bog, said Todd again. I had the door closed, 'cause if you leave it open it gets in the way of the stairs and the vault. I heard Kenneth open up the vault. Then I heard him shout. I says, you all right, Ken? Pamela yelled something down the stairs, then I heard her coming down. Then she made a weird noise and all, so I says, "What's going on?" And I went out to see. Todd took a sip of his pint before continuing. Fucking, they did a proper job on him. Stuff carved on him and hands gone, and then, when they flipped him over, terrible business.
Who turned him over? Said Strike.
Police. They come, and then we weren't allowed to leave the shop. Copper on the front door, keeping the public out. We was stuck there nearly all day. They brung us sandwiches. Forensics come, taking photos, and they turned him over for us to see. Pamela nearly puked. They cut his eyes out, smashed in his face, and his dick was gone.
His penis had been cut off.
Yeah, fucking terrible. Then they bagged him up and took him out, and we was allowed to go home.
Did anyone tell the police John O'Clair had been there right after the body was discovered?
Yeah, I think Ken did.
Strike made another note, then said, "Would you happen to know anything about how Wright was hired? There was a disagreement about how he got shortlisted for interview, wasn't there?"
Know about that, do ya? Yeah, I heard them arguing about it.
Kenneth and Pamela?
Both of them blaming the other one for putting Wright's email down instead of some other bloke's.
Who would you say that was most like? Asked Strike.
What you mean?
Said Todd, frowning. Which of them would you say would be most likely to put the wrong email down by mistake? Pamela or Kenneth?
I dunno, said Todd. But then he added, Ken, probably.
What makes you say that?
'Cause, I dunno, he can be a bit careless. He's a good guy, though, Ken, said Todd,
as though Strike had been suggesting the contrary.
There's nothing wrong with Ken.
But you think he could have made a mistake?
Anyone can make a mistake, said Todd.
True, said Strike. Would you happen to know anything about an unsigned email sent from Ramsay Silver to a man called Calvin Osgood?
No, said Todd, looking Strike fixedly in the eyes. Why?
Ever used the computer there yourself?
No, I already told you that, said Todd, still unblinking. I'm the cleaner. What would I be doing on the bloody computer?
Not a crime, is it, using the computer? Said Strike. You don't know a man called Osgood, then? Or Oz?
No,
said Todd pugnaciously.
I don't.
Nothing else you remember about Wright? Anything he might have let slip?
He wasn't going to let anything slip, was he? Said Todd.
But he told you he'd gone to look at Temple 17.
Lying, probably, said Todd. Wanted to look up all about silver.
Well, this has been very helpful, thanks, said Strike. Just a couple of things. He flicked back a page in his notebook. Why did you call William Wright a silly tit earlier?
What?
Said Todd. You said it's on her, Pamela, if the silly tit was using the computer.
Well, what was she up to, always leaving Wright in charge while she naps off? Said Todd. Silly mare. Who buggers off and leaves a thief in charge?
But why silly tit? Said Strike.
Well, bloody stupid to go looking up stuff like that at work.
Stuff like what?
Like, whatever that website was. What was it?
Abused and accused, said Strike.
Just silly, telling your employer you've been up to something.
The people on that website all claim to be innocent, said Strike. Todd's only response to that was a faint, "Huh." And you said, "Who was he?" earlier, said Strike, turning another page with regard to Larry McGee.
So?
Who was he as opposed to who is he? Todd stared at him. Larry McGee's dead, said Strike. Did you already know that?
No. How would I know? Who was he? Who is he? Same difference.
Always lived in this part of London? Strike asked, as he slipped his notebook back into his pocket.
Hereabouts?
Said Todd, who now seemed definitely aggressive.
And always cleaning. Done different things, said Todd. Handyman. Different stuff.
Strike judged Todd to be in his mid-60s, and therefore soon to qualify, or just qualified, for his state pension. He wore no wedding ring. The man's desire for piecemeal work that might well be hidden from the taxman, and the uncomfortable living conditions he'd just described, suggested he had neither savings nor family, but it might point to other things too. Had Strike only been back in the SIB and Todd a soldier, he would have had immediate access to the man's date of birth, prior addresses, and any previous misdemeanors. His feeling that there was something not quite right about the cleaner had increased as the interview proceeded, even though he hadn't caught Todd in any lies. On the contrary, the checkable information he'd provided had been entirely accurate. Yet that slip of the tongue about Larry McGee and his clear discomfort at the mention of the abused and accused website were interesting. "Well, thanks for meeting me," said Strike, getting to his feet. "Pleasure," said Jim Todd, but his tone contradicted the word. Strike walked back up Leather Lane, thinking about the man he'd just left, getting on in years and grubbing for money where he could. The willingness of a variety of business owners to give Todd work at retirement age interested Strike, as did the fact that said businesses were all in central London rather than out at some shabby periphery. Respectable landlords were often unwilling to rent to certain kinds of men, Strike knew, and those same men might also have limited options even when it came to social housing. Into this category fell those recently released from prison, especially if they'd committed particular kinds of crimes. Such men needed friends if they were to survive with any degree of comfort in the outside world, and it seemed to Cormoran Strike that, unenviable though Todd's life might appear, he was being given an unusual degree of quiet assistance that neither his personality nor his talents seemed to justify. Chapter 29. The souls of the vicious dead passed into the bodies of those animals to whose nature their vices had most affinity. To this doctrine probably referred those figures of animals and monsters which were exhibited to the initiate. Albert Pike, Morals and Dogma of the Ancient and Accepted Scottish Rite of Freemasonry. Harrods stood in massive red brick splendour in the heart of Knightsbridge, outlined in the dull mid-afternoon with golden light bulbs, its green and gold awnings stretching over windows full of clothing, handbags and jewellery Robin could never have afforded. She'd only ever entered the department store twice before, once with her ex-husband, shortly after they'd arrived in London, and purely for sightseeing purposes, the second time with her mother, for identical reasons. Today, Harrods' windows were displaying the usual range of designer goods in snowy settings, and on stepping inside, Robin found herself immersed in a sumptuous Christmas fantasy where, if you walked the halls long enough with their lavish twinkling decorations, you might be tempted to believe that you, too, could stage a holiday of high glamour and luxury for your loved ones, at least until you started checking price tags. The place was so large it was disorientating, and Robin couldn't blame the various shop assistants she importuned for assistance for being impatient. They were overwhelmed by the Christmas crowds, and some were understandably suspicious of her desire to locate a brother whose department she couldn't remember. Floor by floor, Robin ascended the Egyptian staircase, which had golden ankhs, pharaohs and constellations on its walls and ceiling, and scanned enormous rooms full of merchandise, looking for the young man whose photographs she'd studied on Facebook. At long last, after 2.5 hours of solid searching, Robin found Albi Simpson White in the sports department on the 4th floor, where he was standing close to a life-size fiberglass horse, assisting a mother and her teenage daughter to find the correct size of riding breeches. He looked incredibly young to Robin, who knew from his Facebook page that he was 24, tall, blonde, and baby-faced, with a complexion many women would have envied. She lurked among the Airtech shirts until Albi had finished with his customers. Then, before anyone else could corner him, she approached the counter. "Albi?" He looked slightly surprised to be addressed by name, even though it was displayed on a badge on his suit lapel. "I'm Robin Ellicott, and I'm a private detective." She slid her card across the counter. "I'd really like to talk to you about Rupert Fleetwood. Not here, obviously, but if you get a break or after work, we could have a coffee or a drink." He looked down at her card, blinked at it for a few seconds, then said,
Has Desimma hired you?
"That's right," said Robin.
Albi glanced around, then said in a low voice, "I told her. I don't know where he's gone. I've told her. She kept calling me. I don't know where he is."
"I'd be very grateful for a quick chat," said Robin. "Just for background. Desimma's incredibly worried about Rupert."
"There's no need for her to be worried."
"How do you know? Are you in touch with him?"
"No," said Albi, colour mounting on his boyish face. "But I'm sure he's fine. We could really use all the background we can. Who told you I was here?"
"I spoke to a friend of yours from Dino's.
Lena?"
Albi glanced at a suited man also wearing a name tag standing some 10 yards away, then back at Robin. She could tell that, like the majority of people unexpectedly confronted by a private detective, Albi was as scared of refusing to talk as he was of speaking to her. What did she know? What might be the consequences of sending her away? "All right," he said nervously. "I'll meet you at the staff entrance at 8.
"Where's the staff entrance?"
28 Basil Street.
"Thanks very much, Albi," said Robin.
"You can keep my card, just in case you need my mobile number."
Albi pocketed it quickly, then turned to a customer waiting to pay for a pair of trainers.
Robin returned to the ground floor to while away the time before her interview, postponing a return to the icy street. She had just entered one of the food halls when her phone buzzed. She took it out and saw that her mother had texted her a picture with the caption, "Say hello to Betty," and an eye-roll emoji. The picture showed Robin's father, Michael, holding a jet-black Labrador puppy in his arms. Robin returned the phone to her bag without responding and set off again, with a vague idea of buying some chocolates or biscuits to take home to Massam. However, it was almost impossible to walk more than a few feet unimpeded, and she was buffeted constantly by shoppers both irate and aimless. Since leaving the cult where she'd worked undercover, Robin had found no enjoyment in finding herself in a mass of bodies, especially in windowless spaces. Just as she was thinking she'd rather wait out on the chilly pavement after all, her eye fell on a clear plastic tube full of festively coloured jelly beans, red, green, and white. She was reminded of the tube William Wright had claimed was a blood sample. Perhaps her niece, Annabel, would like the jelly beans. Robin reached out for them. A large hand closed painfully around the back of her neck, holding her so tightly that she couldn't turn her head or cry out. The strong fingers tight on her carotid artery, and Robin was so shocked she couldn't quite comprehend what was happening, or even raise her arms, and the shoppers kept shuffling all around her. The man holding her, she knew it was a man by the size and strength of the hand compressing her neck, was forcing something small and rubbery into her own left hand, and she closed her hand into a fist, fighting to draw breath to shout, but he squeezed her neck more tightly, and she knew she must open her hand if that's what he wanted, and did so, and he pressed what felt like a small lump of rubber into her grasp, then hissed in her ear, "It'll happen again unless you fucking give this up." He released, but simultaneously pushed her so hard in the back that she toppled forwards into a woman who was carrying a toddler. The former shrieked at the impact and dropped the jar of brandy butter she'd been holding, which cracked open on the floor. "Watch what you're doing," shouted the woman, staggering to regain her balance, and the toddler began to cry, and heads turned. "I'm sorry, I'm really sorry. Someone push me." Neck still throbbing, Robin turned and stood on tiptoe, and thought she saw a slight disturbance at a distant doorway, as though someone was forcing their way out of the food hall at speed. But it was impossible to see her assailant through the forest of heads. Now trembling, Robin looked down at the object he'd forced into her hand. It was a small rubber model of a gorilla. For several long seconds she stared at it, trying to tell herself the man had been mentally ill, that she'd been a random recipient of a nonsensical gift, that he'd mistaken her for someone in the crush, that this didn't mean what she was terrified it meant. "It'll happen again unless you fucking give this up." The rapist who had ended her university career and ruined her fallopian tubes had worn a rubber gorilla mask to attack her and 6 other girls, 2 of whom had died from strangulation.
He'd been sentenced to life and was still in jail. All applications for parole refused. Robin's identity had been hidden from the press when she gave evidence in court, aged 19. How could a stranger know she'd been witness G? "Excuse me," said a cross voice, and a tall, patrician-looking man reached past Robin to seize a boxed Christmas cake. Robin moved out of the way, the small rubber gorilla still clutched in her left hand, and blundered out of the food hall, looking for a way outside, fruitlessly scanning the face of every man she passed. She wanted to drop the gorilla, throw it away somewhere, but her assailant's hand had been bare, so it might have his DNA on it, like the rubber mask of her serial rapist, which had been found hidden beneath the floorboards in the study his wife had never been permitted to enter. Robin stuffed it into her handbag. Heading in what she thought must be the direction of Brompton Road, passing cosmetic counters and struggling through more dense crowds, she imagined telling Murphy what had just happened. He'd be outraged. He'd demand to know what measures she was taking to protect herself. And, just as suddenly as she'd imagined telling her boyfriend, she knew she wouldn't do it. She had to tell Strike, though. Had she ever told her partner that her almost killer had worn a gorilla mask? She didn't think she had. The cold had deepened outside, and night was rapidly falling. Robin moved to stand beside one of the brightly lit windows, out of the way of the shopping hordes, her breath rising frostily before her. Strike answered his mobile within a couple of rings. "Hi," said Robin, trying to sound casual. "How was Todd?" "Interesting," said Strike. "Any luck on Albi Simpson White?" "Yes," said Robin. "He's meeting me after work." "Great." "Yes. I'm actually calling because something strange just happened," said Robin, doing her best to sound mildly interested as opposed to profoundly shaken. When she'd related the incident, Strike said incredulously, "He put a toy gorilla in your hand?" "Yes," said Robin. "And the thing is, the man who, when I was 19, the reason I left uni, he wore a latex gorilla mask during the attack." Robin suddenly realized that she was very close to tears, and mentally crossed her fingers that Strike wasn't about to react angrily, to chastise her for not having taken more care, or not being quick enough to spot the man who'd done it. "Okay," said Strike. And to her relief, while he sounded serious, he didn't sound angry. "Where are you speaking to Simpson White?" "I thought somewhere round here in a pub or something." "Do you want me to come and pick you up afterwards?" "What?" said Robin with a half-laugh. "No, of course not. The middle of town's packed, I'll just—" "What are you doing afterwards?" "Meeting Ryan," said Robin. "Take a taxi," said Strike. "There's no—" "Take a bloody taxi." All right, I'll take a taxi," said Robin. She checked the time and started walking towards the staff entrance where she was supposed to be meeting Albi. "Maybe," she said, striving for a calm, objective tone, "it was, I don't know, a coincidence or—" "It wasn't a coincidence." "No," said Robin, as double-deckers rushed past her, the faces of passers-by illuminated by the golden glow of Harrod's windows. "I don't think it was either." Tears stung her eyes, and for a few seconds she wanted to run. But run where? Home to Massam as she'd done after the rape, back to Murphy, who she knew she wasn't going to tell. "Just be vigilant," said Strike. And she could tell he was exerting maximum self-restraint, not to say it more forcefully. "All right?" "I will," said Robin. "I promise." Chapter 30. Ask me no more, for I fear I should reply. Others have held their tongues, and so can I. A. Houseman, Poem 6, Additional Poems. Albi emerged from the staff entrance shortly after 8. His eyes sought Robin's over the crowd of staff now hurrying homewards. "Hi," said Robin, and shaken though she was, she managed to sound perfectly cheerful. "Do you want to get something to eat? It's on me. We could get a burger or something." Having 3 brothers, 2 of them younger than herself, Robin knew the importance of food to young men. "Yeah, all right," he said. And Robin thought she read in his expression, nervous though it was, a certain satisfaction at the fact that there was something in this for him. "Do you know of the Alfred Tennyson pub?" said Robin, who'd looked the place up while waiting. "It's 10 minutes up the road, but the food's good." In fact, she'd never eaten there, but everything nearer looked even more expensive, and there was a limit to what she thought she could persuade their accountant into accepting as a legitimate business expense. They walked through the chill evening, through throngs of passers-by, Robin making banal chit-chat. They discussed the staff discount Albi received at Harrods, and what a good deal he'd got on most of his Christmas shopping. She learned that he'd recently buggered his knee playing football, and that people always think I'm posher than I am because of his double-barreled name, which was really the result of his feminist mother demanding equal billing on his birth certificate. Albi seemed an amiable young man, bright though not academic. "I can't see the point of university. You're just wasting time when you could be earning money." And she was slightly puzzled to know why Rupert Fleetwood, whose behaviour regarding the stolen Neth and towards his pregnant girlfriend suggested fecklessness and unkindness, should have been good friends with a young man who seemed decent, hard-working, and responsible. The Alfred Tennyson was crowded, but they were able to secure a table for two in the restaurant area. Robin slid into the seat with her back to the wall. Nobody else was going to approach her from behind, unseen, if she could help it. Albi, who seemed torn between pleasure at the prospect of a decent hot meal after a long day at work, and worry about what was coming, ordered a burger and a pint, then sat slightly hunched, with his hands between his knees. "So," said Robin, when the waitress had left, "as I said before, Albi, I'm really just looking for background. We don't know much about Rupert, except that he and Desimma were in a relationship, and that he was brought up in Switzerland by his aunt and uncle." "Okay," said Albi, looking nervous. "When did you first meet him?" "Last year, early, like February, I think, when he started work at Dino's." "How long were you there?" 2 years and all, bit over." "Did you like it?" Albi's pint arrived, and he took a large sip before saying, "It was okay, some of it. Have you spoken to Mr. Lancaster?" "No," said Robin, "but I know about the Neth." "You don't want to judge him by that," said Albi quickly. "Judge who? Rupert?" "Yeah," said Albi. Robin could feel the table vibrating slightly. One of Albi's long legs seemed to be jumping up and down. "You liked Rupert, though? You were friends?" "Yeah," said Albi with a slight smile. "He's a good guy, kind of old soul, you know, steady. The kind of bloke everyone tells their problems to." This didn't tally remotely with the idea Robin had formed of Rupert Fleetwood, who she'd been picturing as just another of the wealthy, well-born young male Londoners she'd come across during her detective career. They existed like tourists in their own city, taking the best of what it had to offer, and never needing to dirty their feet where regular people trod, unless they hit some personal crisis. Usually a sudden drop in funds caused either by an allowance withholding parent or an out-of-control drug habit. "What do you know about Rupert's ex-housemate, Zach?" "He tried to stiff a drug dealer for payment, then fucked off and let Rupe and Tish take the heat," said Albi darkly. "Who's Tish?" "Zach's ex-girlfriend. The dealer was threatening her as well as Rupe, trying to get to Zach through them." "What's Tish's full name?" "I never knew her surname. I only met her once." Albi's burger now arrived, and he started eating immediately, clearly very hungry. "Rupert didn't have much money, did he?" asked Robin. "No. He sounds posh, but there's nothing left in his trust fund. All the money went on paying for his boarding school in Switzerland. Rupe needs to work if he wants to eat. Have you spoken to his aunt?" "My partner has. Rupe can't stand her. He had a bad childhood. He was really unhappy at his boarding school, and he didn't like his aunt and uncle. He told me he never felt like he belonged with them. He wanted to get back to England and his mum's side of the family. He really liked his Uncle Ned, but he died just after Rupe came back to the UK." "What did Rupert do before he worked at Dino's?" "Worked for an estate agent's. Then he was front of house at some restaurant in Soho. And then Sasha. You know Rupe Sasha Lagarde's cousin." "I did, yes," said Robin. "Are they friendly?" "I don't think Sasha wants to get too friendly." "Why not?" "In case Rupe wants things from him," said Albi owlishly. "What kinds of things?" "Dunno. Money, premier tickets, hang out with his famous friends." "Would Rupert want those things from Sasha?" "No," said Albi. "All he really wants is family. Sasha was the one who suggested Rupe went and worked at Dino's, though. Sasha's a member there. He said if Rupe wanted a better job than the restaurant, he should ask Mr. Lancaster, seeing as he was his godfather and everything." "Did Rupert have much to do with Mr. Lancaster before he went to work for him?"
He never even knew Mr. Lancaster was his godfather before Sasha told him.
"Rupe's aunt doesn't like Mr. Lancaster, but Rupe didn't care what she thought about anything anymore, so he went to the club and Mr. Lancaster said, 'Oh, you're Veronica and Peter's boy,' and said he'd try him out for a bit. Mr. Lancaster hadn't been a very involved godfather then. I think he'd forgotten all about Rupert until he turned up at the club." "And did Rupert like working there?" asked Robin. She was moving the conversation gradually closer to Desimma, but didn't want to arrive there too quickly. "He thought the same as me," said Albi. "Bits of it are cool. You see some really famous people in there, and at first that's interesting, but after you've been there a while you realise they're just people. Some of them are okay, and some are twats, you know?" "And that's how Rupert felt about it too?" "Yeah." "You haven't spoken to Mr. Lancaster?" Albi asked again. "No," said Robin. But this time she added, "Why?" "I hate him," said Albi, with sudden, surprising vehemence. "I hate all of them, except Desimma. She's okay. She's the only decent one." "When you say all of them, you mean?" "The Lancasters. Him and his wife. She's a real bitch. And his other kids. Valentine, I wouldn't piss on him if he was on fire," said Albi savagely. "He's a shit. He acts like it's his club. He treats the staff like dirt. And Cosima, she's the youngest, and she's a spoiled brat. Desimma's the only decent one. She always treated the staff well. Well, she kind of was staff herself for a bit, working on the menus. Mr. Lancaster asked her to help out. She's a really good chef, but I think her restaurant's in trouble. I saw her online." Robin thought she heard a trace of guilt, but Albi went on quickly. "Anyway, she doesn't fit in with her family, same as Rupe. I heard the two of them discussing it once." "So you saw Rupert and Desimma's relationship up close?" "Yeah, I suppose," said Albi. Their client's prohibition on mentioning her baby was highly inconvenient. Robin sensed that Albi might be amenable to a little emotional blackmail. "So, did you think Rupert and Desimma were a good fit, or—" "Why are you asking that, if you work for her?" said Albi. "Because," said Robin, looking Albi straight in the eye, "I think it'd be kinder for her in the long run to know the truth, rather than be told lies and left wondering why, if Rupert was supposed to genuinely care about her, he disappeared." Albi looked down at his plate, ate another couple of chips, then said, "She thinks he was that body in the silver shop, doesn't she?" "She told you that, did she?" "Yeah, but—" Albi laughed uncomfortably. "That's mad. Why the hell would Rupert have gone to work there?" "You've just told me why," said Robin. "He had to work if he wanted to eat. He'd run off with Mr. Lancaster's nephew, so he had reason to hide, didn't he? But you don't strike me as the kind of person who'd encourage him to ditch his girlfriend without a word." She watched as a flush spread over Albi's face. "I'm not," he mumbled. "Did Rupert want to end things with Desimma?" Albi opened his mouth, shut it, then said, "Not really." "And what does that mean?" "I don't know. Her brother was really against it. He thought Rupert was way too young for her, and probably not rich enough, knowing Valentine. Rupert decided to split up with her because Valentine disapproved." "No," said Albi. "He didn't want to end it, but he had—" He cut himself off. "Had to?" said Robin. "Why would he have to? Because he was afraid of Valentine or Mr. Lancaster?" "Not had to. I wasn't going to say that," said Albi, still red in the face. "He just, with that drug dealer and everything. He didn't want Desimma targeted as well." "Albi, that's a nice story," said Robin. "But why would he break all contact with her if he was doing it to protect her? And why steal the Neff from her father if he cared about her? That caused her trouble too, didn't it?" "The Neff wasn't... He didn't... You don't know what went on," said Albi. "I'm here to find out what went on," said Robin. Albi took a deep breath, then said in a low voice, "Look, Mr. Lancaster's a bully. He hardly likes anyone except his daughter Cosima, and that's only because she's thin and blonde and good-looking. Even Valentine's scared of his father. Mr. Lancaster was a shit to Desimma, even though she came to help him out at the club. And she's talented. She really is. She's a good chef. But it's all surface with Mr. Lancaster. You've got to look right. It's all about being beautiful and stylish. Being a bit plump or whatever, or not knowing how to dress, that's like, I don't know, a sin. And Desimma and Rupe, they don't look the way Mr. Lancaster wants people in his club and his family to look. You think I'm exaggerating, but that's how he lives. Everything's got to be perfect. The way the napkins are folded, how chilled the cocktails are, how thin the waitresses are. I'm not kidding. He finds a way of forcing girls out if he decides they don't look right. He wants to live in this completely controlled world. Rupe burned his hand really badly in the kitchen a couple of days before he left, and Mr. Lancaster was just angry. Said he didn't want his waiters wearing bandages, that they didn't look smart. And he used to call Rupe the jellyfish. Any time he did anything wrong, and Rupe's a hard worker, it was only small mistakes. He called him the jellyfish, and he worked up a comedy bit about it. Albi looked truly angry now. Blob of brainless, semi-sentient matter. Stuff like that. Invasive species. Fundamentally pointless. And he talked about Rupe's father. And what did he say? That Rupe was just like him. A drip off the old blob. That was his favourite. And once, Rupe was serving Mr. Lancaster and his friends a private dinner in Dostoevsky. That's one of the rooms, they're all named after famous gamblers. And Mr. Lancaster pointed out the Neff to one of his friends in front of Rupert and said he'd won it of his waiter's father, and then he said Peter Fleetwood was even worse at backgammon than he was at skiing. And that's how Rupe's parents died, said Albi. And he was no longer red, but rather white. Skiing. That sounds incredibly cruel, said Robin. I'm not even giving you all of it, said Albi in a low voice. Being a shit to Rupe was like his new hobby. And then Mr. Lancaster found out about Rupe and Desimma. I think Valentine noticed something was up and told his father, and it was open season on both of them. Rupe just cracked. That's what the Neff was about. One day he saw red, and he took the Neff and left for good. When was the last time you saw him, Albi? Well, then, when he took the Neff. That day, earlier that day. You haven't seen him since? No. But you were clearly good friends. Yeah, said Albi. You really haven't seen him since the day he took the Neff? No. Robin was certain he was lying. The fluency with which he discussed Dino Lancaster's bullying had been replaced by a distinct shiftiness. Has he called or texted you? Maybe a couple of times. How recently? Probably not recently, like a few days after he left Dino's. Nothing since then. Just as Strike had with Jim Todd, Robin now felt to the full the disadvantage of having no official power to demand sight of Albi's texts, to compel his cooperation. Albi's plate was nearly empty. Robin knew her time was almost up. Were you aware that the silver shop where the body was found, the body that Desimma thinks was Rupert, is Masonic? She asked. Yeah, I think I saw that, he said. Was Rupert interested in the Freemasons? Did he have any connection with them? No, said Albi. I never heard him say anything about Masons. Did Rupert know a man called Osgood, or Oz? I don't think so, said Albi. Aren't you worried about him? Robin asked. Who, Rupert? Why would I be worried? Said Albi, now sounding slightly scared. Well, he was under a huge amount of stress, wasn't he? He had the police and a drug dealer after him, no family support, and maybe other things that were panicking him, that he didn't feel able to cope with. It was the closest Robin dared to go on the subject of Desimma's baby. "Rupert wouldn't have killed himself," Albi said. "He'd never have done that. I'm sure he's fine. I need to go. I'm meeting some people." "I'll get the bill," said Robin. And as she'd hoped, Albi's good manners held him in his seat while she raised her hand for the waiter. "Why did you leave Dino's?" she asked, having mimed writing in mid-air. "I'd had enough after how Mr. Lancaster treated Rupert. I didn't want to stay any more. A few other people said they were going to leave because of it as well, but they didn't," Albi said scathingly. "It was easier to stay. The money's good." 5 minutes later, the bill paid, they emerged together onto the crowded pavement where drinkers were thronged. "Thanks for talking to me, Albi," said Robin. "I do appreciate it." She held out her hand, but when Albi shook it, she didn't release it. "I think you know more than you're telling me. I think you know where Rupert is." "I don't," said Albi. "Seriously, I don't." "Then you're in touch with him." Albi pulled his hand free. "I'm not." She expected him to turn and hurry away, but now that she wasn't physically restraining him, he seemed pinned to the spot by his own good nature. "Look," he said. "Tell Desimma. Tell her he really loved her." Even in the darkness, Robin could see that Albi had turned pink again. If he loved her, why would he walk out and leave her without a word? "Maybe he had no choice," said Albi. "Well, what does that mean?" "I mean, he must have had no choice," said Albi quickly, "because he really did love her. It wasn't for her money or anything, whatever Valentine thought. Rupert was really... he was mad about her." "Why are you talking in the past tense?" said Robin. "What changed?" "Nothing. I mean, he must have just decided it wouldn't work. She's a lot older and everything." "Albi, I think you know more than you're telling me." "Sometimes you're better off not knowing things," blurted Albi, as though the words had been wrung from him. "I've got to go. Thanks for the burger." He turned and strode away on his long legs, vanishing into the crowds. Robin watched him disappear, then glanced nervously around. Nobody was watching her. There were no men lurking in the shadows, ready to spring. She set off in the opposite direction from Albi, keeping an eye out for a vacant taxi, thinking about all Albi had just said, but also checking regularly over her shoulder. Part 3. They put a lot of money in, and they get a lot of dirt out, but one does not hear much of any silver. John Oxenham, The Maid of the Silver Sea. Chapter 31. Polyphemus blinded, striking at random, and falling headlong among the sharp rocks by the impetus of his own blows. Albert Pike, Morals and Dogma of the Ancient and Accepted Scottish Rite of Freemasonry. Strike doubted that MI5 would order an operative to grab Robin round the back of the neck and force a rubber gorilla on her in an attempt to make the agency back off the Silver Vault investigation. But the question of who was behind the assault was making Strike wonder exactly which of the hornets' nests the agency seemed, unwittingly, to have kicked was responsible. He was particularly worried by the fact that Robin's assailant had known exactly where to find her, and had seized the opportunity to attack where he was least likely to be seen, which suggested that he'd been tailing her for a while, without her noticing. This thought had occurred to Robin, too. When she and Strike spoke the following morning by phone, she admitted her fear that the man had been following her for hours. "Anyone could miss a tail in Christmas crowds in the middle of London," said Strike, keen to keep on Robin's right side, in spite of his own concern. "I know," said Robin, "but I still feel stupid. I won't make that mistake again." "I think we have to take that anonymous phone call to the office a bit more seriously now," said Strike. "Leave it and you won't get hurt." "Exactly. So it's definitely the Silver Vault body. My gut says so." Strike vacillated before saying the next thing, well aware of how sensitive a subject it was, yet certain it had to be mentioned. "I can't see how he knew—" "That I was witness G at the rape trial," said Robin, who'd steeled herself to discuss this. "Yeah. I think I do," said Robin. "It's online. I found out last night."
"Shit," said Strike. "How?"
"Local gossip, maybe," said Robin, trying to sound unconcerned, although in fact, when she'd found her name on the website the previous evening, it had made her feel physically sick. "People in Massam knew what had happened. Friends and family after I left uni. Anyway, I found it in the comments under... Well, it was actually in the comments of that article about you. Some anonymous person said they don't understand how I can work with you, because I was a victim of a high-profile rapist myself."
"Oh, Christ," said Strike.
"Don't apologise," said Robin flatly. "It's not your fault." Strike was reluctant to voice his next opinion, but even if it led to a row, he decided it had to be said.
"I'm serious about you keeping me posted on where you are. No lonely streets in the dark on your own. Someone might have decided you're the soft target."
"All right," said Robin, but Strike could tell from the tone that he'd barely got away with this. His partner never took kindly to Strike expressing concern in any manner that implied he didn't trust her to look after herself. In truth, while he had good reason for thinking her occasionally reckless, he wouldn't soon forget her jumping in front of a moving train to try and drag a man she definitely couldn't have lifted to safety, nor sprinting ahead of him into a house where a known killer was waiting in the dark. He trusted her ability to assess risk more than perhaps she knew. And of all the members of the agency, her work ethic was the only one that truly matched his.
"Did you tell Murph?"
"Yes, of course," said Robin, with an edge to her voice, and Strike decided it was safest to drop the subject completely. But Robin was lying. She'd said precisely nothing to Murphy about the man in Harrods, because she was damned if she was going to take security lectures from more than one man, or have to discuss the rape yet again. The small rubber gorilla was now wrapped in a freezer bag in her sock drawer at home. Strike and Robin were due a face-to-face catch-up on December the 22nd, which would be the last morning Robin spent at work before Christmas. Strike woke that morning with the alarm, slapped it off, tugged his vape pen loose from its charger, then took a deep drag on it, the chill December air creeping into the flat from his poorly fitted windows as he watched the vapour drifting across his shadowy ceiling. He'd been asking himself ever since their last conversation whether today might not be as good a time as any to force the discussion with Robin, for which he'd as yet found no natural opening. It wouldn't, of course, be the way he'd planned it. He'd hoped for a far-flung pub or restaurant where wine and laughter might have lowered her guard. But he was worried about the house hunting, and about Christmas, with the possibility that Murphy might be about to spring a festive proposal. If Strike declared himself today, before Robin travelled north to Massam, she'd have time and space to think about what she really wanted. Perhaps this, after all, was the way. On a winter's day, unromantically, in the office where their friendship had been forged, and where Strike, most unwillingly, had fallen in love with her. He lay, still vaping, trying to frame an opening in his head.
"Listen, there's something I want to say. I need you to know something. I've been looking for a way to tell you this."
It now occurred to him that this would be only the second time in his life he'd made the first move on a woman. Every other time, and he could imagine the reactions of other men should he ever be fool enough to say this out loud, the woman had been the instigator, or had signalled so very clearly that a sexual approach would be welcome that it came to the same thing. The one exception had been at that student party in Oxford, where he'd swaggered drunkenly up to Charlotte, to whom he'd never spoken before in his life. She'd been the most beautiful girl he'd ever seen, but he'd risked nothing whatsoever. At worst, he knew he'd have had a good anecdote to tell about his audacity in approaching the woman every man at the party was eyeing with equal parts of lust and awe. This was different. If he laid everything on the line today, he needed to brace for the possible consequences. The business blown up, his most important friendship destroyed, all hope of the one relationship he really wanted gone. The unerasable mental image of Robin's expression as he'd moved to kiss her outside the Ritz rose in his mind's eye, as he lay in bed, listening to the window pane in the kitchen shivering in the wind. If he were to be met today with that same look. But he had to speak. He couldn't live with knowing that he hadn't at least tried. Thus resolved, he sat up, swung himself off the bed, and hopped, using the familiar balancing aids of chair backs and door jambs, towards the bathroom. He'd just finished breakfast, when at 9 o'clock precisely, somebody hammered on the door of his flat. Disconcerted, he opened it to find his office manager on the landing.
"Have you read it?"
demanded Pat in her baritone. "Read what?"
"You, in the paper, by that Culpepper man."
"What? Another one?"
"Yeah, I didn't realise. They called yesterday asking for a comment. I thought it was about the last thing. There's 15-odd messages on the answer machine downstairs, and there's 2 of them hanging around outside."
Strike strode immediately to the laptop that was charging on his kitchen table, sat down, and flicked it open.
"What do you want me to do?"
said Pat, watching him. "Say no comment to anyone who rings." He just spotted the story. As Pat closed the door behind her, Strike began to read the article. Johnny Rokeby son in sex worker abuse claim. Cormoran Strike, illegitimate son of rock star Johnny Rokeby and wealthy Londoner's favourite private detective, is alleged to have hired Candy, a 23-year-old sex worker, to entrap a married man and, when the scheme failed, attempted to force her into sex with himself. "It was in 2013 and I thought he must be a good guy. He'd caught that strangler who went after working girls. I was kind of excited, actually. I thought I was going to help him do something good. Doesn't seem fair naming the target. He didn't want to do anything with me, but when I asked Strike for my money, he said he'd only give it me if I slept with him." This newspaper's recent report on Cormoran Strike, in which a second woman claimed that she'd been used by the detective to procure information needed in a case. Son of rock star Johnny Rokeby and 70s supergroupie Leda Strike, who died of a heroin overdose in 1994. This is yet more proof, as if we needed it, that private detectives are operating in an unregulated Wild West that needs urgent legislative attention, says Lord Oliver Branfoot. The grubby tactics used by these detectives need to be addressed for the good of the public. We ask Cormoran Strike for comment. Strike sat motionless, staring at the screen, every muscle tensed, a roaring in his ears, his guts full of lava. Culpepper had crossed over the line into pure invention. This story was entirely without foundation. Was the girl? Her face was pixelated in the 2 pictures accompanying the story, but her body was clearly visible in its skimpy red underwear, a chimera too. Or had Culpepper paid some real sex worker a fee to become Candy in print? Strike looked away from the screen, and his eyes fell on the fisherman's priest, which lay quiescent on the windowsill, a worn relic of Ted, a man of whom nobody could ever have believed this kind of sleaze. Strike then glanced down at his mobile. Nobody had texted him. Doubtless his friends and his family were wondering whether it could be true, whether this was how he conducted his professional life, whether this was his dirty little secret. He got to his feet, feeling as though his heart was attempting to knock its way through his ribs, grabbed his keys, and left the flat, slamming the door behind him. Chapter 32. What I seem to myself, do you ask of me? No hero, I confess. Robert Browning, A Light Woman. Robin had seen the online article about Strike just before boarding the tube that morning, and consequently spent most of her journey to Denmark Street staring fixedly at the passenger opposite's feet and thinking about what she'd just read, instead of the discovery she'd made the previous evening and which she'd been looking forward to sharing with Strike. She told herself the Candy story must be false, but could she be completely sure? Back in 2013, she and Strike had been by no means as close as they were now. There had been pockets of his life that had remained totally mysterious to her. A voice in her head kept insisting, "You know he never did this." But life had taught Robin that men you might trust completely
Clean-cut chartered accountants like her own unfaithful ex-husband, for instance, or serial rapists, the man who'd ended her university career and ruined her fallopian tubes, had been cohabiting with a woman who'd stood by him throughout the trial and given him flimsy fake alibis. Or the bigamists and philanderers she'd dealt with at work were sometimes hiding huge and jagged secrets that tore apart more lives than their own when revealed. Strike's record on openness and transparency when it came to his sex life was extremely poor. Robin wouldn't have known about Madeline if Charlotte hadn't told her, about Bijou if Ilsa hadn't told her, or about Dominic Culpepper's cousin if Kim hadn't mentioned her. No, Strike wouldn't be the first man to have done something nobody around him believed him capable of, and the pit of Robin's stomach felt as though it was teeming with wriggling maggots, and she just wanted to get to the office and have the thing out with him, believing, but could she count even on that if she could look him in the eye, she'd know the truth. Robin had just left Tottenham Court Road when her mobile rang.
"There are journalists outside the office. He wanted you to know,"
said Pat. "How many?" said Robin.
"2.
"What's going on there?"
"I think he's going to do something silly," said Pat.
"What do you mean?"
"He's trying to get hold of that journalist who wrote the thing."
"I'll be there in 5, said Robin, speeding up. As she rounded the corner into Denmark Street, she heard a man calling her name. She bowed her head and kept walking. They didn't seem to be a photographer, thank God. "Miss Ellicott? Miss Ellicott? Anything to say about Lord Bramford's comments? Anything to say about Candy, Miss Ellicott?" "No comment," said Robin coldly, refusing to look the young man in the face. But here came an older man, his phone recording in his hand. "Did you know about Candy, Miss Ellicott? Did you meet her?" "No comment," repeated Robin. She was at the door, had opened it, and slammed it in the reporters' faces. Up the 2 flights of metal stairs she ran, her operation site aching, until she reached the glass door. The first thing she saw on entering was Pat's alarmed face. Then she heard her detective partner's voice, as, probably, could the entire street. "Yeah? I'll leave a fucking message. You tell that cunt I'm coming for him, all right?" "Oh, for God's—" Robin ran through the dividing doorway into the inner office. "If he thinks the only thing I can get on him is that his wife—" Strike's first clue that his partner had arrived was his phone being wrenched out of his hand. "The fuck?" Robin stabbed at the screen to end the call. "You can't go to war with Culpepper," she said fiercely, backing away from Strike while keeping a tight, 2-handed grip on his phone. "You can't! He's got a national newspaper on his side." Strike looked at her, his expression thunderous. "So you've seen it, obviously." "Yes, I've seen it." "He's not fucking doing this to me. He's not fucking doing it. I'll fucking destroy that fucker. I'll make him wish. Strike. They've dragged up some—" "I know what they've done. We need to talk," said Robin, slamming the dividing door on the staring Pat. Strike was pacing in his shirt sleeves. "What?" he threw furiously at Robin, who was watching him. "You need me to say it, do you? Fine, I'll fucking say it. I've never hired a sex worker. I've never hired one, full fucking stop, but I've sure as fuck never done it to entrap anyone." "I know," said Robin. Did she know? God, she hoped she did. "But this isn't the way to deal with it. You're just giving Culpepper more to print, threatening him." Robin wished her voice wasn't shaking, but she had to ask the next question. Matters had gone too far for polite avoidance of the subject. "Who was the woman in the first article?" Strike now knew the fury of a cornered predator. His business under attack, his relationship with Robin threatened. He knew he owed her an explanation, and that it was crucial she heard the truth from him, and that he made it sound as unsordid as possible. But all he really wanted to do was start punching out windows. "Her name's Nina Lascelles," he said. "The Honourable Nina Lascelles, if you want the full fucking— And she's how I got hold of the manuscript of fucking Bombix Mori," he said, referring to a book the agency had been keen to get its hands on. "Culpepper told me his cousin worked at the publishers, and gave me her contact details. We met, we went to the Roper Chard party together, She ran me off a copy of the manuscript. There was no seduction, no promise of anything. She enjoyed the adventure.
And? Said Robin, who was still holding Strike's mobile tightly in both hands.
And I invited her to dinner with me at Lucy's the next night, as a thank you.
Robin, who'd never been invited to Lucy's for dinner, couldn't understand why Strike, most private of men, would have mixed business and family in this way.
And then? I slept with her, said Strike aggressively. Yeah, twice. And then I never called her again. But there was no fucking coercion, no quid pro quos, nothing.
Right, said Robin.
It was one of those things. I didn't particularly...
He had just enough sense to bite off the end of that sentence, but Robin had heard it anyway. Didn't particularly fancy her. But you slept with her anyway, thought Robin, because of course you did. And now look.
She wanted a relationship, said Strike,
who thought this was a point in his favour.
She wanted to keep it going. That's why. I could tell she was carrying a grudge the night I saw her at the Dorchester. She claims I fucked up one of her best friends' lives, too.
Whose? Said Robin in alarm, visualising fresh vistas of fertile scandals for the tabloids to explore.
No fucking idea. Probably some cheating wife we investigated. But she guessed I was there on a job at the Dorchester. So when Mr. A told his ex he knew what she was up to...
Well, going forwards, said Robin. Strike would have said exactly the same she knew, had it been a question of another employee. Maybe you shouldn't be doing the kind of jobs where you might bump into former girlfriends.
There aren't that fucking many of them.
But a lot of them come from that kind of social circle, don't they? Said Robin, who was determined to have her say. Not to punish him, but because the agency meant more to her than coddling Strike's feelings. It's a miracle this has never happened before. You're the most recognisable member of the agency as well. We just need to bear that in mind from now on. After fuming in silence for a few seconds, Strike bellowed, "Fuck's sake!" at no one in particular, though it made Robin jump. You know what you need to do, Robin said, forcing herself to speak calmly. Call Fergus Robertson.
Strike glared at her, then said, I thought of that, but I'm not.
This won't go away with no comment. Talk to Robertson, tell him the truth. You've always played fair with him.
I didn't want to have to. It's too late for what you didn't want to have to do, said Robin angrily.
This was her agency as well, and she wasn't going to stand by and watch you get trashed. You need to give Robertson the facts. You've got to push back.
It won't be enough. I need to stop this at the source.
What are you going to do? Track this girl down and threaten her into recanting? Said Robin, now losing patience. How do you think that'll play out? Cormoran Strike in further threats to sex worker? Or are you planning to lay about Dominic Culpepper with a baseball bat? Because that...
Give me my phone.
You can't threaten Culpepper, Strike. You can't.
I'm not going to. I'll call Robertson and see if I can do some damage control.
Robin gave the phone back, but stood watching him.
I'd rather you didn't listen, he told her.
Fine, said Robin coldly, and she left the room. Strike waited until the door had closed before sitting down and pressing Robertson's number.
Hello, hello,
said an amused voice in the end of the line.
Just thinking of calling you, seeing as you're not returning any of my colleagues' calls. Why is Mr. Culpepper so keen to get you all of a sudden? Might be prepared to tell you that, said Strike, as long as I'm guaranteed an accurate quote or two.
Who's giving the quotes?
Me, said Strike.
Fire away, said Robertson, and Strike heard the turning of a page. I've never hired any woman, emphasis on any, sex worker or otherwise, to entrap or lure an investigative target or witness, said Strike, and he heard Robertson's shorthand moving rapidly across paper. Nor have I ever attempted to get sex by offering money, withholding payment, or by any other kind of threat. I have never met, spoken to, or otherwise interacted with a woman calling herself Candy, and her claims, for which she's offered no proof, are completely without foundation.
Gonna take legal action? Asked Robertson. who was still audibly scribbling. "On the record, yeah, I'm speaking to lawyers. Off the record, I haven't got the money to sue, as Culpepper fucking well knows." "Right," said Robertson. "This all seems to have got very personal, very fast." "There's a reason for that," said Strike. "And I might be prepared to give you some pointers on where to dig, as long as you can guarantee I'm going to be accurately quoted."
Chapter 33. And we have been on many thousand lines, and we have shown on each spirit and power, but hardly have we for one little hour been on our own line. Have we been ourselves, hardly had skill to utter one of all the nameless feelings that course through our breast. But they course on, for ever unexpressed. Matthew Arnold, The Buried Life. Robin was in the bathroom on the landing. She'd retreated there because she didn't want to answer Pat's questions, and now, for the second time in 3 weeks, she was sitting on a toilet with her head in her hands, infuriated and enraged by Cormoran Strike. Had she thought him some kind of Sir Galahad? No, never. She knew him too well. But like millions of women before her, Robin would rather have thought the man of whom she was so fond was better than this. She believed he'd never met Candy, the sex worker, but the fact remained that if Strike could have just resisted having sex with a woman he'd inveigled into helping him on a job, Culpepper wouldn't have had a peg on which to hang his scurrilous story. 5 minutes later, Robin returned to the office to find Strike still shut up inside the inner office, and Pat with the telephone receiver clamped to her ear, listening to someone. Robin was hanging up her coat when Pat said,
"I'm just going to put you on hold, Mr. Rokeby."
So fraught had the events of the morning been so far that Robin didn't immediately register the name. Only on turning to face the office manager and seeing Pat's expression of mingled amazement and fear did the import of what she'd just heard hit her.
"It's his father,"
Pat breathed. "Oh, my God," whispered Robin. Of all the things that she thought might tip Strike completely over the edge this morning, his father was foremost. "What does he want?"
"To speak to him,"
mouthed Pat, with a jerk of the head towards the out-of-sight Strike.
"He says he can't call him on his mobile because he's got him blocked. And he said if he wasn't available, he'd like to speak to you."
Robin could hear Strike's muffled voice, still talking to Fergus Robertson in the inner office. The call might end at any moment. "Tell him both of us are busy, but that you can take a message and one of us will get back to him. And then text me the message. Don't send—" The door to the inner office opened.
"We going to have this catch-up, then?" said Strike, scowling.
"Yes, of course," said Robin, trying her best to sound matter-of-fact. She walked past him into the inner office, and he closed the door on Pat, who still had the receiver pressed to her chest.
"Robertson's gonna write it up with a complete denial from me," said Strike,
who was breathing as though he'd just done what he really wanted to do, which was to beat Culpepper into a puree.
"Says he'll put in a bit of the Cormoran Strike I know, mention the UHC, the Shanker Ripper, public service, grateful clients."
"Great," said Robin. Neither was looking the other in the eye. Robin could hear Pat's voice rising and falling in the outer office again. Strike moved to the window and looked down through the Venetian blinds into Denmark Street.
"And he said he was going to call off. Yeah, he has."
Down in the street, the older journalist had just taken a phone call, presumably from Robertson. He then moved to tell the younger man that there was no point hanging around, because Strike had made the only comment he was prepared to give to their colleague.
"Right,"
said Strike, not looking at Robin as he sat down, but pulling his notes on the silver vault case towards him.
"I've got news on Larry McGee. I spoke to his daughter last night."
His adrenaline levels were refusing to drop. Vivid mental images of punching Dominic Culpepper so hard his teeth splintered kept recurring. The idea of telling Robin how he felt about her had naturally fled. There were imperfect moments for such a declaration, and then there were times when speaking would be outright lunacy, and Strike would have been hard-pressed to imagine a less auspicious occasion than having just been forced to explain how badly he treated another woman, then taken Robin's advice on how best to fight an accusation of harassment of a sex worker.
"So,"
he said, trying to focus on the notes he'd taken while speaking to McGee's daughter,
"there was nothing fishy about the death. Post-mortem revealed myocardial infarction related to poorly managed diabetes. Basically, the security guy at Gibson's was right. He really let himself go after being sacked."
"Was McGee on good terms with his daughter?" asked Robin, who was also attempting to sound businesslike.
"She hadn't seen him for nearly 10 years. First she knew he was dead was the police knocking on her door. From what she told me, he wasn't a lovable guy. Walked out on her mother when she was 6. Always looking to make a bit of easy money. Creepy around women. Got sacked from a previous job for allegedly feeling up a co-worker. I asked if she knew why he'd think he was coming into money, and she had no idea. Said nobody in the family had much to leave, especially to him. I asked if she thought he'd ever have nicked stuff from work or colluded in a robbery, and she said she'd easily believe it of him. They cremated him and left the ashes at the crematorium, Strike added. Said nobody in the family wanted to handle them. Anyway, he flicked back in his notes. Did you read my email about Jim Todd?
Yes, said Robin. You think he might have known McGee outside work?
I'm not convinced his "who was he" was a slip of the tongue. Nor am I convinced Todd wasn't the one who accessed, abused and accused at work, said Strike. He got antsy when I mentioned it, and given how slack they are in that shop generally, I'm not taking Todd's word for it that he couldn't get online in there. From what he told me about his living arrangements, I doubt he's got a computer at home. Calling Wright a silly tit for looking stuff like that up at work could have been self-recrimination. People slip up that way. So, what do you think about putting some surveillance on him?
I agree in principle, said Robin, but we haven't really got the manpower, have we?
Well, we need to try and make it work, because I want him checked out. It'll have occurred to you, I'm sure, that given the state of Pamela's eyesight, the identification of Wright as Knowles rests largely on Jim Todd.
It had occurred to me, yes, said Robin, who didn't much appreciate the roughness of her partner's tone. It wasn't her fault that he'd slept with a journalist's cousin.
Anyway, said Strike, I read your notes on Albi Simpson White. You think he knows more than he's admitting?
I do, said Robin. The thing about Rupert having no choice but to leave Desimma, and sometimes you're better off not knowing things. I want to know what that meant.
That Fleetwood's got another girlfriend pregnant, suggested Strike dismissively.
Robin was further annoyed by this reaction. She'd listened politely to Strike's speculation about Jim Todd, after all. But he said Rupert really loved Desimma, and made him sound quite responsible and level-headed in general.
If responsible and level-headed means knocking up your girlfriend, nicking a massive bit of silver from her father, then scarpering, Simpson White needs a new fucking dictionary, said Strike.
And Robin surmised, correctly, that in Strike's current mood there was little point in trying to persuade him to take a kinder view of Rupert Fleetwood. So instead she said, Well, if we had enough subcontractors, I'd suggest putting surveillance on Albi too, because I think there's an outside chance he'd lead us straight to Rupert. I know Desimma doesn't want us to find him alive, but—
No, said Strike. She doesn't. I called her yesterday because I wanted to check with her about what we found out about Wright in St. George's Avenue. And she made it good and clear the only thing she wants to hear is that he's dead.
He brought the notes of his conversation with Desimma to the top of the pile in front of him, and redoubled his effort to concentrate.
I asked if Rupert ever did weights, and Desimma said he looks after himself, likes the gym, and she could imagine him doing weights if he didn't have access to a cross-trainer. As far as she's aware, he's never done jiu-jitsu, but he did a bit of wrestling at school. She never saw him smoke dope, but knows he has in the past. I asked whether he knew how to handle a gun, and she said yes, a rifle, because his expensive Swiss boarding school had a shooting club. And then I asked whether he knew or had ever mentioned a woman called Rita, or Rita Linda. Also, no. Then I asked her whether he was ambidextrous.
What? Said Robin blankly. Why?
Because before phoning her, I went back through everything we've got so far, including the footage you got from Bullen & Co.
But it's useless, said Robin, who'd already looked at the 3 minutes of film. Wright's obscured nearly all the time he's in there.
Yeah, but on a second watch I noticed something. Come here and I'll show you.
So Robin wheeled her chair round to Strike's side of the partner's desk. As she did so, Robin felt the mobile in her pocket vibrate, and suspected Pat had just sent her Johnny Rope's message. Now feeling as though she was concealing a small but powerful explosive device on her person, she watched Strike bring up the clip of black and white film, which was far clearer and sharper than that from Ramsay Silver. The wide-angled camera looked down on the whole of Bullen & Co., which had a very large crate sitting close to the entrance and a couple of browsers. A man in a cravat, whom Robin took to be Pamela's husband, was scribbling at the desk.
"Here he comes," said Strike.
Short and powerful-looking, wearing his full beard and glasses, Wright appeared temporarily unobscured, though unfortunately scratching the side of his face before the largest of the browsing customers blocked him. He was holding a black and silver bag in one hand. Pamela's husband picked up the bit of paper on which he'd been writing and advanced on Wright.
"Now," said Strike, and he slowed the footage. "I know you can't see him clearly because of the bloke standing in front of him, but watch. Driscoll takes the bag, and Wright bends over the crate to sign what I assume is a handwritten chit to show he took receipt of the centrepiece. Watch his elbow."
"Oh, God, how did I miss that?" gasped Robin. "He signs with his right hand."
"Exactly," said Strike, pausing the film. "So, there are 3 possibilities. 1, he's ambidextrous. 2, for some reason he didn't want the signature he gave at Bullen & Co. to look like his own. Or 3, he was faking being left-hand at Ramsay's, and he forgot the pretense when he had to sign something unexpectedly." As Robin wheeled her chair back to the other side of the desk, she heard a high, clear voice she recognized as Kim Cochrane's in the outer office. Then there was a knock on the dividing door, which opened before either partner could say, "Come in."
"Oh," said Kim, seeing Robin first. "If it's a bad time—"
"No," said Strike, because he didn't want to give Robin the impression he wasn't happy for her to hear anything Kim had to say. "What's up?"
Kim entered the room in another skin-tight dress, knee-length and black, with high-heeled boots. Her makeup, Robin noticed, was immaculate. Kim gave a little laugh and gestured down at her outfit in poorly feigned bashfulness, as though she only just remembered she was wearing it. "Sorry about this. It's my last afternoon off before Christmas. I'm having lunch with my sister. Anyway, I've managed to get details of the getaway car they think the Silver Vault killers used."
"Really?" said Strike.
"Yes," said Kim. "Okay if I sit down?" She went to fetch a third chair without waiting for an answer. Though irritated by the intrusion, Robin took advantage of the distraction to pull her mobile out of her pocket and read the text Pat had sent her.
"Rope says he saw the thing in the paper and wanted to offer his own lawyers. Says he'll pay. Said he knows Cormoran never did it and that Culpepper's a shit. Says he feels bad the illegitimate stuff keeps being dragged up."
Pat had then sent a second text.
"He was very nice."
"Love the goldfish, by the way," said the beaming Kim, who returned with one of the fold-up chairs. She sat down and crossed her legs, which made the clinging black dress ride halfway up her thighs. "So," she said, "none of my contacts can tell me why they didn't give out details of the getaway car to the press. Like I said before, there seems to be something really weird going on around this case. Everyone's being super cagey. But anyway, it was a light-coloured Peugeot 208 with fake plates. It arrived at the end of Wild Court with one person in it, but after leaving Wild Court there were 2, though no clear view of either of them. It headed west along the A40, then disappeared into a residential area where they think it might have changed plates again. That's as much as I've got so far, but I'll keep trying."
"That's very helpful, thanks," said Strike, once again injecting a note of finality into his voice, but this time Kim ignored it.
I've got news on Plug, too.
Really? Said Strike.
Yes. Whatever was in that shed has been moved. I followed Plug and his son to the allotment just after midnight. They were in there 10 minutes, then took something out wrapped in a sack. It was big. It took 2 of them to carry it, and it was either dead or drugged.
Shit, said Strike. I called the bloody RSPCA as well.
Maybe that's why they got rid of whatever it was, suggested Robin. An inspector visited the shed and Plug heard about it.
Then, said Kim, as though Robin hadn't spoken, they slung it in the back of Plug's van and drove it all the way to Haringey, where they took it into a shitty house on Carnival Street.
Plug and his son used to live in Haringey, said Robin. Maybe a friend's agreed to look after whatever it is.
And after that, said Kim, still without acknowledging Robin in any way, they came out and went back to Plug's mum's place.
Get the number of the house in Carnival Street? Asked Strike.
Yeah, number 15, said Kim.
OK, good work, said Strike. Write it up for the file. Might be worth keeping an eye on that house as well.
As she stood up and picked up her chair, Kim said to Strike,
Do you want coffee? I'm making some.
Oh, yeah. That would be great, thanks, said Strike.
Robin?
No, thanks, said Robin automatically, although in fact she'd have liked one too. Kim smiled and left, leaving the door open.
What were we just saying? Asked Strike, running a hand over his face.
We were talking about Wright's left-handedness, said Robin. I take it you told Desimma about it?
Yeah, we took the case on the basis we wouldn't string her along, right?
Of course, said Robin.
So I told her the truth. We haven't yet found any evidence to suggest Fleetwood was right, and it's looking even less likely than it did at the start. At which she burst into tears, begged me to keep investigating, and told me she's left another load of messages for Sacha Lagarde to try and make him talk to me, seeing as he's ignoring my emails.
Kim reappeared with a mug of coffee.
Cheers, said Strike,
noting her warm smile as she set it down and half wishing he hadn't accepted it.
Kim left, closing the door behind her.
She's going to hang around until we come out, thought Robin. She's not going to let that dress go to waste.
I'd imagine the reason the Met didn't publicise that Peugeot 208, said Strike, lowering his voice, is that someone in Lyndon Knowles' circle drives one.
Probably, agreed Robin.
Moving on, said Strike, turning to yet another page of notes. Pat's found 92 married Hussein Mohammed so far, so we're a while away from finding the one who lived upstairs from William Wright. But when I've got time, I'll comb through them and see if any of them look likely. I've also done a bit of research on our porn friend, Dangerous Dick. He's registered with what looks like London's premier adult entertainment agency, Triple XR. Or he was. I called there. Fake name, obviously, and asked to be put in touch with him. He's no longer on their books.
Oh, said Robin.
Obviously, that doesn't mean he's been bumped off, but it's interesting all the same. I asked for contact details and they sounded suspicious and said I could leave a message for him. I asked him to call, but he hasn't. I imagine they get a fair few nutters trying to contact them, porn stars, so I think you might have to make the next approach. New voice, and I'd imagine a woman will seem less fishy. But I can't think of any cover other than pretending you're casting a porn shoot.
Right, said Robin, privately wondering how many more unforeseen dilemmas she was going to have to face today. Exactly how you went about convincing an adult actors agency you were a bona fide porn producer, she had no idea at all.
We'll workshop it, said Strike, after Christmas. In the meantime, I'll have a bash at identifying the woman who delivered that cipher note. If she's in the same line of work, she's bound to have an online presence. Anyway, what have you got?
Well, I've hit a complete dead end on Sapphire, the girl who messaged Osgood and Oz. I called the Missing Persons charity, Robin added. Apparently she disappeared from a foster home. She'd only been there a month and hadn't told the foster parents anything about meeting a man or mentioned anyone called Oz. She's got quite a bit of form for running away, though, so maybe there's nothing in that at all, but...
Robin went on tentatively.
I've actually found something else. It might be completely irrelevant, but for what it's worth. She typed a few words into her own keyboard, then turned the computer monitor so that Strike could see a news story dating from June. 2 pictures of the same beautiful young woman, who had waist-length black hair and olive skin, stared out of the screen. In one, the girl was dressed in a t-shirt and jeans. In the other, she was pouting in black lingerie. London student found stabbed on North Wessex Downs. The body of a young woman discovered on the North Wessex Downs on Sunday 19th of June has been identified as Spanish student Sophia Medina, 20, say police. Described by friends as outgoing, hard-working and fun, Medina was studying for a BA in film and screen business at the University of West London. She was last seen alive by flatmate Gretchen Schiff, 21, on the afternoon of Thursday, 16th June. She told me she might be away all weekend, Schiff told reporters. I didn't think it was strange. She had lots of friends. I thought she was probably staying at someone's flat after a party or something like that. Medina was a prolific poster on her OnlyFans account, which a friend who wished to remain anonymous says was Medina's attempt to make enough income to help fund her degree. I warned her she was making it too easy for men to find her in real life. She talked about being a student and posted pictures of herself in the university bathrooms. I'm really scared someone who saw her OnlyFans stalked her and abducted her. Forensic analysis has revealed that Medina was raped before she was killed. The murder is believed to have happened in the early hours of Sunday 19th June. Her body, which had sustained multiple stab wounds, was found by a dog walker. Abandoned van. Police would like to identify the owner of a 2013 VW Upcomplete 999cc, which was found abandoned without its number plates on Baden Road, approximately 2.5 miles from where the body was found. If you have any information about this story, please call. Robin had thought she might need to explain to Strike why she was showing him the article, but when he'd finished reading, he said, "Yeah, I remember seeing that. You think she might have been the light-skinned Asian woman who took stuff out of William Wright's flat before he was murdered?" "Well, she's obviously not Asian, but that hall's dark and Mandy only saw the couple briefly. I know it's a very long shot, but she does match the basic description of the woman. Light brown skin, long black hair, didn't sound English, and she was murdered just 24 hours after Wright." Robin could hear how thin her theory sounded when spoken aloud, yet still felt compelled to lay it all out. "I was struck by Sophia telling her flatmate she'd be away all weekend, but not giving details of what she was supposed to be doing. Maybe they'd fallen out, or maybe they weren't friends, just people who rented a flat together." "I know it could just be that," said Robin. "But look at this." She typed in another search term, then said, "This is the description they gave out of the body, before it was identified as Sophia. Latina or South Asian, 162 centimetres, wearing jeans, trainers, and a pink T-shirt with a peony design." She looked up at Strike. "Mandy said the girl who went in and out of Wright's flat was wearing a pink top with flowers on it." She could tell by Strike's expression that he was now interested, so she continued. "The last known sighting of Sophia alive was on the Thursday afternoon, so the day before the Murdoch Silver arrived at Ramsay Silver. On Friday afternoon, a girl matching Sophia's description and wearing a very similar or identical outfit drives to St. George's Avenue in a silver car, lets herself into Wright's room, removes things in a suitcase and leaves the house. A silver car, possibly the same silver car, turns up early next morning. A curly-haired man goes into the house and comes out with more stuff in a suitcase. Somebody else is driving. The following day, Sophia's murdered in the middle of nowhere, near an old abandoned van." "A van," repeated Strike. "I know it'd fit better if it had been an abandoned Peugeot 208. "Not necessarily," said Strike. "A man emailed Calvin Osgood, thinking he was Oz, and asked him whether he was still interested in buying his van, remember?" "Oh, God, of course." Strike stroked his chin, eyes narrowed. "You know, women can be useful in certain situations." "Thanks," said Robin. Strike almost smiled for the first time since waking.
I mean, the presence of a woman usually makes everything seem more innocuous. Rightly or wrongly, people see a man and a woman and they think couple going about their ordinary business, not off to commit theft and murder. Strike took a pull in his vape pen. He really needed to increase the concentration of nicotine, because it wasn't satisfying him nearly as much as a Benson and Hedges would have done. "All right," he said. "For the sake of argument, let's say Sophia Medina hooked up with one of the guys who bumped off Wright. Let's push it a bit further and say that man was our curly-haired friend, Oz. She tells her flatmate she's going to be away all weekend because she knows she'll be assisting Oz in nicking the Murdoch silver and murdering William Wright." "When you put it like that," said Robin, "it starts sounding less credible. She was a student, she had prospects. Why on earth would she agree to get involved in murder?" "He could have been coercing her." "How?" "Young women whose families don't know they've got OnlyFans accounts can be vulnerable to blackmail." "But what was he blackmailing her to do? She can't have killed Wright, and she wouldn't have been much use carrying the Oriental centrepiece either." "Well, with a girl who looks like that, the obvious answer would be acting as bait." Both of them immediately thought of the pixelated Candy posing in her red underwear in the paper. "Wright told his neighbours a girlfriend would be coming to live with him," said Robin. "Could that have been Sophia Medina? Could she have been the one who persuaded him to go and work at Ramsay Silver?" "It's a theory," said Strike, who was thinking the thing out. "Maybe Wright thought he and Medina would be doing a Bonnie and Clyde, not realising there were people behind her who were going to gouge out his eyes and cut off his dick." "Maybe there's no connection," Robin said, losing confidence again. "Course, Medina might not have realised the job was going to involve murder and mutilation," said Strike. "Oz might have kidded her that it was only burglary, maybe spun her some yarn about how he had a right to the silver, that she was helping him get back what was rightfully his. He could have claimed Ramsay had done him wrong in some way, and this was revenge, or—" "Hang on." Strike got to his feet and went to consult the card on the notice board where he'd written everything they'd found out so far about Oz. "The real Osgood got another email meant for Oz," said Strike, reading the card. "A girl wrote to him in bad English, wanting to know about a prank Oz played on her cousin." "Bad English?" repeated Robin. "You think the girl was Spanish?" "Could well be," said Strike. "Shame the dozy prick deleted the emails." "But what kind of prank would involve Oz entering the shop under cover of darkness and coming out covered in bloodstains?" "She might not have noticed the bloodstains if he was staggering under the weight of the Oriental centrepiece," said Strike. "But how did he explain away coming back out of the shop with a full set of men's clothes? Because Wright had been stripped, remember?" "Yeah, good point," said Strike, frowning. "Might call Wardle back and point out the coincidence of Sophia Medina's appearance and clothing matching the description of the woman who visited Wright's house in the early hours of the morning, though." Strike was still standing with his back to Robin, scanning the increasingly full notice board. While he did so, Robin agonised over what she ought to do about Johnny Rokeby's message. She'd have quite liked to withhold it, because unless there'd been communication between them of which she was unaware, the last words her partner had spoken to his father were, "Go fuck yourself." However, it would definitely be wrong not to pass on the offer of legal assistance. Unaware of what was going on behind his back, Strike, who was looking at a new piece of paper pinned beneath the picture of Tyler Powell, said, "You found Griff?" "What?" said Robin. "Man Tyler Powell confided in, instead of his grandmother, it says here." "Oh, yes," said Robin. "Dillis said he told Griff where he was going, not me. I think that's his address. Dillis said Griff lives up the road, and an Ian Griffiths lives right opposite Tyler's parents. He might be worth talking to as well as Dillis." "And Dillis could meet us any time in January," said Strike, still reading Robin's note. "Yes," said Robin. "I've been putting more pressure on Jade Semple, and she seems to be wavering. I've reassured her I'm not working for the press, although I can't see why she's so worried about that. If she genuinely wants to find her husband, a bit more coverage might help. Anyway, if I can get her to agree, we'll try and book those interviews around the same time. Pick them off together.
OK, said Robin, still trying to decide how best to broach the subject of Rokeby. Strike turned away from the board and was about to embark on a discussion of the best way for them to travel from London to Ironbridge when Robin said, "Listen, I've got something to tell you." And for a second, Strike remembered that it was he who'd planned to say those words, or something very like them, this morning. "But please, please don't fly off the handle. Promise me you won't do anything rash."
"All right," said Strike, wondering what on earth was coming.
She wouldn't preface an announcement of her engagement with these words, would she? "Your father just called the office. He saw that article and he's offering help, legal help. He says he'll pay for his own lawyers to take action." Strike simply stared at her. On the other side of the door, Robin could hear Kim laughing. "He phoned while you were talking to Robertson," said Robin. "I told Pat to take a message and... well, that's it. He said he felt bad that he'd been dragged up in the story, so he wanted to help. Pat says he was nice. Don't go ballistic, please."
"I'm not going to," said Strike, with difficulty.
"Not with you here, anyway." Robin checked the time on her phone. "I'd better get going," she said, getting to her feet.
"You driving to Yorkshire this afternoon?"
"This evening," said Robin, "but I need to pack and sort a few things out." In fact, she had an appointment with her GP that afternoon. It had been difficult to get one before Christmas, and she didn't want to miss it. "I've got your present here," said Robin, now reaching into her bag and pulling out what looked like a card. "I know it doesn't look like much, but you'll understand when you open it." "Thanks," said Strike, taking it automatically.
"I left yours upstairs. Hang on."
Robin followed him into the outer office, where Kim was leaning up against the sink, coffee in hand. As Strike headed for the glass door, Kim said, "Thanks for the gift token, Cormoran."
"Thank Robin. It was her idea," said Strike.
He left for his flat. As soon as the glass door had closed, Pat said to Robin in the growl that passed for her whisper,
"Did you tell him?"
"Yes," said Robin.
"What's he going to do?"
"I don't know," said Robin. Kim's bird-bright eyes were moving from one to the other. Robin could almost see her nose quivering with curiosity. Strike was back within a few minutes, holding a small, flat, square box wrapped in Christmas paper and a card.
"Happy Christmas,"
he said, handing it to Robin. The phone on Pat's desk rang, and Robin felt her stomach clench. Please God, not Rokeby again.
"Strike and Ellicott Detective Agency? Who?"
Pat's eyes widened.
"Just going to put you on hold."
She pressed a button and looked round at Strike.
"He says he's Sacha Lagarde."
"What?"
said Kim, eyes widening.
"The actor?"
"I'd better get going," said Robin, who was holding her present. "Merry Christmas, everyone." Had Kim and Pat not been there, and Lagarde not waiting on hold, she might have said more to Strike, might have reiterated her plea for him not to blow up at his father, for his own sake rather than Rokeby's. But as it was, she just smiled at him, turned, and left.
"OK," Strike said dourly to Pat.
"Fuck Rokeby, fuck Christmas, fuck fucking Culpeper, fuck fucking everything.
"Put Lagarde through to me in here."
He retreated to the inner office again. The phone on his desk rang.
"Strike?"
"Cormoran," said Sacha Lagarde's beautifully modulated voice. "Long time no speak."
"Yeah,"
said Strike. "I didn't realize you'd been trying to contact me." "The fuck you didn't." "I've had a call from Desi Lancaster. Mullins, I mean. Sounding pretty upset," said Lagarde.
"Did she tell you what this is about?"
asked Strike. "Yeah, my cousin Rupert," said Lagarde, with a tinge of humorous exasperation. "Desimma's very worried about him. Could we meet to talk?" "Honestly, I think this is all a bit of a storm in a teacup," said Lagarde. Interviewers, as Strike knew, generally concurred that Sacha Lagarde was not only an outstanding talent, but a man of uncommon sweetness and generosity of spirit. Strike, who knew better, had avoided reading their fawning comments for years. He ate quite enough fried food and didn't need the increase in blood pressure. Strike now let his silence speak for him. Did Lagarde want to puncture his charming public image by figuring as a man unwilling to help a distressed woman? Did he really want to seem indifferent to the whereabouts of his young cousin? "Well, if it'll help put Dess's mind at ease," said Lagarde finally. "Of course." "Great," said Strike. "Tomorrow suit you? I'm free all day." "Sure. Come to the National Theatre at 3. It's our last night of—" "Fine, I'll see you then," said Strike. And he achieved some small sublimation of his continuing urge to punch someone by hanging up before Sacha Lagarde could tell him which undoubtedly well-reviewed play he was currently starring in. Chapter 34. Blame not thou the faulting light, nor the whispers of the night. Though the whispering night were still, yet the heart would counsel ill. A. E. Houseman, Poem 17, More Poems. Robin's trip to the GP was difficult in ways she hadn't anticipated. All she'd really wanted was to find out whether the sharp pains in her lower right side were anything to be concerned about, and the short answer to that, according to the blunt young male locum she was forced to see, instead of the female doctor she'd requested, was no. Having asked her whether she'd had symptoms of an infection, such as a raised temperature, and whether the incision site had healed well, she'd declined his offer to have a look at it. He said, "You've had an operation," as though she hadn't realized, as though she'd slept through the shock and the pain and the morphine. "You're still healing. Have you been very physically active since you left hospital?" "Reasonably," said Robin, remembering the dash along the pavement to Plug's shed and today's sprint up the agency's stairs. "Well, there you are," said the doctor. "Right," said Robin, bending to pick up her bag to leave. But the doctor was still talking. "I see they've discussed IVF with you at the hospital," he said, eyes on his computer monitor. "Yes, but you're 32, right?" "Yes," said Robin. "While you're still under 35, you've got around a 55% chance of a live birth via IVF," he said. "But the odds are lower with the first implantation. Wait until 40 and your odds drop to 10%. "Okay," said Robin. "Well, women often think IVF's a safety net. There are no guarantees. If that's what you want, you need to be thinking about it sooner rather than later," said Robin. "Yes," the surgeon said. She didn't mean to be rude, but she'd already had more than enough of the GP, his statistics, his monobrow and his air of patronage. Maybe she'd imagined the air of judgment when he'd read chlamydia aloud off his screen, but she was damned if she was going to tell him how her fallopian tubes had come to be ruined. Robin spent most of the 4-hour drive to Massam feigning a cheerfulness she didn't feel. Murphy, who'd had the tact not to mention the article about Strike and Candy, was in high spirits because, at last, he and his team had secured 3 arrests in the case of the shot brothers. That of the man who'd fired the gun, the driver of the car from which he'd done so, and the girlfriend of the latter, who'd given both men a fake alibi. Sincerely pleased for him, and for the mother of the boys, Robin was full of congratulations, and told herself it was the wrong moment to tell him about her visit to the GP. When exactly would be the right moment to discuss that, Robin didn't know. She had a horrible feeling that if she told Murphy what the odds of a successful birth were via IVF, he'd suggest they start trying for a child immediately, that his previous "you're only 32" would turn rapidly into "you're already 32." Robin thought again of all the women in the world who'd be delighted that their boyfriend wanted to have children with them. And she asked herself what was wrong with her, that she felt panicked and stifled at the thought of what she'd once thought she wanted, before she'd been sent to a run-down office in Denmark Street as a temporary secretary, and everything had changed. The part of her she'd thought the rapist had taken away forever had proven to be not dead, but dormant, just waiting for its chance, while something she'd taken for granted, that she could have children as and when she wished, was gone forever, although she hadn't then known it. "Don't cry," Robin told herself, as the dark M1 slipped past the car windows. The Christmas songs played on the radio, and Murphy talked in detail about how he'd personally ground down the driver's girlfriend, catching the woman out in contradictions in her story. "She's a spice addict," he told Robin. "A what addict?" "Spice. Synthetic cannabis. It's bloody everywhere. She was sweating like she was in a sauna. Spoke about 3 words a minute. Nearly 5 hours it took to break her." Murphy took a swig of water, as though the memory of it made him hoarse. "Christ, I'm looking forward to this. I need a break." "Me too," said Robin, untruthfully. In fact, she'd have given almost anything to be driving in the opposite direction, back to her solitary flat and work, even if that was where the man who'd seized the back of her neck was.
"It'll happen again unless you fucking give this up."
They arrived at last, by darkness, at the old stone house in Massam where Robin had grown up. Her father had strung white lights in the old lilac tree in the front garden. When Robin pressed the doorbell, there was a rush of welcome during which Betty, the new puppy, dashed outside and had to be rescued from the middle of the road by Murphy. Here was Stephen, Robin's eldest brother, and Jenny, his tall wife, in such an advanced state of pregnancy it took her 3 goes to get up out of her armchair to greet the newcomers, and Jonathan, Robin's youngest brother, who now graduated from university and was working for a brand management consultancy in Manchester. Robin's dark-haired father, in his horn-rimmed spectacles, and her mother, Linda, whose affection for Murphy meant he received just as warm a hug as Robin did. The family had delayed dinner so Robin and her boyfriend could join them. They all settled around the scrubbed kitchen table, on a floor covered in sheets of newspaper, due to the presence of the so far unhouse-trained Betty, whose tail caused her entire body to undulate as she wagged it non-stop. With a slight raising of her spirits, Robin drank wine and ate the chicken and mushroom casserole her mother had cooked, and the news that her ex-husband, Matthew, was also in town for Christmas with his second wife and son, caused her barely a tremor of emotion. "She's pregnant again," Linda informed the family. "That's Sarah. I saw her in the co-op." "Well, good luck to her," said Robin, determinedly offhand. "When are you due?" Murphy asked Jenny. "3rd of January, said Jenny. "But honestly, he can come tonight if he wants. I'm sick of the bloody heartburn." "It's a boy," said Robin, who hadn't known this. "Yeah, and they reckon he's going to be well over £9, said Stephen. "I'm glad one of us is happy about that," said Jenny. "We've been worried," said Linda, mock-reproving, as she looked down at the table at her daughter-in-law. "She was still working until a month ago," Linda told Robin. "Only the small stuff, Linda," said Jenny, who was a vet. "No horses or cattle." "I thought Martin would be here," said Robin. Martin was the 3rd of the Ellicott's 4 children, who until very recently had lived with his parents, although he'd now moved in with his pregnant girlfriend in nearby Ripon. "No, they're coming tomorrow," said Linda, with just that shade of reserve that told Robin there was a story that her mother didn't want to share in front of company. Robin was glad to get to bed in her old room. Murphy fell asleep as soon as he lay down. Robin listened to the sounds of the others going in and out of the bathroom, of Annabelle's parents checking on her in Martin's old room, of Jonathan moving around in the attic conversion where, as the last-born, he'd had to sleep when young. She wondered for a few minutes what was in the flat square box Strike had given her for Christmas, which he'd left at the bottom of her hold-all when unpacking, rather than taking it downstairs and putting it beneath the Christmas tree, as she and Murphy had done with the presents they'd bought the family and each other. Strike's box had the size and weight appropriate to a piece of jewellery, but she could think of nothing less likely than her detective partner giving her something so personal, not when he'd been scared out of buying her perfume one year because the names had seemed too intimate. The memory of Strike telling her he'd panicked at the idea of giving her a bottle labelled something like Shaggable You made her smile in the dark. It'll be fine, she told herself, listening to Murphy's slow breathing. It's only 4 days.
Chapter 35. Why not then have earlier spoken, written, bustled? Who's to blame, if your silence kept unbroken?
Robert Browning, Wearing.
Strike considered self-pity an unjustifiable waste of time, yet the dejection gripping him the following morning refused to lift. Whatever Robin had said previously about the strains of a family Christmas, who was to say she wouldn't be softened by the festive atmosphere once she got to Massam? There'd be kids and carol services, and maybe mulled bloody wine, and everyone charmed by her immensely eligible CID officer. Strike had only ever visited Massam once before, to gatecrash Robin's wedding. Well, he was fucked if he'd do that a second time. He was currently sitting in his BMW, keeping watch over a builder's warehouse to which he tailed the unemployed Plug. While watching the warehouse doors for Plug's reappearance, Strike exacerbated his own despondency by pondering the many other dilemmas facing him. Fergus Robertson's article had appeared in the Telegraph that morning. As the detective supposed he should have foreseen, some tattered code of honour among hacks had prevented Robertson from telling the world the real reason that Dominic Culpepper was currently determined to trash Strike's reputation, but he'd intimated that Strike had made many enemies during his investigative career and quoted Strike in full as regarded his denial of everything pertaining to Candy and his empty threat of legal action. Perhaps, Strike thought, eyes on the warehouse, he really should hire a lawyer. The costs would be exorbitant, but he had a nasty feeling his rebuttal wouldn't be sufficient to make the Candy story disappear for good. He had no intention of accepting his father's offer of financial help, which he was certain stemmed from a desire on Ropeby's part to bolster his own public image. Strike considered that Ropeby had violated a territorial boundary by calling his office in Denmark Street and speaking to one of Strike's employees. Yes, Robin was probably right. The wisest course was to ignore his father, but if she returned from Massam engaged, Strike would consider all previous pledges cancelled. Meanwhile, Jade, the abandoned wife of Niall Semple, had texted him the previous evening.
Look, there's no point you coming to see me, because I don't think Niall was the man in that shop anymore.
This was the bad news, because in the event that Robin returned from Massam ringless, a trip to Scotland would give Strike an excellent opportunity to declare himself, whereas if they were only travelling as far as Ironbridge, it would be difficult to justify an overnight stay in a hotel. He'd typed back, "What changed your mind?" Her answer was,
"I think he's with another woman."
Strike had replied, asking whether it wouldn't put her mind at rest to make sure her husband hadn't been in the vault, but there'd been no response. As if all this wasn't enough to be dealing with, Strike had received an anonymous call to his mobile, forwarded from the office phone, shortly after leaving Denmark Street that morning. After some guttural breathing, a rasping voice had said,
"Leave it. We've got Gow too on our side. Leave it."
"The fuck's Gow too?" Strike had said, at which the caller had hung up. Gow too. Since the unknown man had threatened Robin in Harrods, Strike was no longer disposed to dismiss the anonymous caller as a joker, amusing himself at the agent's expense. That said, as Robin was currently safe in Yorkshire, he was simply riled that another irritant had been added to his already tottering pile. There was nothing in Strike's immediate future likely to cheer him up. He'd gladly have slept through the next 3 days, but he wasn't even allowed that. The following day was Christmas Eve, which meant having to attend Lucy's party for the neighbours, followed by a night in the spare room and the enforced jollity of Christmas Day, with his brother-in-law Greg making the usual barbed comments about Strike's life choices. The detective usually ignored these for his sister's sake, though it occurred to him as he sat in his car watching the warehouse where Plug was shopping that punching Greg might be almost as satisfying as battering Dominic Culpepper, and he indulged himself for a few seconds by imagining knocking Greg out over the turkey. However, before he got anywhere near Christmas lunch,
he had to meet Sacha Legard at the National Theatre, a prospect that was dredging up memories of Strike's late fiancée, which, in his weakened emotional state, he was finding impossible to fend off. Charlotte's attitude towards her half-brother Sacha, and indeed her entire family, had always swung between two polar extremes. She'd spent much of her life damning them all to hell and declaring that she hated and dreaded Heberley House, the stately home in which she'd spent most of her childhood, and where her mother and stepfather had thrown extravagant druggy parties, at one of which Charlotte, aged 10, had accidentally ingested LSD. She'd insisted that she despised the conventions of her class, blamed her boarding schools and relatives for her unhappiness, and claimed that all she wanted out of life now that she was free of them was simple pleasures and genuine human connection. This had been the part of Charlotte that Strike had both loved and pitied, and which, in the earliest days of their affair, he'd allowed himself to believe was the real Charlotte. However, with age and experience had come the unwilling realization that the woman he loved was chameleon-like, multifaceted and often manipulative, containing many other selves which were just as real as his favourite one. Shifts between these different aspects of her personality would come without warning. Suddenly she'd find the amusement Strike could afford on a military policeman's salary dull and restrictive, and she'd announce a desire for an expensive day out at the races with champagne and heavy betting, or a drop-of-the-hat trip to Marrakesh with high society friends, including Sashi and Val, because, come on, darling, it'll be fun. And then she'd mock Strike for his reluctance and for his bourgeois obsession with solvency and sincerity. "Oh, of course, Sashi's a massive hypocrite," Charlotte had once said, laughing, when Strike had laid this charge against her half-brother after a dinner party during which Sacha and another wealthy actor had talked socialism through 3 courses. "We all know he votes Tory, and there's not a tax dodge he isn't wise to. Lighten up, darling. You take these things way too seriously." In the manic episodes that seized Charlotte at regular intervals, she'd ask why Strike cared that the public face didn't match the private mores, as long as the person concerned was entertaining and stylish. Why did Strike have to bore and embarrass everyone with quibbles rooted in actual experience of poverty and squalor? And arguments would ensue, in which she'd accuse Strike of parsimony and joylessness, and if he reminded Charlotte of things she'd said days or even hours previously about her hatred of double standards, falseness and materialism, there'd be a sudden eruption of rage, in which she'd throw wild accusations at him, that he hated and despised her, and thought her worthless and shallow, and then would come either self-destructive drinking or flung missiles, and often both. The one family member towards whom Charlotte had never, under any circumstances, expressed love was her mother. Charlotte had been regarded as surplus to requirements by both her parents, who'd been hoping for a son after her elder sister. Charlotte had only ever known disdain and unkindness from Tara, which Strike had always believed was rooted in their close physical resemblance, the narcissistic Tara hating to see her own lost youthful beauty blinking at her across the breakfast table. Never before or since had he known a parent and child hate each other as Tara and Charlotte had, and he ascribed most of Charlotte's mental instability to a childhood of neglect that had amounted at times to outright abuse. Tara's latent maternal instinct had finally awoken with the arrival of Sacha, who was the product of her 3rd marriage. Tara had doted on her only son, perfectly content to see her own features in masculine form, and he'd become the only person the hedonistic, profoundly self-centered Tara cared about as much as herself. In consequence, Sacha was the only person in Charlotte's drink and drug-riven family who could sincerely say that he'd had an entirely happy upbringing. This wasn't, of course, Sacha's fault, and Strike didn't blame him for it. His grudge sprang from the way Sacha had behaved once he was old enough to notice Tara's callousness towards his sister. Sacha was the only living soul who might have been able to intervene to some effect, yet Charlotte's suicide attempts and spells in mental health facilities
had always gone unacknowledged by her half-brother, who'd never visited her, never called, and never referred to any of them after they'd passed. When Charlotte was well, Sasha was delighted to socialize with her, because she was a witty and ornamental asset to any gathering. Otherwise, as far as Sasha was concerned, Charlotte might as well not have existed. There'd been one occasion, and only one, on which Strike had appealed to the younger man for assistance. Notwithstanding her frequent diatribes against the place, Charlotte had been determined to celebrate her 30th birthday with a large party at Heberley House. Strike had foreseen myriad possibilities for drama and conflict in trying to stage the event at Heberley, and had tried to persuade Charlotte that a party in London, or even a weekend away with him, would be preferable, but to no avail. Charlotte wanted champagne and canapes, 200 people in black tie crammed into the ballroom, pictures taken on the sweeping staircase, and lanterns hung in the trees of the deer park, and Strike's lack of enthusiasm for the plan was taken, inevitably, as a drag and a slight. Maybe some remnant of the neglected, unloved child Charlotte had once been was trying to prove to herself that she had worth in the eyes of her family. Or perhaps she was deliberately setting up a situation in which an implosion would occur. Strike had become familiar by then with the dangerous part of Charlotte that sometimes sought to wound herself as deeply and on as grand a scale as possible. 2 months of entirely predictable conflict with Tara prior to the party had culminated in Tara countermanding half of the arrangements and announcing that she'd be spending the day of the event in St. Moritz with her son. Unaware that Tara had dropped this bombshell by voicemail, Strike, who'd been on leave from the army at the time, had returned to Charlotte's flat after a pint with his old friend Nick to find no sign of his girlfriend, but the black lace dress she'd been planning to wear to her Heberley party lying in shreds on the bedroom floor, and smears of blood in the bathroom sink. She wasn't answering her phone, nor did she return that night. The following morning, unable to reach any other family member, he called Sasha. When he answered his mobile, Sasha was in a first-class lounge at Heathrow among the jet-set crowd with whom Tara ran. The information that his sister had gone missing, leaving bloodstains and a ripped-up dress behind her, hadn't made the slightest dent in Sasha's good humour. Though speaking to a man 10 years older than himself and with far broader life experience, the 20-year-old Sasha had adopted a world-weary tone as he told Strike that Tara's therapist had advised her that a little tough love was in order where his sister was concerned. The best thing Strike could do, Sasha had said, while the laughter of Tara and friends rang in the background, was to ignore this obvious bid for attention, and before Strike could tell Sasha exactly what he thought of him and his mother, the young man had hung up. It had taken Strike a further 48 hours to track Charlotte down to a hospital. She'd swallowed a handful of antidepressants with as much whiskey as she could stomach in the middle of a Soho bar. When she'd slipped sideways off her chair, the manager had gone to her assistance, only to be roundly insulted and told to keep his fucking hands off her. Incredibly, she'd still been able to walk, because she then staggered out onto the pavement and blundered into traffic, where she'd been clipped by a passing bus. When Strike finally found her, a day after his own 30th birthday, which she'd spent making fruitless calls to more relatives and ringing hospitals, she was lying in a surgical ward after having her stomach pumped, with self-harm marks up her arms and a fractured shoulder. His reward for 3 days of dread and non-stop attempts to interest her relatives in her fate had been to be told what a complete fucking bastard he was for having gone out for a pint with Nick just when she most needed him. She then presented him with one of her regular me or the army ultimatums, and Strike had, as usual, chosen the military and returned to Germany, where he was then stationed, a temporarily free man. When Charlotte had been found dead in a blood-filled bath by the police, Sasha had had the perfect, poignant statement ready for the papers. "I'm just one of the heartbroken people who loved her, struggling to comprehend the fact that we'll never hear her laugh again. Death lies on her like an untimely frost upon the sweetest flower of all the field."